Chapter 1 Thud. 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 In the early hours of dawn, a somber bell tolled throughout the imperial capital of the Great Feng Dynasty. This ominous sound sent a shiver down the spines of all nobles, merchants, and commoners alike, for it signified the passing of the emperor. Following the establishment of a new sovereign, this bell would resound 30,000 times. In an instant, officials from every corner of the capital hurriedly rose from their slumber, racing towards the palace. No one had anticipated such a sudden demise, especially considering the emperor had only ascended the throne a mere 3 months prior. Although he had always been frail, fortified by the life-extending elixirs from the Qinghe Palace, it seemed implausible that his time had come so soon. Yet, now was not the time for such ponderings. The foremost priority was to enter the palace without delay. Within the palace, the ministers left behind were equally alarmed, casting anxious glances towards the inner court. However, due to the constraints of law, they could not personally venture into the harem. Nonetheless, they emanated an aura that enveloped the entire palace. Amidst this atmosphere of trepidation, many began to wear peculiar expressions. Is the empress planning to emulate Empress Dowager Jing? Deep within the palace, Shen Nan, recently brought from the Eastern Palace, followed a dozen eunuchs towards the empress chamber. He appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, with a handsome visage and an air of nobility, his purple robe accentuating his regal demeanor. In stark contrast to the surrounding eunuchs' flustered states, his countenance remained eerily calm, almost serene. Having traversed into this world for over a month, Shen Nan had inherited the memories and language of his predecessor and had come to comprehend the circumstances of this realm. This world was not a reflection of any historical dynasty, but rather a celestial martial empire known as the Great Feng Dynasty, of which he was the crown prince. There was no contention among princes. Shen Nan was not only the legitimate firstborn, but had also been designated as the Grand Crown Prince years ago, and just months prior, he had been elevated to Crown Prince. Though this world was a celestial martial realm, filled with practitioners of martial arts, there were no true immortals. In this vast land, aside from the barbaric demon tribes, the Great Feng Dynasty had no rival nations. Even the wild demon tribes were kept firmly in check by the Great Feng Dynasty. Despite the constant state of alert along the borders, the barbaric demon tribes had yet to encroach upon the territory of the Great Feng Dynasty, ensuring the imperial authority remained terrifyingly stable. Shen Nan's direct transition to Crown Prince, and now his impending ascension to the throne, left him devoid of any anxiety. As for matters of the heart, in the brief month since his arrival, Shen Nan had only encountered his adoptive father 3 times. Under such circumstances, what feelings could possibly flourish? However, there was one troubling matter. Based on the memories he had inherited and the events of the day, it appeared his mother intended to assume regency. Otherwise, there would be no justification for his summons to the empress chamber. He should have first sought out the ministers left behind in the cabinet to jointly pay homage to his father and subsequently announce the imperial edict to establish the throne. With this thought in mind, Shen Nan turned to the young eunuch beside him, inquiring, "Where are Liu Dabin and Zhang Dabin?" Liu Dabin and Zhang Dabin are the most trusted eunuchs of the emperor. They are the chief eunuchs overseeing tens of thousands of eunuchs in the imperial palace. If these two are absent from the inner palace, then the empress' intentions become all too evident. The young eunuch stammered, "Chief Zhang and Chief Liu are currently attending to matters and will arrive shortly. The empress instructed us to first escort his highness to the inner palace." Indeed, a flicker of understanding crossed Shen Nan's eyes. His mother sought to emulate the former Empress Dowager Jing's regency. The concept of regency is considered a tradition in the Feng Dynasty. Shen Nan's grandfather, Ming Chongdi, ascended to the throne at a tender age, with the Empress Dowager acting as regent. Subsequently, once Ming Chongdi reached maturity, the Empress Dowager returned power to him. This was also influenced by the historical pattern of emperors marrying daughters of dukes, as the empress wielded considerable power. Moreover, with the backing of the duke's household and control over military officials and nobles, it was only natural for the Empress Dowager to hold sway while the emperor was still young. Shen Nan, however, held no strong opinions on this matter. Setting aside the precedents of regency and restoration, at barely 15 and having just traversed into this realm for a month, he was hardly in a position to wield great authority. Furthermore, he currently enjoyed a life free from want, dedicating his days to martial training. To him, the question of power was of little consequence. At least for now, authority was not of paramount importance to him. However, Shen Nan's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar distaste. This empress mother seems to lack capability and harbors jealousy. This empress was not Shen Nan's biological mother. His true mother had passed away a decade ago. It was only 3 years later that the emperor took a new consort, elevating this woman to empress and future empress dowager. In terms of virtue, this empress mother was indeed lacking. In 7 years, she had failed to bear the emperor any children, and worse, she wielded her status as the sole daughter of the Duke of Chu to prevent the emperor from taking concubines. Such jealousy is hardly the mark of a virtuous person, nor does it reflect a noble character. Let's observe for now. Shen Nan was in no rush to confront his mother. After all, she held the title of empress. As he walked through the tranquil and solitary rear palace, a chill pervaded the air. It was only a few hundred meters from the inner palace when Shen Nan suddenly halted in his tracks. The young eunuch whispered, "Your Highness?" Shen Nan remained silent, gazing intently at the lines of text that materialized before him. At 34, the Feng Dynasty has fallen, and you have become the ruler of a fallen nation. Smoke and devastation surround you. And after months of wandering, you stand on a cliff in Jiangzhou, deeply feeling your life has betrayed the people and your ancestors. Will you choose to leap into the abyss, or will you strive to rejuvenate and restore the Feng Dynasty? Please make your choice, host. System. Upon encountering these lines, Shen Nan's heart surged with overwhelming joy after traversing a full month. He had finally activated the essential system for his journey. As a frequent reader of novels, he was well-versed in the concept of systems, yet the name and content of this particular system seemed somewhat amiss. I am about to ascend the throne, and yet you present me with a restoration system? Surely not. The Great Feng Dynasty, at its zenith, is poised to languish in enjoyment, and yet it has met its demise? What have I done to betray the common folk? I have yet to indulge myself. And what is this notion of leaping forward? Whose script am I following? Am I to be likened to a minor emperor of the Southern Song? Shen Nan found himself utterly perplexed by the system's information. His memories and experiences from the past month unequivocally conveyed that the Feng Dynasty was indeed the most formidable dynasty in existence. And yet, it was destined to perish in 20 years. At the age of 34, with the fall of the Feng Dynasty, you find yourself a king of a fallen state amidst a landscape of smoke and turmoil, with demons rampant. After months of wandering, you stand at the precipice of a mountain in Jiangzhou, feeling a profound sense of failure towards your people and ancestors. Will you choose to leap into the abyss, or will you strive diligently to revive the Feng Dynasty? Shen Nan scrutinized the system's prompt. Indeed, this system was designed for his restoration, explicitly detailing events that would transpire at the age of 34, thus referring to his future. Yet, what calamity could possibly lead to the downfall of the once mighty Feng Dynasty? How did the future him find himself in such dire straits? Smoke and chaos abound, demons rampant, and a life of wandering? Extracting the key phrases from the system, Shen Nan pondered silently. The rampant demons. Does this imply that the barbaric demon clan is facing grave troubles? Has someone from the demon race breached the 13th realm, or has a formidable demon of the 14th realm emerged? Previously, Shen Nan had come to understand that this world was one of celestial martial arts, its system exceedingly extravagant. The 9 grades of skin refining, 8 grades of bone tempering, 7 grades of blood transformation, 6 grades of strength cultivation, and 5 grades signify the mastery of strength. 4 grades of energy refinement denote a minor master, while 3 grades of energy attainment signify a true master. 2 grades of spirit refinement represent a grand master. The first grade is that of a terrestrial immortal. Above the first grade lies the 10th realm of the great celestial beings. As for those beyond the 10th realm, within the vast population of the Feng Dynasty, there were scarcely a few. The Taoist sect boasted a handful claiming to be golden elixir Tao lords of the 11th realm, while the martial faction had several revered as martial gods of the same realm. Additionally, there were Confucian subsages, Buddhist arhats, legalist subsages, and true masters for various schools of thought. Then there were the legendary 12th realm figures, the Yuan Ing Tao lords, human immortals of the martial school, the supreme sages of Confucianism, bodhisattvas of Buddhism, the supreme sages of legalism, and the true masters of the arcane arts. Such individuals were truly the pinnacle of the world, with only a select few existing within the entire Feng. These figures were the steadfast anchors suppressing the barbaric demon clan, which had not dared to venture southward for centuries, largely due to their presence, as well as the formidable northern king of the martial realm stationed at the border of Yuzhou. However, this was precisely the conundrum that Shen Nan found utterly perplexing. With such a formidable array of power backing the Feng Dynasty, what could possibly lead to its demise 30 years hence? The thought weighed so heavily on him that he contemplated ending his own life by leaping from a precipice notion that was wholly uncharacteristic of Shen Nan. Despite his often nonchalant demeanor, he was not the kind to capitulate so easily. It seems the true issue lies within, he mused, not delving too deeply into the matter, but redirecting his focus to the system before him. Please, host, make a choice. Shen Nan's attention was captured by these words, and he was immediately presented with two options: leap down or diligently restore the Feng Dynasty. Without hesitation, he chose the latter. He had no interest in the specifics of Feng's downfall or the reasons behind the awakening of the restoration system. Armed with the foreknowledge of the dynasty's demise in 30 years, Shen Nan was confident that he could alter the course of fate. After all, this system's prompt could be deemed a form of cheating. At that moment, a young eunuch softly urged, "Your Highness." Shen Nan cast a frosty glance at the young eunuch, retorting, "Silence." He was not yet a deposed monarch. The majesty of the emperor still resided within him. The young eunuch stammered, "The empress has been waiting for quite some time." Shen Nan regarded the young eunuch with newfound scrutiny, realizing that this court attendant was indeed aligned with his mother, the empress dowager. Or perhaps, he reflected, that mere months prior he had been but the crown prince, lacking any substantial backing or influence. Yet, this was not the moment for such concerns. His mind was consumed by the sudden resurgence of memories concerning his own experiences. In the future, Shen Nan's recollections, there was no indulgence, no apathy. Instead, there existed only a suffocating sense of frustration, resentment, and helplessness. It became clear that his opportunistic mother, upon assuming regency, had fully revealed her true nature: jealous, foolish, and power-hungry. In his memories, she frequently lashed him with a whip, and the situation was irrevocably dire. No one in the court would dare to support Shen Nan, and he found himself confined within the depths of the palace. Even when a maid dared to risk her life for a chance at fortune, she was swiftly dispatched by the Empress Dowager, her body concealed in a wooden tub within Shen Nan's chamber for days. The stench was so putrid that it lingered in his memories, evoking a sense of nausea that was impossible to shake off. Change would only come 7 years later, when the southern territories rebelled and the Lianxing cult sowed chaos across the land. It was then that the Buddhist sect began to rise to power, ultimately rescuing Shen Nan. However, their intentions were not altruistic. They deemed the Empress Dowager too foolish and sought to elevate Shen Nan as a puppet. Thus, the Buddhist sect seized control, heralding the onset of tumultuous times. 15 years hence, the realm turned against itself, and the Taoist sovereign emerged as a savior. By this point, imperial authority had lost all semblance of dignity, resembling the waning power of the Eastern Han era, though it still nominally ruled the Feng Dynasty. Ultimately, the demonic tribes advanced southward, and the imperial capital fell. Shen Nan, known as Emperor Yuanyu, found himself cornered upon a cliff in Jiangzhou, forced to confront his fate. I initially presumed she aspired to become Empress Jing, but it is now abundantly clear that her ambition lies in emulating Empress Dowager Cixi. A chilling derision coursed through Shen Nan's mind. He had previously regarded his mother's regency with indifference, as his primary focus remained on cultivation, and he was indeed too young to comprehend the intricacies of court politics. However, it became evident that if this foolish woman were to assume power, the demise of the Great Feng would be imminent. The voice of the young eunuch echoed once more, laced with an inkling of desperation. "Your Highness." Shen Nan's gaze turned colder still. "I command you to be silent." His attention shifted to the newly manifested lines of text from the system. The host chooses to strive for revitalization, to rejuvenate, and to restore the Great Feng. Rewards: a guaranteed package of the 10th realm tier and 1,000 restoration points. First step towards restoration. Make your name known throughout the realm, so that all may be aware of Emperor Yuanyu's intent to reclaim the throne. Reward: a guaranteed package of 2nd rank or above. The guarantees of the 10th realm and 2nd rank or above dawned upon Shen Nan. He surmised that the so-called guarantee implied a minimum outcome of individuals, techniques, or items of that caliber. As for the restoration points, they represented what could be exchanged in the marketplace. Activate. He initiated the grand package of the 10th realm. The reward materialized. The esteemed teacher Zhang Jiao of the Three Kingdoms 10th realm, celestial realm. The heavens have perished, the yellow heaven reigns. The year is Jiazi, and all under heaven is auspicious. Shen Nan. Zhang Jiao, the esteemed teacher, the most formidable rebel in history? Is this a restoration system or a rebellion system? The 10th realm package yielded the esteemed teacher Zhang Jiao, leaving Shen Nan genuinely bewildered. Even if the system was based on his circumstances 20 years hence, what need had he for a great teacher in the restoration endeavor? Suddenly, clarity struck him. The system's description indicated that he would be utterly alone, devoid of any close confidants. Thus, Zhang Jiao's experience in rebellion could swiftly facilitate his rise to power. Moreover, this esteemed teacher was not merely the historical leader of the Yellow Turbans. Zhang Jiao possessed authentic 10th realm celestial prowess, making him a top-tier expert in this realm of immortals and martial arts. With this realization, Shen Nan cast a sidelong glance at the visibly flustered young eunuch. Yu Mei wait understanding that his mother was akin to a reckless Empress Dowager Cixi. He knew he could not allow her the luxury of a tranquil regency to break the impasse. He must rely on the capabilities of the system. The young eunuch hesitated. Your Highness, regarding the Empress yet. Shen Nan paid him no heed, his gaze once again fixed upon the system. Soon, a system panel materialized clearly before his eyes. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Power, none. Subordinate. Esteemed teacher Zhang Jiao, peak of 10th realm, celestial realm. Cultivation technique. 9 dragon true, chi 8th, rank bone, refinement realm. Items, none. Overall level. Lacking the power for restoration. Restoration points, 1,000 points. The age mentioned above strikingly corresponds to Shen Nan's age in his 20s, while he himself is merely 14 years old. From this perspective, there remains ample time to alter the fate of the Great Feng Dynasty. As for the 9 dragons' true chi, it is a cultivation method practiced by the royal family of Great Feng, distinct from the contemporary Confucian, Taoist, and military strategies, representing an entirely different system. Achieving the 8th rank of bone tempering at the tender age of 14 is a testament to the considerable resources invested in the past. Otherwise, a typical 14-year-old would still be laying the foundations at the 9th rank of skin refining. Shen Nan also noticed the conspicuous label awaiting collection at the bottom of the system panel, referring to the esteemed mentor Zhang Jiao, previously acquired. With a mere thought, he could summon Zhang Jiao within a radius of several miles, and the summoned individual would exhibit unwavering loyalty to Shen Nan, which constitutes one of the fundamental strengths in this endeavor. Secondly, there are restoration points. They can be used to purchase items in the mall, which refreshes daily. The number of restoration points is determined by the progress of the restoration and can be obtained from quest rewards and daily check-ins. Daily check-ins. As long as you work towards a restoration for 3 hours, you can earn a certain number of points. Today's mall items: 10,000 for the Snow Dragon Cavalry, 10,000 for the Sunflower Guardian, and 10,000 for the grain supplies. Items in the mall. Shen Nan was dazzled by the ridiculously high points just after a few glances. Just one great snow dragon rider requires a full 20 restoration points, while the Sunflower Guards need as much as 200 points, although the grain is relatively cheap in terms of unit price. Exchanging for 10,000 loads of grain is not something that can be done with just 1,000 revival points. Receive Zhang Jiao within 10 meters outside the palace. Exchange for 5 Sunflower Guards within 10 meters outside the palace. After briefly understanding the system, Shen Nan did not hesitate to use Zhang Jiao and the restoration points. The situation was already clear. The Empress Dowager had the intention to take control. If he could not turn the situation around instantly, once the Empress Dowager successfully established her position, he would have no chance to fight back. This could be seen from the memories that had surfaced in his mind earlier. The national conditions of the Feng were evident. There was a precedent for the Empress Dowager to act as regent, and it was backed by strict laws. And the actions of the former Empress Jing had been exemplary. Once the Empress Dowager became the regent, she would legally be the master of the Feng. Even Shen Nan, the nominal emperor, could not go against her will, unless he had the opportunity to retaliate after coming of age, but by then it would be too late. Only by breaking the situation now could he change the future. A gentle breeze swept by, as more than a dozen eunuchs around Shen Nan did not react. A Taoist holding a 9-section staff and several Sunflower Guards quietly appeared in the nearby palace. As soon as Zhang Jiao opened his eyes, he understood the current situation, which was one of the abilities that came with the system. It could impart some common sense and information to these summoned individuals, allowing them to integrate into this world more quickly. Zhang Jiao had a plain appearance and an ordinary demeanor, but his eyes shone brightly like stars, exuding a strong spirit and conviction. He sighed softly. The yellow sky has not yet been established. After saying this, Zhang Jiao looked at the 5 Sunflower Guards beside him. He could tell that these people were all eunuchs and that they practiced a very cold, true energy. The so-called sunflower guards were actually those who had achieved a minor success in the sunflower manual, although their cultivation was not particularly exaggerated. They were all experts close to the 4th rank, which could provide Shen Nan with some usable people. Moreover, with his own Taoist mastery of the 10th realm, this situation was not difficult to break. Let us see how His Majesty intends to act. Zhang Jiao's gaze passed through the palace to the outside. Despite being 100 loyal, he also wanted to see what kind of temperament this current emperor he served had. Outside the hall, Shen Nan seemed to unintentionally glance towards the palace. Although his realm was only at the 8th rank of bone refinement, as a character summoned by the system, he could easily sense the presence of Zhang Jiao and others, especially the kind of abyss-like aura from Zhang Jiao, which filled him with confidence. Your Highness. The voice of a young eunuch sounded again, but unlike the previous pleading and reverent tone, there was now a hint of tremor in his voice. Granny Zhou is here. Granny Zhou. Shen Nan looked up and saw an old woman slowly walking towards her, with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, there was a certain grace in her movements, as if she were not just a court official, but a person of high status. Granny Zhou looked at Shen Nan and shook her head, saying, Your Highness, the Empress has been waiting anxiously. There was not much reverence in her words, but rather a tone of an elder speaking to her younger relatives, with a hint of sighing and familiarity. However, Shen Nan knew how ruthless this old woman was. In the memories of the future, the Empress Dowager would become as foolish as Empress Yi Shi. Besides her own poor character, virtue, and abilities, she also had the strong support of this old woman, who was a personal maid brought in by the Empress Dowager from the Duke's residence, a second-rank Grandmaster-level alchemist. Shen Nan calmly looked at the old woman and said, Mother, what are you so anxious about? Is it concerning the regency? Shen Nan calmly looked at the old lady. Mother, why are you so anxious? Is it about the regency? As these words fell, the surroundings instantly fell into silence. More than a dozen eunuchs turned pale and collapsed to the ground, and the young eunuch earlier even knelt down with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. Although there are precedents and rules for a regent mother, Shen Nan's words changed everything. A young king with the regent mother. This matter is inherently irregular. Normally, even if the king is young, as long as he is not too young to take care of himself, he is still the king, and the cabinet would still preside over the country. If one had to specify an age, it would be below 10 years old. For Shen Nan, who is 14, although still young, if he insists on ascending the throne himself and does not want the regent mother, there would be no problem. This is precisely why the mother had hurriedly brought Shen Nan to the queen's palace right after the late emperor's passing. While Chief Steward Liu and Chief Steward Zhang were busy with internal affairs, what she sought was to establish the righteousness and rules first, and then bring the young prince to meet the cabinet ministers, announce the imperial edict, and establish the regulations. Only then would the civil and military officials be summoned to meet and announce it to the world. However, if Shen Nan is unwilling and goes to the cabinet himself, the important ministers would surely support him in ascending the throne, directly skipping the regent stage. This phase can be seen as a struggle between the regent mother and the cabinet, but the regent mother would always occupy the advantage. Now, with Shen Nan's attitude being very clear, the situation is completely different. Given what these eunuchs know about the queen, they fear that she will force Shen Nan to submit. Do those of them who are aware of the inside story have a way out? Old Madame Zhou was also taken aback, her many wrinkles becoming even more pronounced. Especially with the white powder on her face, her appearance became even more terrifying, and her tone suddenly turned cold. Why would your highness ask such a question? Did someone teach you this? Who is it? The last question, who is it? Her tone sharply rose. In old Madame Zhou's view, Shen Nan, the crown prince, had always been very docile, even timid and cowardly. If it weren't for someone instigating him, why is Shen Nan able to say such things? Does he really need someone to teach him this? Shen Nan exclaimed. I am 14 years old and have followed the study of emperors since childhood. Does Granny Zhou think that I can't understand even this little matter? Upon hearing this, Granny Zhou looked at Shen Nan with uncertainty. What does your highness want to do? The empress ruling on behalf of the country is also beneficial for your highness. The court is filled with old foxes, and since your highness is still young, suddenly taking control of power may lead to being manipulated by those people. Only with the empress ruling can the imperial power be more stable. More stable imperial power. If it weren't for knowing the memories, Shen Nan would actually believe this nonsense. He thinks he doesn't know any imperial skills and is not good at scheming against others. But compared to that cheap mother of his, he is much stronger. At the very least, no matter how he struggles, he could never bring down the Great Feng Dynasty. Moreover, with the restoration system in place, he may not be skilled, but there are those who are. Sometimes a ruler does not need to do too much. He just needs to find someone he can trust. Coincidentally, Shen Nan has enough trusted people, and there will be more in the future. He did not respond, but coldly looked at Grandma Zhou. If I do not agree, are you going to tie me up? Grandma Zhou's expression changed several times, and finally, as if sensing something, she replied, "How could this old servant dare?" The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. It was the cheap empress mother, who could no longer wait and came out directly. She wore a luxurious empress dress, clearly still not having changed into plain clothes, her face as cold as frost. And as she walked, the various phoenix hairpins on her head danced wildly. After reaching Shen Nan, her expression became amiable. "Nanner, why aren't you coming with me quickly?" Before the cheap empress mother could finish her sentence, Grandma Zhou approached and whispered a few words. The empress mother's previously feigned, gentle expression instantly lost control. Her noble and elegant demeanor turned cold, and her phoenix eyes immediately fixed on Shen Nan with an icy glare. "Do you want to defy me?" Since marrying into the palace 7 years ago, Shen Nan had never dared to defy her like this. This made Empress Chun extremely angry. How dare he? Shen Nan's expression was calm. "Rebellion? I am the emperor. How can there be talk of rebellion?" Even if he had not yet ascended the throne, legally speaking, the Great Feng Dynasty had only him as the qualified heir. This was something that no one could change, and it was one of Shen Nan's greatest supports. Empress Chun stared coldly at Shen Nan. "I don't know where your confidence comes from, but today is not up to you." She glanced at Grandma Zhou with the corner of her eye. With just a look, Grandma Zhou moved without hesitation, rushing towards Shen Nan like a ghost. As a mere servant, she was unaware of any future emperor. Her life and fortune were tightly bound to Empress Chun. Not to mention that Shen Nan was not yet the emperor. Even if he were, she would dare to strike. A chilling wind swept in, bone-piercingly cold. As a grandmaster at the divine refinement stage, Grandma Zhou's attack, even without any intent to kill, was enough to crush Shen Nan, who was at the 8th rank of the bone refinement stage, simply with her aura. However, his expression remained calm, even eerily so. Zhang Jiao. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Shen Nan. At the moment the chilling wind arrived, the 9-section staff was suddenly swung out. Boom! With just a casual horizontal swing, Zhang Jiao sent Grandma Zhou flying several dozen meters away. Her cold, aged body crashed into the palace, disappearing without a trace. Only dust stirred between the two, and with Zhang Jiao's peak strength at the celestial realm, he could easily crush a second-rank grandmaster without using any techniques. 5 coldly orbed sunflower guards instantly surrounded Shen Nan. Upon seeing this scene, Empress Chen's expression changed dramatically. A 10th realm celestial? Only someone of the 1st rank Earth Immortal or above could so easily defeat Grandma Zhou. Moreover, Zhang Jiao was dressed in Taoist garb, which made Empress Chun involuntarily think more. She coldly questioned, "Are you from Qinghe Palace? Or Longhu Mountain? Or Jinghe Palace?" The 3 sects she mentioned were the most illustrious in the Great Feng Daoist sect. As for the 4th sect, the Earth sect, it was absolutely impossible for them to participate in palace struggles, as the sect leader was currently the head of the Tiangong Academy. Regardless of who held power, it would not affect the status of the Tiangong Academy. The Earth sect also never participated in court struggles. Zhang Jiao's appearance instantly reversed the situation. Even though Empress Chun still had several powerful guards in her palace, these experts were at most 3rd-rank grandmasters. Although she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chu and the Empress of Great Feng, having a 2nd-rank grandmaster serving was already the limit. How could she casually command any Earth Immortal or 10th realm celestial above 2nd rank? Moreover, Zhang Jiao's appearance caused her to lose her composure. And Shen Nan's transformation was even more so. How could the usually timid and cowardly crown prince suddenly become like this? How could a crown prince raised in the Eastern Palace gain the assistance of a Taoist celestial? Empress Chen's phoenix eyes grew increasingly suspicious. Which old fox from the Taoist sect is behind this? The 4 sects of the Taoist school: Longhu Mountain, Qinghe Palace, Jinghe Palace, and Earth sect. Among them, the Earth sect was devoted to the path of refining tools. Longhu Mountain was supreme in sword prefecture, focusing on exorcising demons and cultivating immortality. Qinghe Palace was the alchemy school, skilled in alchemy, also attracting various powerful figures. Jinghe Palace was a new Taoist sect supported by the Jiangnan aristocracy, mixing talismans, alchemy, and dual cultivation. If anyone was likely to plot for the crown Prince Shen Nan, it could only be Jinghe Palace and Qinghe Palace. However, Even though Empress Chun was well informed, she had never heard of such a figure as Zhang Jiao. Not to mention how Empress Chun felt. Shen Nan's expression remained calm as he quietly looked at Empress Chun. What does it matter which Taoist temple? Today it is impossible for you, mother, to continue with the regency. Please send someone to fetch the ceremonial robes. I am currently dressed in a purple robe, which is not suitable for the cabinet. The ceremonial robes were not merely a symbol of the crown prince's attire. They also represented the empress's attitude. After all, such precious garments had always been kept by the empress. If Shen Nan could wear the ceremonial robes to the cabinet, then the ministers would understand the situation and make corresponding choices. Conversely, if he wore only his regular robes, those old foxes would likely have their own thoughts. It was not about usurpation or any nonsensical ideas, but they would see the inappropriate relationship between Shen Nan and Empress Chun and could infer certain situations from it. The future downfall of the Feng Dynasty was partly due to the scheming and foolishness of Empress Chun, but the internal issues were also severe. Moreover, Shen Nan believed that as long as he could ascend the throne calmly today, dealing with the foolish Empress Chun would be extremely easy, and even the Duke of Chu behind her would not be a threat. The real trouble lay with those old foxes in the Feng court. Ceremonial robes? Empress Chen's expression stiffened, and she said with a forced smile, I have underestimated you in the past. Your preparations are quite thorough, indicating that this is not a result of a single day's effort. Although there were no formidable experts beside her, only a second-rank refining master, Granny Zhou, who could pose a challenge, it did not mean that the Feng palace was simple. Let's not mention anything else. Just the long-standing ministers in the cabinet were all remarkable figures. Furthermore, the entire imperial capital was under the influence of the legalist tactics of the Minister of Justice, Fa Yang, not to mention a 10th-level expert. Even if a first-rank terrestrial immortal appeared in the palace, Fa Yang, the visible 11th-level legalist sub-saint, would immediately notice and send the guards to investigate. This was the stabilizing force that kept the Feng imperial capital secure. In Empress Chen's view, even if one of those old Taoist foxes made a move, attempting to sneak a 10th-level Taoist celestial into the palace without Fa Yang's notice would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Today, she had lost. Having underestimated her nominal eldest son, go, bring the crown prince's ceremonial robes here. I will personally take you to the throne today. Although Empress Chun was somewhat foolish, she was not truly a fool in the literal sense. Thanks to the careful nurturing by the Duke of Chu, one could say she was quite astute. But her heart was too cruel and selfish. Her expertise lay only in the treacherous schemes of a petty woman, and she had no understanding of how to govern a country. Shen Nan said calmly, there is no need for Mother Empress to intervene. Zhang Jiao alone is enough. If Chen Empress were to bring him to the throne, what would all his previous actions count for? Even if Chen Empress could not establish herself as regent through this, she could still use today as events to plot for the future. Today, Shen Nan aims to completely cut off Chen Empress's thoughts of being regent and make her stop her delusions. Chen Empress's face turned ashen, and she remained silent, her phoenix eyes growing increasingly cold. Today, this superficial mother-son relationship had completely broken. Soon, someone brought the ceremonial robes. Under the service of several palace maids, Shen Nan donned the ceremonial attire, and his young, handsome face gained a touch of majesty. This was the imperial dignity bestowed by the hundreds of years of the Great Feng Dynasty. In a moment of daze, Chen Empress seemed to see the late emperor. But this late emperor was not the recently deceased monarch. It was Ming Chongdi, who had ascended to the throne as a youth and was only 23 when Empress Jing returned power to him. He then held supreme authority for decades, leading the Great Feng Dynasty to unprecedented prosperity. Unfortunately, in his later years, Ming Chongdi became infatuated with the pursuit of immortality, ultimately leading to a decline in national power and significant internal issues within the dynasty. This scenario was somewhat reminiscent of a combination of the reigns of Jiajing and Tang, Xuanzong Lilongji. Nanner has truly grown up. A thought flashed through Chen Empress's mind, but the next moment, it was replaced by deeper resentment. She could also do what Empress Jing did. Moreover, she was confident that she could do it even better than Empress Jing. Shen Nan paid no attention to Empress Chen's change in expression. After putting on his crown robe, he didn't even glance at her, simply turning away calmly and walking towards Huafeng Gate. Beyond Huafeng Gate was the main hall, a place where someone like Empress Chun could not interfere. Shen Nan will truly face the strongest opponents, a group of cunning old foxes with deep cultivation. To establish imperial power, mere rules are not enough. However, The most important thing at the moment is not this. Shen Nan glanced at the system. First step to restoring the country. Make a name for oneself. Let the world know that Emperor Yuan Yu still has the heart to restore the country. Reward. Guaranteed package of second rank or above. Making a name for oneself might be a bit troublesome for the future Shen Nan. But for the current Shen Nan, he just needs to successfully ascend the throne to announce it to the world. This will make the name of Emperor Yuan Yu resound throughout the land. A guaranteed package of second rank or above is enough to make Shen Nan look forward to it. Even if it's just a second rank package, it's still at the Grandmaster level. After all, this is a world of immortals and martial arts. When Shen Nan calmly walked into the Ronga Hall, he had only briefly examined this imposing and grand hall. The 7 cabinet ministers, led by the Prime Minister Zhang Su, had already arrived here. Unlike the royal palaces in ordinary history, the main hall of the Great Feng Dynasty spans hundreds of zhang in both length and width, fortified with numerous formations, and is further enhanced by the national fortune that has shrouded this place for years. Such a hall is indeed the safest place in the entire Great Feng Dynasty, and even the martial gods of the 11th realm would find it difficult to breach this place, especially since the entire imperial capital of Great Feng is guarded by several celestial beings of the 10th realm, along with the openly recognized 11th realm sub-saint of the legalist school, Fei Yang, making any possibility of foreign invasion non-existent. Shen Nan slowly entered the Grand Hall. Under the watchful eyes of important ministers like Zhang Su and Yang Ku, he walked step by step to the dragon throne that symbolized power and sat down without hesitation. With the coronation robe, the formation, and a national fortune enveloping him, these 3 blessings combined, Shen Nan's own authority surged instantly, and his youthful face no longer bore any trace of immaturity. Instead, a heavy and imposing sense of pressure emanated from him, one that even made Zhang Jiao raise an eyebrow slightly. Xian Zhao, right? His indifferent voice caused Zhang Su and the others to be puzzled once again. This aura was not like that of the previous crown prince. However, no one suspected that the Shen Nan before them was an impostor, simply because this grand hall was already enveloped in the country's fortune. The person who could sit on the dragon throne must undoubtedly be of the Shen royal bloodline. This was also set up by the founding ancestor of the Great Feng Dynasty, a sage of the 14 realms. Xian. Now, there is the crown prince Shen Nan. Lu Zhong's solemn voice echoed throughout the hall, and he held a decree in his hand. It was left by the late emperor. Although the late emperor had suddenly passed away today, his frail health had long been anticipated. Even more than 10 days ago, a Taoist from the Qinghe Palace had entered the palace to take his pulse, only to sigh in the end, stating that there was no remedy. Even in the Xinwu world, some ailments cannot be cured by human means. After all, this world is not yet a true fantasy world of immortals. There are no genuine immortal medicines. Moreover, as the ruler of a nation, the fate of the country is extremely difficult to change. Even a true immortal of the Confucian school in the 14 realms would find it hard to alter the fate of the Great Feng monarch. Otherwise, the founding ancestor would not have passed away just 40 years after establishing the Great Feng Dynasty. It is known that masters above the 10th realm can live for over 1,000 years. Currently, Fei Yang of the 11th realm of the legalists is a person from the time of the founding ancestor of the Great Feng. However, at that time, Fei Yang was just a young boy and not very prominent. Yet now he has become the true pillar of the Great Feng Dynasty. As Lu Zhong finished the proclamation, the cabinet scholars led by Zhang Su all bowed their heads. We pay our respects to your majesty. In this world, there are no formal kneeling rituals. This is also a sign of respect for these high-ranking officials. Anyone who could become a cabinet scholar is undoubtedly a master of the Confucian school, at least of the first rank. This level is already referred to as terrestrial immortals. How could terrestrial immortals bow their heads to the emperor? Shen Nan was indifferent to this point. Imperial authority was never established merely through kneeling. No need for formalities, he said with an indifferent expression. Zhang Su and the others slowly rose, their gazes also directed at the figure above. Although only 14 years old, his stature and appearance were already mature, exuding a strong imperial majesty that reminded many of Emperor Chong of the Ming Dynasty. His demeanor was consistently authoritative and aloof. In contrast, the late emperor, who ascended the throne at the age of 40, did not possess the same level of authority as Shen Nan, especially since the late emperor's personality was overly indecisive, lacking any aura of authority. When they saw Zhang Jiao standing on the right side of the hall, along with 5 members of the Sunflower Guard, Zhang Su and the others instantly began to regard Shen Nan with greater importance. Regardless of which Taoist sect Zhang Jiao belonged to, based solely on Shen Nan's current methods, he cannot be viewed as a mere child. Your Majesty, since the laws have been established, may I issue an order for the civil and military officials to meet? Zhang Su, as the Prime Minister, was the first to speak up, his eyes brightening as he spoke. Approved, Shen Nan replied casually. However, this was just an opening remark. Zhang Su's next question made Shen Nan sense the restlessness of these old foxes. May I ask who this person is? He was referring to Zhang Jiao. At this moment, although there were not many people in the Hall of Glory, it was a very formal occasion. 7 cabinet ministers and 2 chief eunuchs were present to witness the establishment of the new emperor of the Great Feng. How could Zhang Jiao, even if he were a Taoist of the 10th realm, stand here? What law could justify this? He is a guest left by my father for me. Shen Nan had long anticipated this. He calmly said, according to the Prime Minister, what position should this person be appointed to? He directly bypassed the question of why Zhang Jiao appeared here and attributed the appearance of this Taoist celestial being to the deceased former emperor. This not only left no evidence to refute, but also cut off Zhang Su's forthcoming words. As the emperor of the Great Feng, does Shen Nan not deserve to have even a protector among his retainers? Zhang Su was indeed at a loss for words. If that were the case, he should be appointed as a third-rank Taoist protector. The official system of the Great Feng Dynasty is overall similar to the 3 provinces and 6 ministries of the Ming Dynasty, but it includes an additional Taoist official system, which was also fiercely advocated by the Taoist sect. The so-called third-rank Taoist protector is equivalent to a commander of the Imperial Guard, but with greater power and more freedom. In the late years of Emperor Chong of Ming, his desire for immortality led to the emergence of many more Taoist officials. However, after the ascension of the late emperor, many Taoist officials have already been dismissed from the palace in the past 3 months. For Zhang Su and other high-ranking officials who experienced the era of Emperor Chong, having another Zhang Jiao is not a big deal. Moreover, Zhang Jiao is ultimately a celestial being of the 10 realms of Taoism, so they cannot offend him too much. However, Zhang Su has also gathered some insights, namely that Zhang Jiao does not seem to belong to the 4 major sects of Taoism. Otherwise, Shen Nan could confidently state which Tao palace Zhang Jiao belonged to, thereby putting pressure on them. Following the words of the chief assistant, Shen Nan nodded slightly. Soon after, it was the deputy assistant Yang Ku who stepped forward. However, what he spoke about was not a test. He was simply discussing the burial of the late emperor, matters regarding the imperial tomb, and then some issues related to the handling of state affairs. These were the topics at hand. Shen Nan did not express any opinions. He had a clear understanding of himself. In terms of handling political affairs and strategizing, he was simply not a match for these people and could not deal with these matters. Therefore, every time Yang Ke said something, he would only look towards Chief Minister Zhang Su or would direct his gaze towards Liu Zhong. When the two had no objections, he remained silent. Shen Nan nodded in agreement. Although this approach was a form of checks and balances, it also made Zhang Su and the others breathe a sigh of relief. They were unaware of what had happened in the inner palace before. However, since Empress Chun did not appear here, it was clear that Shen Nan held the initiative. Moreover, with Shen Nan's current imposing demeanor, they were genuinely concerned that he might have too many ambitions. Now it seemed that this new ruler was much better than they had imagined. At least he would not act recklessly like the late emperor. However, this was also part of Shen Nan's previous considerations. Although he had a restoration system, he didn't actually need to restore the country. And even if he wanted to seize power, there was no need to be so blatant about it. The so-called power is a matter of name, reality, and righteousness. He lacked none of these. Power inherently belongs to the emperor. What Shen Nan wants is simply how to grasp actual power, which requires sufficient manpower. It's not about hastily seizing power right away, as that would only harm the interests of the Great Feng. The best authority he can currently grasp is the power of the eunuchs. The power of the eunuchs is inherently dependent on the emperor. Shen Nan wants to grasp the power of the Great Feng, yet he still needs to engage in a battle of wits with these old foxes. However, if he aims to control the eunuch's power, it becomes much simpler, because these matters, whether from a legal or procedural standpoint, are ultimately decided by the emperor's word. This is also the focus of Shen Nan's upcoming efforts, to control the eunuchs. Besides this, there is another power to seize, which is the legalists. The current Minister of Justice, F.A. Yang, although a remnant from the time of the Great Feng's ancestors, is also a figure of the 11th realm of the legalists. A true top expert in today's world. However, F.A. Yang is most loyal to the Great Feng. According to the memories inherited by Shen Nan, When the Buddhist sect took control of the Great Feng, Fa Yang was able to fight against the 12 realms bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. Although he ultimately faced defeat, the sudden display of his 12 realms' legalist, saintly cultivation and the solemn might of his techniques revealed the true terror of Fa Yang to the world. It also made the future Shen Nan realize that Fa Yang, who has always been serious and outspoken, is the true loyal minister of the Great Feng. The most critical aspect is the terrifying power held by Fa Yang, known as the Jijin Wu. Although it sounds like a military guard department, it is entirely different. The authority of the Jijin Wu encompasses patrolling the capital, preventing theft, capturing criminals, adjudicating cases, guarding the capital, managing weapons, and even having the power to temporarily summon any department to secure the capital. One could say that within the capital, the power of the Jijin Wu is equivalent to that of the Ming Dynasty's Jinyui, and even more powerful. The reason the Jijin Wu has such authority is primarily due to the rules set by the founding emperor in the past. And secondly, because the cultivation philosophy of the legalists is based on the empire. For a legalist to ascend to the 10th realm of celestial beings, they must participate in the establishment of laws and deeply understand their own legal path, integrating their own way into the laws of the Great Feng. The legalists are the laws. Fa Yang was able to achieve the 12 realms of legalist saint because he has integrated everything about himself into various aspects of the Great Feng over the past few hundred years, strictly adhering to the laws, procedures, and legal principles he established. As long as one can follow their own laws, a legalist is nearly invincible under the cover of the law. However, the downsides are also quite evident. That is, a legalist must never violate the laws they have set. It is precisely because of this flaw that Fa Yang was defeated when the Buddhist sect took control in the future. Nonetheless, Fa Yang's loyalty is only to the Great Feng Dynasty, not to any particular ruler. If Shen Nan wants to control the influence of the legalists, he still needs to put in some effort. At this moment, the cabinet ministers led by Zhang Su have already arranged everything meticulously. Your Majesty, the chief minister Zhang Su said solemnly when the officials came to pay their respects. At this time, the discussions taking place in the Ronghua Pavilion were more about establishing laws and confirming the new ruler. Shen Nan is now, in name, the Emperor of the Great Feng. However, he still has to go through the process of announcing it to the world and receiving the audience of officials. As for the coronation ceremony, the Great Feng Dynasty does not have such a process. Shen Nan collected his thoughts and nodded, saying, "All right." After the officials had an audience, Shen Nan's first system task is about to be completed. He is also looking forward to who will be summoned by the upcoming second grade and above gift packs. Dong, dong, dong. The dull bell sound in the palace rang again, this time with much more rhythm and continuous, ringing a total of 100 times. After the 100 rings, the solemn and muffled bell sound echoed from all the temples and monasteries in the entire capital of the Great Feng Empire, as well as from the central drum tower. The emperor has passed away, and the new monarch has ascended the throne, with the bells ringing 30,000 times. This ringing announces that the officials will begin to enter the palace in an orderly manner. Earlier at dawn, most of the civil and military officials who heard the bell let out a sigh of relief. They adjusted their attire and hurried towards the palace according to their ranks, along the way seeing the order maintained by the guards. Although Fa Yang, due to his position as the Minister of Justice, did not enter the palace immediately, he had already arranged everything before the bell rang. When the officials saw the guards, their expressions became more composed, because this is the sky of the Great Feng. As long as the guards and Fa Yang are present, nothing chaotic will happen in the capital of the Great Feng, especially with the new monarch being established so quickly. It was obvious that no issues had occurred within the palace. It was unclear whether it was the new monarch in power or the Empress Dowager, Chun, who was acting as regent. With such thoughts in mind, the civil and military officials gathered in front of the Ronga Hall by noon. Although the Ronga Hall spans several hundred feet and can accommodate tens of thousands, not everyone can enter. Only those of the 5th rank and above are allowed inside. Most officials could only watch enviously as those in red and purple robes entered the Ronga Hall. Through the open doors of the hall, they could vaguely see a figure at the very top. Is Empress Qin not present? Is a new monarch in power? They had heard that the Duke of Chu had a joyful expression when he left home today, but it seems he thought too much. Be cautious with your words. The Duke of Chu is the biological father of Empress Chun. If Empress Chun is acting as regent, then the Duke of Chu's power as an external relative would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. However, if the new emperor is in power now, then the Duke's hopes have clearly been dashed. The most crucial point is Empress Qin's well-known jealousy and temperament. Would she really be willing to give up the regent position? It's likely not that simple. Many people had some speculations in their hearts. Inside the Ronga Hall, officials of the 5th rank and above gathered together. The Great Feng Dynasty is indeed in its prosperous period, with a population of several billion. There are hundreds of officials above the 5th rank alone. From Shen Nan's elevated perspective, it looked like a sea of black. He also recognized quite a few familiar figures among them. This familiarity does not come from the month he has traveled through, but from the memories of Shen Nan from the future. After all, since Shen Nan traveled here, he has never left the palace and naturally cannot recognize any foreign officials. These familiar figures could be loyal ministers, treacherous officials, or those with potential. This made Shen Nan feel a bit emotional. Setting aside the rewards from the system gift packs, just the memories of the next 20 years are already the greatest advantage. Amidst a myriad of thoughts, Shen Nan once again saw the few lines of small text before him. The first step to restoring the country. Make a name for oneself in the world, letting everyone know that Emperor Yuan you still has the heart to restore the country. Reward. Guaranteed gift pack of 2nd rank or above. Claim. Shen Nan unhesitatingly claimed the gift package. He opened the guaranteed package for 2nd tier and above. The reward was the Spring and Autumn Great Demon Han Shangxian, peak 2nd tier, peak Grandmaster. He had commanded 100,000 eunuchs for decades, and his 3,000 red threads struck fear in the martial world, invincible beneath the land. Although Han Xingxuan's strength was far inferior to that of immortal Marshal Zhang Jiao, his peak 2nd tier strength was already sufficient to be invincible below the 1st tier Earth Immortals. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of Han Shangxian was his decades of experience in wielding eunuch power. This allowed Shen Nan to calmly control the authority of the eunuchs. According to his previous thoughts, after the coronation court meeting, he should first utilize Lu Zhong to consolidate the eunuch power. Now that he had summoned the Spring and Autumn Great Demon Han Shangxian, there was much more room for maneuvering. He summoned him to a side hall 100 meters away. Shen Nan silently recited in his heart. Suddenly, a figure appeared quietly in the side hall. The sudden emergence of Han Shangxian also caught the attention of some high-ranking officials in the Ronga Hall. However, upon sensing the cold aura of only a 2nd-grade Grandmaster, they all pretended to be indifferent. After all, it was quite normal for the palace to have a 2nd-grade Grandmaster among the eunuchs, and it wasn't worth paying too much attention to. Only the Minister of Justice, F.A. Yang, frowned slightly, as he could sense more than the others. Han Shangxian had been in charge of the eunuchs for decades and had brutally killed countless masters in the martial world. The bloody aura surrounding him was not indicative of a good person. However, F.A. Yang did not say much, as his responsibility was merely to uphold the laws of the Great Feng. On the other hand, the 2 high-ranking eunuchs, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, looked somewhat uneasy. After all, they had been in charge of the Great Feng court for many years and had not discovered any hidden 2nd-grade Grandmasters, especially since Han Xingxuan's aura felt very off. Your Majesty, the officials have arrived. Zhang Su's voice interrupted Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's thoughts. Shen Nan nodded. Let's begin. The current protocol for the officials to pay their respects has established the new emperor's position. As for discussing state affairs, that is no longer necessary. The 7 grand secretaries of the cabinet have already handled most matters. Shen Nan only needs to sit for a while before dismissing the court. Ultimately, this process is merely to let all the civil and military officials know that the new emperor has ascended the throne. Bang! Bang! The solemn sound of drums echoed again. Officials ranked above the 5th grade stood with serious expressions, and the square outside the Hall of Honors fell silent in an instant. The atmosphere became sacred and solemn. Officials pay their respects. Lu Zhong's loud voice rang out. Accompanied by this voice, the cabinet's important ministers, led by Zhang Su, immediately knelt down, saying, "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long life." Although the Great Feng Dynasty does not have a custom of kneeling, it is still necessary to do so on significant occasions to establish the hierarchy between the ruler and the subjects. Even F.A. Yin, the sub-saint of legalism, solemnly knelt down. Such laws were established by him. The philosophy of legalism also upholds the kingly way, honoring the emperor. The sight of all officials bowing down and the cheers of thousands stirred Shen Nan's heart. After all, he was just an ordinary person in his past life and had never witnessed such scenes, especially with these individuals being true great figures. However, despite the turmoil in his heart, his expression remained increasingly calm and composed. You all may rise. This was also a change in Shen Nan after his reincarnation. A month in the East Palace had already taught him to mask his emotions. Under the auspices of the Hall of Honors, Shen Nan's mind became even more composed and dignified. All civil and military officials stood up. According to the protocol, it was time for the officials to dismiss the court. However, Fa Yin stepped forward with a stern face and said, "Your Majesty is only 16 years old. According to the laws of the Great Feng, the Empress Dowager should oversee the state. If the Empress Dowager is unwilling to do so, there should be a minister to assist the state in managing the Red Dragon Guard. May I ask how your Majesty wishes to arrange this?" His face was thin and cold, and his tone was stiff. If it were not for knowing Shen Nan was aware of Fa Yan's temperament, one might think Fa Yan was someone close to the Empress Dowager. However, this is Fa Yan's character. In his memories, Fa Yan's personality was truly rigid and stern, adhering strictly to laws and regulations, even more so than Wei Zheng, the admonishing minister. If one had to compare, he resembled the behavior and temperament of Hai Rui from the Ming Dynasty. The Empress Dowager naturally did not wish to oversee the state. Zhang Su had already briefly understood Shen Nan's changes. He was somewhat satisfied with this new emperor, as he was much more pleasant than the temperament of Empress Dowager Chen. Moreover, Shen Nan had shown great composure during their handling of state affairs earlier. Therefore, he immediately dismissed the notion of the Empress Dowager. As for the Red Dragon Guard, Zhang Su pondered for a moment and said, "According to ancestral regulations, if there is no minister of assistance established by the late emperor, your Majesty may temporarily take charge." The late emperor had only ascended the throne for 3 months, although there had been signs of early demise. The late emperor did not expect to pass away so soon and could not possibly arrange for any important ministers of assistance. The phrase "Your Majesty may temporarily take charge" was also a favor Zhang Su was offering to Shen Nan. In his view, although Shen Nan was only 14 years old, he had already displayed some semblance of a ruler. He was certainly not someone who would act recklessly. Furthermore, although the Red Dragon 10 guards had around 200,000 men, in reality, they might not even have 150,000. At the beginning of the Great Feng's establishment, the Red Dragon 10 guards were the strongest elite troops in the world. But after 800 years, the Great Feng had entered a prosperous era, and the strength of the Red Dragon 10 guards could be imagined. Shen Nan, while displaying a hint of royal demeanor, does not care about the chaos he stirs. After all, it is the interests of the military generals and noble families that will be harmed, not those of the scholars. Moreover, this might even allow His Majesty to develop a dislike for the military generals and noble families. Zhang Su's words are indeed cunning. The Confucians will not suffer losses. Fa Ying did not look at Zhang Su. He simply spoke in a firm tone. "May I ask how your Majesty intends to proceed?" This clearly shows he does not regard Zhang Su. According to the law, this matter indeed does not warrant a response from the chief minister. However, such a blatant slap in the face made Zhang Su's expression turn ashen, rude. If there is anything the Confucians despise, aside from the brashness of the military, it is the rigidness of the legalists, especially Fa Ying. Legalists all learn from Fa Ying, behaving like harsh officials, devoid of any human sentiment. In fact, it is not just the legalists. Even the Duke of Chu, representing the military nobles, detests the legalists, especially since the Red Dragon Guard was supposed to be his property. Now, seeing Empress Chen not overseeing the state is one thing, but what does Fa Ying want to do with the Red Dragon Guard? The Duke of Chu was about to stand up and say something, but suddenly heard Shen Nan's calm voice. "I shall take command temporarily." Although the 10 Red Dragons are already in a state of decay, this military power is something Shen Nan intends to grasp in the future. And today, he must establish righteousness. "Your Majesty." The Duke of Chu's expression changed slightly as he was about to speak. Shen Nan's expression turned cold as he interrupted. "Zhang Su." Zhang Su quickly reacted and stepped forward, saying, "Your servant is here." Shen Nan looked deeply at Zhang Su and said, "According to ancestral laws, since there is no appointment of a state minister by the late emperor, may I, as the Red Dragon Guard, temporarily take charge? Can we adhere to ancestral laws? Can we violate the regulations?" Prime Minister Zhang Su replied without hesitation. "Your Majesty should indeed take charge temporarily. This action also complies with ancestral laws and regulations." Fa Yang nodded as well. "Your Majesty has not violated the ancestral laws or regulations. After all, the 10 Red Dragons were established by our ancestors to protect the imperial capital. Even the Ministry of War has no authority to oversee the deployment and arrangement of the 10 Red Dragons. In the past, it was because the emperor was young, and the military generals and noble families were deeply trusted, which is why they were always led by the Duke of Chu and the military nobility. But now that Shen Nan has spoken, the Red Dragon Guard must be under his control in every aspect. This is the righteousness of the matter. Even though Fa Yang is strict, his previous words were not aimed at anyone. He was merely inquiring in an orderly manner. The Duke of Chu, however, looked anxious and wanted to say something. Your Majesty is young and... Shen Nan looked calmly at the Duke of Chu. Such a gaze, under the blessing of national fortune, made the Duke of Chu's heart tremble. Legalist Feng Yi and Confucian leader Zhang Su also glanced over instantly. One represented the legalists, while the other was the head of the Confucians and the chief minister. Under such pressure, the Duke of Chu dared not speak again. Shen Nan retracted his gaze and said calmly, "The court is dismissed." Lu Zhong's steady voice also echoed instantly. His Majesty has decreed the court is dismissed. As the words fell, Shen Nan had already risen and was leaving the Ronga Hall, heading towards the side hall. Zhang Su and Fa Yang, along with all the civil and military officials, bowed and said, "We bid farewell to your Majesty." Amidst the calls of the officials, Shen Nan walked out of Ronghua Pavilion, followed by the calm and composed Master Zhang Jiao. They made their way to the side hall, Jinghua Hall. Shen Nan just looked at Zhang Jiao. It's quite an honor for the Celestial Master to temporarily take on the position of a third-grade protective Taoist officer. With Zhang Jiao's cultivation level in the Taoist realm of 10 stages, being assigned to a third-grade protective Taoist officer may seem a bit of an insult. However, Zhang Jiao is not someone who cares about such superficial titles. He simply smiled lightly at Shen Nan. "Your Highness, from what I observed today, this Great Feng appears to be flourishing, but in reality, there are many internal contradictions. It's like a volcano that has been building up pressure for a long time. With just a slight misstep, it could lead to a day when the natural disaster's flames sweep across the world." Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao upon hearing this. Although Zhang Jiao had received memories instilled by the system, he was completely unaware of the fact that the Great Feng would perish 20 years later. How could Zhang Jiao discern so much from this brief moment in the morning assembly? Shen Nan said, "What is the view of the Taoist master?" Zhang Jiao replied softly, "There are too many factions and the imperial power is weak." Although the great sage and good teacher Zhang Jiao has never held any high official position or any title, he was once able to lead 1,000,000 yellow turbans in rebellion. His insight into people's hearts has reached an extraordinary level. Just from a brief morning assembly, he could already see the shortcomings of the Great Feng, which is that there are too many factions. Although Shen Nan knew the future in advance, he still couldn't see much. "What do you mean?" Zhang Jiao said slowly. "Just by looking at the attitude of Empress Dowager Chun, Zhang Su, and others towards Taoism, one can tell that the Taoism in this world must be extraordinary. Taoism also has its 4 major sects, which is a complication. Moreover, in today's court meeting, there are a total of 7 cabinet ministers. Although it was only the Prime Minister Zhang Su who was speaking, it was obvious that the others were not unified with him. From what the ministers observed, the Confucians would have 3 major factions, and the same applies to the Duke of Chu's side. Logically speaking, the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu should have stood up to speak earlier. However, the only person who has been speaking is the Duke of Chu himself. This is certainly due to the new emperor's ascension to the throne, which commands great authority. However, it is also not difficult to see that among the military nobles, there are many who have their own thoughts, and the Duke of Chu is unable to control the situation. On the other hand, that Fa appears to be steadfast, but is actually the most loyal person to the Great Feng. Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao in surprise. He didn't expect that in such a short moment during the morning meeting, Zhang Jiao could see some things clearly. He nodded and said, "What the Heavenly Master said is precisely the current flaw. The Great Feng is at its peak of prosperity. But who would have thought that 20 years later, the Great Feng would be on the verge of destruction?" Shen Nan spoke out the information conveyed by the system. The southern border is in rebellion, and Lianqing's teachings are causing chaos in the world. The Buddhist sect is making its appearance, and the Taoist Lord is here to save the world. The demon clan is moving south. This is what the future of the Great Feng will have to endure. Although Shen Nan has now stopped the foolish regency of the demon queen, the situation in the Great Feng has not changed significantly. As Zhang Jiao said, there are too many complexities within the Great Feng, with the 4 Taoist sects, the 3 major Buddhist schools, the 3 Confucian academies, and the 3 military factions. Not to mention the various practitioners of arts across the land. These are merely internal factors. Externally, There are also the southern borders witch clan and the barbaric demon clan, eyeing them covetously. In such circumstances, how can the new monarch quickly seize power and improve everything? It is a severe test of one's capabilities. Shen Nan is aware of his own abilities. He is undoubtedly calmer than most. However, in his past life, he was ultimately just an ordinary person. If he wants to avoid the future destruction of the Great Feng Dynasty, the only thing he can rely on is the individuals summoned by the system, such as the great sage and virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao and the great demon of the spring and autumn period, Han Shengxian. He can only depend on the top figures from various realms summoned by the system. And the great righteousness represented by Shen Nan himself is what allows others to turn the tide. In this regard, Shen Nan is much easier to deal with than the ancient kings of history. After all, the Great Feng is ultimately a world of immortals and martial arts, where martial power is revered. Regardless of how powerful or intricate the forces of military generals, nobility, Confucians, and Buddhists may be, as long as Shen Nan possesses sufficient martial strength, he can push through effortlessly. However, he slightly squinted his eyes. My current strength is still far from enough. Although Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian are quite strong, it's still insufficient to ensure the supremacy of imperial power and change the fate of the Great Feng. Just at that moment, Shen Nan once again saw a line of information in front of him. You have publicly declared that Emperor Yuanyu is still alive and has the ambition to revive the Great Feng. Next, you need to accumulate enough strength to carry out the great undertaking of restoring the country, truly taking the first step in restoration. Task: accumulate 1 million taels of silver. Accumulate 1 million taels of silver. This is the task that Shen Nan has refreshed this time. It should be noted that silver in the Great Feng is extremely valuable. A typical family of 5 spends only about 5 taels of silver a year. 1 million taels of silver is enough to feed 1 million people for a year. Moreover, if Shen Nan remembers correctly, there are now less than 200,000 taels of silver left in the royal treasury. The reasons for this are quite complex. But the main reason is that while the Great Feng seems to be flourishing, the constant defense against the barbaric demon tribes means that the military salaries alone are astronomical. Additionally, after more than 800 years of the Great Feng's establishment, land consolidation and tax issues have long been problematic. In simple terms, it is somewhat similar to the situation at the end of the Ming Dynasty, where major powers and noble families are profiting immensely while the emperor, as the ruler of the Great Feng, has little income. Moreover, with Shanshu Li Si in charge of the Ministry of Justice, the emperor cannot indiscriminately amass wealth, and the silver in the royal treasury has always been limited. If we consider the system's prediction for the next 20-year node, 1 million taels of silver would not be a significant task. After all I need to do is announce to the world that I am still alive. And with the Great Feng's 800 years of prestige, countless noble families would invest. A mere 1 million taels of silver could be raised in half a month. But at this point in time, it has become troublesome. Shen Nan frowned slightly. Sometimes the tasks released by the system are indeed very simple. For example, the previous task. But sometimes the tasks do not become simpler just because the time is advanced. However, to be honest, it's not that complicated either. Shen Nan indeed has no money. But with his current status, a single word from him would attract countless people willing to offer gold and silver. However, the subsequent matters to be dealt with could be quite troublesome, such as dealing with Fa Yang's harassment, as well as the impact on Shen Nan's reputation and the damage to imperial authority, which would considerably diminish the king's prestige. Just then, the sound of footsteps, clattering in rhythm, came from afar. It was the 2 eunuch grand counselors, Lu Zhong and Zhang who had closely followed earlier. Seeing Shen Nan conversing with Zhang Jiao, they had wisely kept their distance. Now, noticing that His Majesty was in deep thought, they quickly approached. Lu Zhong and Zhang who presented a stark contrast. Lu Zhong had an expression of righteous loyalty, while Zhang who had the sinister demeanor typical of a eunuch. This was also due to the different cultivation practices of both parties. After all, the methods of Lianxing Jiao and the Buddhist sect were fundamentally opposing, one being righteous and the other evil. When Shen Nan looked at the two of them, a smile appeared on his face. If we talk about means of accumulating wealth, who could be as skilled as the eunuchs? These rootless people seek nothing but wealth and power. The position of the Grand Eunuch in the Feng Dynasty is the pinnacle that a eunuch can reach, especially since Lu Zhong and Zhang who have climbed up from the time of the Ming Emperor. Although they were just minor eunuchs in the early period of the Ming Emperor, by the later period, Lu Zhong and Zhang who had already ascended to the position of the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Bureau. This position is just a step away from the Grand Eunuch. After the death of the Ming Emperor, Zhang who became the Grand Eunuch first. However, After the ascension of the late emperor, due to some apprehension toward Zhang Hu, Lu Zhong was also promoted to the position of Grand Eunuch, and the two of them jointly managed tens of thousands of eunuchs in the Feng Dynasty. With their wealth, producing 1,000,000 taels of silver is not a difficult task. Now that I temporarily lead the Red Dragon Guard, what are your thoughts? Shen Nan smiled and said. However, this smile left Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu somewhat puzzled. After exchanging glances, Zhang Hu spoke up first. The Red Dragon Guard has always been controlled by the military nobility led by the Duke of Chu. Although your majesty nominally holds authority over the Red Dragon Guard now, if you wish to completely take control, you will still need sufficient manpower. I can help gather talent for your majesty. After having experienced various events, neither Lu Zhong nor Zhang Hu could treat the emperor as the former crown prince. Since ascending the throne, Shen Nan had displayed a level of skill and commanding presence that was not something a mere 14 or 15-year-old could achieve. Moreover, there was also Zhang Jiao, the enigmatic Taoist with the prowess of a 10-stage celestial being and the sinister aura of eunuchs in the side palace. This emperor was certainly not as easy to deceive as the late emperor. Most importantly, Zhang had already missed an opportunity before, so he naturally seized the chance to offer his loyalty now. Lu Zhong also said, the Red Dragon Guard has not been on the battlefield for a long time and is no longer the elite it once was. If your majesty wishes to revitalize the Red Dragon Guard, the Imperial Horse Department under my management can provide sufficient war horses and silver. Although Lu Zhong had received Shen Nan's recognition earlier when welcoming him, he dared not feel the slightest arrogance. This was not merely a competition between him and Zhang Hu. There was another reason. When the late emperor passed away and the new emperor ascended the throne, they had clearly picked the wrong side. Initially, they thought the situation was under the control of Empress Chun, and when they heard that she summoned Shen Nan, they both tactfully avoided the matter. They did not expect Shen Nan to emerge with a Taoist. This unexpected turn of events caught them off guard and made them realize they had made a serious mistake. Now, these words were meant to please the emperor. After all, while the Imperial Horse Department was nominally under the control of the Imperial Authority, it was actually quite complicated. Even the Ming Chong Emperor had not fully mastered the Imperial Horse Department. Lu Zhong's proposal to provide resources for Shen Nan to revitalize the Red Dragon Guard through the Imperial Horse Department was clearly not just his own idea, but had been discussed with Zhang Hu. Otherwise, Lu Zhong alone could not suppress such a matter that would affect the interests of the entire eunuch faction. It is worth noting that the Imperial Horse Department of Dafeng was much larger than that of Deming. The entire Imperial Horse Department had nearly 1,000,000 acres of pastures in and around the imperial capital of Yongzhou. And there were millions of acres of pastures across various states of Dafeng, yielding millions of cattle and sheep each year, as well as tens of thousands of military horses and even over 1,000 dragon horses infused with demonic blood. Just these factors alone brought in an annual revenue of 300,000 taels. In addition to this, the Imperial Horse Department had farmland, royal farms, and thousands of royal shops. Simply from the obvious accounts, the revenue of the Imperial Horse Department was a substantial 500,000 taels. If one included the hidden embezzlement by those eunuchs, it would be at least in the tens of millions of taels of silver. If Shen Nan could master the financial tasks issued by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, he would be able to complete them effortlessly. Lu Zhong's hints were also quite clear. As long as Shen Nan continued to trust the two of them, controlling the expenses of the Red Dragon 10 guards would be guaranteed. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu thought they were showing their sincerity. However, this only made Shen Nan sneer inwardly. The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau has been a tool for the emperor to amass wealth since the time of the founding emperor. With nearly 10 million acres of pastures and thousands of royal shops used to maintain the emperor's foundation. In times of crisis, the emperor could use this massive entity to turn the tide. Yet, at some point, it became a means for eunuchs to accumulate wealth, regarded as their personal possessions. Servants are not like servants, and emperors are not like emperors. Just from this point, Shen Nan could see the current situation of the Great Feng. The imperial power is weak, and malevolent forces are rampant. However, Shen Nan did not immediately take action. He simply said calmly, "Since you have such sincerity, I will not disappoint your intentions. From now on, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau will be under the jurisdiction of Han Shengxian. All revenues of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau should be included in the Imperial Treasury." Although Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were involved with the teachings of Lin Sheng and Buddhism behind the scenes, Shen Nan does not plan to take action against them for the time being, but some authority must be reclaimed. The Royal Horse Department is the first authority. Your Majesty? Zhang Hu looked at Shen Nan in shock. He originally thought that offering such sincerity would be enough to satisfy His Majesty. But he never expected that His Majesty was not content with this small gain and wanted to take over the entire Royal Horse Department. But where did His Majesty get the confidence? The Royal Horse Department involves many matters. Even he and Lu Zhong could only barely suppress it. His Majesty has just ascended the throne for one day and dares to make such a big move. Is he not afraid of a major incident in the Royal Horse Department? Lu Zhong's expression also changed slightly, and he quickly said, "The Royal Horse Department involves many matters. Your Majesty, are you?" Shen Nan certainly knows that the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is entangled in many affairs, but so what? The so-called entanglements are merely some eunuchs, military generals, noble families, Confucians, and legalists look down on the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, and they cannot intervene. If Han Shengxian had not been summoned, he might have had to rely on Lu Zhong and a few others. Now that Han Shengxian is present, the roles of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu are not as significant. Keeping them around serves more to draw out the underlying influences of the compassionate sect and the Buddhist community. Shen Nan looked calmly at the two. The Imperial Horse Monitoring Office is certainly involved in many matters, but with both of you assisting, can it not suppress just one Imperial Horse Monitoring Office? Or are you merely toying with me as you claimed before? As his words fell, Zhang Jiao's gaze also turned to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. At this moment, the two finally recalled that His Majesty is not like the late emperor, who was indecisive, nor like Emperor Ming Chong, who was reluctant to get too involved and preferred a conciliatory demeanor, but rather a king with imposing authority. Even though he is still young, there is enough power by his side to handle matters, such as Zhang Jiao, a master of the Taoist 10 realms. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu are merely at the pinnacle of the second rank, and have not even entered the first rank of terrestrial immortals. If Zhang Jiao were to make a move against the two, they would have no chance of resisting. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged glances, knowing that they probably had to agree today. We obey your command. This is the benefit of righteousness. Shen Nan is the emperor of the Great Feng, and even though Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu have held power as eunuchs for decades, they are ultimately just the emperor's servants. Even if Shen Nan were to kill the two of them on the spot, no one would speak up for the eunuchs. At most, people would only be astonished by the emperor's brutality. Of course, all of this is predicated on Shen Nan being able to control the situation. Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian are the foundation of his ability to do so. Who? A breeze carrying a hint of blood came rushing in. Han Shengxian, dressed in a red robe, quietly appeared before Shen Nan and respectfully said, "Your Majesty." Shen Nan coldly said, "From today onwards, you will be the chief eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Bureau. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the two grand supervisors, will assist you in managing the Imperial Horse Bureau. I want you to completely clean up the Imperial Horse Bureau within half a month. After half a month, if any eunuch is found to be embezzling, their families will be exterminated." There was no hint of concealment in his words. It was a clear message to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to hand over the Imperial Horse Bureau completely. As for whether Han Shengxian had the ability to take over, that was another matter. But in any case, as long as Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu agreed today, they would absolutely not dare to do anything against Han Shengxian in the future. The key point was that Shen Nan had not touched their fundamental authority over the Directorate of Ceremonial. Compared to the Imperial Horse Bureau, the Directorate of Ceremonial was the lifeline of these two grand eunuchs. As long as this core power was not touched, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu would not be able to, nor would they dare to, tear their faces apart. "I accept the command," Han Shengxian said coldly, his slightly reddened eyes sweeping over Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. This gaze instantly made Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu feel a chill in their hearts. They had already sensed Han Shengxuan's aura before, but it was only when they met face to face that they could truly feel the bloody aura of the spring and autumn great demon. This person must be a ruthless murderer. Where exactly did His Majesty find this person? While Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu felt a chill in their hearts, they also could not fathom how Shen Nan had brought such experts. Zhang Jiao, the celestial being, could still be said to have the foundation of the four sects of a Taoist school. But what kind of family could cultivate a eunuch like Han Shengxian? Moreover, at this time, there were also several fifth-rank sunflower guards around, and these people were also eunuchs. Although they were only fifth rank, they could still be considered experts in the Great Feng. Shen Nan casually said, regardless of what they thought, "Tomorrow, I want to see the accounts of the Imperial Horse Bureau, and I hope all the silver in the accounts of the Imperial Horse Bureau will be deposited into the royal treasury." Yes, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu both retreated in surprise. To sort out the accounts of the Imperial Horse Bureau and pacify the people below would require some effort. They didn't have much time to waste. As for not handing it over, unless they could clearly investigate which faction Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian belonged to and thoroughly understand the Emperor's foundation, they wouldn't dare to take any action. After Lu Zhong and the others left, Shen Nan looked at Han Shengxian and said, "The matter of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is of utmost importance. If there are any difficulties, report them to me immediately. Also, take all the Sunflower Guards with you. Although the 5 Sunflower Guards may not have much martial power, they can assist you in handling many matters. Furthermore, after today's daily check-in task, I believe I will be able to earn some restoration points. At that time, I can exchange for a few more Sunflower Guards, which should help manage the situation. As for the remaining issues, it would depend on your own abilities." Understood. Han Fengqian knew did Sulam Li. He had been in charge of the eunuchs for decades, so he certainly had his own methods. Shen Nan nodded slightly and said, "Let's go." Today he had been engaging in a battle of wits and courage with Empress Chun, as well as attending the enthronement ceremony. He was feeling a bit tired now. It would be best to return to his palace to practice for a bit and complete the daily check-in tasks of the system. As long as he worked toward the goal of restoring the country for 3 hours, he could earn a certain number of points. Shen Nan's own cultivation is also a kind of effort. It is night, in the palace chamber. Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. 9 dragons true qi. Although he had been in this world for a full month, he could feel the differences in this world every time he practiced. During his cultivation, the true qi nourished him, making his whole body feel like a furnace, and his mind was completely immersed in it. That sense of comfort was incomparable to any form of entertainment from his past life. Of course, this was also because the cultivation method Shen Nan practiced was different from that of ordinary people. The full name of 9 Dragons True Qi is 9 Dragons Suppressing the World Technique. It was a domineering technique practiced by the founding emperor of the Great Feng Dynasty. This technique is primarily based on martial arts, integrating Taoist internal skills and the principles of national fortune. It is extraordinarily powerful, unlike ordinary practitioners who need to refine and temper their bones at the beginning of their cultivation. The 9 Dragons Suppressing the World technique practiced by the Royal Direct Line only requires sufficient national fortune support to easily break through the mirror in cultivation. But it also requires a significant amount of medicinal pills for replenishment. However, this was not a problem for Shen Nan at all. The annual expenditure of hundreds of thousands of silver taels from the imperial treasury was all for purchasing medicinal pills from Qinghe Palace. And this was only enough for the cultivation of a few royal direct line members. However, compared to the comfort brought by cultivation, what Shen Nan cared about more was the changes in the system. Daily check-in successful, gained 1,000 restoration points. This was an extra reward from this cultivation session. Shen Nan had previously guessed that daily check-ins would yield at most 300 to 500 restoration points, but receiving a full 1,000 points was somewhat beyond his expectations. It seemed that the gains from restoration points relied more on daily check-ins rather than system tasks. The system tasks that had been announced earlier didn't offer much in terms of restoration points. Even the restoration points rewarded for collecting 1,000,000 taels of silver were only a meager 2,000 points. That was just enough to exchange for 10 Sunflower Guards or 100 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Such rewards were clearly problematic. In Shen Nan's view, this was intentional by the system, designed to make him develop a long-term habit of striving for restoration, constantly checking in daily to accumulate restoration points. While the tasks provided more various gift packs, he exchanged for 5 Sunflower Guards and placed them outside the hall. Shen Nan did not accumulate the points for the restoration of the country. Han Shengxian is now about to take charge of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, and it is indeed a time for him to employ people. And after the successful exchange, Shen Nan's attribute panel is as follows. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Subordinates, Great Virtuous Master Zhang Jiao, Peak of the 10th Realm. Han Shengxian, Peak of the 2nd Rank Grandmaster, and 10 Sunflower Guards. Cultivation method, 9 Dragon True Qi, 8th Rank Bone Forging Realm. Items, none. Overall level, does not yet possess the power to restore the country. Restoration points, 0 points. Task, accumulate 1,000,000 taels of silver. Reward, guaranteed beginner gift package of 1st rank or above, 2,000 restoration points. The glaring 0 restoration points and the few subordinates made Shen Nan feel a sense of urgency. My current strength is still too weak. I hope that tomorrow Lu Zhong and Zhang who will be sensible and bring out enough silver to fill the empty treasury. Then, completing the task will allow me to summon a master of 1st rank Earth Immortal or above. With this thought in mind, Shen Nan walked towards the bed. There are many things to attend to tomorrow, and he needed to rest well to face everything. Inside the palace, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had finally managed to calm the eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Monitor after hours of busy work. At the same time, they had long dispatched personnel to investigate the backgrounds of Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian, but no matter how they mobilized, even using the forces of the Compassionate Life sect and the Buddhist community, they still found no information regarding Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian. Could it be that these two had just appeared out of nowhere? A Taoist celestial being at the 10th realm. Such a figure would have signs of breakthrough. How could they remain so obscure? Investigate. Conduct a thorough investigation. Start from the Taoist masters of 500 years ago. I refuse to believe that a dignified Taoist celestial being cannot be found with even a trace of information. Whether it was Shen Nan's action of seizing the Imperial Horse Monitor today, or the intimidation brought by Zhang Jiao, both made Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu restless. And those who were restless were not just the two of them. Inside the residence of the Duke of Chu, the Duke, who had lost the authority of the Red Dragon Guard today, was also roaring angrily. What have I raised you for? In the past, all you did was amass wealth. But when I ask you to investigate something, you come up with nothing. A Taoist celestial being. That is a Taoist celestial being. You say you can't find any information? Is this truly an insult to me? You can't even enter the Empress Dowager's palace? What use are you to me? The Duke of Chu was not only looking to investigate Zhang Jiao's information, but also wanted to contact the current Empress Dowager Chen. In terms of righteousness, today's court session had already lost all meaning. If he didn't want to completely lose control of the Red Dragon Guard in the future, the Duke of Chu had no choice but to let the Empress Dowager take charge again. Only in this way could he become a role similar to that of a minister assisting the country. By then, let alone a mere Red Dragon Guard, even Confucianism and legalism would not be able to contend with him. Figures like Fan Yi and Chief Minister Zhang Su would have to yield. However, the palace was already under the blockade of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. The Duke of Chu had not cultivated any informants in the past, so now not a single piece of news could get through. This was also the cleverness of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Even though they had been stripped of their authority over the Imperial Horse Monitor by His Majesty, eunuchs inherently depended on the Emperor, and they did not wish to stir up any matters regarding the Empress Dowager's regency after paying such a price. Moreover, with His Majesty's current methods, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had no courage to test His Majesty's thoughts, if the Duke of Chu truly wanted to contact the Empress Dowager, these two chief eunuchs would genuinely find it hard to continue. Meanwhile, Han Shengxian was quietly taking action. He did not immediately go to the Imperial Horse Monitor to demand any ledgers, but instead secretly found some discontented eunuchs, using them as a starting point to quickly absorb and understand the situation within the palace. This was also a tactic he had developed over decades of managing eunuchs. The palace had never lacked ambitious eunuchs or clever ones. It was just that they lacked opportunities and support from powerful figures. Now, Han Shengxian was their benefactor. As for how to control these individuals to prevent future backlash, Han Shengxian had countless methods to prevent such things from happening. In just one night, Han Shengxian had gained over a dozen third-rank eunuchs under his command, and this was merely the surface. Secretly, he had also won over dozens of discontented eunuchs, who would be the foundation for future control of the Imperial Horse Monitor and even the palace inside and out. As dawn broke, he hurried towards the sleeping quarters because Han Shengxian had learned of a slightly alarming piece of news. Accompanied by the sound of bells ringing, Shen Nan woke up from his dream. Practicing the 9 dragons, towning the world skill, could make a person feel refreshed and full of energy. But his realm was relatively low. If it were the 9 dragons towning the world skill at the level of Emperor Ming Chong, one could go for dozens of days without sleep without any effect. However, this sleeping habit also made one feel more comfortable. What time is it? Shen Nan looked at the gray sky outside the hall, but did not know what time it was. Unlike the dense court meetings and tedious political affairs of the ancient world in his past life, the Great Feng Dynasty, which had been established for over 800 years, had its own set of processes belonging to the immortal martial world. The emperor was responsible more for communication with the cabinet and the Ministry of Rights, rather than needing to engage in political affairs every day. Court meetings were not held daily, but rather once a month. The main reason for this was the issue of cultivation. Once one reached a certain level of cultivation, a single retreat could sometimes last more than 10 days, while past training sessions only took several hours. If the emperor had to be diligent in political affairs, then his cultivation would inevitably fall behind. In the immortal martial world, an emperor did not need to be the absolute peak of the world, but he must be a top-tier expert. For example, Emperor Mingshong was at the pinnacle of the first-grade earthly immortals. Shen Nan's sheep father also broke through to the peak of the Grand Master realm at the age of 34, just one step away from becoming a terrestrial immortal. This was still due to the poor qualifications of Emperor Ming Chong and the previous emperor. Looking at the 37 emperors of the Great Feng, most reached the first-grade terrestrial immortal realm by the age of 30. This is also attributed to the large amount of elixirs consumed from a young age and the nourishment of the nation's fortune. Even without the system, according to normal procedures, Shen Nan would inevitably make tremendous progress in 2 realms within a year, ultimately breaking through to the land immortal realm around the age of 30. This is the foundation of the Feng royal family. 2 members of the Sunflower Guards walked in respectfully, Your Majesty. It is now the 3rd quarter of the Yin hour. Although Han, Shangxian gathered quite a few people last night, the guards by Shen Nan's side are always the most loyal Sunflower Guards. In addition, Zhang Jiao, the 3rd-grade Dharma official, is also resting in the nearby Taoist temple. This is also thanks to the past actions of Emperor Ming Chong, who valued the Taoist sect. Luxurious Taoist temples can be seen everywhere in the palace, all prepared for the Taoist immortals. However, this is not within the scope of the harem. The emperor's sleeping quarters are at the front of the palace, while the harem is located further back. This arrangement also facilitates Zhang Jiao's ability to protect Shen Nan's safety at all times. After all, there aren't many of Shen Nan's people inside and outside the palace now, and he must ensure his absolute safety. Shen Nan looked at the 2 Sunflower Guards and said, It's a quarter past the Yin hour. He calculated in his mind, which would be around 4 o'clock in the morning in his previous life. Where is Han, Shangxian now? One of the Sunflower Guards whispered. Han Zhongyin is currently gathering eunuchs. It is reported that he has already gathered more than 10 third-rank eunuchs. With their assistance, he should soon be able to control both the internal and external affairs. Although these Sunflower Guard were exchanged, they had their own thoughts. They felt a certain respect for Han Shengxuan's methods. Shen Nan nodded. All right, I understand. You can go down first and let someone enter the hall to prepare my clothes. Since he was already awake, he had no intention of going back to sleep. It was just the right time before dawn to sort out the things he needed to do today. The Sunflower Guard respectfully withdrew. Yes. Soon, a female official entered the sleeping quarters with more than 10 palace maids carrying various toiletries and clothing items. They first greeted softly, and upon seeing Shen Nan nod. Each of them stepped forward to serve him skillfully. A month had passed since the time travel. Shen Nan was already accustomed to this royal lifestyle. When he was still the crown prince, he had 5 palace maids serving him closely every day. He only needed to sit casually on the bed, and everything would be taken care of for him. Even brushing his teeth and washing his face were tasks he did not need to handle himself. Under the gentle service of the palace maids, each with bright eyes and white skin, it would only take a moment. Shen Nan had already been tidied up, and as he settled down, the palace maids began to assist him with changing clothes. Unlike the complicated coronation robes he wore yesterday, today he was dressed in very simple, everyday attire, a thin black robe, with a jade hairpin inserted in his head, and only a pair of boots adorned with gilded patterns. This was the usual attire of an emperor, simple and comfortable. During this process of being served, Shen Nan was also reflecting in his mind. Now he was a legitimate emperor of the Great Feng, with no lack of righteousness, and even if Empress Dowager Qin still wanted to supervise the country, it was nearly impossible. As for this cheap mother, he temporarily had no thoughts of killing her. After all, regicide, especially against one's mother, was a true taboo even in the Feng Dynasty. Moreover, what threat could someone like Empress Dowager Qin pose to him? It was merely a matter of keeping an eye on Han Shangxian in the future, ensuring that Empress Dowager Qin did not have casual contact with anyone. The Confucian, legalist, and Taoist factions of the Chu state could also be temporarily ignored. The urgent task was to take control of the palace both inside and out, and then deal with the matters of the Red Dragon Guard. The Red Dragon Guard was established by the founding emperor of the Great Feng, and during its most glorious time, it had achieved the astonishing feat of breaking through 300,000 barbaric demon tribes with 100,000 troops under the founding emperor's leadership. Unfortunately, after 800 years without battle, the Red Dragon Guard had decayed to the extreme. Nowadays, not to mention 300,000 barbaric demon tribes, even 30,000 would be enough to easily annihilate the Red Dragon Guard. Furthermore, Shen Nan squinted his eyes. The Red Dragon Guard appears to have 200,000 men on paper, but how many can there actually be? Ghost soldiers. This has been a means for military generals and noble families to amass wealth since ancient times. Even in the immortal and martial court, such situations are inevitable. especially with someone like the Duke of Chu, who is not a serious military trainer. It is well known that the Red Dragon Guard is corrupt. To reorganize the Red Dragon Guard, one must take some measures. But this is something that must be done. Not to mention the future Buddhist sect taking control of the court, the reckless demon tribes moving south, and the Taoist salvation causing chaos. Just speaking of the rebellion in the southern borders 7 years later, where the compassionate life sect wreaks havoc across the world, sufficient military strength is required to suppress it. As for finances, as long as Han Shengxian can control the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, that will be enough. However, there's still a lack of talent in terms of military generals. Based on Shen Nan's understanding of the system, it is likely that the upcoming tasks will involve forming a strong army. At that time, perhaps he could sign on some great military generals. And it wouldn't be impossible to obtain a first-grade gift pack. Besides that, there's also the position of Chief of the Guard. This is one of the powers Shen Nan must grasp. As previously mentioned, the authority of the Chief of the Guard in the Great Feng is extremely terrifying, akin to the overwhelming power of the Ming Dynasty's Jinyue. However, due to the nature of legalist cultivation, the Chief of the Guard does not have the bad reputation of the Jinyue in Dongchang. The world respects the Chief of the Guard solely because of its strictness and ferocity, not because of rampant evil acts. The safety of the entire imperial capital is also under the control of the Chief of the Guard. Such power is one of the authorities Shen Nan currently needs to grasp. Even if legalist Yang is loyal, the legalists cannot betray the country due to their ideological beliefs. But what they are loyal to is always the Great Feng, not a particular emperor. Shen Nan aims to turn the situation around and also to carry out systematic tasks. In the future, he will inevitably act recklessly and somewhat tyrannically. Those who strictly adhere to the law, like the legalists, will surely be seen as obstacles. He does not wish to have to deal with the legalists at that time. It would be better to directly take down the entire Xi Jinwu along with the legalists. However, it is still a bit early to take down the Xi Jinwu. At most, he can only make some preliminary arrangements. As for capturing demon hunters and demon-suppressing generals from other powerful agencies of the Feng, that is a matter for the distant future. Shen Nan sighed lightly. The great prosperity of the Great Feng may not necessarily be a good thing. An empire that has lasted for over 800 years has an internal situation that is too complex and the distribution of power is too intricate. Even if Shen Nan were the emperor of the Great Feng, he could only calmly plan and consolidate power step by step. Thinking of this, Shen Nan no longer thought much about it and casually began dining in the palace. Just as the palace maid had just served the meal, a sound of footsteps was heard from outside, followed by the voice of the Kohua guards. Master Han requests an audience. Shen Nan raised his hand and said, "Pass." He didn't deliberately maintain any imperial majesty and calmly began to eat. When Han Shengxian, dressed in a bright red robe, walked in, he was accompanied by 3 dark-faced eunuchs, clearly his capable assistants. In addition, the figure of the great sage and virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao also appeared outside the hall. This great sage and virtuous teacher of Xianwu 3 kingdoms clearly was not someone who could sit idle. Shen Nan called Zhang Jiao in and then said to Han Shengxian, "Go ahead, what have you discovered?" According to previous instructions, Han Shengxian should still be gathering eunuchs and shouldn't have arrived so early. This must mean he discovered something significant. It just so happened that he learned of Shen Nan's awakening, which allowed him to meet with him at the first opportunity. Han Shengxian glanced at the 3 dark-faced eunuchs, stepped forward, and whispered, "The servant has found out 2 things. The first is that the Imperial Horse Depot has embezzled over 800,000 taels of silver over the years, with nearly all the eunuchs involved. And there are also some contributions from noble families. The number of military horses stated in the accounts is said to be tens of thousands, but there are actually less than 10,000 left. However, the number of dragon horses containing demon blood is almost the same. This first matter is already quite shocking. Although Shen Nan has only been in this world for a month, he has heard the late emperor mention that the annual revenue of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is only 3 million taels of silver. Yet they embezzled a full 8 million taels of silver. What does this mean? Moreover, the difference between tens of thousands of military horses and just 1,000 is also enormous. This is all Shen Nan's money. Shen Nan raised his eyes to the 3 eunuchs. To whom has the general of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office sold the military horses? Compared to the unexpectedly high corruption figures, he was more concerned about the actual situation of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. An older eunuch quickly stepped forward to explain to Shen Nan, "Reporting to your majesty, these military horses were not sold as a batch, but have been sold this way over the years. As for the market, it is either the southern border or..." He hesitated and said, or the barbarian demon clan, the southern border witch clan, the barbarian demon clan. This imperial horse monitoring office is making a big deal out of it, openly colluding with the enemy. The southern border witch clan is one thing. After all, the southern border has publicly submitted to the Great Feng. However, privately, they still consider themselves a nation of the southern border. But what about the barbarian demon clan? The barbarians already have demon wolf riders, far surpassing the Great Feng in cavalry. If they are indeed in possession of a large number of war horses, how can the Great Feng face the swift invasions of the barbarian demon clan? Shen Nan originally thought that the internal forces of the Great Feng were just a bit chaotic and that people's hearts were somewhat selfish. But it seems that these people truly believe that the Great Feng is invincible in the world, as long as there are enough benefits. Supporting the enemy is not a problem. It's no wonder that a minor disturbance from the Compassionate Life sect could sever the foundations of the Great Feng. This isn't because the Compassionate Life sect is too powerful, but rather because the internal situation of the Great Feng is already in a state of decay. Therefore, some matters need to be expedited. Shen Nan looked calmly at Han Shangxian and asked, what about the other matter? Generally speaking, the second matter is bound to be more serious than the first. And indeed, that is the case. Han Shangxian said in a deep voice. The servant has heard that the Imperial Horse Department has been in arrears for 3 months. In arrears. Shen Nan's expression changed to one of astonishment for the first time. Even more so than when he heard about the embezzlement of 8 million and collusion with the barbaric demon tribe. After all, it was merely greed-driven. How could the Imperial Horse Office embezzle a full 8 million taels and still owe 3 months' salary? What kind of reasoning is that? Han Shangxian explained, it's not just the Imperial Horse Office. Even the Red Dragon Guard is the same. Although the Imperial Horse Office is under the Emperor's jurisdiction, the pay has always been allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. However, since last year, the Ministry of Revenue has had no money, so they can only defer payment. Generally, they will distribute salaries after transporting tax revenues for various states. As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Nan finally understood that the root of the problem wasn't in the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, but rather that the Great Feng was out of money. But how could such a prosperous Great Feng be short on funds? He frowned and looked at Han Shangxian. Where did the money go? Even if all factions were lining their own pockets, the Great Feng shouldn't be unable to pay its soldiers, right? Han Shangxian sighed softly. The border troops in Yuzhou. Outside of Yuzhou lies the barbaric and demonic tribes. Yuzhou has nearly 2 million elite troops stationed year-round to guard against the barbaric and demonic tribes. The annual expenses for these troops are enormous, and since the time of Emperor Mingchong, 40 of the Great Feng's financial revenue has been directed towards the border troops in Yuzhou. However, even with such a massive expenditure, 30 years have passed, and the border troops in Yuzhou have still not managed to suppress the barbaric and demonic tribes, with invasions occurring every year. Shen Nan also recalled the situation of the border army in Yuzhou. He increasingly felt that the current Great Feng was indeed somewhat like the late Ming Dynasty. As always, it was a prosperous period, yet there was still internal chaos, and the fiscal emptiness was strikingly similar. Shen Nan suppressed the thought of directly summoning the Minister of Revenue and said to Han Sheng, I do not care what is happening in Yuzhou, nor do I care about the Ministry of Revenue. However, the embezzled silver from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office must be retrieved. From now on, any eunuch in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office found to be embezzling will be executed without mercy. The embezzlement of 800,000 taels of silver each year is too shocking. This is a legacy issue of empty salaries left over from the Great Feng's history. Shen Nan cannot resolve this matter for the time being, but the Imperial Horse Monitor can be easily manipulated now. Han Shangxian understood Shen Nan's meaning, and a hint of crimson appeared in his eyes. What does your majesty mean? Shen Nan coldly said, anyone who embezzles more than 3,000 taels will be dealt with by 5 executions for every 3 offenders. In the case of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, it is impossible to say that there aren't enough eunuchs colluding together. It is impossible for one person to swallow up 800,000 taels of silver. It must involve participation from top to bottom. Shen Nan could not possibly kill all these people. However, selecting some to raid their homes and commit murder is certainly feasible. Any eunuch who could embezzle over 3,000 taels would undoubtedly hold a certain status among the eunuchs of the Great Feng. Executing 3 out of 5 chosen from among them would be enough to intimidate the eunuchs of the Great Feng. As for whether there are enough hands to fill in for these people, one only needs to look at the 3 eunuchs beside Han Shangxian to find out. Not every eunuch in the Great Feng Palace is like Lu Zhong or Zhang Hu. Most are disheartened and unaccomplished. This thought made the 3 eunuchs tremble. They never expected His Majesty would act so recklessly. They initially believed that His Majesty would merely use this as a warning to the two chief eunuchs, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. But they did not anticipate that His Majesty would directly implement a 5 chosen, 3 killed policy. If this standard were to be applied, today the Great Feng Palace would surely be a river of blood. However, Han Shengxian showed no hesitation. He simply looked at Shen Nan and asked about Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. His own strength might not be enough to intimidate the entire Great Feng. But with his peak 2nd grade Grandmaster level and expertise in torturing 3rd grade individuals, as long as a 1st grade earthly immortal does not appear, no one in the palace could stop Han Shengxuan's slaughter. Even if a 1st grade earthly immortal did emerge, what of it? Did they really think that the great sage and teacher Zhang Jiao, this Taoist celestial being, was a fake? There was no need to act against them. But aside from them, he could freely raid homes and kill. Shen Nan granted Han Shengxian sufficient authority. Who to kill, how to kill, or whether to kill at all, was entirely up to him. The earlier statement about embezzling over 3,000 taels and the 5 chosen, 3 killed was merely to delineate a boundary, to inform Han Shengxian to what extent he should act. As for the specifics, it was naturally up to Han Shengxian to decide based on the situation. It was not a rigid rule. After all, in just one night, Han Shengxian had only managed to recruit a few dozen people, which was still too small compared to the tens of thousands of eunuchs in the Great Feng Palace, if following a normal plan. Shen Nan actually shouldn't be so anxious. However, after learning about the intelligence sent by Han Shengxian, he had no choice but to act this way. The eunuchs had become so reckless that only a thunderous response could suppress them. Most importantly, the Lingxing sect was set to incite turmoil in Chuanzhou by early next year at the latest. According to the memories Shen Nan had previously acquired during that uprising, the Lingxing sect incited the great demon suppression General Tu Shi of Chuanzhou, and with the sect's own 200,000 followers, they suddenly captured the provincial capital of Chuanzhou. In just a few days, they breached several major cities and occupied more than half of the entire province. Ultimately, they even managed to summon a 10-stage level guardian deity of Lingxing. Although this rebellion was suppressed through the combined forces of Confucianism, Taoism, and military aristocrats, it greatly drained the national fortune of the Great Feng and revealed the weakness of the Great Feng royal family. Since the death of Emperor Chongming, the Great Feng had only the Prince of the North stationed in Yuzhou. Furthermore, the Great Feng royal family didn't even have a visible 1st grade terrestrial immortal. Their only reliance was on the national artifact left behind by the founding emperor. With this artifact, as long as it was within the territory of the Great Feng, the emperor could consume national fortune to suppress any top experts at the 12th-stage level. This was the true foundation of the Great Feng. However, this artifact required an enormous amount of national fortune to activate. When the capital of the Great Feng was about to fall in the future, Shen Nan was shocked to find that after experiencing numerous internal conflicts, the national fortune of the Great Feng was insufficient to activate the national artifact. It was precisely because of this that he became a wandering emperor. Otherwise, with the foundation of the Great Feng capital, how could it easily fall? It was for these reasons. Shen Nan would absolutely not show any mercy. He was determined to let both the inside and outside world know his character. Unrestrained and extremely domineering. Only in this way could he intimidate the world and quickly amass wealth to gain power. Han Shengxian soon went down to get to work. He immediately summoned the dozens of eunuchs he had gathered last night, then scanned them with his blood-red eyes. A strong smell of blood wafting from beneath his bright red robe. We are all eunuchs. Why eunuchs? Because we are rootless people. What we seek is merely wealth and power. You have never had such opportunities or the ability to do these things in the past. But today is different. You have this opportunity and this ability. His Majesty has ordered a purge of the Imperial Horse Department. Anyone who embezzles over 3,000 taels will be executed. If anyone presents a confession, they may be exempt from punishment. They might even receive 1/10 of the confiscated wealth. If you want wealth and power, you must be willing to stain yourselves crimson. As his words fell, a wave of 3,000 red threads slowly enveloped Han Shengxian, and the scent of blood, cultivated from the slaughter of countless martial masters, stunned the dozens of eunuchs present, all of whom looked at Han Shengxian in shock. They had never felt the smell of blood so intense before. At the same time, they were also horrified by Han Shengxuan's words. Everyone knew that if they followed Han Shengxuan's instructions, today the Great Feng Imperial Palace would be engulfed in a bloody storm. It was even likely to descend into chaos. However, Before they could speculate further, they saw Zhang Jiao leading the Jing army commander arrive at the scene. The Jing army was an elite guard composed of eunuchs and was the only army within the palace. Outside the emperor's sleeping quarters, it was the Red Dragon Guard and the chief of guards responsible for security, as long as they controlled the Jing army. Internal chaos in the Great Feng Imperial Palace could not possibly arise. This eunuch in charge of the Jing army was also someone Han Shangxian had focused on winning over yesterday. His name was Han Xian, the third-ranking eunuch in the Great Feng court, second only to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, and had been in control of the Jing army for several decades. He himself was also at the second-grade grandmaster level. The Imperial Horse Department had nothing to do with Han Xian. In fact, he had long wanted to take a step further. Now Han Shangxian had given him that opportunity. Shen Nan woke up at the third watch in 15 minutes. Han Shangxian had an audience at the fifth watch in 15 minutes, and by the time he gathered the eunuchs to take action, it was already the first watch and 1 minute, around 5 in the morning. Although many eunuchs were already awake and preparing to work, it seemed that major eunuchs like Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were still in deep sleep, as they generally only woke up at the fourth watch in 15 minutes. In this short span of 3 minutes, Han Shangxian had already led the Jing army to start a thorough purge of the powerful eunuchs in the Imperial Horse Bureau based on information provided by dozens of eunuchs. Anyone found to be embezzling was subjected to limb-breaking and severe torture, only to extract the embezzled silver or obtain more information before allowing them to rest in peace. During this process, there were indeed those who continuously surrendered. These surrendering eunuchs were different from the previously unsuccessful ones. They held power far exceeding those individuals. Among them was even Zhang, whose adopted son, a major eunuch, is somewhat laughable, although eunuchs have no roots and are destined to have no descendants. This very fact has led to many adoptive father-son relationships among them. Major eunuchs like Zhang, who often have dozens of adopted sons. Lu Zhong, who appear to be loyal, had adopted hundreds of sons, all of whom were brought up to revere Buddhism and even followed its teachings. This was Lu Zhong's public persona as a devout Buddhist. However, no one expected that Lu Zhong himself was an agent planted by Buddhism in the Imperial Palace of Defeng. Buddhism had started laying the groundwork for entering Defeng decades ago. At the fourth watch in 15 minutes, Zhang, who had just awakened when he caught a faint smell of blood, he could sense the presence of more than a dozen eunuchs outside the door, which puzzled him. When he was dressed and stepped outside, several eunuchs rushed up to him with anxious expressions. "Adoptive father, help us. His Majesty has ordered that anyone in the Imperial Horse Bureau who embezzles more than 3,000 taels will be executed 5 for every 3. Right now, Han Shangxian is leading thousands of eunuchs and the Jing army to arrest people. These eunuchs were all Lu Zhong's adopted sons or eunuchs from his faction. In the past, they had all learned to adopt Zhang, whose cold demeanor, showing no anger or joy. However, in the current urgent situation, their expressions were all frantic, and their faces were pale. Han Xingxuan's methods were already extremely frightening. His Majesty's orders made these eunuchs feel their scalp tingle. This indicated that there was a willingness to go to great lengths to purge the Imperial Horse Bureau. In the past, they might have relied on Zhang Hu or banded together to resist. But with Han Shangxian, thousands of eunuchs, and the Jing army assisting him, they had no power to fight back, especially since they had no righteousness on their side. Eunuchs rebelling? Such things, let alone in Feng, a celestial martial dynasty, were almost unheard of in ancient history. Eunuchs could use the emperor's power, but to say they could rebel and openly defy his Majesty's orders? They had no such qualifications, and there was no law supporting such actions throughout history. Zhang Hu's face suddenly changed. Why wasn't I informed of this immediately? He never expected that His Majesty had only hinted at consolidating control over the Imperial Horse Bureau yesterday, and had demanded they submit their accounts today. Yet before they could submit the accounts in silver, His Majesty had suddenly turned hostile. This reckless disposition was hard for Zhang Hu to accept and adapt to. The eunuchs all looked uncomfortable. Didn't he adoptive father say that you must not be disturbed while resting? Zhang Hu was backed by the Lianxing sect. His cold demeanor was due to practicing the sect's techniques. Although the Lianxing sect had not yet raised the banner of rebellion, it had a very poor reputation in Defeng. Naturally, the fact that Zhang Hu practiced Lianxing techniques could not be leaked. In the past, he had set rules, and to establish these rules, he had deliberately plotted against a group of eunuchs. These individuals had entered his quarters upon receiving his orders, only to be killed by Zhang Hu under the pretense of disturbing his training, resulting in gruesome deaths. Because of this, even if these adopted sons were frantic, They did not dare to disturb Zhang Hu while he was resting. Zhang Hu's face turned ashen. Go. Follow me to see his majesty. As he spoke, he headed toward the emperor's chambers, instructing those around him. Bring me a copy of the accounts, the one meant for our people. Tell the others to prepare for a significant outflow of funds and come with me to meet his majesty. Zhang Hu had risen to the position of chief eunuch, not by being foolish. He understood that the best choice now was to gain Shen Nan's approval. Otherwise, even if they killed Han Shengxian, they would not have a good ending. Moreover, if Zhang Hu was not mistaken, there must be a Taoist celestial being beside Han Shengxian, a master at the 10th realm. If they unleashed their full strength, very few of Zhang Hu's group would survive. Despite the world of Feng having levels up to the 15th realm, the 10th realm celestial beings were already the true top experts in the world, while those at the 11th realm were legendary figures rarely seen in action. The 12th and 13th realm experts were nearly akin to celestial beings. As for the 14th and 15th realms, no one in Feng had truly reached those levels in the past 800 years. The existence of Zhang Jiao, a 10th realm celestial being, was exceedingly remarkable, as evidenced by the fact that both Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong were merely at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Only about 20 or 30 individuals among Feng's billions of people could reach the 10th realm. Furthermore, Zhang Jiao's aura was too obscure. Zhang Hu suspected that this person was not as simple as an ordinary 10th realm celestial being. Just as Zhang Hu was about to take action, Lu Zhong also promptly led his adopted sons to the emperor's chambers. The two men coincidentally brought out the true accounts and prepared for a significant financial outflow. This was the most genuine reaction of the eunuchs when faced with the threat of imperial power. In the presence of the emperor's might, eunuchs were always at the mercy of others, especially when this emperor possessed the strength to kill them at will. Outside the emperor's chambers, the great sage Zhang Jiao stood casually outside the hall, watching the hurried approach of Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and nearly 100 eunuchs. He calmly said, "His Majesty has commanded you to wait outside." As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. After exchanging glances, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu both tactfully handed over the accounts of the Imperial Horse Bureau to Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao casually passed the accounts to the Kuehua guard before quietly watching the two men. The aura of a peak 10th realm celestial being pressed down on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, making it hard for them to breathe. They could only kneel obediently outside the hall. Inside the emperor's chambers, Shen Nan looked at the bill sent in by the sunflower guards, and he sneered. The eunuchs of Feng have truly done something grand. Just this year, the embezzlement amounts to 3 million taels of silver, and it's only just past May. He suddenly noticed one of the entries. A staggering 1,500,000 taels of silver had flowed into the imperial palace. This person was none other than Empress Jing. Indeed, she was the regent empress during the reign of Emperor Chong. If we follow the line of descent, Shen Nan would have to call her grandmother. In the Xianwu world, anyone at the first rank of terrestrial immortals can extend their lifespan by 300 years, and celestial beings can live for 500 years. Those at the 11th realm can even live for 1,000 years. It has only been 3 years since Emperor Chong's death, so it is not surprising that Empress Jing is still alive. However, in Shen Nan's future memories, this grandmother has no part to play. The expenses for supporting his grandmother to break through to the 11th realm? Could it be that when the chaos arises in the future, this grandmother had already failed to break through and passed away? Is that why the future Emperor Yuanyu is completely unaware of Empress Jing's existence? Shen Nan was deep in thought. In the future memories of Emperor Yuanyu, the first few years after his ascension were spent under the soft confinement of Empress Dowager Chun in the palace. He not only had no power, but also lacked any freedom at all. It was only 7 years later, when the Lianxing sect truly sparked great chaos and the Buddhist sect took control of the court, that Emperor Yuanyu managed to turn the tables. However, this only lasted for a few months before he found himself becoming a puppet of the Buddhist sect. According to this timeline, Empress Dowager Jing must not have succeeded in breaking through. Otherwise, when the Lianxing sect instigated the chaos, this former regent empress would have stepped forward. Shen Nan squinted slightly. Regardless of what happens in the future, this Empress Jing is indeed a trouble. It is said to be a trouble, but Empress Jing is currently only at the peak level of the 10th realm celestial being. Although it is still unknown which school's cultivation method she practices, Shen Nan, with the great mentor Zhang Jiao, a 10th realm celestial being, will not encounter any issues. Moreover, a person who will eventually fail to break through and die suddenly poses no real threat. The trouble lies in the fact that Empress Jing has a very high prestige. Although the Ming Chong Emperor has regained power, It was at the expense of Empress Jing's own relinquishment of authority. Empress Jing is not someone with a bad reputation like LG. Rather, she has a relationship somewhat akin to that of Empress Su and Yingji in her previous life. Her prestige in the Great Feng is extremely high, and if Shen Nan completely cuts off this support, once Empress Jing makes a scene, the situation may not be pleasant. Shen Nan carefully examined the internal bills from Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, although both had been caught off guard by Shen Nan and had no time to create any fake invoices. It was evident that the bill deliberately highlighted the expenses of Empress Jing, suggesting that they were not embezzling for themselves, but rather for the benefit of the Da Feng royal family. This kind of subtlety made Shen Nan shake his head. Indeed, Empress Jing's reputation could intimidate people. However, this was only enough to ensure their survival. Han Feng Kuan, he said calmly. Han Shengxian, dressed in a bright red robe, was already in the palace. He had known that once Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu made their move, the situation could no longer be recklessly handled. He delegated most matters to the eunuch Han Xian while waiting in the palace for Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to act. It seemed that these two were quite skilled, employing such silent yet effective tactics. However, it was still more effective than openly shouting about the emperor's injustices or boldly defying orders. He instructed them to take the individuals back and tell Han Xian to know when to stop without forcing them too hard. At the beginning, Shen Nan decided not to take action against Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu with the intention of not killing the two. This remains true today. Whether it is consolidating the power of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office or the killings in the early morning, he is merely conveying one message to Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and all the eunuchs. A new emperor brings new ministers. The emperor of the Great Feng is no longer the gentle late emperor or the tolerant Ming Chengdi. Shen Nan is truly someone who dares to kill. At the same time, his actions are also sending the same signal outside the palace. The Da Feng Dynasty is troubled both internally and externally with a complex situation. Shen Nan, in order to quickly rectify the situation, must take control of the Da Feng with a domineering approach. Understood. Han Shengxian understood in his heart. Although Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had escaped disaster this time, and many of their faction's eunuchs had also survived, they must truly recognize who the current emperor is and be prepared to shed blood. When Han Shengxian walked out of the palace, Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and dozens of eunuchs suddenly turned their gazes towards him. These gazes were extremely complex, filled with resentment, hatred, fear, and horror. The first two emotions were due to Han Shengxian cutting off their sources of income, while the fear and horror stemmed from Han Xingxuan's methods. In just half an hour today, it seemed unremarkable, but just a whiff of the bloody smell wafting through the Da Feng Palace revealed how many people Han Shengxian had killed this time. He had personally executed 234 people. Lu Zhong and Zhang, whose eyes also flickered with a hint of horror. Han Zhangyi, both of them whispered, "A new emperor brings new ministers." In their current situation, they could clearly feel this change. When Lu Zhong first met the emperor, he thought he could easily suppress Zhang Hu and better serve the Buddhist sect. But now it seems the emperor already had his own supporters. Whether it was Han Shengxian or Zhang Jiao, these were the people the emperor trusted the most. As for them, the chief eunuchs from the previous emperor's reign, if they did not want to meet a tragic end, they could only obey the emperor's orders. Even if they had Empress Jing backing them, given her temperament, she would not step in to support them unless the emperor cut off her finances. As for the Buddhist sect and the Compassionate Life sect, such matters could not possibly be brought to light. Neither the Buddhist sect nor the Compassionate Life sect was ready to create chaos in the world. Han Shengxian nodded. The emperor has issued an order. The matter of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office ends here, but the word "but" made all the eunuchs' hearts jump. Then they heard Han Xingxuan's cold tone. Everything taken in the past must be returned, and there's no need to return more than 10 million taels of silver. Secondly, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office must hand over 30 critical positions. 10 million taels of silver. This amount seems not much compared to the 8 million taels embezzled every year. But one must know that in recent years, more than half of that had been given to Empress Jing. Not to mention that these eunuchs also had expenses while operating outside. For eunuchs of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's level, just to produce 1 million taels of silver would be risking their lives. But can they really not pay? Outside the palace, as Han Xingxuan's voice fell, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Even Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the experienced chief eunuchs, wore expressions of astonishment. 10 million taels of silver. This was essentially demanding their lives. However, after exchanging glances, none of the dozens of eunuchs present dared to step forward to refuse. Han Xingxuan's earlier demand for the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office to hand over 30 critical positions was certainly intended for him to personally control these key positions. But it was also a warning to Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and these eunuchs. If someone was unwilling to part with the money, then those people should make way. As for the fate of those who vacate their positions, will have eunuchs ever left room for negotiation? Those people would surely be completely devoured by Lu Zhong and the others. Thinking of this, Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and said, "Understood." The priority now was to get through this difficult time, and then find a way to gain the support of Empress Jing or the Emperor's trust. That 10 million taels of silver, with Zhang Hu's ruthless methods, he could naturally wring it out from below. Moreover, this was not just his own affair. Since Lu Zhong liked to adopt foster sons in the past, then it was only fitting that he contribute more this time. And indeed, among the nearly 80 eunuchs present, fully 50 were Lu Zhong's people. Lu Zhong's power was simply not as strong as Zhang Hu's, so he didn't need to worry about how to appease the people below. After all, there were only about 60 critical positions in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, and he only occupied a little over 10. Understood. With both chief eunuchs setting an example, the dozens of eunuchs around naturally had no objections. "We obey your command." Han Xingxuan's eyes, blood-red, fixed on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Before the hour of the snake, send 1 million taels of silver into the Emperor's treasury. This was both a warning to the two and a command from the Emperor. Shen Nan's current task is to amass a fortune of 1 million taels. As long as this 1 million taels of silver enters the treasury, he can complete the system task and unlock a package of grade 1 or above, allowing him to summon a capable assistant. It is even possible that a master akin to Zhang Jiao, or even those of the 10th, 11th, or 12th realms, may appear. After all, a grade 1 is the minimum guarantee. It does not necessarily mean that a master of grade 1 level will definitely appear. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged glances and nodded, gritting their teeth. It is now the first quarter of the Qin hour, and there is only about an hour left until the Sea hour. Sending 1 million taels of silver into the treasury before then is somewhat difficult, but they dare not refuse. Soon, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu hurried back. However, their first task was not to deliver the silver to the treasury, but to argue about how to distribute the 10 million taels of silver and to consider how to proceed next. In the past, these two power seekers would inevitably temporarily unite after this incident. This is also one of the downsides of Shen Nan's urgent actions this time, but he doesn't care at all. Shen Nan, after listening to Han Xingxian report on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's reactions, casually instructed, send someone to bring over all the intelligence on Empress Jing, the Red Dragon Guard, and the Golden Crow Guard. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered another matter. The records of the grain silver from Yuzhou should also be sent to the Ministry of Revenue. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who were quick. By the time of the Qin hour, 1 million taels of silver had already been deposited. At this moment, Han Xingxian had not yet delivered the various intelligence reports, as both the intelligence on Empress Jing and the records from the Red Dragon Guard and the Chief of the Golden Crow Guard required him to find people to gather detailed information. It was also because Han Xingxian was still not sufficiently familiar with the Great Feng. However, after becoming more acquainted, it was expected that with Han Xingxuan's skills, he would be able to handle it well. Shen Nan looked at the system's prompt. The task of accumulating wealth of 1 million has been completed. As a deposed monarch, you now have enough prestige and considerable wealth. Next, please recruit an army of 10,000 as soon as possible to establish your own force. Only with strength can you find the quickest way to restore your country. Task: build your own army of 10,000. Reward: a guaranteed gift package at the 11th realm level and 5,000 points for restoring the country. Collectible rewards: a guaranteed gift package of first rank or above. Just as Shen Nan expected, after the system issued the wealth accumulation task, it would inevitably start releasing tasks related to the army. But 10,000 troops? This is quite underestimating. However, the system statement that only strength is the fastest way to restore the country is indeed true. Shen Nan still agrees with this. He had heard a saying in his previous life: power is like a fist. This saying is applicable in both his past and present lives. As an emperor, one cannot help but grasp military power. In the world of immortal martial arts, this is even more true. How can an emperor suppress everything without enough troops and sufficient force? If Shen Nan could summon a peak master of the 15th realm now, it would be easy to crush people like Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, not to mention the Buddha sect and the Compassionate Life sect behind them. The reputation of Empress Jing would be of no concern. She is merely a dowager empress below the 11th realm. Giving her some face, he would call her grandmother. If he didn't give her face, what would it matter to call her an old witch? However, it is somewhat inappropriate that this system task hasn't been completed immediately. The 20,000 troops of the Red Dragon Guard on the surface obviously don't count as my army. But the pure army within the palace is now under Han Xian as control. After Han Xian's surrender, shouldn't these be considered my troops? Shen Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems the key point is to form a unit. The difficulty of this system task lies not in acquiring 10,000 troops, but in forming an army that belongs solely to Shen Nan. This means he must reorganize the Red Dragon Guard. Shen Nan had already made plans for this in his heart. Given the current situation of the Red Dragon Guard, if they're not disbanded and restructured into a new Red Dragon Guard, they have no combat power at all, and it would be impossible to rely on them to suppress the rebellion in Chuanzhou next year. Let's first take a look at the changes in the marketplace today. Shen Nan did not rush to open the gift pack, but wanted to see what had refreshed in today's shop. Yesterday's shop had 10,000 Snow Dragon Riders, 10,000 Sunflower Guards, and 1,000,000 units of supplies. Although the Snow Dragon Riders were still available in today's shop, the other two have been replaced with 10,000 Ming Wang Heavy Armors and the perfected indestructible Vajra technique. The Ming Wang Heavy Armor goes without saying, is a type of heavy infantry. However, the perfected indestructible Vajra technique was somewhat unexpected for Shen Nan. He carefully read the description. It meant that by exchanging for this technique, any individual previously summoned could instantly possess the perfected indestructible Vajra technique. Is it similar to Cheng Shifei's technique? This indestructible Vajra technique was indeed possessed by Cheng Shifei, the number one in the world. Such a technique could allow an ordinary person to instantly become a pinnacle master of the third rank. Even a grandmaster could withstand a few strikes. Unfortunately, the exchange cost was extremely high, a full 500 restoration points. Restoration points were still insufficient. Shen Nan sighed softly. He did not want to look at the shop any longer. He truly wanted the Snow Dragon Riders and the Ming Wang Heavy Armors. But the restoration points were far too lacking. System, open the gift pack. Open a first tier or above gift pack. Immortal Wu of the Great Qin. Chancellor Li Si of the Legalist School. These lines made Shen Nan's eyes brighten slightly. The ability to draw a peak celestial being from first tier or above pack was already an unexpected surprise. But he never expected to draw the Chancellor of the Immortal Qin Empire. Although Shen Nan currently seemed to lack a military general to suppress armies, what he truly lacked was a master like Li Si, who was familiar with court strategies. The system's task required him to build an army of 10,000 exclusively his own, but that did not mean that military generals were more important. After all, what he needed to do now was to form an army, not a wage war. A 10,000 man army could even be controlled by a eunuch like Han Xian. With the foundation of the Great Feng, Shen Nan only needed to randomly select a suitable person among the military nobles to take control rather than waste this opportunity to draw. Instead, it would be essential to have top military generals in the future if he needed to suppress the rebellion of the Liansheng sect. Li Si was currently the most suitable person. He was not only the Chancellor of the Immortal Qin, but also a disciple of the Confucian sage Xuanzi. And he himself had mastered the legalist doctrines. He could be considered a model of combining Confucianism and legalism. Li Si would also play a significant role in Shen Nan's future consolidation of the power of the Zhijin Wu. As for the foolish things that Li Si did in cooperation with Zhao Gao in history, one could only say that Li Si, as Chancellor, ultimately underestimated Zhao Gao's foolishness. He originally thought that Zhao Gao only wanted to support a new monarch to ascend the throne. Moreover, the eldest son, Fusu, had always been indecisive and thoroughly brainwashed by Confucianism. As a chancellor who advocated a military meritocracy and established a nation based on legalism, Li Si naturally looked down on the indecisive Fusu. Thus, he initially allied with Zhao Gao. Unfortunately, Shen Nan briefly reviewed the life of Li Si before summoning him. Summon Li Si to the palace. Whoosh! Unlike the silent appearance of Zhang Jiao and others in the side hall earlier, Li Si's entrance was much more glorious. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, Li Si, dressed in black, slowly materialized in the palace. A unique aura enveloped the entire hall, embodying both the solemnity of legalism and the grandeur of Confucianism. Li Si was not only at the pinnacle of the 10 realms of a legalist celestial being, but also at the 10 realms of a Confucian celestial being. In terms of combat power, Li Si might not be as strong as Zhang Jiao, but his realm was indeed higher. Whoosh! A faint sound of breathing emerged. Li Si opened his eyes, which were deep and contained a hint of regret. Your servant, Li Si, pays homage to your majesty. During this manifestation process, the system had already infused some basic information about this world into Li Si's mind, allowing him to understand what kind of world he had arrived in and also to recall the foolish things he had done during his time in the Feng Empire. Before being summoned, Li Si had just been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, having been tortured by Zhao Gao for several days to admit to the crime of treason. This was not because Li Si was weaker than Zhao Gao, but because he was a legalist celestial being. Thus, he absolutely could not violate the laws he had established. The king's decree is greater than heaven. This is also a drawback of practicing the path of legalism. When the ruler commands, the minister must die. This was why the former Xianqin, Shang Yang, faced death calmly. However, the advantage of the legalist path is that as long as one can implement the laws they have established, their realm will continuously improve along with the execution and popularization of those laws. Li Si transitioned from being a Confucian terrestrial immortal to a legalist in just a few years, achieving the pinnacle of the 10 realms of a legalist celestial being and also breaking through Confucianism to the level of a 10-realm celestial being. This is the benefit of practicing legalism. Shen Nan carefully examined Li Si in front of him. In terms of his gentle appearance, he looked more like a Confucian scholar. However, it was the depth in his eyes and his slightly imposing aura that revealed him to be a legalist. He did not rush to inquire about Li Si's strategies for governing the country, but instead curiously asked, "What exactly is a legalist celestial being? With your strength, can you defeat Zhang Jiao? It is rare to summon a legalist celestial being." Shen Nan wanted to understand what the legalist celestial beings in this immortal martial world were all about. Although he had read many novels in his previous life and had even received the memories of the future Yuan Emperor, there was no information about legalism in those memories. The so-called legalists are essentially a group of people who pursue the path of laws. Li Si articulated the drawbacks and principles of legalism and described the practice of legalists in detail. Just as Confucianism advocates self-cultivation, governance, and unification of the world, legalism seeks to establish a nation through law and govern the country with law. It follows the belief that human nature is inherently evil and must be constrained by legal punishments. The celestial beings of legalism differ from others in that their cultivation methods are primarily based on laws. This is the foundation of legalists. Laws are used to constrain others, and this technique is somewhat similar to the Confucian principle of words being followed by law. But with a single thought, one can bind and behead others. Techniques are an extension of law, but they are more secretive, allowing one thought to trap others in the cage of laws. The so-called law is most evident, while techniques prefer to remain unseen. Power is the great power of heaven and earth, the might of the empire. It connects the forces of heaven and earth, forming a realm that is almost exclusively its own through the laws it establishes. Currently, the capital of the Great Feng Empire is enveloped in the might of that ruler. Li Si's explanation was too brief and concise, but it was enough for Shen Nan to gain a slight understanding of the situation regarding legalism. The techniques of legalism are somewhat similar to those of Confucianism. However, Confucianism is centered around righteousness, while legalism uses laws as the means. At the same time, he also understood the drawback of legalism, which is that legalists can never violate the laws they have established. The laws uphold the majesty of the emperor. Therefore, when the emperor speaks, the legalist ministers can only face death. However, this drawback is undoubtedly a great advantage for the emperor. Shen Nan also understood why Fa Yang was so reliable, because everything about him was completely tied to the Great Feng. If the Great Feng were to perish, Fa Yang could only die for his country. However, this does not mean that Shen Nan could command Fa Yang without restraint. Rather, he had to balance Fa Yang according to the law. Shen Nan slightly squinted his eyes. In the next few days, you should familiarize yourself with the laws of the Great Feng. In the future, the matters of the Chief of Justice will also be entrusted to you. Although Fa Yang is a loyal minister, the power of the Chief of Justice is something Shen Nan must grasp. He needs to use this authority to suppress everything in the court. The power in the hands of the legalists is fundamentally different from that in the hands of the emperor. The former can at most intimidate the world, while the latter can truly achieve the supremacy of imperial power. When a word is spoken, no one dares to disobey. Li Si was also aware of this. Understood. Creak. The palace door slowly opened. Han Shangxian and Zhang Jiao's figures appeared outside the hall. Zhang Jiao had sensed Li Si's presence just in time. Han Shangxian had finally gathered the information ordered by His Majesty. Your Majesty, this is the information concerning Empress Jing and the military supplies of Yuzhou, and these are the details regarding the Red Dragon Guard and the Chief of Justice. The pile of documents was at least half a person high. If it weren't for the 3 members of the Kuehua Guard carrying them, Han Shengxian alone wouldn't have been able to bring them. Moreover, this was only some basic information. So much? Shen Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. Let's take a look. Li Si stepped forward without hesitation and picked up the document of the Chief of Justice to read. He already knew about the prosperity of the legalists in this world through the memories instilled by the system. The Chief of Justice was the strongest authority of the legalists and was also the office that Li Si would manage for His Majesty in the future. Han Shengxian picked up the information regarding the Red Dragon Guard and began to read, as he needed to thoroughly clean and organize the palace inside and out. The Red Dragon Guard also had the authority to protect the palace, so he needed to understand more about it. In the future, it would be easier to insert some personnel into the Red Dragon Guard or to provide immediate information about the Red Dragon Guard when His Majesty planned to take action against them. Zhang Jiao, however, took an interest in the documents regarding the military supplies of Yuzhou. According to common sense, it would be Empress Jing, who was about to break through the 11th realm. That would interest Zhang Jiao the most, but a great sage is not an ordinary person. His focus has always been on the people's livelihood. If he were not concerned about the common people, how could Zhang Jiao raise the banner to overthrow the Han? With the momentum and prestige of his Taiping Dao, had he not been willing to rebel for the people, his achievements would surely surpass that of Zhang Tianshi from Longhushan, making him one of the most renowned Tianshi in Taoism throughout history, rather than becoming the so-called General of Heaven or a great sage. Everyone had chosen the documents they were interested in. Shen Nan was able to save himself some trouble. He picked up the documents related to Empress Jing and began to read them carefully. After just a cursory glance, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Just looking at Empress Jing's background, one could sense her formidable lineage. The current king of the north, Shun Yu, who is stationed in Yuzhou, is actually Empress Jing's biological father. This king of the north is currently the stabilizing force of the Great Feng Dynasty, even more important than Fan Yi. He is not only the only pillar of the Great Feng, but also the only person at the 12th realm among military strategists. This is a realm above that of the war god. It is precisely because of this level of power that Yuzhou can firmly suppress the restless barbarian demon race. If it weren't for the fact that 2 12th realm demon emperors were also set to appear in the future, even with the internal chaos within the Great Feng, as long as King of the North Shen Yu remains unharmed, the foundation of the Great Feng will still be secure. At most, Shen Nan would have to wander back to Yuzhou to reorganize the situation. This is the true deterrent power of a top expert in the world. Speaking of which, 20 years later, it seems that the Great Feng will not only be facing internal strife, but also a sense of impending doom. As Shen Nan thought of this, he frowned. Before the rebellion of the Liansheng sect, the highest level of martial prowess in the world was merely the 12th realm, while the 13th realm monsters only existed in legends. However, in 20 years, they will emerge one after another. Even the last memories of Emperor Yuan Yu, there were faint indications of the existence of the 14th realm. Although the main reasons for the future downfall of the Great Feng are attributed to Empress Qin's foolish actions in the early days and the rebellion of the Liansheng sect, followed by the troubles caused by the Buddhist sect, Taoist sect, and the demon race, Shen Nan felt it was not that simple. However, considering the capabilities of the system, it would surely be able to summon beings at the level of the 14th realm in the future. Furthermore, figures like Li Si and Zhang Jiao might also break through their limits in just a few years. Unlike the 3 kingdoms of Immortal and Martial, the levels in the 3 kingdoms are not as high as those of the Great Feng, where the pinnacle of celestial beings has already reached the top level of experts. Beyond that realm, it only exists in rumors. Zhang Jiao also suffered a backlash from the national fortunes of the Han Dynasty due to his failed uprising, leading to his demise. However, in this world, Zhang Jiao has infinite possibilities, and with his talent, he will surely be able to break through again in the future. Li Si's situation is similar to that of Zhang Jiao. On the contrary, Han Xingxuan's upcoming breakthrough seems a bit difficult. Ultimately, Han Xingxuan's qualifications are still somewhat lacking. After a brief summary, Shen Nan no longer thought much about it and continued to read the files on Empress Jing. The files detailed Empress Jing's life, and her remarkable achievements were by no means inferior to those of any monarch of the Great Feng Dynasty, except for Emperor Taizu. This made Shen Nan feel a slight pressure. However, ever since Emperor Cheng took power, Empress Jing had retreated to the background, and there were even rumors that she had already passed away. This was the norm for those who had reached the 10 realms of celestial beings. except for the legalists who needed to cultivate through laws. Even the Confucians, Taoists, and Buddhists, after breaking through to the 10 realms of celestial beings, also chose to retreat from the world like Empress Jing. It wasn't that there were restrictions from the world, stating that those in the 10 realms of celestial beings could not participate in worldly matters. Rather, once they cultivated to such a level, they had essentially distanced themselves from ordinary people. Just the fact that a celestial being has a lifespan of 500 years already shows the difference from an ordinary person. Their pursuits were no longer about power and wealth, but about seeking a higher realm in their own path. It seemed that as long as the offerings to Empress Jing were not disturbed, she would not cause any trouble. Shen Nan was aware that although he felt some pain regarding the annual offerings to Empress Jing from the Imperial Horse Bureau with his current strength, he was not yet qualified to compete with her. Moreover, the next offering was still half a year away. He would discuss Empress Jing's matters then. If everything went smoothly, with Shen Nan's current rate of development, by that time, he would likely have more than 10 realms of celestial beings under his command, and there would definitely be no shortage of top experts in the 11th and 12th realms. At that point, what threat would Empress Jing pose? Additionally, the thoughts of Prince Zhenbei, Shen Yu, also needed to be taken into account. Shen Nan intends to take the path of a benevolent ruler, not a tyrant. But he understands what it means to proceed slowly. Being domineering does not equate to being reckless. Shen Nan carefully glanced at the preferences and influence of Empress Jing Tai, then casually tossed the documents aside. He quietly waited for Zhang Jiao and the others to finish reading the files, as he had no interest in going through the tedious paperwork himself. He only needed to grasp a general idea about the matters concerning the Red Dragon Guards, the chief of the Golden Guards, and the military supplies of Yuzhou. How to proceed specifically would still depend on Zhang Jiao and the others. Soon, Zhang Jiao, Li Si, and Han Shengxian had finished reading their documents. The three of them simultaneously placed the files down slowly, exchanged glances, and then Zhang Jiao spoke first. The deep-seated issues in the Great Feng are reminiscent of the late Han Dynasty. As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Nan's brows were already tightly furrowed. He naturally knew the situation at the end of the Han Dynasty. And if the Great Feng was truly just like the late Han, then things would be even more troublesome. He asked, "How did you come to know?" After Shen Nan inquired about how the Great Feng resembled the late Han, Zhang Jiao slowly picked up a document and said, "This document is the financial report from the Ministry of Revenue last year regarding the military expenses of Yuzhou. The Great Feng's annual fiscal revenue is only about 230 million taels. However, the military expenditure in Yuzhou and Liaodong alone is already 84 million taels a year, which calculates to 8 million taels a month. What an astonishing expenditure that is. The total number of troops within the Great Feng is only around 5 million. The number of troops stationed in Yuzhou has already reached an astonishing 2 million on the surface. Moreover, these 2 million are all elite. What does elite mean? In the Great Feng, it is not simply about being able to fight. Those who practice martial arts are considered elite. This means that in the territory of Yuzhou, these 2 million elite troops are at least at the 9th rank. What concept is this? It is important to know that anyone who practices martial arts in the early stages must be nourished with large amounts of meat. Ordinary families, unless they earn dozens of taels a year, cannot afford to raise even one martial artist. This is where the saying poor in culture, rich in martial comes from. Based on the daily meat allowance for a 9th rank martial artist, the annual expenditure on meat would be at least 30 taels. By this calculation, spending 80 million taels a year for 2 million elite troops in Yuzhou is indeed considered low. After all, the military does not only consume food. There are also various military equipment and warhorse losses. These are the real big expenses. However, the actual calculations cannot be done this way. Normally, a yearly expenditure of 30 taels of silver for meat is meant to break through martial realms, if it is only to maintain their level. For martial artists at the 9th or 8th rank, a few taels of broken silver a year would be sufficient. Moreover, there are also the qi and blood pills provided by the Qinghe Palace, which can save quite a bit of money. Therefore, the military salary set during the time of the founding emperor was 5 taels a year, and for elites, it was 10 taels. This standard has only been raised to a difference of 7 and 15 taels to this day. Such a standard is already quite high. At this point, it involves a critical issue. If the Great Feng truly trained 2 million elite martial artists in Yuzhou, how could the barbaric and monstrous tribes invade Yuzhou every year? And yet Yuzhou has no resistance power, often hearing that certain cities were unable to withstand attacks and were plundered by the barbaric tribes. This is simply a joke. Troops of this level, not to mention holding Yuzhou, could easily flatten the ancestral grounds of the barbaric tribes. The reason for the starkly different results from the expenditures is due to empty salaries. The issue of empty salaries is not solely about the generals in Yuzhou. It is more about the corruption issues among officials in various regions. How much of the 84 million taels of silver truly reaches Yuzhou? I'm afraid it is not even a third. This small amount of money still has to be seen in light of the face of the northern town king, Shen Yu. This is the current situation of the Great Feng, which is why Zhang Jiao said the Great Feng is like the late Han, because the various factions within the Great Feng have become unrestrained to a certain extent. This can actually be seen from the horse monitoring office. The trusted eunuchs of the king have become this unrestrained. How well can local officials be? Shen Nan furrowed his brows. Why has such a situation arisen in Feng? His question was not to doubt Zhang Jiao, nor was it out of naive disbelief. Rather, he sought to find a reason. In the late Han Dynasty, it was due to the aristocratic families. What is it for Feng? Zhang Jiao slowly uttered 4 words. The national conditions are such. At first glance, these 4 words sound a bit absurd. But if one thinks about the Song Dynasty in the previous life, one can understand something. During the Song Dynasty, there were some unique national conditions, namely that whenever soldiers went to battle, they had to receive rewards in silver beforehand. Without enough money, they would absolutely not fight. This fundamentally stemmed from the precedence given to culture over military established by the Song Taizu and the traditions passed down from the 5 dynasties period. What about Feng? It is due to the nature of the immortal martial world. When the founding emperor of Feng established the dynasty, in order to win over the leaders of various factions, he promised a lot of things and allowed each province to govern itself. This has made the situation in each province extremely complex, and after more than 800 years, these local powers have developed to an extreme degree. Taking advantage of others and indulging in corruption is the national condition of Feng. The so-called flourishing spring and autumn period is merely a result of Feng's overwhelming national strength. Apart from the barbarian and demon races, there are no other dynasties. In the absence of threats from other dynasties, the officials of Feng live quite comfortably, and this has been passed down from generation to generation. With their connections and foundation, even such rampant corruption, what dare the king of Feng say? What a national condition it is. Shen Nan chuckled coldly. Before I ascended the throne, I thought my greatest enemy was Empress Dowager Chen. Then I believed the enemies were the Taoists, legalists, Buddhists, and Confucians. But now it seems that the greatest enemy is the Feng itself, the officials, the powerful families, and the skilled defenders in various regions. These people are the foundation of Feng. Ironically, it is precisely this foundation that is leading Feng towards destruction. This situation is truly excruciatingly tricky. It even gives Shen Nan the feeling that he is following the script of Lu Xie or Chongzhen. This is simply a nightmarish start. No wonder, 20 years later, the Yuan Emperor wanted to jump off a cliff. When Shen Nan first received the system, he was somewhat confused, as he was a transmigrator after all. Even if the future Yuan Emperor lacked the supportive system, it shouldn't have led to such a fate. However, after understanding the national conditions of Feng, he completely understood why the Yuan Emperor ended up that way. If it weren't for Shen Nan having the system now, and if he didn't know the future, he would likely have followed his initial mindset of just lying down and enjoying life, and his future would undoubtedly mirror that of the Yuan Emperor. Zhang Jiao also felt a bit emotional. He hadn't expected the national conditions of Feng to reach this point. Shen Nan looked at Li Si on the side and said, "In your opinion, if we want to save the Great Feng, what should we do?" Among those present, only Li Si had experience in governing a country. Shen Nan naturally wanted to ask Li Si about it, and he felt somewhat fortunate that this time the gift package had yielded Li Si. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite troublesome. After a moment of contemplation, Li Si said, "There is only one solution: cut the military." The national conditions of the Great Feng are such that, with Shen Nan's current prestige and strength, he cannot confront the entire Great Feng directly. If he wants to resolve the issue of military salary deficits, then the only option is to cut the military. This approach, while not addressing the root cause, can quickly turn around the finances of the Great Feng. The only enemy to deal with is the group of military officials and nobility. They are the most direct beneficiaries, taking the largest share. In contrast, the officials in various regions who profit from military salaries, although they embezzle more silver, are numerous, and the benefits each one receives cannot compare to those of the military leaders. Even if His Majesty intends to take action against the military, they would only wave their flags and protest at most, creating no significant disturbance. Cut the military. Shen Nan nodded slightly. The method proposed by Li Si was indeed a good one. The national conditions of the Great Feng are such that merely suppressing corruption is difficult to achieve quickly unless Shen Nan wants the Great Feng to collapse immediately. Otherwise, such matters cannot be accomplished overnight. It requires slowly accumulating strength, gradually consolidating power, until the imperial authority truly supersedes everyone else. Only then is it possible to achieve this. However, while the proposal to cut the military is good, it lacks sufficient manpower for suppression. After all, cutting the military involves the interests of those military officials. And can they really tolerate their interests being harmed? Moreover, how to handle the local armies is also a problem. Shen Nan thought of this and picked up the documents to glance through them again. He quickly found the information he wanted. Indeed, even the Northern King found it difficult to resolve this issue. The 9 garrisons of Yuzhou were each self-governing, and among these people were even military generals who were more experienced than the Northern King, even with his prestige and strength. It was hard for him to intimidate these warlords at the borders of Yuzhou. Moreover, the Northern King was ultimately a military figure himself. If he dared to do so, it would inevitably cause the commanders below to become disloyal. The situation in the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou was also extremely complex. Although the Northern King was a person of the celestial level in the 12 realms of military strategy, no matter how strong he was, how could he suppress everyone alone? Furthermore, it was highly inappropriate for the Northern King to handle many matters. It was the Grand Emperor of Defeng who had the qualifications to do so. But to achieve this, Shen Nan must have an army that belongs solely to him. This army needs to be able to deter the situation and strike precisely where directed. He looked at the system shop, the Great Snow Dragon Riders, and the Ming Wang Heavy Infantry. If he had enough restoration points, he could immediately exchange for a powerful army that belongs to him. But unfortunately, he does not have any. Even according to the current daily check-in, he only earns 1,000 restoration points. Shen Nan can accumulate 50 Great Snow Dragon Riders or 50 Ming Wang Heavy Armored Soldiers in a day. In a month, that amounts to only 1,500 Great Snow Dragon Riders. However, this can serve as a foundation to train a strong army. The strength of the Ming Wang Heavy Armored Soldiers is yet to be determined, but the Great Snow Dragon Riders are definitely elite troops. In the snow world, 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders can annihilate 10,000 Ruin Iron troops and 300,000 Baiman troops. How terrifying is that? The system also clearly states that each Great Snow Dragon Rider is of the 8th rank, and both horse and rider are heavily armored. Occasionally, it is even possible to exchange for elite lieutenants of the 6th and 4th ranks. Ultimately, it still comes down to the need to build an army. Shen Nan looked at Han Shengxian on the side and asked, "What is the situation with the Red Dragon Guard? Since we are to reduce the military and establish a new army, we must start with the Red Dragon Guard in the imperial capital of the Great Feng. On the surface, the Red Dragon Guard has 200,000 elite troops, and the military expenses they consume each year are considerable. Moreover, Shen Nan has already seized the authority over the Red Dragon Guard in the court yesterday, making it easier to reorganize the Red Dragon Guard." Han Shengxian shook his head slightly. The situation with the Red Dragon Guard is similar to that of the border troops in Yuzhou, but the accounts are clearer. Most of the military supplies and provisions for the Red Dragon Guard are managed by the Martial Virtue Department under the Duke of Chu. If we're talking about corruption, it can only be an internal issue of the Martial Virtue Department. As long as we reorganize the Martial Virtue Department, we can manage it. Li Si then spoke up. "There is no need to rush the reorganization. Currently, Your Majesty is the nominal authority over the Red Dragon Guard. You can simply issue an order to redirect the military expenses of the Red Dragon Guard away from the Martial Virtue Department into the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau instead." Li Si, having been the Prime Minister of the Great Qin, demonstrated a much more adept thought process and methodology compared to Han Shengxian. While Han Shengxian's approach leaned more towards a domineering suppression, Li Si's method was bloodless. A single imperial decree could throw the Martial Virtue Department into chaos. At that time, we could selectively choose to win over or suppress them in batches. "Good idea." Shen Nan also smiled and said, "Let's proceed according to Li Si's suggestion. However, we need to first understand the specific situation of the Red Dragon Guard. The 10 guards of the Red Dragon. How many of the 200,000 elite troops on the surface are actually left? How many are capable of fighting? What is the internal situation of the Martial Virtue Department? Additionally, we need to quickly utilize the finances of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau to form a brand new army. The 10 guards of the Red Dragon. This was the imperial army established during the era of the Great Feng's founding emperor. Now, after more than 800 years, the situation has become extremely complex. It is very difficult for an ordinary person to simply clarify the powers and functions of the Red Dragon Guard. Not to mention the specific internal situation of the Red Dragon Guard, which is inherently complicated as it is an imperial guard that only takes orders from the monarch, and their responsibilities cannot be easily revealed. Unfortunately, the actual Red Dragon Guard has already fallen under the control of the Martial Virtue Department, with most of the Red Dragon Guard being comprised of military generals and noble families. Shen Nan needs to grasp this intelligence if he wants to take action against the Red Dragon Guard. After a slight pause, Han Shengxian said, "I will need a month." He had only just arrived 2 days ago, and he still had not sorted out the situation within the Feng Palace. Naturally, it would take a long time to quickly understand the intelligence of the Red Dragon Guard. A month is already an outstanding capability for Han Shengxian. Shen Nan was about to nod, but Li Si spoke up again. "No need to trouble Master Han. I will certainly be able to sort out the intelligence of the Red Dragon Guard within 10 days. This was not an attempt to take credit. It was indeed more convenient for Li Si to handle this matter. He continued, "The situation of the Red Dragon Guard is indeed complicated. But there are not only the Red Dragon Guard in the imperial capital, there are also the ever-present Jijin Wu. These Jijin Wu are responsible for guarding the imperial city and patrolling various areas. As long as I can obtain some authority from the Jijin Wu, I can understand the situation of the Red Dragon Guard clearly from their side." By this point, the matter was already very clear. Shen Nan also nodded. This matter will be handled by Li Si. As for the authority of the chief of the guards, he looked at Li Si. "You should investigate whether I have the right to directly appoint you to the position of chief of the guards. Such matters concerning the law." Li Si was indeed very skilled in this area, especially given his identity as a legalist. He was more than qualified to hold the position of chief of the guards. Li Si replied yes. Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao, Li Si, and Han Shengxian in front of him. Han Shengxian was in charge of the imperial palace, and Li Si was responsible for the guards, handling matters related to the legalists. Zhang Jiao served as Shen Nan's protector and could also interfere with Taoism in the future. This way, Shen Nan could gradually gain power. If the reward for forming the army could summon a martial general, then the foundation for Shen Nan, the Emperor of the Feng, would be initially established, and these individuals would be the most loyal. Outside the Jinghua Palace, an extremely luxurious imperial carriage slowly approached. This carriage was used by the emperor for daily travel. 3 high-quality demon blood dragon horses pulled it. The curtains were made of silk and embroidered with intricate patterns, and the formation engraved on it was crafted by the Tiangong Institute at great expense. In case of danger, activating the formation would make it difficult for even ordinary land immortals to easily destroy the carriage, especially within the imperial palace, under the shroud of national fortune. The power of such formations was even more formidable. Tiangong Institute. Shen Nan listened to Han Xingxuan's introduction and shook his head slightly. It seems he needs to visit the Institute of Heavenly Crafts in the next couple of days. The 4 schools of Taoism. The Institute of Heavenly Crafts is the territory of the Earth School, just as the Qinghe Palace, renowned for its elixirs. The Earth School is skilled in forging magical artifacts. However, these artifacts are not as exaggerated as those in fantasy worlds. At most, they're just items with unique functions. Moreover, the crafting of each magical artifact consumes extremely rare materials. Take the traveling carriage that Shen Nan is riding, for instance. Just crafting this carriage nearly turned the Great Feng upside down in search of materials. The prestige of such a carriage cannot be measured by gold and silver. This is merely the carriage for the emperor's daily travels. If it were the ceremonial jade chariot, it would be even more extravagant. The entire Earth School took a full 30 years to create the chariot known as the majestic and unmoving jade chariot, using countless rare materials during the process. This was also during the peak period of the Great Feng's founding emperor. If it weren't for that, under the current emperor of the Great Feng, no one would have the qualifications or strength to compel the Earth School to expend such effort in crafting. The jade chariot, made with such painstaking effort, is also extremely impressive. It is said that even those at the 12th realm of the martial family and immortals cannot easily damage it. And it possesses the same abilities as the national artifact of the Great Feng, capable of channeling national fortunes for defense. Once activated, even individuals at the 13th realm would find it difficult to destroy. This was also what the Earth School attempted to replicate when they tried to create a national artifact. Unfortunately, they lacked the strength to do so. The national artifact of the Great Feng was not manufactured, but naturally nurtured by the grand forces of heaven and earth. However, being able to forge such a jade chariot has solidified the Earth School's position. The heavy armor and divine weapons that the Great Feng has been famous for over the past 800 years were all crafted by the Earth School of Taoism. The Institute of Heavenly Crafts, which controls 70% of the world's weapon and armor forging, has had directors from the current head of the Earth School throughout its history. Shen Nan's Snow Dragon Rider obtained from a mall is certainly well equipped. However, if he wishes to form an elite army in the future, the Heavenly Craft Institute is unavoidable. Han Xingxian also nodded. The Heavenly Craft Institute controls 70% of the world's armor and weapon forging, so His Majesty naturally needs to pay a visit. I can first gather some intelligence about the Heavenly Craft Institute for His Majesty. Previously, the intelligence on the Crimson Dragon Guard was seized by Li Si. Although Li Si is indeed more suitable, it inevitably makes Han Xingxian feel a twinge of unease. His strength is not on par with Li Si and Zhang Jiao. If he wants to stand firm by His Majesty's side, he must show more usefulness. In the snowy world, Han Xingxian is not a protagonist, but merely a pitiful Han Diao temple. However, in this world, Han Xingxian also wants to strive a bit, at least to break through his realm. Shen Nan smiled and looked at Han Xingxian. Okay, he could naturally see Han Xingxuan's intentions. However, it was a good thing that the people under his command had ambition and drive. Zhang Jiao quietly watched from the side, also having some thoughts. But now was not the right time to express them. Han Xingxian respectfully said, "This servant will definitely handle this matter properly." Shen Nan nodded. "There's no need to take it too seriously. Your main focus now should be on managing the issues within the palace, especially Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. They must be closely monitored. For now, let's appease Empress Jing." He did not mention Empress Chun, as she was the weakest force in the palace. Besides holding the title of Empress and being the father of the Duke of Chu, she was completely outmatched in terms of schemes, skills, and strength. She didn't even require Shen Nan to do anything intentionally. Just Han Xingxian alone could keep Empress Chun firmly under control. Han Feng respectfully nodded, understood. At that moment, the carriage slowly came to a stop. They had arrived at Jinghua Hall. When Shen Nan walked down, he saw a tall and sturdy eunuch kneeling on the ground. This person was none other than Han Xian, who was in charge of the palace's cleansing army. His name did not sound like that of a eunuch, and his appearance and demeanor were even less so. He had none of the coldness and femininity of Han Xingxian or Zhang Hu, nor the false compassion of Lu Zhong. Instead, he resembled a reckless warrior. In fact, Han Xian practiced military techniques and did not enter the palace as a child. He came in at the age of 30 as a third-rank military master and immediately gained the authority to command the cleansing army. Unfortunately, he was somewhat reckless in his actions, clearly not suited for the intricate calculations of the imperial court. Thus, even though he was an old acquaintance of Emperor Mingchong, he never contended with Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong. If it weren't for his seniority and the fact that he had abandoned the military path to serve Emperor Mingchong, he would not have had the qualifications to continuously hold the position of a eunuch in charge of the cleansing army due to some foolish things he had done. Han Xian pays his respects to your majesty. Han Xian heavily knocked his head on the ground, but this form of address was somewhat inappropriate. The term servant was used. Shen Nan is actually not very accustomed to it, but this is the reality of the Great Feng Kingdom. Eunuchs are indeed the household slaves of the emperor. It is no problem to refer to oneself as a servant. However, while Shen Nan dislikes it, Han Xingxian refers to himself by name without calling himself a servant, which is somewhat out of line. Nonetheless, such a reckless person is indeed suitable for commanding the Purification Army. After all, he is loyal enough. In the memories inherited by Shen Nan, this person indeed perished for the country. He thought for a moment and said, "From now on, the clean army will still be under your command. When faced with issues, consult Han Xingxian more often. With Han Xian's ability, he can only manage the clean army. He can't handle any more power than that." But even so, Han Xian still looked pleased and said, "Yes. People like him are the most loyal, and what they fear most is not earning the emperor's trust." Moreover, from Han Xian's simple perspective, since Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu are destined to fall in the future, with Han Xingxian as the top eunuch, he will inevitably be able to advance further and become the second most powerful eunuch. Everyone has ambition. Furthermore, Han Xian has offspring, and if he can advance further, his legitimate son will also receive better support in the future. Shen Nan walked towards the Jinghua Hall and said, "Dear Jobwell, although the Emperor of the Great Feng does not need to attend court every day, he still needs to come to the Jinghua Hall frequently, as this hall is where the Emperor handles state affairs. The memorials from the cabinet are all submitted here." On the first day of Shen Nan's ascension, he naturally had to take it seriously. Moreover, this could be considered as completing the system's daily check-in. At that time, he would be rewarded with 1,000 restoration points, which could be exchanged for the indestructible skill, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, and the Ming Wang Heavy Armor. After that, He could first exchange a few items to see the quality of those available in the store. Finally, he would determine what kind of army to assemble next. It took a full 3 hours. Shen Nan was handling state affairs in the Jinghua Hall. However, rather than dealing with state affairs, it was more about familiarizing himself with the ministers and the court's matters. The 7 cabinet ministers, led by the Prime Minister Zhang Su and the Deputy Prime Minister Yang Ku, took turns coming to pay their respects. Following them were the ministers of rights, finance, and military, as well as the other 6 ministers. Finally, it was the left and right deputy ministers of the 6 ministries. After Shen Nan met with these first, second, and third-ranking officials, it took him an hour. The remaining hour was spent sorting out the political affairs and governance of the Great Feng. And then he had Han Shang summon some documents. It was noon when the system rewards refreshed. Shen Nan just came back to his senses. Is it already noon? Han Shangxian stood respectfully to the side. Your Majesty, it is already 1/4 noon. There are indeed many things to familiarize oneself with on the first day of the ascension. Shen Nan was also somewhat neglecting sleep and meals. Let someone bring the food. I will have my meal in the hall. After Han Shangxian gave the order, Shen Nan said, from now on, you don't need to follow me closely. Let Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu wait outside instead. Han Shangxian has many things to do. If Shen Nan has to have Han Shangxian follow him in everything, then he won't be able to quickly take control of the palace inside and out. As for the Kuehua guards, their abilities are indeed decent, but they still tend to be a bit rough in their work. Moreover, Shen Nan can take this opportunity to keep an eye on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, and see if these two will behave well next. In his opinion, after the incident at the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu would be loyal and devoted. At least on the surface, that's how it should be. Han Feng Quan replied, understood. Shen Nan did not say much more. Matters of the palace were something Han Shangxian had his own methods for. He looked at Zhang Jiao beside him and asked, you have already met with the ministers in court. What do you think? This question was exactly the same as what Shen Nan had asked after Zhang Jiao was crowned the day before. However, the meaning behind the two questions was completely different. After a moment of thought, Zhang Jiao replied, although the internal situation of the Great Feng is utterly decayed compared to the late Han period, the situation in the Great Feng court is actually quite balanced. The legalists, Confucians, and Taoists do not interfere with each other and maintain a mutual check and balance. The Confucians are divided into 2 factions led by Chief Minister Zhang Su and Deputy Minister Yang Ku, who compete and check each other. The Great Feng can maintain a fade of flourishing prosperity, which is essentially based on this principle of balance. The legalist Fa Yin acts as the guardian of the bottom line, preventing the various forces from becoming too rampant. While the Taoists exist in a delicate balance between the rivers and the court, they can suppress the rivers with their influence while threatening the Confucians, who also have various factions internally. Under such circumstances, although the Great Feng monarch's authority is weak, he still holds power. However, how this power is obtained depends on the emperor's means. Shen Nan smiled and said, Confucianism is not divided into 2 factions, but 3. The Jiangzhou Academy, led by the Prime Minister Zhang Su, mostly consists of the sons of Jiangzhou gentry, representing the interests of the Da Feng aristocracy. Next is the Bailu Cave Academy, led by the second Minister Yang Ku, which represents more of the scholars from humble backgrounds. Finally, there is the Dalu Academy, founded by the great Confucian Wang Shu, which is also a faction of the military, known as the Confucian Generals. The power dynamics in this world are indeed interesting. Unlike ancient history, with the emergence of immortal and martial factors, individual influence has greatly increased. For example, a sage like Wang Yangming was merely a civil servant in ancient history, but after being promoted in later generations, he became known as the Sage of the Heart. If he had been born in the immortal martial dynasty, with his achievements in heart studies, he would have easily broken through the 13 and even 14 realms of Confucianism. The influence he could have had would naturally be exaggerated. Just like the great Confucian Wang Shu, who founded the Dalu Academy, he is the most powerful Confucian sage in the open at the 12th realm, and single-handedly created the system of Confucian generals. What is a Confucian general? It is a military general of Confucianism. Nowadays, most officials in Liangzhou belong to this faction of Confucian generals, and even among the military nobles, there are Confucian generals in the 9 borders of Yuzhou. However, Confucian generals have been suppressed by both the military and Confucianism and have not fully developed. In Liangzhou, there are some forces, but on the court, there is only one right vice minister of the Ministry of War who is a Confucian general. In the future, if there's a need to cut troops, these Confucian generals can be utilized. Shen Nan's smile was full. The Confucian generals, established only a little over 100 years ago, should not have so many corrupt officials. Rather, it is the likes of Yang, this fresh stream from humble backgrounds. His smile faded. I see them as somewhat resembling the Donglin party of the Ming Dynasty. They are just empty talkers of a clean stream. Yang himself is not much of a problem. At most, he is a bit stubborn. However, when Shen Nan was reviewing memorials earlier, he saw many petitions from officials of the Bailu Cave Academy. Each word was so intense, as if they were reprimanding the monarch, all righteous and indignant. However, there was hardly any substance to them. The strategies they proposed, even Shen Nan, having read some historical books, could tell were just empty talk about governance, seemingly excellent, but completely unachievable and without any meaning. Zhang Jiao slightly nodded. Indeed, they are somewhat like those who seek fame and reputation. Shen Nan had just been reading the memorials when Zhang Jiao had also followed along and read quite a bit. He had some impression of the officials of the Great Feng. However, it was not simply about seeking fame and reputation. Shen Nan was not just looking at the memorials. He had inherited the memories of Emperor Yuanyu 20 years later. He had a deep impression of many people mentioned in the memorials. Phrases like the water is too cold, the blood is too frightening, and the ones who abandoned the city were all names found within the memorials. This was also Shen Nan's greatest advantage aside from the system, although it was not the same as the concept of rebirth. It was akin to traveling to a familiar historical dynasty. Not to mention them, just based on their attitudes today. It seemed they had heard about the events that occurred in the palace today, and it would be interesting to see how they respond afterward. This was a few hours ago. Shen Nan had just woken up and ordered Han Sheng to carry out a bloody cleansing of the Imperial Horse Bureau. Such commotion naturally reached the outside world, although the officials he had just met did not mention this matter. Their unnatural reactions and expressions clearly indicated that they were already aware of the situation. As for why they didn't bring it up, it was evident that the civil officials had not yet discussed a countermeasure among themselves. After all, the Imperial Horse Bureau was an internal affair of the palace, and the eunuchs were merely servants of the emperor. What stance could these civil ministers take to advise? At most, they could submit a memorial or two. When Shen Nan sees the statements of these people, he will have a clearer understanding of their attitudes. Let's go to the training ground. He plans to test the effects of the Snow Dragon Knights, the Ming Wang heavy infantry, and the indestructible divine skills. Then he will see how to exchange them. Next, he will have to create a new type of army. Just as Shen Nan was heading to the training ground, deep within the palace, in a leisurely courtyard, Empress Jing lazily looked at Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. So, you mean that Nanner ascended the throne yesterday, and today at the hour of the rabbit, he completely cleaned out the Imperial Horse Bureau that you have worked so hard to manage? Now the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Bureau has become that Han Shengxian who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You no longer have any power over the Imperial Horse Bureau. Even Han Xian has the upper hand over you? Her tone was calm, seeming to mock yet also to take pride. After all, he is my great-grandson. The late emperor was the eldest son of Emperor Chong. Shen Nan is the eldest son of the late emperor. Empress Dowager Jing is also the mother of Emperor Chong of the Ming Dynasty. So there is a 3-generation difference between her and Shen Nan, which is what is called intergenerational affection. The situation is similar in the Xinwu Dynasty. The key point is that Empress Dowager Jing currently has no desire for power struggles. She has long been focused on martial art cultivation since she returned power to Emperor Chong and does not care about authority or power. She has already enjoyed what she should have in her early years and no longer harbors such ambitions. Lu Zhong and Zhang who have long understood Empress Dowager Jing's temperament. If it weren't for this, they would not have merely indicated her importance in the accounts, but would have directly sent someone to invite her. Even now, it is not Lu Zhong and Zhang who's seeking an audience. Rather, it is Empress Dowager Jing who summoned the two after hearing about Shen Nan's actions. However, Empress Dowager Jing changed the subject. I wonder where this great-grandson of mine found a Taoist at the 10th realm and where he found a peak second-rank eunuch. Have you investigated this clearly? This is also Empress Dowager Jing's doubt. Although she has not concerned herself with worldly matters in recent years, she has heard some things about Shen Nan. In Empress Dowager Jing's impression, this great-grandson is quite similar to the late emperor, both having a temperament that is gentle to the point of being somewhat weak. How has he transformed into this now? Is it something he had hidden, or has someone guided him? She would prefer to believe it is the latter. If that is the case, Empress Dowager Jing must step forward to see which old fox is plotting. Zhang Hu cautiously said, "We have not found any trace at all. The 4 sects of Taoism have never heard of this person, and that second-rank eunuch has also never shown any trace, as if these two appeared out of thin air." Empress Dowager Jing scoffed. appeared out of thin air? A second-rank eunuch is one thing. It could be some second-rank expert from the martial world pretending. But a Taoist at the 10th realm is limited in number. There are only 8 or 9 in the 4 sects of Taoism, right? We don't even know how many are still alive. Previously, I sensed that Taoist's aura. He is probably just a step away from the 11th realm Golden Core Tao Lord. And in terms of realm, he might be stronger than this old woman. Such a person really has no trace. What sect did he come from? Pill cauldron, talismans, or divine clouds must have one, right? Otherwise, the Lianxing sect sorcerers can also be counted. With a population of several billion in the Feng and nearly 10 billion people in the world, it is quite normal for a few second-rank level experts to appear out of thin air. But for a 10th realm Taoist, that is somewhat unlikely. Especially someone like Zhang Jiao, who is nearly at the peak of the 11th realm, is even more laughable. Although achieving the 10th realm in Taoism does not require the clear laws of the legalist school, nor does it require the Confucian idea of establishing words, books, and virtue. Taoism also requires experiencing worldly matters. Any Taoist at the 10th realm must have undergone trials in the world, and there must be traces to follow. Therefore, Empress Dowager Jing really does not believe that Zhang Jiao can appear out of thin air. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu certainly understand this, but not being able to find out is truly a lack of leads. They also want to clarify things. In fact, they have privately contacted the Buddhist sect and the Lianxing sect to gather intelligence. After all, these two are not just simple eunuchs on the surface. They are also important pieces in the Buddhist and Lianxing sects concerning the future overall situation, and they cannot allow anyone to interfere with their plans. Zhang Hu whispered, "It is my fault for not handling matters well, but I've already sent someone to investigate. I believe we will have results in a few days, and we will definitely send the information over at the first opportunity. Even if the Lianxing sect and the Buddhist sect clarify the situation, they cannot easily act against Zhang Jiao. More is directed at the people behind Zhang Jiao. That is a matter of a higher level, which Zhang Hu cannot participate in. The only power he can rely on now is Empress Dowager Jing. If he cannot gain the trust of Her Majesty in the future, then he can only rely on Empress Dowager Jing as a backing to stabilize his position and authority. The Horse Supervisory Office has been lost, but the authority of the Ceremonial Office cannot be lost at all. Otherwise, the Mother of all things will definitely let Zhang Hu know what Lianxing teachings are. The Mother of all things. The hometown of the Mother of all things. This phrase has never been as simple as it appears on the surface. The Mother of all things is indeed a person with unfathomable abilities, capable of killing from thousands of miles away without a trace. Empress Dowager Jing lazily waved her hand. I do not care who is plotting. After all, the Feng ultimately belongs to the royal family, and not just anyone can interfere. Just find out and send it over. As for the Horse Supervisory Office, she slowly glanced at Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong. Clear up the Horse Supervisory Office and send it over. Some matters that were neglected in the past do not mean they can truly be ignored. The Horse Supervisory Office has never belonged to you eunuchs. Empress Dowager Jing does not concern herself with worldly affairs, but the intelligence she holds is extremely powerful, and she certainly knows the situation of the Horse Supervisory Office. In the past, the late Emperor and Emperor Chong did not have any ruthless means, and Empress Dowager Jing reluctantly took control on their behalf. The money she demanded each year was not just for simple cultivation. It was more to serve as a foundation for the royal family. For decades, she has not broken through to the 11th realm. Empress Dowager Jing vaguely feels that it seems to be due to the constraints of national fortune. Unfortunately, due to her status, she cannot do anything casually. On the contrary, if this new ruler Shen Nan can stand up, she would not mind lending a hand. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu quickly withdrew. Empress Dowager Jing then calmly said to those beside her, "Send someone to investigate." In a corner that was empty, a woman's figure appeared. Yes, outside the palace. The news about Shen Nan cleaning up the Horse Supervisory Office in the early morning has spread like wildfire. However, neither the cabinet ministers nor the court officials have expressed any opinions tacitly. The most important matter now is still the national mourning. Although Shen Nan has ascended to the throne, he did not truly begin to exercise power until 2 days after the national mourning. Only then could he be considered a king in the true sense. At that time, ministers would submit memorials to express their positions and ideas. The new ruler would also announce some official transfers at the Grand Court Assembly to clarify his stance. This has been a tradition of the Great Feng Dynasty. Therefore, the entire court, both civil and military officials, would not suddenly take action, but were waiting for the commencement of the national mourning the next day. In the training ground, The leader of the pure army, Han Xian, respectfully stood on the sides. Your Highness, the training ground has been cleared, leaving only 15 of the most obedient and outstanding pure army members to serve your Majesty. May I ask what your Majesty intends to do? Shen Nan had already instructed Han Sheng to notify Han Xian to clear the training ground. Originally, Han Xian thought the Emperor had some orders. However, the Emperor unexpectedly told him to leave about 10 armored troops waiting, which left Han Xian somewhat puzzled. Shen Nan did not speak, only casting a calm glance at Han Xian. This Han Xian was indeed loyal enough, but he lacked the tact. If Liu Zhong or Zhang were here, they would definitely not ask too many questions. Instead, they would strictly execute Shen Nan's orders. Even if Liu Zhong and Zhang, who were not truly loyal in their hearts, they would certainly put on a good front. Han Xian was not foolish. Upon sensing the Emperor's gaze, he realized he had made a mistake and instantly became cautious. This servant just wanted to see if His Majesty needed any assistance. As soon as he said this, it made him seem even more foolish. Shen Nan shook his head and said, I intend to form a brand new army, but I don't know how to do it. It's just right to test the new army's combat power with your elite troops. Have them prepare for a drill here shortly. The army test should ideally be conducted with at least 100 soldiers. Unfortunately, the revival points are limited, so Shen Nan couldn't summon them freely. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Han Xian to respond and glanced at the system in the void. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Under his command, great virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao, peak of the 10th realm. Han Shangxian, peak of the 2nd grade grandmaster. Li Si, peak of the 10th realm. 10 sunflower guards, 5th grade warriors. Cultivation technique. 9 dragons, true chi. 8th grade bone, tempering realm. Items, none. Overall level. Does not yet possess the power to revive the country. Revival points, 3,000 points. Mission, build a unique army of 10,000 soldiers. Reward, guaranteed gift pack of the 11th realm level, 5,000 revival points. This is Shen Nan's current influence. 2 peak experts of the 10th realm and 10 guards of the 5th grade. And then there are 3,000 revival points, of which 2,000 points were earned from a million wealth acquisition task, and 1,000 were from today's daily check-in. Shen Nan pondered for a moment and silently thought. Exchange for 5 great snow dragon riders and 5 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, placing them at the location where Han Shangxian was outside the training ground. Today, the exchange cost for the great snow dragon riders in the system shop is 20 points. And the same goes for the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. With the disappearance of 200 national revival points, a ripple suddenly appeared in front of Han Shangxian outside the training ground. Immediately, a surge of military aura emerged. Great snow dragon riders. Han Shangxian squinted slightly. He knew the prowess of the great snow dragon riders. Anyone who could become a great snow dragon rider is an elite martial artist. They are selected from nearly 1 million troops of Bailiang. Each one can be said to be the most elite cavalry. Both horse and rider are armored. They strike decisively. In battle, they charge forward without hesitation, unstoppable. Even with the foundation of the Bailiang king, he could only nurture 1,000 great snow dragon riders. The 5 great snow dragon riders before Han Shangxian are even among the elite, with his knowledge. He could tell at a glance that these individuals are at least at the captain level within the great snow dragon riders, and their steeds seem to have been enhanced, unlike the war horses in the snowy world, appearing to contain a hint of subtle killing intent. They seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. While observing, he also glanced at the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to the side. Unlike the great snow dragon riders that Han Shangxian was familiar with, he had never seen these Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers before. However, just by looking at their solemn, sculptural demeanor, he could guess their elite status. Especially the dark iron heavy armor they wore, which was far from ordinary heavy armor, even stronger than that of the pure army's heavy armor. Follow me to meet His Majesty. Han Shangxian walked toward the training ground, followed silently by the great snow dragon riders and Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Inside the training ground, Han Xian was still in shock at His Majesty's words about forming an army. He said with surprise and suspicion, Your Majesty, if you want an army, the pure army is always at your service. Even the Red Dragon 10 guards, I can manage for you. So why must you form a new army? Shen Nan had somewhat gotten used to Han Xian's way of speaking. He understood why Han Xian had been in charge of the Jing army for so many years without any possibility of advancement. With such a thoughtless way of speaking, it was already impressive that he could survive in the palace. After all, which eunuch would dare to speak to the emperor like that? He calmly said, Just watch. Zhang Jiao, standing to the side, couldn't help but shake his head, but his gaze quickly turned to the outside of the training ground. He sensed that aura of military might. Although this aura was faint, the aura of seasoned warriors was particularly evident. Han Xian also looked over immediately, this kind of aura. After all, he was a second-rank master and a military general, and he had indeed been on the battlefield before. In terms of strategy and schemes, Han Xian was severely lacking, but he was very familiar with military matters. Talp, talp, talp. 5 great snow dragon riders and Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers slowly walked in. Although they were few in number, the killing aura they emitted was not weak at all, and it even made the 15 eunuchs of the Jing army feel a bit uneasy. This was not the bloody scent of Han Shengxian, but a killing aura unique to those forged in the heat of battle. This was the difference between those who had been on the battlefield and those who had not. The Jing army appeared not weak, but if they encountered the great snow dragon riders, those battle-hardened cavalrymen, they would at most be able to withstand a single charge before being completely defeated. Even a king like Shen Nan, who has never been on the battlefield, can easily discern the difference between the pure army and the great snow dragon riders. He said to Han Xian, "Find 35 more people. With just these 15 eunuchs from the pure army, we can't test anything. Only with 50 pure army soldiers together can we perhaps test something." Han Xian reacted quickly in military matters. He instantly understood His Majesty's meaning. It probably requires 100. That was his judgment. 100? Shen Nan smiled. Then go find them. He became increasingly eager to see the performance of the great snow dragon riders and the Ming King's heavy armored troops. If it were possible to form a brand new army this way, then the matter of disbanding troops wouldn't be a problem at all. Unfortunately, to form an army of 10,000, it would require 200,000 restoration points. This number is indeed somewhat exaggerated. At most, it could be used as a template to form a single army. Restoration points have many other uses, and it's impossible to summon that many. For example, Shen Nan also wanted to test the indestructible diamond skill. As Han Xian gathered 100 armored pure army soldiers, the large drill ground was filled. Shen Nan watched with great interest as 5 snow dragon riders lined up with 5 Ming Wang heavy infantry. Although these troops were all summoned, like the Sunflower Guards, they also had their own thoughts and ideas. However, in terms of fame, they were not as well known as figures like Zhang Jiao and Li Si, and their impact was not as significant. The cavalry was in the front, and the heavy infantry was in the back. Shen Nan casually commented, "This formation is quite peculiar. Normally, heavy cavalry should charge forward to block the enemy, while the light cavalry is meant to disrupt the opponent. However, in front of the Dashua dragon riders and the Ming Wang heavy infantry, it seems there is no intention of employing such maneuvering tactics." Zhang Jiao's eyes also flashed with a hint of amazement. "Do they want to charge head-on?" Han Shengxian nodded and said, "The Dashua dragon riders are relentless in battle, and this is their first time performing in front of His Majesty, so they must want to showcase their strongest side. And the same goes for the Ming Wang heavy infantry." Shen Nan understood. The actions of the Dashua dragon riders and the Ming Wang heavy cavalry had also sparked the pride of the 100 armored elite soldiers. After learning about the specifics of His Majesty's summons, they had initially wanted to perform well. However, upon arriving at the training ground, they were astonished to find that the opponents consisted of only a mere 10 people, 5 heavy cavalry and 5 heavy infantry. Although the aura of battle was somewhat intimidating, the elite soldiers had a full 100 armored warriors on their side. The numbers were completely disproportionate, and a significant numerical advantage provided enough confidence to the elite soldiers, especially when they saw the Dashua dragon riders and the Ming Wang heavy infantry adopting such a stance. Many of them even wore unfriendly expressions. This was too much of an insult. Boom! Han Xian personally struck the war drum, then looked at Shen Nan. "Your Majesty?" Shen Nan nodded. "Let's begin." He was looking forward to the performance of the Dashua dragon riders and the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Boom! 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 Han Xian did not hesitate, continuously beating the war drums. The deep sound of the drums instantly turned the entire training ground somber and tense. 100 pure army soldiers stood solemnly, even though they had never truly been in battle. However, with a military general like Han Xian leading them, there had been no laziness in their past training, and the pure army had no concept of idle pay. The 500 pure army soldiers were all truly elite troops. The 100 pure army soldiers stepped forward in unison, their fierce aura instantly spreading out. Although these pure army soldiers were eunuchs, it did not mean that eunuchs could not practice martial arts. Concepts of yin and yang in cultivation certainly existed. Some techniques were indeed not suitable for eunuchs to practice. However, after castrating himself, Han Xian was still able to rise from a 3rd-tier martial master to a 2nd-tier grandmaster. indicating that there were indeed martial arts suitable for eunuchs to cultivate. Although they lacked some of the most vigorous and masculine energy, their fierce aura was not weaker than that of any martial warrior. The only issue was the absence of true horizontal training masters, as the abundant vitality required for such training was something eunuchs could not possess. It was innate and could not be supplemented by any food. Boom! At that moment, 5 Dashua dragon riders moved in unison, charging straight towards the 100 pure army soldiers with calm expressions, showing no sign of fear despite being outnumbered, as if they were the ones with the greater numbers. Their charge exuded an aura akin to that of 100 soldiers. Rumble. The sound of hooves trampled, and a fierce aura emanated. This scene made Shen Nan's eyes light up. These Dashua dragon riders did not seem like ordinary ones. Their momentum and vitality were not something an average 9th-tier martial artist could possess. Although he was only at the 8th-tier martial artist level, having lived in the Deep Palace and being well-informed since childhood, he could clearly see the differences in these 5 Dashua dragon riders. Han Shangxian commented from the side. According to the standards of the Bailiang Dashua dragon riders, these individuals could each be leaders of 10, and the one at the forefront could even be a captain of 100. This person's cultivation is at the peak of the 8th tier. The system's products were undoubtedly premium. The Dashua dragon riders exchanged for 20 national revival points were certainly not just ordinary ones. If Shen Nan was lucky, the 20 national revival points could also be exchanged for officers of the 4th tier or even 2nd and 3rd tier generals. After all, the Dashua dragon riders were not just composed of ordinary cavalry. Within this army, there were fierce individuals capable of taking on 100 enemies, as well as renowned generals who had experienced the spring and autumn wars, and it was they who formed this illustrious Dashua dragon riders. Shen Nan became increasingly excited upon hearing this. Boom! 5 great snow dragon riders appeared about 40 meters away from the 100 clean army soldiers. Suddenly, 5 figures clad in heavy black iron armor, looking extremely robust, emerged above them, unlike the ferocity of the great snow dragon riders. These heavy armored soldiers truly embodied the essence of heavy armor. Their armor was made of black iron and weighed over 300 pounds. This resulted in each of them being elite practitioners of powerful training methods, with impressive physiques and incredible vitality. As they leaped, they resembled 5 massive bears, and their enormous shadows completely covered the frontmost clean army soldiers. The iron hammers they wielded in their right hands came crashing down from above. Boom! At that moment, the overwhelming vitality of the heavy armored soldiers surged forth. Roar! It sounded like a giant bear roaring. The iron hammers, carrying immense power, struck directly at the front few clean army soldiers. These heavy armored soldiers, already as sturdy as bears and clad in several hundred pounds of black iron armor, fell from the sky with tremendous force, instantly sending several clean army soldiers flying. They then charged into the clean army ranks with a brute force. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the heavy armored soldiers passed, chaos ensued. Hold steady. There were only 5 of them, using the momentum of their horses. A sharp voice from a clean army lieutenant rang out, but before he could stabilize the situation, another thunderous sound was heard. The 5 great snow dragon riders charged in like an unstoppable force, their icy North Liang blades hovering above their heads. With a single downward strike, one clean army eunuch was sent flying several meters away. Fortunately, it was the back of the blade. If it had been the edge, it would have resulted in a severed corpse. We are defeated. Shen Nan smiled brightly and said, the Jing army has lost all sense of order. 100 Jing soldiers are facing 5 great snow dragon riders and 5 heavily armored soldiers. It should have been an easy fight. Unfortunately, the Jing army has neither long spears to form a line to block the cavalry's charge, nor any caltrops, and they have never experienced real combat. By the time the great snow dragon riders charged, their formation was already in disarray. When the Ming Wang heavy cavalry leaped down bravely, the frontmost Jing soldiers were completely panicked, even though their strength was actually quite good. But under such a fearful mentality, even 10% of their strength might not be able to exert 40%. Han Shangxian, standing to the side, smiled in agreement. Your Majesty has a keen eye. Zhang Jiao looked increasingly impressed. The Ming Wang heavy cavalry and the great snow dragon riders were even stronger than he had imagined. If a military force could be formed with them, the task Your Majesty needs to accomplish would be much easier. However, Han Xian's face turned somewhat pale. He knelt on one knee and said, this servant has not managed the army well. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Although he had recognized the extraordinary nature of the great snow dragon riders and the Ming Wang heavy cavalry earlier, and had gathered 100 Jing soldiers, He never expected them to be this strong. The 100 Jing soldiers seemed like wooden stakes in front of them, without any power to fight back. The performance of the Jing soldiers made Han Xian's heart twitch. This army, which he had trained so hard, was utterly incapable of withstanding a blow, especially their fear of the enemy, their cowardice. How could such an army protect the palace well? Shen Nan smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. Jing Jun's strength is actually quite good. It's just that he lacks combat experience. He has the strength and equipment, but cannot utilize them effectively. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "In your opinion, if I were to form an army, should I first use the Great Snow Dragon Riders as a template or the Ming Wang heavy armor? Which would be quicker if I wanted to rapidly assemble an army of 10,000? Whether it is the Ming Wang heavy armor or the Great Snow Dragon Riders, Shen Nan is destined to assemble a force in the future. However, the resources he currently possesses are limited, forcing him to choose only one option. Moreover, it must be established quickly, ideally within 10 days, to successfully form an army of 10,000. At that time, he could receive the system's guaranteed gift pack at the 11th realm level and gain 5,000 restoration points to rapidly expand his influence. Furthermore, Shen Nan will need a powerful army to take action against the Red Dragon Guard." Han Xian was taken aback by this statement. Such an army must consist of seasoned warriors. If His Majesty wants to build such a fierce army of 10,000, it would likely take more than 10 years of effort, with costs that are incalculable. He is a military strategist and general, and naturally knows how to train troops. In Han Xian's view, neither the Snow Dragon Riders nor the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers could simply be trained. They're forged on the battlefield. Although he does not know where His Majesty has recruited these fierce elites to build an army of 10,000 with them, this is simply a fantasy. If there were truly 10,000 Snow Dragon Riders or 10,000 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, Han Xian would dare to lead this army to clash with the barbaric demon tribes of the 9 borders of Yuzhou alone. Shen Nan shook his head and said, "There's no need to be so strict. What I'm asking is which of these two armies would be easier to assemble, and how can we quickly form a military force? I intend to disband the Red Dragon 10 guards." Upon hearing the latter part, Han Xian was taken aback and instantly understood the Emperor's intention. If it's just targeting the Red Dragon 10 guards, then it doesn't need to be that complicated. Although I'm not familiar with the specific training methods of these armies, whether it's the Ming Wang heavy armor or the Great Snow Dragon Riders, they are essentially just the difference between heavy cavalry and heavy infantry. Your Majesty can focus on the Royal Horse Monitoring Bureau to form an army, and it could be successfully established in a few months. You could also purchase a large amount of heavy armor from the Tiangong Institute, and it could be formed in just over a month. The establishment of the Great Snow Dragon Riders will definitely be much more difficult than the Ming Wang heavy armor. This is mainly due to the scarcity of war horses, especially those capable of carrying heavy armor, which are alarmingly rare. Although the armor of the Great Snow Dragon Riders is not as heavy as that of the Ming Wang heavy armor, they are cavalry with both riders and horses clad in heavy armor, and the war horses must be of superior quality to charge freely under such a heavy burden. Moreover, the commanders must ride dragon horses infused with demon blood. The costs associated with this are absolutely unimaginable. In contrast, the Ming Wang heavy armor is much simpler. The Dafeng Tiangong Institute has enough strength to quickly forge enough heavy armor for 10,000 people. But this also raises another issue. Where to find so many elite fighters who have trained in horizontal refining? Fighters trained in horizontal refining are much rarer than ordinary bone forging fighters. The daily nutritional needs far exceed those of regular fighters. This is the advantage and disadvantage of the Great Snow Dragon Riders compared to the Ming Wang heavy armor. Both have their flaws and strengths. In terms of war horses, the Royal Horse Monitoring Bureau already has pastures, and it just needs Han Xian to take over to start operations. As for horizontal refining, Your Majesty has just received 10 million taels of silver from the Royal Horse Monitoring Bureau, so it is not impossible to throw money at it. However, regardless, this still has some gap with what Shen Nan envisioned as quickly assembling a 10,000-strong army. Moreover, how to select these 10,000 soldiers is also a problem. The regular army has 8,500 men, plus some selected by the Royal Horse Monitoring Bureau. Shen Nan is indeed able to quickly assemble his own army. However, it definitely won't be the Snow Dragon Knights or the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. At most, it's just a clean army with a different name. Or perhaps he could have him practice the Sunflower Sutra of the Sunflower Guards. Unfortunately, the Sunflower Sutra possessed by the Sunflower Guards is only of the 5th rank. If the system all were to refresh and offer a complete inheritance of the Sunflower, he could establish the Sunflower Guards based on that. Shen Nan thought of this and said, "It seems that the formation of the Ming King's heavy armor troops and the great snow dragon riders cannot be rushed. Starting today, the clean army will be renamed the Sunflower Guard. I will also have people pass on the cultivation methods of your eunuchs to enhance the strength of the clean army. As for the Ming King's heavy armor great snow dragon riders, we will wait and see how to organize them after taking control of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office." Regarding the current situation, Shen Nan chose to have it all. Not only did he want to quickly complete the tasks of the system, but he also aimed to form two armies capable of intimidating the Defeng. However, the immediate priority was to establish the foundation of the Ming Wang heavy armor troops and the great snow dragon riders. In the future, when the Red Dragon 10 guards were disbanded, he could swiftly incorporate the elite members into the new forces. After all, demobilization is not simply a matter of issuing a decree for immediate dissolution. It involves removing those who are unfit for service and retaining the elite core to be reassembled. Han Xian clasped his hands and said, "Understood." Although he did not know what the emperor intended to teach the Jing army or why it was to be renamed the Sunflower Guards, Han Xian was the type of person who did not pry into such matters. He would just focus on his work. Soon, Han Xian took 100 Jing soldiers to get to work. Shen Nan looked at the tallest and most robust man among the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers and asked, "What is your name?" The sturdy man, resembling a small mountain, replied in a deep voice, "I am Shen Yu." "Shen Yu?" Shen Nan was taken aback. "What nice name. From today onwards, you will be the leader of the Ming Wang heavy armored guards, leading 100 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to protect the palace." As he spoke, Shen Nan quickly carried out a series of operations. Exchange for 95 Ming King heavy armored soldiers. Exchange for the perfected diamond unbreakable divine skill. Granted to Ming King Shen Yu. Exchange for 20 great snow dragon riders. Previously, Shen Nan had a total of 3,000 revival points. After summoning 5 great snow dragon riders and 5 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, there were still 2,800 points remaining. However, under the current operation, the revival points were instantly reduced to 0. In their place, a ripple suddenly appeared in front of Shen Nan. 95 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers and 20 great snow dragon riders materialized in the training ground. Fortunately, Han Xian had already left, and there were no outsiders in the training ground. Otherwise, this scene would definitely have stunned Han Xian. Shen Nan looked at the fierce crowd in front of him. With a smile on his face, he turned to Han Shengxian and asked, "Han Shengxian, is there any surprise among these people?" He had mentioned before that the exchange in the mall was not just for ordinary troops, but was like a gift package. The 9th-tier troops were just the baseline, and there was a possibility of encountering surprises of higher tiers. Han Shengxian sensed carefully. However, before he could speak, he heard Zhang Jiao say, 4 8th-tier warriors and 1 7th-tier cavalry. This is the surprise this time. Aside from that, there are also elite troops of the 9th tier, and even some at the peak of the 9th tier, but there's no need to say much more. Shen Nan nodded slightly. It seems that about 10 people can produce an elite of the 8th rank, or say a squad leader. If we exchange for over 1,000 people at once, we should be able to get a leader of the 5th or 4th rank. He had a better understanding of the exchange rules of the system all. There was certainly some excitement. However, wanted to hit the jackpot in one go. The probability is not much higher than the chance of drawing an SSS rank in his previous life. Shen Nan no longer thought much about it. He raised his right hand and pointed at Shen Yu. Inherit the indestructible Vajra skill. Swish! A mysterious aura suddenly emerged around Shen Yu. At that moment, the blood and internal energy within him began to swell, and his originally dark skin transformed into a dark golden color. This was the indestructible skill of the world's #1. Unlike ordinary horizontal training techniques, the indestructible skill could be considered a fast-track method, with its power significantly surpassing that of typical horizontal martial arts. However, it also had its drawbacks, namely that once the indestructible state was activated, the consumption of internal energy and physical strength was extremely high. Therefore, the indestructible skill passed down by the system was not merely a simple memory. It was as if Shen Yu had trained for 20 years. Not only did it allow him to attain the mastery level of the indestructible skill, but it also greatly enhanced his physical body and internal energy. In just an instant, Shen Yu, who was originally only an 8th grade martial artist, had already reached the level of externalizing his vital energy, a feat typically achieved only by 3rd grade masters. In just a matter of seconds, Shen Yu directly advanced from the 8th rank bone refining, skipping the 7th rank blood exchange, the 6th rank strength refining, the fifth rank great accomplishment of strength, and the fourth rank Qi refining, to suddenly become a third rank master of Qi with great accomplishment, especially after activating the indestructible diamond technique. He could withstand the attacks of a second rank grandmaster. This speed of breakthrough is simply shocking. Shen Nan even felt a hint of envy. Although he is currently only an 8th rank bone refining practitioner, after ascending to the throne as emperor and being blessed by the national fortune, his cultivation speed has far surpassed that of ordinary people. Moreover, in the past, he always had Zhang Jiao accompanying him, so there was no need to inherit any indestructible divine skills. Of course, this also reflects Shen Nan's own disdain for the indestructible divine skills. Shen Nan's own inheritance is at least at the level of a first-grade Earth Immortal. What could he possibly use this indestructible skill for? Anyone daring to make a move against Shen Nan must at least be at the level of a first-grade Earth Immortal, or even above, at the level of a 10 realms celestial being. On the contrary, after giving Shen Nan can create a decent warrior out of thin air. Han Shengxian and Zhang Jiao also flashed a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Such a method is truly unfathomable. Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao and said, I wonder how this method compares to the ability to summon soldiers by scattering beans. And how does it measure up to the yellow turban warriors? Zhang Jiao, hailing from the immortal martial 3 kingdoms, was at the pinnacle of the Taoist 10 realms, naturally mastering profound Taoist techniques. Shen Nan was aware that Zhang Jiao still possessed the Taiping techniques, although this type of cultivation method might not be as exaggerated as rumored, and it may not truly reach the level of being the Lord of the Yellow Sky. The spells for healing, turning beings into soldiers, the yellow turban warriors, calling the wind and rain, and summoning lightning do exist. Such a technique is absolutely top tier, even in the immortal martial world of Feng. Zhang Jiao chuckled and said, Naturally, your Majesty's methods are even more remarkable. The turning of beings into soldiers is not as fantastical as the rumors suggest. It is more akin to a magical artifact of this world, using secret methods to refine the beings. When scattered, they can transform into a person. However, the yellow turban warriors are the Tao soldiers recognized by the public, although their refinement is much more complicated. Yellow turban warriors are never real people. They are Tao soldiers. However, the refinement process is extremely complex, and even at his peak, Zhang Jiao could only manage 1,000 yellow turban warriors. This technique of Zhang Jiao's is somewhat similar to the Taoist earth sect of this world, just more advanced. Shen Nan smiled and said after hearing this, In a couple of days, you'll go to the Tiangong Institute with me to have a look. With the mysterious techniques of turning beings into soldiers and the yellow turban warriors, there are also millions of tales of silver. Shen Nan is confident that he can bring Tiangong Academy under his control, but how to do it specifically still needs to be seen later. It was also during the conversation between the two. Shen Yu has gathered 100 Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers and 25 great snow dragon riders. From now on, the patrols inside and outside the sleeping quarters will be their responsibility. They will also serve as the foundation for Shen Nan's future formation of the great snow dragon riders and Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. Shen Nan said to Han Shengxian, For now, let's assign them to the Jingjun and have 5 members of the Kuehua Guard take them to find Han Xian. After we account for the wealth of the Imperial Horse Department, we can then proceed with the arrangements for forming the army. Their current position can only be Jingjun, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay in the palace at all. The issues with the Imperial Horse Department haven't been fully resolved yet, and there isn't a suitable plan for the time being. Han Shengxian casually pointed to 5 members of the Kuehua Guard and instructed them to take Shen Yu and the others away. As for Han Xian's surprise at seeing these elite troops, neither Shen Nan nor Han Shengxian intended to explain. In fact, if Han Xian truly guessed something, it would be a good thing for Shen Nan. After all, sometimes, to govern others, one must wield both grace and power, while maintaining enough mystery to instill fear. Outside Jinghua Palace, Shen Nan, after testing the Daxwalanqi and the Ming Wang heavy armor, took a carriage toward the Jinghua Palace. Although he had gone through most of the memorials in the morning, there was still a lot of information he didn't fully understand. Additionally, he needed to start arranging matters regarding the upcoming Red Dragon 10 guards. Just as the carriage arrived, Shen Nan heard 2 voices and lifted the jade curtain to look outside. The 2 people were quite obedient. Standing outside the hall were Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. After leaving Empress Jing's side, they hurried to this place to try to please Shen Nan. However, because Shen Nan had gone to the training ground, they could only wait here. Besides these 2, the legalist figure Li Si had also been waiting on the side for a long time. Come into the hall. Shen Nan casually glanced at the 2 before walking up to Li Si. Have you thoroughly studied the laws of the Great Feng? Li Si nodded. All is in my mind. The laws, being such dry and complicated matters, would typically take an ordinary person months to claim familiarity. However, for someone like Li Si, a master of legalism, the laws of the Great Feng were neither dry nor tedious. He had mastered them in just one night. Even those in the Ministry of Justice who had spent decades studying the law might not be as proficient as Li Si. This doesn't mean that those people's qualifications are lacking. Rather, Li Si had the foundation of having overseen the laws of the Great Qin for decades. Ultimately, laws are about how to utilize rules. This is something Li Si is exceedingly familiar with, and he understands perfectly how the law should be applied. Shen Nan smiled. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who exchanged a quiet glance behind him, both showing a hint of intense astonishment in their eyes. They had been puzzled when they saw Li Si outside the Jinghua Hall earlier. What did the legalists gain? Another celestial being? They had only thought that it might be a legalist celestial being who had just broken through in the 9 provinces of the Great Feng, come to pay a visit. However, after observing Shen Nan's casual conversation with Li Si, they realized that Li Si was likely also someone from the Emperor's circle. But when did the Emperor have a legalist celestial being as a guest? Lu Zhong and Zhang, whose expressions grew increasingly suspicious. Previously, they were preoccupied with how to gain Shen Nan's trust, which made them somewhat restless and not pay much attention to Li Si. Now, upon closer inspection, they realized they had no impression of Li Si at all. Yet the commanding presence Li Si exuded from having held power in the Qin for decades was anything but ordinary. Moreover, considering the realm of a legalist celestial being, if such a person truly existed in the Great Feng, they absolutely would not have no impression of him at all. Could he be similar to Zhang Jiao or Han Shangxian? In an instant, their minds became even more chaotic. They still hadn't fully figured out a Taoist celestial being at the 10th realm, and now another legalist celestial being had emerged. Shen Nan completely ignored Lu Zhong and Zhang, whose reactions. He casually sat above and looked at Li Si. Can I directly appoint you as the head of the Ji Jin Wu? Previously, Li Si had studied the laws in order to enter the Ji Jin Wu system, and then use it to investigate the specifics of the Red Dragon 10 guards. After a night, Li Si had naturally found the answer. He chuckled and said, Your Majesty certainly has the power, but from what I observed last night, it would be better to directly become the Deputy Minister of Justice than to hold the authority of the Ji Jin Wu. In the 230th year of the Great Feng, during the Jingda era, Emperor Jingda had promoted a commoner from the legalist school directly to the position of Deputy Minister of Justice. This is a precedent. The laws of the Great Feng also state, Your Majesty can appoint any official position except for the 6 ministers at will. This is a special case of promotion. The current king of the Great Feng indeed has limited power, but that does not mean the great righteousness represented by the king is weak. Whether in the Xianwu dynasty or the feudal dynasty, kings are always supreme. The only difference is that this world truly has unparalleled masters who can rival nations. Therefore, kings should not act too recklessly. For example, if Shen Nan insisted on promoting Li Si to the Minister of Justice, he would also have to consider whether Li Si could suppress the likes of Fa Ying and other legalist masters, even if it were just the deputy minister. If Li Si were not at the peak of the legalist 10 realms, it is likely that no one would submit. And the precedent set by Emperor Jingda was because that person was a peak earth immortal of the legalist first rank. Emperor Jingda wanted to use this person as a harsh official to cleanse the court. Deputy Minister of Justice, Shen Nan narrowed his eyes. That would be even better. The Ji Jin Wu is nominally just a violent organization under the Ministry of Justice, but because it is directly managed by Fa Ying, and given the special circumstances of the Ji Jin Wu in recent years, it has become powerful and influential. Just like the Ming Dynasty's Jinyue, it is a classic example of having a low position but heavy power. However, the highest official position in the Ji Jin Wu is only the 4th rank Jinwu Yin, whereas the Deputy Minister of Justice is a 3rd rank official and occupies the 3rd highest position in the Ministry of Justice. If Li Si can succeed smoothly, then collecting intelligence will be effortless. Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, do you think it is feasible for me to promote Li Si to Deputy Minister of Justice? Shen Nan looked at Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. These two had been in the officialdom for a long time and naturally understood the rules of the Defeng Court. Sometimes, the law is just the law, and precedents are just precedents. Whether or not they can be specifically implemented depends on the situation. Lu Zhong had a thoughtful expression and did not speak. However, Zhang Hu quickly flattered, saying, Whoever your majesty wishes to appoint will naturally be successful. Even the Minister of Justice, Fa Yang, would not go against your majesty's will. However, the officials of the Ministry of Justice who are legalists may not necessarily obey. Official positions are official positions. Whether one can hold on to this position securely still depends on Li Si's abilities. This was Zhang Hu's point. Shen Nan was naturally at ease with Li Si's methods. He looked at Li Si and said, "Tomorrow is the day of national mourning. I will appoint you as the Deputy Minister of Justice. At that time, we shall see your capabilities. Additionally, should we bring up the matter of the Red Dragon Guard's military rations not going to the Martial Virtue Department, but to the Imperial Horse Monitor?" This was a strategy proposed by Li Si earlier, a plan to weaken the military power of the Duke of Chu's faction. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who were taken aback upon hearing this. Such a strategy was ruthless and indicated that your majesty was truly ready to take action against the 10 Red Dragon Guards. If the demands for power and righteousness made on the day of Ascension could still be tolerated by the Duke of Chu's faction, then once this scheme emerged, they would surely go mad. Li Si nodded solemnly. Of course it should be brought up. Only in this way will the Martial Virtue Department take action. Once they do, there will be flaws. He was still unaware of how the army was being assembled. Shen Nan briefly mentioned the events at the martial arts arena, omitting how the Ming Wang heavy cavalry and the De Shuai Longqi appeared. But he emphasized the finances of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and the future plans to form an army. The reason he did not avoid Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu in this conversation was mainly that Shen Yu would start leading 100 Ming Wang heavy cavalry and a Shuai Longqi on patrol today. The events at the martial arts arena could not be concealed. Additionally, he wanted Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to contribute and assist. Shen Nan's attitude towards Lu Zhong and the others has always been this way. Use them if they can be used, and eliminate them if they cannot. Now is the stage where they can be utilized. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu naturally understand this. Although they are increasingly horrified inside, they both respectfully say on the surface, "We will ensure that within 3 days, we will organize all the resources of the Imperial Horse Depot to meet your Majesty's military training needs." Shen Nan nodded. "You two shall serve by my side for the next few days." This is also a form of attitude. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu became increasingly respectful. The endless stream of masters, along with the Snow Dragon cavalry and the heavy armor of the Ming King, made them feel a bit apprehensive. Especially since Shen Nan was unhesitatingly planning to deal with the tyranny of the Wu Deci. It made them feel that there must be an overwhelming force supporting Shen Nan. Otherwise, how could he have such confidence? The appearance of Li Si led Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong to speculate that there was probably a huge force backing the emperor. This speculation made the two of them even more reserved. Shen Nan is also able to freely command these two to do certain tasks. His current focus is still on forming an army and dealing with the Wuda division led by the Chu state's public lineage, as well as the major issues of disbanding the Red Dragon 10 guards. As long as Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu do not act recklessly, Shen Nan is willing to use these two individuals, as they have been in charge of the Imperial Palace for decades. They are very familiar with both the Court of Feng and the Imperial Palace. Moreover, the cleaning and organizing of the Imperial Horse Bureau still need them to handle it, and the same goes for the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs. Han Shangxian will need some time to completely replace these two. Shen Nan sighed. "My strength is still not strong enough." After the sigh, Shen Nan was once again immersed in reading the memorials. Only these memorials could allow him to quickly understand the intelligence of the entire De Feng. Li Si also picked up a memorial to read on the side. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu respectfully served beside him, occasionally bringing some memorials to hand to Shen Nan. Zhang Jiao casually instructed Lu Zhong to prepare some information about the Taoist Earth sect. If one did not know the relationships of these people, this scene would truly appear to be one of harmonious ruler and subjects. At sunset, within the Jinghua Palace, Shen Nan slowly stretched. 9,300 people? The progress bar for the task of assembling a 10,000-man army prominently displayed 9,310,000 at the top of the system. It was clear that Han Xian had renamed the Jing army to the Sunflower Guard. The system also recognized the Sunflower Guard as an army exclusive to Shen Nan. Unfortunately, the total number of the Jing army was only a little over 8,000. Even if you added the eunuchs recruited by Han Shangxian and the Dashua Dragon Riders, as well as the Ming King's heavy armored soldiers, there were still only 9,300 people, leaving a gap of 700 to reach the task requirement of 10,000. However, this gap was not a big deal for Shen Nan. Shen Nan lazily looked at Zhang Hu beside him and said, "Select 800 people from the Imperial Horse Monitor to hand over to Han Xian. Remember, they must be of clear background." The meaning of the last sentence was very clear. Zhang Hu must not take the opportunity to place any of his own people. As for why Zhang Hu, who no longer held the position in the Imperial Horse Monitor, could still command eunuchs, That was one of the reasons Shen Nan kept them around. Figures like Lu Zhong and Zhang, who, powerful eunuchs, could not be completely eradicated in one go. Even if they had no real power, the things they controlled were enough to make others do their bidding. What Shen Nan wanted was exactly this. Zhang, who was taken aback for a moment, then respectfully said, yes. He didn't even ask what His Majesty planned to do, just obediently complied. This was the realization Zhang, who had after his interaction with His Majesty today. Unlike the previous emperor, who was gentle to the point of being somewhat timid. Shen Nan's demeanor seemed mild, but in reality, he absolutely would not tolerate anyone defying him, especially since Shen Nan had enough power to intimidate them. As long as Lu Zhong and Zhang, who intended to stay in the palace and wanted to live, they could only obey Shen Nan. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Let's stop here for today. You will quickly organize the situation of the Imperial Horse Monitor. The Court of Imperial Sacrifices will not be touched for the time being, and Han Shengxian currently does not have the ability to control the Court of Imperial Sacrifices. So you can arrange some matters at your leisure. However, I have one requirement. The Court of Imperial Sacrifices must not be chaotic. His tone was extremely calm, but the implication was very clear. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who should not expect to gain Shen Nan's trust. Their only way out was to fully assist Han Shengxian in rising to power. Only in this way might they enjoy a peaceful old age in the future. In fact, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had long since given up hope regarding this matter, not to mention Han Shengxuan's existence. Even the emergence of people like Li Si and Zhang Jiao made it impossible for them to regain the trust of His Majesty as they did during the late emperor's reign. A new emperor brings new ministers. This is an unchanging truth, and Lu Zhong and the others were already prepared for it. On the contrary, the fact that His Majesty could speak openly about it brought them a slight sense of relief. At the very least, His Majesty had no intention of taking action against them for the time being. Understood. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who quickly retreated. Shen Nan watched the two leave. Li Si, do you really think the Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teaching can allow them to leave calmly? Li Si shook his head. The Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teaching have been laying their plans for so long. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who have long been pieces nailed to the chessboard. Life and death are not in their control at all. Shen Nan's words just now were merely to reassure. After all, he couldn't possibly let the two leave calmly. He would inevitably squeeze the value out of Lu Zhong and Zhang, who until the very end. Han Shengxian, keep an eye on this in the future. The Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teachings. This is the enemy that must be faced after dealing with the Red Dragon's 10 guards. Shen Nan must have made some preparations. Han Shengxian nodded. Your Majesty, tomorrow is the national mourning. What about Empress Dowager Chen? The so-called national mourning refers to the third day after the passing of the late emperor, when the soul of the late emperor is comforted. It is similar to the mourning and funerals in the common people. Although the Feng Dynasty does not have the complicated ceremonial processes of feudal dynasties, it still has corresponding rituals. For example, Empress Dowager Chen, as the late emperor's main consort, must mourn for the late emperor and observe a period of mourning. The civil and military officials of Feng are also required to enter the court in an orderly manner to mourn for the late emperor. The cabinet scholars, led by the chief minister Zhang Su, are even required to publicly recount the various achievements of the late emperor. Shen Nan needed to sit on the dragon throne in the Ronga Hall for the entire day. At the same time, this was also the time when the confrontation between the emperor and his ministers was most intense. The new emperor needed to arrange for trusted officials to serve as deputy ministers and assistant ministers in the 6 ministries. However, the late emperor had only reigned for a month before his death, and Shen Nan really didn't have any suitable candidates, at most just arranging for Li Si's appointment. It would be inappropriate to prevent Empress Dowager Chen from making an appearance at this time. But given Empress Dowager Chen's temperament, she would inevitably secretly contact Duke Chu, which is what Han Shengxian hinted at regarding whether to send someone to monitor every move of Empress Dowager Chen. Shen Nan waved his hand. It's nothing. Li Si's appointment is bound to be approved tomorrow. The system's task is also about to be completed, and with it, the 5,000 points for the restoration of the nation and the guaranteed rewards from the 11 realms are in hand. Shen Nan need not care about the private scheming between Duke of Chu and Empress Dowager Chen. On the contrary, he even hoped that the Duke of Chu would take some action. This would make it easier for him to deal with the Wuda Division and the Red Dragon 10 guards in the future. Han Shengxian also said no more. Shen Nan also traveled to the palace in a luxurious carriage, and as soon as he arrived at the palace, the system's voice sounded. The task of assembling your own army of 10,000 has been completed. As a king of a fallen nation, you have successfully established a sufficient foundation. Next, please quickly demonstrate the posture of the last king of Feng to the world. making them believe that you can restore the nation of Feng. Task: make any major power feel fear towards you. Criteria for major powers: those ranked in the top 20 in the world. Reward: a guaranteed gift package of level 10 and above and 100,000 restoration points. Available reward: a guaranteed gift package of level 11. Restoration points: 5,000 points. The system's task this time was somewhat vague. However, it was actually aligned with the era of the fallen nation 20 years later, during the time of Emperor Yuanyu, who was already a king of fallen nation. At that time, aside from 1,000,000 silver taels and an army of 10,000, he had no real trump cards. The only thing he could rely on was his title as the king of Feng. The system would naturally not issue a task that required him to confront the Buddhist sect or the barbaric demon race. The ambiguity also allowed Shen Nan greater opportunities for development. This task, placed on Shen Nan now, would also make it easier for him. The criteria of the top 20 powers in the world is already a vast category. The Wuda division, led by the Chu royal family, is definitely among them. The gift package of level 10 and above is secondary. The 100,000 restoration points are truly unexpected. Just taking the Snow Dragon Cavalry as an example, it could be exchanged for as many as 5,000 Snow Dragon Cavalry. Moreover, during this time, the system mall could continue to refresh, so it was not necessary to exchange for the Snow Dragon Cavalry. There could very likely be other stunning rewards available. Shen Nan's heart stirred, claimed the reward. In an instant, the previously cleared national restoration points transformed back into 5,000 points. However, Shen Nan did not intend to use these points immediately. After all, an army of 10,000 had already been assembled, and there were already 100 heavy armored soldiers in place. Even if he exchanged for 200 or 300 more, it wouldn't make much sense. Instead, he could wait to see what the system store refreshed tomorrow before making any exchanges, as it would be more cost-effective. Open the gift pack. Shen Nan attaches more importance to this gift package. Unlike previous gift packages, this one is a guaranteed package at the level of the 11th realm. It might even unlock top experts at the 12th or even 13th realm level, if he could summon such beings. The speed at which Shen Nan gains power will inevitably accelerate significantly. The 11th realm gift pack is activated. Rewards include the Northmeng war god of the snowy world and Toba Bodhisattva, 11th realm, martial god of the military family, receiving offerings from the celestial beings of the upper realm, possessing the great Vajra physique of the Buddhist sect, the profound achievements of the Taoist sect, the celestial insights of the Confucian sect, and the martial accomplishments of the military family, integrating the 4 teachings, achieving the great freedom of the celestial beings, and also becoming a flawless great celestial being. Toba Bodhisattva. Shen Nan frowned slightly as he looked at this reward. Is Toba Bodhisattva strong? Naturally, he is strong, the god of war of Beimeng, the second in the snowy martial rankings. Although he doesn't have much screen time in the book, he has been in command of the Beimeng army for decades, and is called the god of war of Beimeng. His military leadership is absolutely top-notch, and his martial arts are no less than anyone else's, especially when the system rewards him at his peak. He has already received gifts from the heavens. Although in the book he lost to the protagonist Su Fengyan, his power cannot be denied. In the snowy world, Toba Bodhisattva is probably only inferior to Wang Xianji, Zhang Fuyao, and El Zhu in Wudi City. Su Fengyan can only be said to be a factor of the protagonist. The only regret is that Shen Nan thought this time he would summon characters like Bai Qi or Xiangyu from the immortal Qin, or perhaps exaggerated martial generals like Elbu from the immortal Wu Three Kingdoms. But Toba Bodhisattva is also quite good. If judged by the system, then Wang Xianji could actually be considered at the 11th realm? No, Wang Xianji's realm is definitely only at the peak level of the 10th realm. What makes him stronger is his invincible mindset and his unparalleled foundation in mastering various schools. In terms of combat power, Wang Xianji might reach the 11th realm. Even after descending to Feng, he could quickly break through to the 11th realm in a short time. But within the system's judgment, he absolutely belongs to the 10th realm level. On the contrary, Zhang Fuyao and others might actually be at the 11th realm, while El Zhu might be approaching the 14th realm. After all, El Zhu is a sage of the 3 teachings. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism have all been taken to the extreme, ultimately merging to form his own path. It seems that in the future, one can purely view the rewards given by the system from the perspective of realm, but more importantly, one must analyze the situation practically. For example, Zhang Jiao, although at the peak of the 10th realm in Taoism, has more potential than Toba Bodhisattva. Shen Nan had a realization, claimed the reward. No matter what, This reward was a great boon for Shen Nan. Toba Bodhisattva could perfectly compensate for the lack of military generals, and, after all, a war god of the 11th realm could definitely hold the scene. It was enough for Shen Nan to firmly suppress the people of the Chu state during tomorrow's National Mourning Day. Swish! Accompanied by swirling blood-red clouds, a giant man, towering at about 10 feet tall, with deep-set eyes and a broad face, appeared before Shen Nan. Toba Bodhisattva stood there like a majestic small mountain. When he raised his gaze, an indescribable aura spread, causing one's heart to tremble. The heavy armor creaked as he knelt partially on the ground. Your servant, Toba, pays respects to your majesty. With Shen Nan's keen eyesight, he could also feel a strong sense of oppression. Even Zhang Jiao's figure appeared in the palace at the first moment, his eyes filled with astonishment. If it weren't for sensing the unique aura emanating from Toba Bodhisattva, and knowing he was someone of the emperor, he would have immediately taken Shen Nan to escape. This doesn't mean that Zhang Jiao couldn't fight Toba Bodhisattva at all. It's just that given Toba Bodhisattva's current might, Zhang Jiao simply couldn't ensure Shen Nan's safety during a confrontation. Shen Nan appeared calm, although he felt a strong sense of oppression. He quickly adapted to it and began to scrutinize Ta Bodhisattva with keen eyes. With your current realm, can you defeat those at the 11th realm in the capital of the Great Feng Empire? Toba Bodhisattva pondered. I haven't fought them yet, so I can't say for sure, but if it's just the level of the 10th realm celestial beings, I could easily suppress them. Although he was defeated by Su Fengyan in the snowy world, that was merely due to the world's circumstances. In this world, Toba Bodhisattva could fully unleash the true power of the Northern Mang war god. He wouldn't dare to claim invincibility at the 11th realm, but at the 10th realm, no one could match him, because he is a celestial being of great freedom. Unified in the four teachings, his physical prowess has truly surpassed the celestial being level. Such a physique could even withstand attacks from a second grade, refining God Grandmaster without breaking through. Shen Nan nodded. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to participate in the National Mourning Day. He wanted to see how the two revered 10 realms celestial beings would stand guard tomorrow, while a martial god of the military would stand by their side. What could the Duke of Chu and his followers possibly do? Bang, bang, bang. The next day, as dawn broke, the drum tower of the imperial palace began to sound. This noise made everyone aware that the National Mourning Day had officially begun. Today would also see the holding of a real court assembly. The court assembly held the day before when Shen Nan ascended the throne was hardly a proper court assembly. It was merely an opportunity for officials of the third rank and above in the capital to familiarize themselves with Shen Nan's appearance and to announce to the world the new emperor's ascension. Only today could be considered the first court assembly of the new dynasty. All civil and military officials in the capital, except for those on duty, were required to go to the palace to attend the court. Outside Guanghua Gate, a sea of officials from the Great Feng Dynasty gathered, amounting to an astonishing 700 people. These were all officials of the 9th rank and above, and they were merely the officials stationed in the capital. According to last year's statistics from the Ministry of Revenue, the number of officials within the territory of the Great Feng, which has a population of billions, reached a staggering 180,000, not counting the clerks. If included, the number would be at least in the millions. The proportion of these officials who could remain in the capital was much smaller. However, without exception, these were the true pillars of the Great Feng, the most powerful group of people. Among this crowd of officials, it was evident that many were grouped together. For example, there were officials from the Jiangnan Confucian faction led by Zhang Su, officials from the Beiladong Academy led by Yang Ku, military nobles led by the Duke of Chu, and officials from the legalist faction led by Fa Yang. Finally, there were scattered officials from the 6 ministries. This was the most apparent structure in the capital's court. The Confucian influence of Zhang Su and Yang Ku occupied the mainstream, while the military nobles like the Duke of Chu held a certain position, followed by the legalists in a neutral category, and within these factions were their own sub-factions. As for the Taoists, due to the former emperor's suppression of Taoism, the Taoist officials no longer participated in the court assemblies. However, their influence spread across the entire realm. The King of the North and the great scholar Wang Shu were similar. Their bases were in other regions. For instance, the King of the North was from Yuzhou, and the great scholar Wang Shu was from the Confucian stronghold of Liangzhou. These people restrained and balanced each other, allowing the Great Feng to still appear prosperous. However, regardless of which faction they belonged to, they all hesitated upon entering Guanghua Gate, for outside the magnificent Rongga Hall stood dozens of heavily armored Ming Wang soldiers guarding it. and over 20 great snow dragon riders were roaming freely in the distance. These were naturally the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers and great snow dragon riders summoned by Shen Nan the day before. This was the first time the Great Feng officials had seen such troops, and even so, with their discerning eyes, they could easily tell that these were truly elite soldiers. Even more so than the Zijin Wu, with an intense aura of battle. After scanning the scene, Zhang Su and the others furrowed their brows. Where are these soldiers from? Yuzhou? Liangzhou? The elite troops of the Great Feng were mostly from the borders of Yuzhou or Liangzhou. However, Zhang Su and the other cabinet ministers had never heard of the emperor allowing the border troops from Yuzhou to enter the capital. Yet apart from these two places, which stayed in the Great Feng, could produce such battle-hardened soldiers. Not only Zhang Su was puzzled, even the Duke of Chu, a genuine military noble, was astonished. Although he had not seen much battlefield action, he was not without experience and could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers and the great snow dragon riders. However, he could not figure out where these troops had come from. Wu Yong, do you know? Wu Yong was not just anyone. He was the director of the Ministry of Military Virtue. The powers of the Ministry of Military Virtue were somewhat similar to the Five Armies Command in the Ming Dynasty. The last time they had seen it, the Ministry of Military Virtue wielded immense power, controlling the military of the realm. However, after the establishment of the 6 ministries, especially with the formation of the Ministry of War, the power of the Ministry of Military Virtue had been greatly diminished. Now, its authority was limited to the Red Dragon 10 guards, and it even had no jurisdiction over the border troops of Yuzhou or Liangzhou, effectively becoming a retirement home for military nobles, with its only power being over the Red Dragon 10 guards. Despite this, their influence in the capital was still quite strong. After all, they controlled all the military forces in the capital aside from the Zijin Wu, making them a regional hegemon. Unfortunately, Shen Nan now aimed to take this power away from them. This was also why the Duke of Chu had been so anxious before, and why he dared to treat the Red Dragon 10 guards as his own possession. Because whether during the reign of Emperor Chong or the previous emperor, the Red Dragon 10 guards had always been under his control. It was just lacking a proper title. Originally, the Duke of Chu planned to use the matter of Empress Dowager Chen's regency to completely consolidate the Red Dragon 10 guards, but unfortunately, he was completely outmaneuvered by Shen Nan the day before. Now, upon seeing the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers, a hint of panic arose in his heart. Could the emperor really intend to take control of the Red Dragon 10 guards? The Duke of Chu looked towards Wu Yong with this feeling. Wu Yong shook his head. I don't know. There hasn't been any military units entering the capital recently, let alone entering the palace. The Red Dragon Guards are still in our hands. The palace is guarded by the Red Dragon Guards. They could detect even a fly, let alone 100 heavily armored soldiers. But before entering the palace, we had no idea when such a battle-hardened army had appeared in the palace. The Duke of Chu felt increasingly uneasy. Let's just wait and see. Wu Yong leaned closer and whispered, Why worry, Duke? No matter where the emperor found these people, the Red Dragon Guards are still in our hands, and the 4 generals of the Red Dragon are also ours. Even if the emperor wants to do something, he will find it difficult. Can the Taoist 10 realms celestial beings really enter the Red Dragon Guards and organize them? Moreover, he glanced at Ronga Hall. Empress Dowager Chen will definitely make an appearance today, which will provide opportunities for maneuvering. Even if she is not regent, she is still the emperor's mother in name. This is something that no one can change. Shen Nan is currently not yet 16 years old, which is a fact. As long as Duke Chu can re-establish contact with Empress Dowager Chen, and if Shen Nan makes some mistakes, Duke Chu can use the excuse of a young monarch's ignorance to have Empress Dowager Chen act as regent. This is also the strategy that these military generals and nobility have been considering in recent days. After all, with so many dirty dealings in the military virtue department, no one wants a tyrannical monarch to take charge, especially after Shen Nan's actions at the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office yesterday morning, which are still fresh in their minds. They certainly do not want to end up in such a situation. Duke Chu nodded solemnly. Let's go. Wu Yong quickly followed. Behind them were dozens of military generals and nobles, all from Duke Chu's faction. Zhang Su, Yang Ku, and others also headed towards the Roma Hall. The moment these dukes and high-ranking ministers entered the hall, everyone's faces changed slightly. A martial god of the 11 realms of warfare. Inside the hall, a terrifying sense of oppression unique to the 11 realms of warfare pervaded the air. Even though Toba Bodhisattva did not fully unleash the aura of a martial god of the 11 realms, just a slight display of his vitality made the entire hall feel like a furnace, with an undeniable increase in temperature that was real, not an illusion. The people of the warfare school are known for their strong vitality, especially someone like Tō'oba Bodhisattva, who has cultivated to such a level. If he wished, merely releasing his vitality would be enough to ignite the air. The expressions of Zhang Su, Yang Ku, and others all changed slightly as they scrutinized Tō'oba Bodhisattva, but they could not discern his origins at all. There are indeed existences of the 11 realms of warfare in the world, but who are they? At the very least, they're overlords of state. If a master of the 11 realms of warfare were to emerge, how could they not recognize him? Yet, regardless of his demeanor or appearance, they could not ascertain Tō'oba Bodhisattva's background. They merely felt that his appearance was somewhat unlike that of a Central Plains person, but more akin to those from the Liangzhou region. The barbaric demon tribes of this world are truly demon tribes, although there are some wild people who resemble humans. Most of them, however, carry the bloodline of demons and are not proper humans. Their appearances are vastly different. Therefore, they could not possibly think of Tō'oba Bodhisattva as a member of the barbaric demon tribes. Instead, they were internally astonished. How could a martial god of the warfare school appear out of nowhere? If the earlier appearances of Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian could still be attributed to the emperor's deep concealment, then Tō'oba Bodhisattva's emergence truly left people puzzled. If Zhang Su and others felt this way, then Duke Chu, Wu Yong, and the other military generals and nobles were even more horrified. They also practiced the path of the warfare school and naturally understood how difficult it is to give birth to a martial god of the 11 realms. This is not something that can be explained by mere talent. It requires countless battles and is absolutely impossible to achieve without becoming a celestial being of the warfare school, let alone a martial god. Yet, they also could not recognize Tō'oba Bodhisattva's origins. His Majesty has arrived. At this moment, Zhang Hu's sharp and eerie voice rang out. All the civil and military officials raised their heads to look, and there they saw Shen Nan, wearing a flat crown and with a solemn expression, stepping forward, accompanied by eunuchs Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and Han Shengxian. Not far away, the figures of Zhang Jiao and Li Si also came into view, and the aura of Li Si, a celestial being of the legalist school, once again shocked everyone. A celestial being of the legalist school? Zhang Su's face showed astonishment. The appearance of Tō'oba Bodhisattva, a martial god of the 11 realms of warfare, had already left him in shock, but Li Si, a celestial being of the 10th realm of the legalist school, made it even harder for him to suppress his inner turmoil. He could not understand where the emperor had found these people. Is there, apart from the Great Feng, any other dynasty under the heavens? Otherwise, how could such unparalleled masters of the 10th and even 11th realms appear beside the emperor? Even the previously silent Minister of Justice, Feng, suddenly raised his head. A celestial being of the legalist school? The path of the legalist school is different from others. Joining the Ministry of Justice is a must. Without realizing one's own legal path, how could one enter the realm of celestial beings? But the problem is, Feng knows all the officials of the Great Feng's Ministry of Justice, let alone a celestial being of the legalist school. This matter is too bizarre and outrageous. Most exaggeratedly, Feng's aura had already enveloped the entire imperial capital, yet last night, he did not detect the presence of Li Si and Tō'oba Bodhisattva. This could certainly be explained by the national fortune enveloping the palace. But how did these people enter the palace? For a moment, the entire court fell silent. Everyone felt Shen Nan's unfathomable depth from Li Si and Tō'oba Bodhisattva. This emperor is certainly not as simple as they imagined. They had originally planned to exploit the situation at the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, but now they were completely quiet, only waiting to see what this emperor would do. A martial god of the 11 realms of warfare, a celestial being of the 10th realm of the legalist school, and a celestial being of the 10th realm of the Taoist school. Such a lineup, not to mention overturning the Great Feng, is enough to intimidate the entire court of civil and military officials. Duke Chu and Wu Yong did not dare to make any moves. The national mourning began. Zhang Hu's cold voice rang out again. He then methodically announced the achievements of the late emperor and the procedures for Shen Nan's ascension. This matter had indeed been clarified 2 days earlier, but at that time, it was more of an announcement to the world. Now, it was the formal coronation. After this process was completed, nearly 3,000 officials in the Rongga Hall bowed respectfully to the ground. We, your subjects, greet your majesty. As the voices echoed throughout the Rongga Hall, the thousands of officials outside the hall also knelt on the ground and cried out. Amidst the mountain-like shouts, a wave of voices surged. Shen Nan also revealed a smile on his face, as his gaze looked down upon a sea of dark heads. This unprecedented sense of achievement made him feel what it meant to be an emperor. However, he, as the emperor of the Feng, was still not strong enough. A true emperor should be one whose command is followed without question. At ease, Shen Nan said calmly. His voice instantly spread throughout the Great Hall, showcasing the cultivation level of a fourth-grade minor master. That's right. After the system mall refreshed today, a new item called Minor Master Pill appeared in the mall. This item allows an ordinary person to leap into the fourth-grade minor master realm, or in other words, instantly enhance 100 years of. The exchange price is 1,000 points. Shen Nan unceremoniously exchanged one for himself. Although he had previously looked down on the indestructible Vajra skill and wanted to wait for a higher-level inheritance reward to exchange, this kind of pill that enhances one's power was of no concern. After all, an 8th-grade bone refinement cultivation was indeed too low. This change also caused the expressions of those in the front row, such as Zhang Su, Duke of Chu, and Fa Yang, to shift slightly. Historically, the cultivation speed of the monarchs of the Great Feng has always been extremely fast, reaching the level of a first-grade Earth Immortal in just a few years. However, they had never seen anyone with the speed of improvement like Shen Nan's. In just 2 days, he leaped from 8th-grade bone refinement to 4th-grade minor master. This could not simply be explained away with the phrase deliberately hiding. When Shen Nan was in the Ronga Hall the other day, Fa Yang, Zhang Su, and others clearly sensed Shen Nan's realm. That realm was definitely not false. Moreover, how can Shen Nan hide his cultivation level in front of a Taoist 10-realm celestial and a legalist 11-realm subsaint? Today's various changes have made them increasingly puzzled and shocked. At this moment, Shen Nan then said, I intend to appoint the legalist Tian Run Li Si as the right Deputy Minister of Justice. Do any of you have objections? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court, both civil and military officials, fell silent once again. As soon as Shen Nan said this, the entire court of the Ronga Hall fell silent. According to the traditions of the Feng Dynasty, whenever a new monarch ascends the throne, they would typically arrange for the appointment of some officials from their own faction on the day of national mourning. This is what is meant by a new emperor brings new ministers. However, generally speaking, these appointments would only involve officials at the level of the 6 ministries' deputy ministers. Therefore, there was nothing inherently wrong with Shen Nan's appointment. It was just that, under normal procedures, the officials appointed by the new monarch would definitely not be someone like Li Si, who appeared out of nowhere, but rather individuals with established backgrounds within the 6 ministries. Additionally, the cabinet would already have been aware of the appointments prior to the new monarch's decision. It was certainly not something so abrupt. Zhang Su glanced at Fa Yang on the side, and after noticing that Fa Yang showed no reaction, he took a step forward and asked, May I inquire about the background of this Li Si? What contributions has he made? Zhang Su himself did not want to step forward. The shock brought by His Majesty today was too much. Just one martial god of the 11th realm and one celestial figure of the 10th realm made him feel apprehensive. Not to mention that Shen Nan had also broken through to the realm of a 4th-grade minor master, combined with the recent large-scale purges in the palace. Who would want to step forward at this time and provoke His Majesty's displeasure? Ultimately, it was just a deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, and it had nothing to do with their Confucian faction. Yet, as Zhang Su was the head of the cabinet, and with Fa Yang, the Minister of Justice, remaining silent, he had to step forward. This was also to test what exactly His Majesty intended to do. Regardless of the backgrounds of Toba, Bodhisattva, and Li Si, the fact that His Majesty chose to present these 2 individuals today indicated that there was definitely some scheme at play. Shen Nan chuckled lightly. Coming from overseas, there are no merits. But isn't the cultivation of a legalist at the 10th realm enough to serve as a deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice in our Great Feng? In the past, during the reign of Emperor Jingda of Great Feng, didn't he directly promote a legalist of commoner origin to the position of deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice? Was it the same for Emperor Jingda back then? Zhang Su was speechless. Although Emperor Jingda did do that, the issue was that the commoner in question was also a person of great renown. He simply hadn't held an official position in Great Feng. How could someone like Li Si, whose background is unknown, compare? The statement about coming from overseas was even more absurd, although there are various rumors about overseas. The problem is that in the 800 years of Great Feng, there's never been any news of a dynasty or other country overseas. At most, there are just some islands. In which country overseas did Li Si become a transcendent being? However, Zhang Su didn't voice these questions. He just nodded solemnly, I have no doubts, Your Majesty. Regardless of how perfunctory Shen Nan's statements were, the cultivation of a legalist at the 10th realm was indeed sufficient to serve as a deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice. Zhang Su also saw no need to offend the emperor over the position of a deputy minister. Shen Nan nodded and looked at the Minister of Justice. F.A. Yang, do you have any objections? F.A. Yang, with a solemn expression, said, Your Majesty has the right to appoint any official position other than the 6 ministries' ministers, which naturally includes the Deputy Minister of Justice. Therefore, I have no objections. His response was very formal, which was also his style of doing things. As long as it did not violate the laws of the Great Feng, F.A. Yang would not say much. His existence was solely to uphold the laws and regulations of the Great Feng. Since both the Minister of Justice and the Chief Minister of the Cabinet had no objections, others, even if they had some thoughts in their hearts, did not dare to speak out. Thus, the appointment of Li Si as the Deputy Minister of Justice was passed without any waves. Shen Nan's smile became even brighter as he glanced at Duke Chu, and then slowly said, Yesterday, while reviewing the memorials, I was deeply struck by the ferocity of the barbaric demon tribe. For hundreds of years, our Great Feng's borders have endured great hardships, yet we have been unable to completely drive the barbaric demon tribe back beyond our borders. Therefore, I intend to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards and restore the former glory of the Red Dragon Guards. Duke Chu, he called. Duke Chu was taken aback. I am here, Shen Nan said calmly. I command you to deliver the records of the Red Dragon 10 Guards to the palace within 2 days. 10 days later, I will also review the troops outside the city. I hope the Red Dragon 10 Guards will not disappoint me too much. Although Li Si, as the Deputy Minister of War, could access the records of the Ji Jinwu to investigate the Red Dragon 10 Guards, Shen Nan still wanted to see what records the Duke of Chu could provide. At that time, he would compare the Duke of Chu's records with those sent by Li Si. Shen Nan can also understand the true quality of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. As for the military parade, that's even simpler. On the surface, the Red Dragon 10 Guards have an army of 200,000, but in reality, there are at most 150,000. Among these 150,000, many are likely to be spoiled rich kids, and there are also old, weak, ill, and disabled individuals counted in the numbers. Shen Nan intended to directly expose the facade of the Red Dragon 10 Guards on the day of the military parade, using this as a reason to start reorganizing the Red Dragon 10 Guards. As long as he could completely control the army of the imperial capital, he would truly have the foundation to contend with everything. However, this was like a thunderclap in the ears of the Duke of Chu. He was well aware of the situation of the Red Dragon 10 Guards, and given their current state, how could they hold a military parade, especially with the presence of a martial god from the military among them? In the past, perhaps it could have been glossed over, but who could deceive a martial god? The Duke of Chu quickly stood up. It is indeed a good thing for your majesty to intend to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards. But the situation of the Red Dragon 10 Guards is extremely complicated after 800 years of the Great Feng Dynasty. I cannot organize the records in a short time. There are as many as 200,000 men in the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Holding a grand military parade would be too burdensome and wasteful for the people. If only the Red Dragon First Guard were selected for the parade, it would showcase their style and also save a considerable amount of expenditure. I earnestly request your majesty to think it over. Shen Nan calmly looked down at Duke Chu and asked, in your opinion, how many days will it take to sort out the records of the Red Dragon 10 Guards? Which of the Red Dragon Guards should be selected? From Duke Chu's words, he could tell that the situation of the Red Dragon 10 Guards was likely worse than he had imagined. Duke Chu lowered his head and replied, it will take at least 10 days to sort it out, but we can select from the Tiger Band Guards for the parade. The Red Dragon 10 Guards consist of the left and right Tiger Band Guards, the left and right Palace Guards, the left and right Attendant Guards, the left and right Wulong Guards, and the left and right Xianfeng Guards, making a total of 10 guards, each composed of 4 battalions, with each battalion having around 5,000 men. This is the apparent number and designation of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Among them, the Tiger Band Guards are the most elite, responsible for guarding the entire imperial city, followed by the Palace Guards, who are in charge of the public security of the capital. Next are the Attendant Guards, who are primarily responsible for the safety of the emperor during outings and have been stationed in the capital's barracks, about 10 miles away, for training, while also being responsible for guarding the imperial tombs. The Wulong and Xianfeng Guards are somewhat more complex. Wulong is a fortress located 30 miles outside the capital, which stores the granaries of the entire Yongzhou, and can be said to have the largest grain reserves of the Great Feng. The Wulong and Xianfeng Guards are responsible for guarding the supplies in this fortress and should not be easily mobilized. From these responsibilities, one can see the importance of the Red Dragon 10 guards. The safety of the emperor, the capital, and even the foundation of the Great Feng are all under their protection. If the Red Dragon 10 guards falter, the capital will naturally be in jeopardy. However, the Great Feng has enjoyed peace for hundreds of years, and the capital has not experienced war for far too long. The Red Dragon 10 guards have long since become tools for these military generals and nobles to accumulate wealth. No one cares about the safety of the capital anymore. Shen Nan sneered. 10 days? If I remember correctly, you've been in charge of the Red Dragon 10 guards for 18 years, right? After such a long time, you still haven't even organized the records of the Red Dragon 10 guards? You need 10 more days to prepare? Prepare for what? How to forge? As for the parade of the Tiger Ben guards, that's even more of a joke. His tone was icy. The Tiger Ben guards are responsible for guarding the palace. Do I not see them? Do I need to hold a special parade just to see them? Are you underestimating my military knowledge or thinking I'm still young? Boom! As soon as he said this, Duke Chu instantly knelt on the ground. I would never dare. If it weren't for Shen Nan presenting the 11-level heavenly being Toba Bodhisattva and the 10-level legalist heavenly being Li Si today, Duke Chu might not have been so submissive. But Shen Nan had indeed brought them out and even put on a show of seeking justice. How could Duke Chu dare to act tough in the court now? All he could do was to soften his stance, hoping to get through this incident and then discuss countermeasures after leaving the palace. After all, an 11-level martial god from the military is not invincible. But how could Shen Nan let him easily brush this off? Not to mention that the system's task requires making a major force feel fear. Just the fact that Shen Nan now has the 11-level military god, Toba Bodhisattva, the 10-level legalist heavenly being Li Si, and the 10-level Taoist heavenly being Zhang Jiao under his command is enough to give him the confidence to question Duke Chu. I have just ascended the throne and had no power before, but now that I have strength, should I still be timid? He looked coldly at Duke Chu. Dare not. What a dare not? Where's the Minister of War? The Minister of War, Li Su, step forward. I am here. Shen Nan calmly said. If I were to ask you to produce the records of the military forces within 2 days, would you be able to do so? The Minister of War, Li Su, hesitated. The Minister of War belonged to the Confucian general faction. He was both a Confucian and a military person. However, regardless of which side he was on, he could not align himself with the martial nobleman of the Chu state. Today, the emperor suddenly directed his anger at the Duke of Chu, displaying a stance indicating he was determined to seek punishment. This made Li Su hesitate. He was not afraid that the emperor would suppress the Duke of Chu or seize the military power of the Red Dragon 10 guards, but he feared that the emperor intended to start reforming the army. The situation in the Ming army was too complicated, with Confucian officials corrupt and military generals receiving empty salaries. If a large-scale reform were to take place, it would inevitably affect everyone. However, before Li Su could hesitate further, he felt 2 cold and sharp gazes directed at him, which were unmistakably from the emperor and Toba Bodhisattva. The meaning contained in those gazes was enough to make Li Su, as the Minister of War, tremble. He sighed inwardly. In 2 days, I will definitely be able to produce it. Zhang Su, upon hearing this, secretly shook his head, knowing that the Duke of Chu's reputation was about to be completely torn apart. The timing of the emperor's attack was too precise. It was both a day of national mourning and the time when the new ruler's authority was strongest. Additionally, with Toba Bodhisattva and Li Si present to intimidate the officials, very few dared to speak up for the Duke of Chu. Indeed, after hearing this, Shen Nan let out a cold laugh. Duke of Chu, do you hear me clearly? The Ministry of War manages millions of troops into Feng, which is incredibly complex, and they can still produce documents in 2 days. You only have a mere 200,000 troops under your command, so how can it possibly take you 10 days? If you're not deceiving me due to my youth or my ignorance of military affairs, then there can only be one explanation. His tone grew increasingly cold. It is that you, Duke of Chu, have been neglecting your duties all along. The late emperor entrusted the Red Dragon 10 guards to your management, yet you cannot even produce the detailed documents of the Red Dragon 10 guards. How can I trust you with the safety of the imperial capital? From today on, you will no longer be involved in any matters concerning the Red Dragon guards. The Duke of Chu raised his head in disbelief. Your Majesty? He never expected that just because he couldn't quickly present the documents of the Red Dragon 10 guards, the emperor would take away his authority over them. This action was simply too domineering. Shen Nan didn't pay any attention to the Duke of Chu, but instead looked at Fa Yang beside him. If I appoint Toba Bodhisattva to command a Red Dragon 10 guards, would it violate the laws and ancestral systems of the Great Feng? Fa Yang replied without hesitation, it would not. The Red Dragon 10 guards are, after all, Your Majesty's private soldiers. Although he was somewhat surprised and doubtful about the changes in His Majesty, he still acted according to the rules on the surface. Shen Nan nodded. Zhang Hu suppressed the palpitations in his heart and said loudly, His Majesty has decreed that starting today, the Red Dragon 10 guards will be commanded by Toba Bodhisattva. The military pay for the Red Dragon 10 guards will henceforth be distributed by the Imperial Horse Bureau, and the Martial Virtue Department has no authority to interfere with military pay. This was something that had been discussed and agreed upon yesterday. It truly cuts off the foundation of the Chu State Duke's lineage. Without this annual military pay amounting to tens of millions of taels of silver, their power will surely diminish significantly. As for why Shen Nan didn't directly appoint Toba Bodhisattva as the head of the Martial Virtue Department, this is because the Martial Virtue Department has become thoroughly rotten inside and out. Shen Nan will definitely have to reorganize an official institution in the future. It is not appropriate to let Toba Bodhisattva, a military deity, handle the affairs of the Martial Virtue Division. Toba Bodhisattva's role is merely to stabilize the situation and prepare for future military restructuring. The Duke of Chu exclaimed, Your Majesty, how can the military salaries of the Red Dragon 10 guards go through the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office? If Shen Nan had taken away his authority over the Red Dragon 10 guards, the Duke of Chu would still find it hard to believe. But this order from Shen Nan has driven the Duke of Chu nearly mad. The annual military salary of the Red Dragon 10 guards is 14 million taels of silver. This money is fundamental for the military generals and nobility to maintain their wealth and status. Not to mention that the old debts from previous years have not yet been settled. If these debts are dug up by Your Majesty, what fate awaits those who have lived off the blood of soldiers? The corpse of the eunuch from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office has not even been buried yet. The head of the Martial Virtue Division, Wu Yong, also wore a shocked expression, Your Majesty. Dozens of military generals, nobles, and officials from the Martial Virtue Division also stood up simultaneously, Your Majesty, when the Duke of Chu was dismissed. Those from the Duke of Chu's lineage did not stand up, as Shen Nan's timing was too precise and his approach too aggressive. Moreover, the Duke of Chu had indeed made mistakes, and everything was so justified. Naturally, the military generals and nobles from the Duke of Chu's lineage could not stand up. However, Shen Nan's move to target the Martial Virtue Division's finances compelled them to stand up. This concerns everyone's wealth and lives. Shen Nan looked down coldly at the dozens of military generals and nobles below. The Martial Virtue Division and the Red Dragon 10 guards are both under my control, and the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office is also in my hands. Since the two are similar, why can't the military salaries of the Red Dragon 10 guards be accounted for in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office? Do you really think the Martial Virtue Division belongs to you? It does not belong to you, but to me. These words were spoken without any courtesy and showed no concealment of his malice towards the Martial Virtue Division. This action was both to complete the system's task and to instill fear in a major force. At the same time, it was also Shen Nan's way of building his own persona. The situation in the Great Feng was so complex that simple rewards and punishments could not quickly rectify it. Only by taking a tyrannical approach could the imperial authority be quickly established, and Shen Nan had the strength to pursue that path. Toba Bodhisattva, Zhang Jiao. And Li Si were his confidence. Wu Yong hurriedly said, I dare not. The dozens of military generals and nobles beside him also quickly exclaimed, We dare not. Shen Nan spoke too bluntly and too domineeringly, leaving them no chance to fight back. Especially the Martial Virtue Department, the Red Dragon 10 guards were unique to His Majesty. The day before, Shen Nan even established the righteousness of the Red Dragon 10 guards in front of officials of the third rank and above from the Great Feng. How could they dare to refute? The director of the Martial Virtue Department, Wu Yong, took a breath and said, But the Red Dragon 10 guards have always been funded by the Martial Virtue Department. If they are suddenly transferred to the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, I fear some in the army may not comply. Yes, Your Majesty, think twice. The Red Dragon 10 guards have always been unruly. How can they obey the eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office? Your Majesty. After Wu Yong spoke, these military nobles all echoed in agreement. Zhang Su, Fa Yang, Li Su, and others quietly watched the performance of the military nobles. They had understood today's events. His Majesty wanted to seize power. He wanted to completely reclaim the Red Dragon 10 guards. They had no reason to stop this, nor could they. Shen Nan quietly listened to their conversation. Toba Bodhisattva also looked at them with calm eyes. Gradually, the voices in the great hall quieted down. Dozens of military generals and nobles carefully glanced at His Majesty one by one. After a long while, Shen Nan slowly spoke. You all say there is discontent in the military. Who is not content? I have never said to let the Imperial Horse supervise the Red Dragon 10 guards. I merely adjusted the issue of military pay, and you have caused such a commotion? It is truly laughable. The Red Dragon 10 guards are supposed to be the most loyal army to me, yet when I want to review the documents, you say it will take 10 days. When I want to hold a military parade, you say it will burden the people and waste resources. When I want to adjust the military pay, you say there are those in the military who are discontent. I ask, whose is the martial virtue department after all? In an instant, the already quiet atmosphere in the great hall became even more silent. All the officials and military leaders had solemn expressions. The dozens of military generals and nobles were also silent, as they knew that today His Majesty was determined to rectify the Red Dragon 10 guards. He aimed to seize power and take control of the lifeblood of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Their resistance would be futile no matter what. 15 days. In 15 days, I will hold a military parade outside the city. At that time, I will see how the Red Dragon 10 guards truly are. Dismiss the court. After Shen Nan finished speaking, he stood up and walked toward the side hall. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong exchanged glances and also said loudly, dismiss the court. Dismiss the court. The sound spread outside the hall. Zhang Su, Li Su, Yang Ku, and others exchanged glances and respectfully said, we respectfully send Your Majesty off. Fa Yang also said in a formal tone, we respectfully send Your Majesty off. The Duke of Chu stared blankly at Shen Nan's departing figure, knowing that he would probably no longer be able to control the Red Dragon 10 guards. He might even lose his position as the leader of the military nobles. For without the Red Dragon 10 guards, what was he, the Duke of Chu? Not to mention any collaboration with Empress Dowager Chun. Dozens of military nobles also respectfully whispered. However, after leaving the main hall, these people surrounded the Duke of Chu. Duke, what should we do about this? Yes, the military pay for the Red Dragon 10 guards absolutely cannot go through the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. It's one thing for Toba Bodhisattva to control the Red Dragon 10 guards, but the military pay cannot be touched under any circumstances. The Duke of Chu looked at the familiar faces around him and sighed heavily. How can I not know? But what can be done now that things have come to this? Who could have known that today a military god of the 11th realm would appear beside His Majesty? Who could have known that His Majesty would suddenly make a move today? Whether in terms of righteousness or law, it all rests with His Majesty. Unlike the Confucians, legalists, and Taoists, the military nobles represented by the Duke of Chu and the military virtue department seem to have great power. But ultimately, they are just usurping the emperor's authority. If Shen Nan truly wanted to take it back, there would be no one to refute him. The legalists and Confucians would not support the Duke of Chu either. Even the Wang of Yuzhou and the Confucian generals and military nobles of Liangzhou could not support them. After all, these military figures are not like the military nobles who are just idling around. They have elite forces and remarkable military achievements. They're not on the same side as the Duke of Chu at all. The domineering attitude and desire for military power that His Majesty displayed today would actually excite these people. The military is fond of martial prowess. For many years, Feng has not seen an emperor who values military affairs. The military figures in Yuzhou and Liangzhou have long yearned to achieve merit and be conferred titles. But we cannot just sit back and do nothing, right? If those accounts come to light, I fear there won't be many of us present who can live well. Although this young emperor is still young, he is certainly not a benevolent ruler. That's right, the issue with the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office has just arisen. Duke, say something. Even if His Majesty has stripped you of your authority over the Red Dragon 10 guards, the military nobles in the capital still regard you as their leader. We must have a countermeasure, right? These people may not truly support the Duke of Chu. It's just that at this point, the only one who can manage the situation regarding the Red Dragon 10 guards is indeed the Duke of Chu. Only he has the qualifications and prestige for it. The Duke of Chu has controlled the Red Dragon 10 guards for 18 years, and his lineage has stood firm into Feng for 800 years. This foundation cannot be underestimated. The Duke of Chu looked around, his emotions gradually stabilizing, and gritted his teeth. If His Majesty wants to review the troops, then let him review the troops. I don't believe that with just one military god of the 11th realm, he can completely control the Red Dragon guards. Moreover, what His Majesty wants is not military pay, but military power. The military power of the Red Dragon 10 guards can be given to him, but we cannot just give it away for free. This is the end of it. The Duke of Chu did not expect that Shen Nan was truly planning to reorganize the Red Dragon Guards and even intending to cut troops and rectify corruption. Because the issue of ghost pay is something all military generals in Feng have been involved in, the implications are extremely broad. For example, regarding the military pay of the Red Dragon Guards, these people only took 30%. Of the remaining 70%, the Ministry of Revenue took 10%, and the remaining 60% went directly to the generals of the Red Dragon Guards. When these generals distribute the pay, they also take around 10%. The last 50% is the actual military pay. In such a situation, how could the Duke of Chu think that Shen Nan would dare to take action against the military pay? In his view, Shen Nan was more likely to use this military pay issue to force them to relinquish power, and even Zhang Su and Li Su viewed it the same way. Otherwise, they would not have remained indifferent just now. Wu Yong looked at the Duke of Chu and quietly asked, "What is the Duke plan?" The Duke of Chu narrowed his eyes. "Naturally, we must put on a good show for His Majesty. When the Red Dragon Guards review the troops, we will rally the camp. Then I will see how His Majesty plans to conclude this." The Duke of Chu no longer wanted to maintain the Red Dragon 10 guards intact, but some authority still needed to be fought for. Wu Yong was taken aback. Rally the camp? Isn't that a bit too much? The Red Dragon 10 guards officially have 200,000 men, but in reality, there are just over 100,000. Although the numbers are not many, most of these people are indeed elite troops. Even though these elites have not seen much battlefield action, and many are just the idle sons of nobility or military servants, their strength is still quite formidable. If they rally the camp, it could easily lead to real chaos. Too much. The Duke of Chu sneered. "Do you think His Majesty is doing this today? For what purpose? He wants military power. What is military power? Is it just that nominal authority? No. He wants all of us to completely submit to him and manage the Red Dragon 10 guards for him. That is what His Majesty wants to do. Rallying the camp is to show His Majesty our control over the Red Dragon guards and to negotiate with him. If His Majesty wants to rely on us, he must show some sincerity." Wu Yong pondered. What does the Duke mean? The Duke of Chu's thoughts became clearer, and he regained his usual calmness. Throughout history, organizing troops has never been a simple matter. Mastering military power is never as simple as it appears. At the very least, there must be a qualified commander and sufficiently elite officers to suppress the situation. But what can His Majesty do? A military god of the 11th realm is indeed frightening. Those heavily armored soldiers were indeed battle-hardened, but how many can His Majesty bring out? Can His Majesty bring out several military celestial beings? Or thousands of those battle-hardened soldiers? As long as His Majesty can't bring them out, he will still have to rely on us. Ultimately, today is just intimidation, to make us fearful and aware that the situation has changed. The Duke of Chu looked towards the Ronga Hall. Our Emperor truly is a born ruler. Today's sudden dominance has indeed thrown me off balance. I have served 2 emperors, but I have never seen a king as formidable as Shen Nan. The most crucial point is that Shen Nan is only 14 years old. Moreover, the forces he secretly controls are indeed rather outrageous. A military god of the 11th realm can just be produced without any trace. If it were not for the appearances of Tuoba, Bodhisattva, and Li Si, how could the Duke of Chu find himself in such a predicament today? Wu Yong also fully understood the Duke of Chu's intentions, and he slowly exhaled. Not only the Duke, but even I was frightened today, thinking that His Majesty would spare no effort to seize the Red Dragon 10 guards. The generals and nobles around were also nodding in fear. His Majesty's earlier demeanor truly made one forget his age. The kind of authority. Who would dare say His Majesty is only 14? Even at the height of Emperor Chang's prestige, it couldn't have been much better than this, right? Duke of Chu shook his head. "We must not be too careless. You all go contact the leaders of the Red Dragon Guard and have them respectfully serve that martial god. Whatever demands he makes, we must meet them. Everything can wait until the military parade. Only then will we be qualified to negotiate terms." Furthermore, he pondered for a moment and said, "Fill in whatever accounts can be filled in the Bureau of Martial Virtue, and make sure the ones that can't be filled look good. Don't forget that His Majesty appointed that Li Si as the Deputy Minister of Justice today. The legalists hold the law, and there is also the violent institution of the Jinwu Guard. If Duke of Chu and the others do not arrange matters well, even if after the parade we can get His Majesty to relent, it will be difficult to negotiate too many terms with him. We can only try to cover our own flaws as much as possible to negotiate better." Understood. Wu Yong and the others nodded solemnly. In the side hall, Shen Nan's expression was calm as water, showing no trace of the previous rage. Have you all understood today's court meeting? The ministers of the Feng truly have their own thoughts. The reason he was so domineering today was, on one hand, to establish his persona, and on the other hand, to test the court's reaction. Shen Nan originally thought that the Prime Minister Zhang Su and the Minister of War Li Su would speak up, but to his surprise, they said nothing at all. This shows a complete disregard for the stability of the Great Feng, only caring about their own interests. As long as their interests are not threatened, they remain indifferent. Of course, part of this is because Shen Nan's cards are just too overwhelming today. The strength of Toba Bodhisattva and Li Si is indeed terrifying. However, this cannot conceal the fragmented governance of the Great Feng. Li Si nodded. What Zhang Su and the others are probably thinking is that His Majesty only wants to seize power and has no intention of genuinely reorganizing the military. They might even think that His Majesty intends to cut down the army, which is why they are watching him suppress the military generals and nobility without intervening. The interests of the Wuda Division and the Red Dragon 10 Guards do not matter at all to the Confucians. Even if His Majesty controls the Red Dragon 10 Guards, what difference does it make? Can he really use military power to eliminate all Confucian scholars? The Confucians have never relied on the military, but rather on their Confucian sages and officials, as well as students spread throughout the world. These are their fundamental base. As long as Shen Nan does not touch this, even if he holds some military power, it is not a significant concern. Moreover, the downfall of the military generals and nobility would also be quite beneficial to them. Shen Nan's eyes were deep. The situation of the Red Dragon 10 Guards must be quickly investigated, and the matters of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office also need to be expedited. Han Feng Yuan informed Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu that they must complete all handovers of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office within 3 days. I want to create a true elite force that belongs to me within 15 days. How does the Duke of Chu plan to respond next? Shen Nan didn't know. However, he understood that he must master a truly strong army in the next 15 days. Naturally, this would involve utilizing the system's reward of 100,000 restoration points. But he also needed the financial support from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau to ensure future expansion and training. The system's tasks still required a bit more effort to complete. Today, although the Duke of Chu and others would have some fear of Shen Nan, that fear was still insufficient. Insufficient fear only indicated that the Duke of Chu and his companions had not truly experienced Shen Nan's dominance. Shen Nan certainly planned to intensify his efforts. Toba Bodhisattva, today I will give you 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. You will take over the Tiger Band Guard responsible for guarding the palace. If anyone disobeys, kill them. The Imperial Guard and the eunuchs in the palace had already become obedient. Shen Nan naturally intended to take over the Red Dragon Guard within the Imperial City as well. Especially the sudden appearance of the 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers would definitely keep the Duke of Chu and his companions awake at night. Toba Bodhisattva nodded yes. With his strength as an 11th tier warrior deity, even though there were some experts among the Red Dragon Guard, they were definitely not his match. Moreover, after today's court meeting, the commanders of the Red Dragon Guard would likely see the situation clearly. As long as there was no talk of demobilization or restructuring for the time being, simply sending people to take over the Red Dragon Guard would not pose any problems. This was also the working style of the immortal martial world. Sometimes, things in such a world do not need to be so complicated. As long as there is enough strength, one can command everything. After Shen Nan finished instructing, he looked at Li Si. You don't need to take any major actions in the Ministry of Justice for now. The priority is to clarify the intelligence on the Red Dragon 10 Guards. After the inspection ceremony in 15 days, I will completely consolidate the Red Dragon Guards. And then you can prepare to take action against the Chief of Justice and the legalists. After all, things must be done one by one. Shen Nan does not yet have the intention to simultaneously take action against both the legalists and the military generals and noble families. Li Si is also aware of this. Understood. Shen Nan nodded as he looked at the system mall. Unlike yesterday's system mall, the current mall had 2 additional items besides the Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers. One was the 4th rank Minor Master Dan, which could be exchanged for 1,000 points. It could rapidly elevate an ordinary person to the level of a 4th rank Minor Master. The other was the martial arts inheritance of Yi Guqing's Flying Immortal from Beyond the Sky, which could be exchanged for 3,000 points. This inheritance would allow a skilled fighter to instantly learn Flying Immortal from Beyond the Sky. Given Yi Guqing's performance in the comprehensive martial arts, Flying Immortal from Beyond the Sky was at least a 2nd rank Grand Master level ultimate skill. 3,000 points was naturally not expensive. Unfortunately, Shen Nan didn't need it for the time being. System Exchange for 200 Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers and summon them to my side. The price for 200 Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers was exactly 4,000 restoration points. Shen Nan's 5,000 recovery points earned from completing the task yesterday have been reset to 0. However, the strength increase it brought is also evident. He himself has risen to the 4th rank minor master realm, and the number of his Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers has increased to 300. After the exchange is completed, Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao on the side and said to Toba Bodhisattva, "Is there any surprise in this summoning?" Shen Yu himself is responsible for guarding the royal palace. The 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers he summoned are also nearby the side hall. After a slight sensing, Zhang Jiao raised his eyebrows. This time there is indeed a surprise. A 3rd rank martial general. In addition to those previously summoned, there are currently 2 3rd rank martial generals, 1 7th rank martial artist, 13 8th rank martial artists, and 1 7th rank Great Snow Dragon Rider under His Majesty's command. At this moment, Toba Bodhisattva also finished his sensing, glanced at Zhang Jiao, and nodded. This martial general not only reaches the 3rd rank level, but also possesses a rare aura of killing intent all over. Li Si also sensed something. However, Han Xingxuan's sensing of energy is not as skilled as theirs. He simply said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Shen Nan chuckled lightly. "Let's go and see our 3rd rank military generals." He was increasingly looking forward to what 100,000 national restoration points could exchange for in terms of warriors. It would be best if they could once again intimidate the Chu royal lineage today. At that point, they could directly exchange for 2,500 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, and then they would truly be able to completely control the Tiger Ben army. The Tiger Ben army responsible for guarding the imperial city didn't have any spare rations. The official number of troops was around 15,000. With only Toba Bodhisattva and 300 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, it was merely a preliminary control. But if they would add 2,500 more Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, it would be entirely different. Especially since these 2,500 heavy armored soldiers would surely bring some surprises, like this 3rd rank military general. Outside the side hall, Shen Yu, who had mastered the 3rd rank indestructible Vajra skill, was gathering 200 newly summoned Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Such actions naturally did not escape the attention of the 2 eunuchs, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. In their perception, 200 terrifying soldiers suddenly appeared around the side hall at an unknown time. When they came out, they witnessed this scene. Zhang Hu's originally cold expression turned into one of horror. How did these troops appear? Even at his 1st rank Earth Immortal level, he failed to notice the arrival of these people. Lu Zhong also showed a shocked expression. After Shen Nan appeared, both of them restrained their emotions. "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty." Shen Nan glanced at them and said indifferently, "You all go ahead and get to work. Within 3 days, complete the handover of everything at the Imperial Horse Depot. I still need the funds from the Imperial Horse Depot to train the troops." This was something he had previously intended to let Han Shengxian instruct. Since Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had not left yet, Shen Nan directly gave the order. As for whether Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu would speculate about anything due to the sudden appearance of the 200 Ming Dynasty heavy armored soldiers, Shen Nan Jin doesn't care at all, or rather, he deliberately summoned it this way. If Shen Nan wanted to summon secretly, he could certainly do so, but why would he? Whether it is the immortal martial dynasty or the feudal dynasty, emperors do not need to hide their strength. Only the strength displayed openly is the true strength. That kind of hidden power, striking with a thunderous blow at a critical moment, that's not Shen Nan's style. Such an approach is too complicated. He prefers to lay his strength bare for everyone to see, making those who harbor thoughts retract completely before they can act. Just like today when he instantly dealt with the 2 great kings, Toba Pusa and Li Si. Shen Nan wanted to shock the world with a grand and imposing presence. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu both respectfully replied, yes. In their hearts, they increasingly felt awe and dread towards Shen Nan, and were more certain that there must be a powerful force behind him. This force could easily produce a martial god of the 11th realm and a celestial being of the 10th realm like Shuzun. If it weren't for their inability to escape the control of the Buddhist sect and the Compassionate Life sect, they would have to kneel to show their loyalty today. The foundation and strength displayed by His Majesty were simply terrifying. Even at this moment, although they could not immediately kneel to express their loyalty, they dared not entertain any other thoughts. This is the terrifying effect brought by imperial power when it possesses strength. In a feudal dynasty, the emperor's power is based on prestige and the army. In a world of immortal martial arts, The emperor's power lies in the experts and troops under his command. After Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu left, Shen Nan looked at the 300 Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers in front of him. Although there were only 300, the momentum they exuded was no less than that of 1,000 or 10,000 troops. Each one stood like a statue, their aura of battle and ferocity like a beacon of smoke. Especially the imposing warrior standing shoulder to shoulder with Shen Nan, whose ferocity soared to the skies. A fourth-tier Lian gang can be called a minor master, while a third-tier gang Qi reaching great completion is a true master. Although this level seems somewhat insignificant when compared to the 11th realm martial gods and 10th realm celestials within the Great Feng, they are indeed the backbone. Even among the 200,000 border troops in Yuzhou, how many third-tier gang Qi masters can there be? This level of martial master is at least a leader commanding 10,000 troops. After all, a second-tier Lianshan is already a great master, and a first-tier is even akin to a terrestrial immortal. Shen Nan looked at the burly general and asked, "What is your name?" With a creaking sound of interlocking armor, the imposing general knelt on one knee and replied in a deep voice, "I am Shen San." "Shen San?" Shen Nan chuckled. "We are all from the Shen family." He then turned to Shen Yu and said, "From today on, you will be renamed Shen Yi. From now on, you will be the leader of the Black Dragon Shenbird Guard, and Shen San will be the deputy leader." The name Shen Yu is the same as that of the Northern Town King, Shen Yu. This is also why Shen Nan was slightly taken aback when he first heard the name Shen Yu. Now he plans to form a true army loyal to himself. The Black Dragon Xian Niao Guard, centered around the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. Given this, it is naturally impossible to let Shen Yu continue to be called Shen Yu. Otherwise, in the future, when people hear the name Shen Yu, they will only say it is similar to that of the Northern Town King, rather than associating it with the Black Dragon Xian Niao Guard. Shen Yu know. Shen Yi cupped his hands and said, "I accept the order." Shen Nan looked at the Toba Bodhisattva beside him and said, "Today, after you take over the Tiger Bend Guard, you need to assess enough candidates. 10 days later, I will begin to reduce the troops, starting with the Tiger Bend Guard. The elite among them will be merged into the Black Dragon Shenbird Guard, while the others will serve as auxiliary troops or simply be sent back to their original places. Do you have confidence in being able to accomplish this?" Although he had previously completed the task of organizing a 10,000-man army due to the Jing army, that Jing army was hardly considered a real army. At most, it was just at the level of patrolling the palace. Shen Nan is now forming the Black Dragon Shenbird Guard, which will later serve as the army to suppress the military nobles of the Chu state and to campaign against the Lingsheng sect. He must ensure that this army possesses sufficient combat power, which requires the Northern Mang military god, Toba Bodhisattva, to train them well, transforming the Tiger Bend Guard into elite Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. As for why it is set for 10 days later, it is because there will inevitably be reactions from the Duke of Chu and others during the military parade 15 days later. Before that, Shen Nan needs to have enough strength to suppress them. This is also related to what he said after the court meeting, to create a real army within 15 days. He is relying on the system's reward of 100,000 restoration points and the reorganization of the Royal City Tiger Bend Army by Toba Bodhisattva. Toba Bodhisattva did not respond immediately, but instead carefully observed the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. After examining their armor and their vitality, he finally said in a deep voice, "If I am to completely take over the Tiger Bend Guard, I will need more of these heavy-armored soldiers, as well as a large amount of wealth, armor, and especially swords and shields." He could see that the strength of the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers was not merely due to their abundant vitality and strong physiques, but also because of their heavy armor and standardized swords and shields. This is the essence of the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. Shen Nan also took a look around. He turned to Shen Yi and said, "Does the Ming King heavy-armored soldiers have any martial arts that belong solely to them?" This was something he had not noticed before. Li Si, Zhang Jiao, and Han Shengxian were not particularly skilled in training troops either. Shen Yi said in a deep voice, "We, the subordinates, all cultivate the Ming Wang gene and Tai Gu gang. The Ming Wang gene is the method for bone tempering, while the Tai Gu gang is a method for cultivating qi. Only by combining the two can we form the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. In battle, using sword and shield as the main focus, we can stand like towering mountains, able to withstand the opponent's attacks and push forward. Ming Wang gene, Ti Gong." Hearing this, Shen Nan understood the core of the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. After a slight contemplation, he said, "As for armor and sword and shield, I will visit the Tiangong Institute tomorrow. With the level of Taoist Earth sect, they should be able to replicate it. However, The Ming Wang Jin and Tai Gu Gang can only be cultivated by you for now. All I can provide is enough nutritional supplements. There are too many things needed to form an army. The armor and sword and shield must be handled by the Tiangong Institute, while sufficient meat is needed for nutrition. In the future, we may also need to communicate with the Taoist Qing'e Palace, which specializes in alchemy, to supply enough elixirs to assist the cultivation of the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. Tuoba Bodhisattva slightly narrowed his eyes. After today's matters are settled, you will hand over the cultivation methods to me, and I will see if I can improve them. Additionally, you can also cultivate the Beimang Shachi to strengthen your bodies and enhance your power. The Beimang War God is not just a title. Tuoba Bodhisattva is not only skilled in warfare. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Beimang were also trained by him. However, these matters, Shen Nan naturally does not need to understand too much. All he needs to do is wait for Tuoba Bodhisattva to train a sufficiently powerful army. These matters are all under your responsibility, and if there are any needs, Han Shengxian will assist you. Soon, Tuoba Bodhisattva led 200 Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers to take over the Hu Ben Guard. Shen Nan was walking towards the palace with Han Shengxian and Li Sichao. He still needed to complete today's training in order to finish the systems check-in. Moreover, having just achieved the rank of a 4th-grade minor master, Shen Nan also needed to stabilize his realm. The process of taking over the Hu Ben Guard with the deterrent power of the 11 realms of the Bodhisattva Tuoba was shockingly smooth. Zhang Liangyu, the commander of the Hu Ben Guard, almost immediately handed over the roster of the Hu Ben Guard to the Bodhisattva Tuoba upon learning that he had been ordered by the emperor to take command, and even detailed the personnel arrangements of the Hu Ben Guard. This did not mean that Zhang Liangyu was particularly loyal to Shen Nan. It was just that the events of the morning court meeting had already spread. As a military force guarding the imperial palace, the Hu Ben Guard naturally learned of the Bodhisattva Tuoba's identity at the first opportunity. Just being a commander of the Red Dragon 10 Guards was enough to suppress them, not to mention the strength of the 11 realms of the Bodhisattva. How could they dare to act rashly? However, while the Bodhisattva Tuoba's takeover was smooth, completely controlling the Hu Ben Guard was not so simple. Even if he appointed Shun Yi and Shun San to important positions within the Hu Ben Guard, it would not be enough due to the small number of people. However, the Duke of Chu from the Chu state did not think the numbers were small. He exclaimed in shock, 300 heavy armored soldiers at the Duke of Chu's residence. After returning, he was about to summon the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 Guards to discuss countermeasures. However, before the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 Guards could arrive at the Duke's residence, he heard the news that the Bodhisattva Tuoba had taken command of the Hu Ben Guard with 300 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. The smooth takeover by the Bodhisattva Tuoba was not surprising, but the presence of 300 Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers was a bit odd. The Duke of Chu furrowed his brows. Where did the emperor get 300 heavy-armored soldiers? Are these 300 heavy-armored soldiers really as valiant as those seen before? He had already been puzzled that morning when he saw 100 Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. How did these troops enter the palace? But due to the sudden trouble from the Bodhisattva Tuoba and Shen Nan, he had not had time to think deeply. Now, with an additional 200 Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers, how could the Duke of Chu not overthink? The Hu Ben Guard's captain said in a deep voice, "Indeed, they are all fierce generals who have come from the battlefield. Among them, there are also 2 third-grade martial generals. They are now responsible for guarding the Guanghua Gate and Huafeng Gate. These 2 critical positions. The Guanghua Gate is the palace gate that officials must pass through to attend court. The importance of its location goes without saying. The Huafeng Gate is the only way to the deep palace from the imperial city." Shen Nan had come out from the Huafeng Gate directly to the Ronga Hall to meet with the cabinet ministers. These 2 gates are the most critical positions in the entire palace. As long as he controls these 2 gates, the entry and exit of the palace and the deep palace would be in Shen Nan's hands. However, the Duke of Chu did not care about this point at all. With the presence of the 10th realm Taoist, Celestial Zhang Jiao, and the 11th realm martial god Tuoba beside the emperor, how many people in the imperial capital could stop the emperor? Only the openly known 11th realm sub-saint of the legalists, Fa Yang, might have the qualifications. Other factions might have 11th realm experts, but at least in the open in the imperial capital, there were none. What he was more concerned about was the suddenly appearing 300 heavy armored soldiers. If 300 could appear out of nowhere, then they could produce a few hundred more, or even 1 or 2,000. Check. Let your people contact those soldiers and see where they are from. I don't believe there are troops in the Great Feng that I haven't seen before. Yes, After the Hu Ben Guard's captain left, the Duke of Chu still looked uneasy. And Wu Yong, the head of the Department of Martial Virtue, also frowned. They were not afraid of an 11th realm martial god appearing beside the emperor. After all, the entire Red Dragon 10 guards had been managed by them for decades. But if this martial god also commanded a very powerful army, then they would have to be afraid, as their military power would be somewhat vulnerable before the emperor. An 11th realm martial god leading 1,000 elite troops would be enough to push through tens of thousands. Not to mention that these elites were the same kind of Ming Wang heavy armored soldier seen before. How much does the emperor really hide? The Duke of Chu felt a sense of trepidation in his heart, and he even had a vague thought of wanting to stop the plan and submit to the emperor. After all, with his status and identity, if he were to directly pledge allegiance to the emperor, even if he could not gain the emperor's trust, he could at least retreat unscathed. However, after so many years of wealth and power, the Duke of Chu was somewhat reluctant to let go. Wu Yong felt the same way. In the afternoon, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. His breathing had completely stabilized, and the aura unique to a 4th-grade minor master permeated the entire palace. He was also enveloped in a layer of thin golden qi, the true dragon qi. The cultivation method passed down by the Emperor of the Great Feng is somewhat similar to the methods of military strategists, but it integrates the usage of national fortune. Once the qi is initially formed, it becomes a true dragon, and when it reaches great perfection, it manifests as 9 dragons. The ferocity of this qi is among the best in the entire world, and with the 9-dragon qi, a 3rd-grade master can even contend with a 2nd-grade refining god master. However, Shen Nan placed more importance on longevity in terms of his realm. A 1st-grade terrestrial immortal can extend their life by 300 years. A 10th-grade celestial being can extend their life by 500 years. If he could achieve the celestial being realm, Shen Nan could live for a full 600 years, not to mention the even higher 11th and 12th realms. At that time, he could truly ensure the eternal prosperity of the Great Feng and himself reach the state of eternal life, which is one of the benefits of the immortal martial world. In this world, if an emperor seeks longevity, it can truly be attained. However, if an emperor seeks longevity, they must also face many crises. The Great Feng Dynasty has many who do not wish for an emperor to achieve eternal life. After all, who would want an emperor who has reigned for hundreds of years looming over them? The majesty and power of such an emperor are terrifying enough to instill despair in everyone, and anyone with a bit of ambition would not allow that. Shen Nan suddenly looked at the system panel. Just as he had stabilized his realm, the task of instilling fear in a major power had already been completed. The task of making any major power feel fear towards you has been completed. As a king seeking to restore the nation, you now possess the capital for restoration. A force strong enough to instill fear, a truly elite force. Next, please let the world know that you have the strength to restore the nation and annihilate a major power. Task: annihilate any major power. Standard for major powers. Ranked among the top 20 forces in the world. Reward: guaranteed gift package for the 12th realm and above, 30,000 restoration points. Available rewards: guaranteed gift package for the 10th realm. Restoration points: 100,000 points. It was clear that after experiencing the affairs of the court, and Toba Bodhisattva leading 300 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to gather the Tiger Ben Guard, the Chu Duke's lineage had developed a sense of fear towards Shen Nan. This fear stemmed more from Shen Nan's actions and the mysterious depth he had displayed. Whether it was Toba Bodhisattva, Li Si, or the 300 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, the Chu Duke's lineage simply could not comprehend where Shen Nan had found these people. It was precisely because of this unknown that they felt fear towards Shen Nan, especially with Shen Nan's domineering words in the court, filled with confidence. Their fear deepened even more, which was the effect Shen Nan desired. Fear arises from the unknown. Shen Nan smiled, but from today onwards, their fear will not be the unknown, but true terror. A guaranteed gift package for the 10th realm and 100,000 restoration points are enough for Shen Nan to truly possess the strength to instill fear, even terror, in the Chu Duke, not merely relying on words and the various summoned individuals to create a mysterious depth. Open the gift package. Exchange for 2,500 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Shen Nan said without hesitation that the next force to be destroyed must be the Chu kingdom. He couldn't possibly keep the points for restoring the country. Instead, he needed to convert all of them into strength. Open the 10 Realms gift pack. Rewards include the white-clad soldier immortal from the snowy world, Chun Jibao, a 10 Realms celestial, a Confucian general, the leader of the 6 heroes, wielding a silver spear and plum wine, known as the white-clad soldier immortal, a slayer of villains. Chen Jibao, grateful and reciprocative? Shen Nan had a deep impression of this person. Unlike the minor character Toba Bodhisattva, Chen Jibao had a significant role. He was well aware of Chen Jibao's background and past experiences. According to the descriptions in the drama, Chen Jibao could indeed be described as someone who is grateful and reciprocates kindness. Most importantly, he was the true general in command of the Northern Liang Army. After the Spring and Autumn War, the Northern Liang Army was almost entirely led by Chen Jibao. If Tuaba Bodhisattva was merely a nominal military god with somewhat lower standards in leading and training troops, then Chen Jibao could perfectly make up for this shortcoming. Moreover, Chen Jibao was not just a simple military general. He was also a Confucian sage. In the world of Feng, he was referred to as a Confucian general. Such a person, who is both skilled in battle and capable of training troops, as well as being strategic, was exactly what Shen Nan currently lacked. After all, relying solely on Tuaba Bodhisattva to control more than 100,000 Red Dragon Guards was somewhat difficult. But if Chen Jibao were added, it would barely be sufficient. Furthermore, among the 2,500 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers that would be exchanged in the store, there would definitely be some commanders. Summon Chen Jibao and the 2,500 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to the training ground. The training ground has now become the place where Shen Nan trains his troops, firmly controlled by the Clean Army, led by Han Xian. This place can also serve as a location for Shen Nan to review his troops. Han Shangxian, Zhang Jiao, follow me to the training ground. Shen Nan shouted. Han Shangxian and Zhang Jiao outside the hall had already appeared at the door. Your Majesty. Shen Nan nodded and walked towards the training ground. Along the way, he looked at Han Shangxian and asked, have Lu Zhong and Zhang who already started handing over the assets of the Imperial Horse Agency to you? The assets of the Imperial Horse Agency are extremely substantial. Although Shen Nan ordered Lu Zhong to deliver to Zhang Hu within 3 days. If the delivery did not start today, it would be difficult to complete the delivery successfully within 3 days. Therefore, he asked Han Shangxian how Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were performing. Han Shangxian said, a considerable amount has already been delivered. Previously, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had delivered 10 million taels of silver, and the servants have all been placed into His Majesty's treasury. The key positions in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau in the capital have also been filled by Han Xian and the servants' people. Today, they delivered 30,000 acres of pasture near the capital and 150,000 acres of arable land. Previously, they also confiscated land and residences in the capital, totaling 890 properties, which are estimated to be worth over 2 million taels of silver. Now, they are further delivering the entire pastures of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, as well as the imperial farms, royal shops, and horses. The most complex part is the delivery of the imperial farms, royal shops, and pastures. Next is the accounting for the horses. Han Shangxian elaborated on the situation of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Shen Nan has been cleaning up the Imperial Horse Bureau since his ascension to the throne. But the scale of the Imperial Horse Bureau into Feng is too vast. It is important to note that the entire Imperial Horse Bureau has nearly 1 million acres of pastures around the capital of Feng, not to mention several million acres of pastures in various provinces. The handover of these pastures is naturally extremely complicated. Additionally, the accounts embezzled by the eunuchs need to be verified, and there must be sufficiently loyal eunuchs to replace them. This series of tasks is quite complex. Shen Nan also understood the Imperial Horse Monitor outside the capital can be dealt with slowly as long as they complete the accounts. However, the Imperial Horse Monitor in the capital must be replaced with our own people, especially on the ranch side. It is essential for you to take complete control. I need enough war horses and cattle to supply the Black Dragon Shimber Guard. Han Shangxian nodded solemnly. Understood. Shen Nan glanced at Han Shangxian, knowing that relying solely on him would be extremely difficult. However, this was something that had to be done. Moreover, after the mall system refreshed in the past few days, they could see if they could exchange for more sunflower guards to address the manpower shortage. Nevertheless, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office in the capital must be under control. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. Han Xian, who had already received the orders, was waiting with 100 clean soldiers. Your Majesty. Shen Nan nodded slightly. You take good care of the Imperial Horse Monitoring. I need to go in and do something. As for the matter of summoning, it is naturally impossible to hide completely. Shen Nan was too lazy to cover it up too much, but he absolutely could not let anyone besides Zhang Jiao and Li Si know the truth about his ability to summon. Instead, he wanted them to guess for themselves, as the unknown is what instills fear. Han Xian had also sensed the movements of the Horse Monitoring Bureau earlier. Although he was somewhat straightforward, he was not a fool. He naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. Understood. Shen Nan took the lead and walked in, followed closely by Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian. As soon as they entered the training ground, he saw Chun Jibao in white robes organizing 2,500 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. The dense formation of heavy armored soldiers exuded a strong sense of solemnity, and the atmosphere of battle rose like smoke to the sky. This imposing aura could not be concealed and was extremely prominent. Before Shen Nan could speak, Zhang Jiao had already taken the lead in saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This time there are 3 third-tier martial generals, 1 fourth-tier martial general, 7 fifth-tier, 12 sixth-tier, and 39 seventh-tier martial warriors. As for the 8th-tier martial warriors, there is no need for Zhang Jiao to say more." Shen Nan was not concerned about these matters, but instead laughed heartily at the people. "Good. The 3rd-tier generals will be named Shen Er, Shen Si, and Shen Wu. The 4th tier will be Shen Lu, and the rest will keep their original names. I have only one requirement of you. By the end of today, assist Tova Bodhisattva in completely taking over the Hubei Guard. 300 Ming Wang heavy infantry may not be able to fully control the Hubei Guard, but 2,800 Ming Wang heavy infantry are certainly enough." Chun Jibao was the first to bow and say, "I humbly obey Your Majesty's order." He had known what kind of world he had arrived in since his descent. For this reason, Chun Jibao had no emotional response. In the original snowy world, he had intended to fake his death and hide from the world. Now, this kind of hiding was even more thorough, and in his past life, due to various reasons, he could not be a reckless general, but in this life, he could truly be a reckless general, living for himself and for His Majesty. A quarter of an hour later, 2,500 Ming Wang heavy infantry rushed towards Guanghua Gate under Chun Jibao's leadership. This commotion left Han Xian dumbfounded. Although he had sensed some movement earlier, he never expected that so many troops were hidden in the training ground. He initially thought that the murderous aura was due to His Majesty summoning a military genius. But this exaggerated scene was unbelievable. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who were even more terrified, and hastened their transfer of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. In the palace, after receiving the news, Empress Dowager Chen suddenly slumped onto her bed. It's completely over. In the Empress Dowager's palace, she had been extremely happy to learn that His Majesty permitted her to participate in the national mourning. She even thought Shen Nan had become a bit arrogant because of the presence of a Taoist celestial. She believed he thought he had ascended to the throne and that she, as the Empress Dowager, could no longer monitor the state. However, before Empress Dowager Chen could take action, she heard news of Shen Nan harshly questioning Duke of Chu in the court, and learned of the presence of the 11-realm military god Tobak Bodhisattva and the 10-realm legalist Celestial Li Si. These pieces of news left Empress Dowager Chen somewhat incredulous. But ultimately, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had already loosened their surveillance over her, and she could contact the Hubei army guarding the imperial city. The Hubei army could certainly relay some messages outside. However, before Empress Dowager Chen could act, she heard the news that 2,500 Ming Wang heavy infantry had taken over the Hubei army, which left her utterly despairing. Why? A 14-year-old boy like Shen Nan. Why does he have so many people loyal to him? Who is supporting him? Why isn't anyone supporting me? Her hysterical voice echoed throughout the palace. The maidservants and eunuchs around her were terrified and knelt on the ground. Such words were truly treasonous. Yet Empress Dowager Chen did not feel this way. Her tone became increasingly fierce. Am I not worthy? She was convinced that there must be a terrifying force supporting Shen Nan. Otherwise, how could there be so many 10-realm celestials and elite soldiers? If such a force could support Shen Nan, why couldn't it support her? Chun Chuli. Just then a cold voice sounded. Is the Empress Dowager going mad? Empress Dowager Chen turned her head sharply to see Han Shengxian, dressed in a crimson robe, standing ominously outside the palace, surrounded by 3,000 red threads. The intense smell of blood nearly suffocating. The maidservants and eunuchs in the palace trembled even more. Everyone knew that Han Shengxian had come with ill intentions, and he might even be here to execute the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Chen sneered repeatedly. She could no longer see any hope of turning the situation around. Rather than being imprisoned for life, she would rather vent her frustrations. What? Did that boy Shen Nan send you to execute me? Or are you saying I'm going mad? Han Shengxian gently shook his head, his eyes icy cold. The Empress Dowager is, after all, the nominal mother of His Majesty. How could His Majesty execute the Empress Dowager? However, on the day of national mourning, The Empress Dowager misses the late emperor too much. Therefore, you are self-applying to serve the late emperor in the royal tomb for life. Please prepare yourself, 10 days later, to go to the royal tomb to serve the late emperor. Before Shen Nan awakened the system, Empress Dowager Chun could still be considered a formidable enemy. But after Shen Nan awakened the system and ascended to the throne, Empress Dowager Chun was merely a clown. He had countless ways to destroy Empress Dowager Chun. However, committing regicide was completely unnecessary, and it sounded too harsh. Arranging for the Empress Dowager to serve the late emperor for life was a far more suitable arrangement. The reason for 10 days later was that the guards of the royal tomb were not yet Shen Nan's people. He could choose not to kill Empress Dowager Chun, but he would definitely have to have her completely under his control. Serve the royal tomb for life. Empress Dowager Chun was stunned. She had considered countless possibilities, but never expected Shen Nan would do this. Even if death was only a moment, serving in the cold royal tomb for life. She couldn't endure even a month there. The pampered Empress Dowager could not possibly last. Her expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Then she let out a sharp scream. I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chu, the empress appointed by the late emperor. How dare Shen Nan do this? He is unworthy to be his son. Han Shengxian completely ignored Empress Dowager Chen's screams. He coldly surveyed his surroundings. For these 10 days, you all serve the Empress Dowager well. If the Empress Dowager suffers the slightest harm, your entire family will accompany her to serve the late emperor in the royal tomb. The maidservants and eunuchs around pressed their foreheads tightly to the ground. Yes. Han Shengxian then ordered the hundreds of clean military personnel he brought to completely surround the Empress Dowager's palace, and then turned to head towards the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. If it weren't for His Majesty suddenly remembering to give orders, he wouldn't have had the time to visit the Empress Dowager's palace at all. There were still many matters to handle regarding the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. As Han Shengxian took action and the 2,500 Ming Wang heavy infantry completely took over the Hubei army, the palace inside and out was filled with shock and astonishment. The Duke of Chu naturally had no need to say more. When the military generals and nobles learned that His Majesty had summoned 2,500 Ming Wang heavy infantry, the so-called military generals' meeting instantly dispersed. The Duke of Chu looked as though he had aged 10 years. Ordering everyone to leave, he quietly walked deep into his residence. Who exactly is standing behind His Majesty? What kind of force can calmly produce thousands of elite soldiers, an 11-realm military god, and 10-realm celestials from the Taoist and legalist schools? How could these three possibly belong to one force? No matter how hard the Duke of Chu thought, he could not figure out which force was supporting Shen Nan from behind. The military god and elite soldiers could still be guessed to be from Yuzhou and Liangzhou, but what about the Taoist and legalist 10-realm celestials? Nonetheless, the Duke of Chu knew one thing deeply. The current emperor who has ascended to the throne is no ordinary person and absolutely not someone they can easily contend with. Even after today, many military generals and nobles would turn to His Majesty. However, the plan for the Howell camp must continue and be executed more strictly, because ordinary military generals and nobles might still have a way out. But where is the retreat for people like Duke of Chu and Wu Yong, the head of the Ministry of Military Virtue? All they can do is negotiate with His Majesty using the current conditions. The only fortunate thing is that His Majesty revealed his strength too early. If it had been exposed during the military parade, these people would have been caught off guard. Moreover, now that Shen Nan has demonstrated such strength, those Confucians are likely unable to sit still. A ruler with overwhelming power is something that no faction wants to see. And this is indeed the case. After receiving the news, the Chief Minister Zhang Su was stunned for a while. He then ordered someone to go to the Ministry of Military and the Ministry of Revenue. Unlike the powerlessness of military generals and nobles, the Confucians have many ways to restrict the emperor. Just a few memorials can make the emperor recognize the situation and dare not act recklessly. After completing this task, Zhang Su found himself alone in the courtyard, murmuring to himself, I just hope we don't get an emperor like King Wu. King Wu. This title can only refer to the second monarch of the Great Feng, who inherited the bravery and talent of the founding emperor. At just 40 years old, he was already a military genius and received strong support from military strategists. Therefore, he heavily relied on military personnel and engaged in reckless warfare, which was indeed the darkest moment for the Confucians. Fortunately, later on, the rise of the demon race allowed the Confucians to turn the tide. The Great Feng gradually evolved into a scenario where Confucians, legalists, and Taoists took turns to appear, while military strategists could only guard the borders. That night, Shen Nan was exchanging historical views with Zhang Jiao when Han Shengxian requested an audience outside the hall. Xian, Shen Nan casually said. Then he saw Han Shengxian presenting several memorials. This is a memorial sent by the cabinet an hour ago. After I saw it in the Court of Imperial Rituals, I thought it needed to be shown to your majesty as soon as possible. The memorials from Feng are quite interesting. Generally, memorials must first go through the cabinet, then be reviewed by the Court of Imperial Rituals, and finally, some important matters are selected to be handed over to Shen Nan. Usually, the emperor also reviews the memorials in the Court of Imperial Rituals in advance. However, because Shen Nan has just ascended to the throne, he does not have the habit of reviewing memorials, so he has not visited the Court of Imperial Rituals much. Han Shengxian, on the other hand, has long understood these processes and has been keeping an eye on the Court of Imperial Rituals. Although Shen Nan has allowed Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to continue managing the Court of Imperial Rituals, it does not mean that Han Shengxian can simply let Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu take control of the court. It is even possible that he might take some measures to deceive above and hide below. Memorial? Shen Nan took a look, and immediately his expression turned cold. It seems that the Confucians want to tell me that if I act too recklessly, it will lead to many undesirable consequences. The memorials are not complicated. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue each have one. And there is also an urgent memorial from Chuan Prefecture. Both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue mention issues regarding military rations. They say that since Your Majesty is already in charge of the Imperial Horse Monitoring and the Red Dragon 10 Guards, you should distribute the currently owed military rations. The Imperial Horse Monitoring owes 6 million taels of silver, and the Red Dragon 10 Guards owe 39 million taels of silver. Furthermore, although last year's military rations for the 9 borders of the Great Feng have been settled, this year's may very well be insufficient. They request Your Majesty to provide guidance on this year's tax and military rations issues. Lastly, there is a budget estimate that this year's military rations for Yuzhou are expected to be 95 million taels of silver. This is the tactic of the Confucians, with no threats or coercion involved. They simply laid out the situation for Shen Nan to see. In short, the country is in a difficult situation, military rations are insufficient, and Your Majesty is requested to think of a solution. As for the memorial from Chuan Prefecture, it is somewhat more normal, stating that there has been a disaster there this year, and the court needs to provide disaster relief. After all, it still comes down to money. Zhang Jiao also took a look, shook his head, and said, Your Majesty has only been on the throne for 3 days, yet has already made so many significant moves. The Confucians seem to be a bit worried that Your Majesty may take action regarding the court. Thus, they are reminding you. Reminding? Shen Nan scoffed. They merely want to say that the situation in the Great Feng is like this. I have dealt with the military generals and nobles, and a purge in the Imperial Horse Monitoring is acceptable. If it involves others, I fear this year's border troops will have a tough time, and military rations will also surge. These scholars are indeed interesting. They might as well be straightforward like Duke of Chu, directly staging a military parade to pressure the court. Just as Duke of Chu thought in the afternoon. After the news of 500 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers came, some military generals and nobles immediately passed messages to Toba Bodhisattva, revealing Duke of Chu's plan. However, this person did not fully show himself, only vaguely transmitted the information. Clearly, they still want to maintain some face. After all, most of the military generals and nobles from the Duke of Chu's lineage have been around since the founding of the Great Feng. And for 800 years these people have intermarried, forming complex relationships, making it impossible to easily break away from this camp. Zhang Jiao asked, What does Your Majesty plan to do? Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. Do nothing, and these memorials will remain in the palace without being sent out. After the military parade, I will tell them how the military salaries come about. I will also have time to properly deal with these Confucians. There are still 14 days until the military parade. During this time, Shen Nan will definitely be able to complete 1 or 2 more tasks. Whether it's the guaranteed rewards from the 12 realms after annihilating the Chu royal line or other task rewards, as long as I could draw a Confucian celestial being. Shen Nan has a powerful weapon against Confucianism. At the same time, the system all will refresh some items. Shen Nan has plenty of patience to play slowly with these Confucians. Moreover, the Confucians have only submitted a few memorials this time. They still don't truly believe that Shen Nan will take action against them, and it's not yet the time for both sides to be at odds. Zhang Jiao nodded. It should be so. Tomorrow, when Your Majesty goes to the Tiangong Institute, I can accompany you. He's been here for 4 or 5 days. Tuoba Bodhisattva, Li Si, and Han Shangxian have all played their roles. However, this great virtuous teacher, Zhang Jiao, has not yet fulfilled his role. Tomorrow, Shen Nan will go to the Tiangong Institute to forge the Mingwang heavy armor and also to see the various inventions of the Tiangong Institute. Perhaps Zhang Jiao, as a Taoist celestial being, can also contribute in some way. Especially the mysterious techniques of turning beings into soldiers and the yellow turban warriors might surprise the Taoist Earth sect. Shen Nan slightly nodded and asked, "When will the summer taxes arrive?" Han Shengxian casually replied, "The summer taxes from each province should arrive in the capital before July. It's only 2 months away now, so the summer taxes from farther places must already be on their way." The treasury of the Great Feng is complicated, with each of the 6 ministries having its own small treasury, and the emperor also has his own inner treasury. However, these small treasuries and the inner treasury mainly consist of the silver collected on ordinary days. The real significant income still relies on the summer and autumn taxes collected each year, which constitute the largest source of revenue for the Great Feng. The annual tax revenue reaches 190 million taels, while the remaining 40 million taels come from other financial sources, totaling 230 million taels. According to past records, this year's tax revenue is expected to be even higher than in previous years. Shen Nan nodded. The military pay is distributed in October, so if I don't want to distribute this money, I must complete the troop production before October. At the very least, I must complete the troop production in the capital and its surrounding areas. Han Shangxian respectfully replied, "That is indeed the case." Shen Nan continued, "How much silver has been obtained from the Yuma Supervisory Office's confiscation? Aside from the 10 million taels of silver given by Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, there is a considerable amount of silver obtained from the confiscation, and this confiscation is still ongoing. Previously, the confiscated assets were only from the eunuchs of the Yuma Supervisory Office within the palace." Han Xingxuan's ability is very strong. He said without hesitation, "Currently, the total confiscated silver amounts to 360,000 taels, in addition to some arable land and residences, estimated at 400,000 taels. According to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, if the Yuma Supervisory Office is thoroughly cleaned out, it should be able to uncover a level of silver in the tens of millions. These eunuchs are indeed very corrupt, but as previously mentioned, most of the money is with Empress Dowager Jing, followed by Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the major eunuchs. However, after Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu contributed 10 million taels of silver, it has also caused them significant harm. After all, the Yuma Supervisory Office only embezzles around 5 to 8 million each year. How much can have been accumulated over the years? Shen Nan's order to raid properties resulted in the confiscation of nearly 20 million taels of silver, which is already exaggerated. Therefore, it is said that if you want to get rich, you should raid properties. Shen Nan chuckled softly. I wonder how much the Chu royal lineage can come up with this time? These people are all military nobles who have been around since the founding of the Great Feng, and their wealth is far superior to that of the eunuchs from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. This time, Shen Nan also didn't plan to show them any mercy. After all, most of the military salaries are consumed by these people. If he wants to train troops and enrich the country, he must tear a piece of flesh from them. The next day at noon, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. 3 hours of cultivation had made his skills even more refined, and his entire demeanor exuded a faint sense of authority, akin to the majesty of a nation. This was also an effect brought by the 9-dragon Qi. The reason why the Emperor of the Great Feng cultivates so quickly is due to the blessing of national fortune. National fortune can nurture the 9-dragon Qi. Coupled with the master pill that Shen Nan took yesterday, over the next few days, he would completely digest the effects of the master pill, and his realm would rise from the initial stage of the 4th grade to the point of achieving the 4th grade. At that time, he would be able to cultivate a golden dragon Qi. When he reaches the 3rd grade realm, it would be the emergence of all 9 dragons, ultimately leading to the unification of the 9 dragons and stepping into the 2nd grade spirit refining. At that stage, even an ordinary terrestrial deity would not be a match for Shen Nan within the palace. This is the power of the cultivation technique practiced by the Emperor of the Great Feng. Furthermore, at the 2nd grade level, Shen Nan would also be able to freely mobilize the national treasure artifacts. At that time, with just some cost, he could slay even those at the 12th level. The national treasure artifacts. Shen Nan thought of this and looked towards the direction of the Deep Palace. The national treasure is no longer in my hands, but in the hands of Empress Jing. In the future, I will need to ask this great-grandmother to get it back. The issue with Empress Jing will have to be dealt with sooner or later. Otherwise, The amount of silver provided by the Imperial Horse Bureau to support Empress Jing each year is an extremely exaggerated figure. Shen Nan naturally could not rely on the foundation of the Great Feng to support an ancestor, especially one who was destined to fail in breaking through to the 11th realm. However, there was no rush at the moment. Even if he wanted to retrieve the national artifact, he needed to find the right opportunity. Moreover, Empress Jing possessed a wealth of secret knowledge that required careful communication. Currently, the most important tasks were to establish the Xianbird Black Dragon Guard and to eliminate the Chu Kingdom's Gong lineage. Shen Nan focused his attention on the system. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Under his command, Toba Bodhisattva, 11th Realm Martial God. Chen Jibao, 10th Realm Celestial. Great Sage Zhang Jiao, Peak 10th Realm Celestial. Han Shangxian, Peak 2nd Rank Grandmaster. Li Si, Peak 10th Realm Celestial. 10 Sunflower Guards, 5th Rank Warriors. 25 Great Snow Dragon Riders. 2,800 Ming Wang Heavy Armored Soldiers. Cultivation Technique. 9 Dragons True Qi. 4th Rank Profound Qi Mastery. Minor Grandmaster. Items, none. Overall level. Initially qualified for state restoration. Restoration points, 2,000 points. Mission. Destroy any major power. Standard for major powers. Ranked among the top 20 in the world. Reward. Guaranteed gift package of 12th realm and above, 30,000 restoration points. This is the vast foundation that Shen Nan has accumulated since ascending the throne. With 3 experts at the 10th realm celestial level, 1 martial god at the 11th realm, and around 3,000 elite troops, along with Han Shangxian, the invincible grand eunuch under the land immortals. Compared to the night before Shen Nan ascended, this lineup has undergone a tremendous change. However, in order to truly invigorate the Great Feng and establish imperial authority, this level of strength is still somewhat insufficient. Shen Nan looked at the system all. Xichang Grand Gift Package, 2nd Rank Sunflower Guard, Sunflower Scripture. These are the items refreshed in the system all today. It can be said that all of them are related to eunuchs. It also relates to Shen Nan's feeling yesterday that Han Shengxuan's manpower was insufficient, which gave him some thoughts about the system's functions. While the items refreshed in the mall are certainly random, they do have some correlation with my thoughts. For example, if I want an army, then there's a high chance that a bunch of troops will appear. Moreover, a new feature has been added today. Shen Nan looked at a symbol at the bottom of the system all, which was the lock bar. For a cost of 1,000 restoration points, one could lock an item in the system mall for 7 days. During these 7 days, no matter how the system mall refreshed, the locked item would not disappear. This also prevented Shen Nan from sometimes refreshing to something he particularly wanted, but struggling with insufficient restoration points. However, none of the current items were worth Shen Nan spending 1,000 restoration points to lock. He had only accumulated 2,000 points from his sign-ins yesterday and today. Unfortunately, this Sunflower Manual was just a secret technique, not a true inheritance. If it were the highest level inheritance of the Sunflower Manual, then it would be worth spending 1,000 points to lock. After all, that would at least be at the level of a first-grade earthly immortal or even a transcendental being at the 10th realm, which would be a great level of freedom. As for the secret technique, it was completely meaningless. Shen Nan's gaze was again fixed on the 2nd-ranked Sunflower Guard. This Sunflower Guard was no different from the previous ones, the only distinction being that this one was of the 2nd rank. The ones summoned before were only of the 5th rank. Although Shen Nan hoped to give Han Shengxian some help, he didn't lack for high combat power. What he wanted was someone sensible and intelligent. After all, the members of the Kuei still had some clumsiness in their tasks. The Xichang Grand Package. Xichang Grand Package, 1,000 points. Randomly summon eunuchs from the Zhongwu world. This package is somewhat similar to the ones Shen Nan received after completing tasks, with an element of chance involved. However, for Shen Nan at the moment, it was extremely suitable. Eunuchs from the Zhongwu world may not necessarily have strong martial arts skills, but their intelligence and scheming are certainly not weak. After all, those who can rise from ordinary eunuchs are not simple characters. Exchange for 2 Xichang Grand Packages. Open immediately. Swish, swish. 2 gleaming lights appeared, revealing a double purple color. This made Shen Nan chuckle in surprise. Could there be gold? Blue? It seems that luck this time is quite good. At least it's not blue sky and white clouds. He focused on the system prompt. The 2 packages opened were Yu Huatian from the Longmen Feijiao world, 4th rank minor master, and Chao Zhengchun from the world's number 1, peak 3rd rank master. Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchun. Both of these individuals are supervisors from Xichang and Dongchang. and they are indeed cunning. Although their levels may look a bit low, as long as they can refresh some inheritances in the future, there is no need to fear their low ranks. On the contrary, they can now assist Han Shengxian in managing the palace and the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. Summon the two of them before me. Shen Nan summoned them without hesitation. In an instant, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchen appeared before Shen Nan. They were both dressed in the official robes of the Ming Dynasty, with dark purple python robes that were truly dazzling. However, in terms of appearance, it was evident that Yu Huatian's feminine charm was more striking, while Chao Zhengchen appeared somewhat docile, his features soft and gentle. Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchen, greet your majesty. As soon as they appeared, they instantly understood what kind of world this was and promptly expressed their submission to Shen Nan. This is the emotional intelligence of being a factory chief. Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchen were able to become the supervisors of the Western factory, regardless of how arrogant they may become later on. In the early stages, they endured humiliation and hardship to get to where they were, with Yu Huatian climbing up the ranks by currying favor with the favored consort Wan. Therefore, even if these two did not have the loyalty fully granted by the system, their performance would still be commendable. Get up. Shen Nan waved his hand casually. You are all aware of the current situation, right? But do you know what to do next? The memories instilled by the system are about some recent events and a preliminary introduction to the whole world. Shen Nan wanted to see if the two understood what should and shouldn't be done, and he also wanted to gauge their views on the Feng Dynasty. Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengchen exchanged glances, and Yu Huatian spoke first, saying, Your Majesty, I'm already aware of the situation in Defeng. What we need to do now is to assist Chief Han in thoroughly cleaning up the Imperial Horse Department and controlling the palace both inside and out. In this regard, I also have a suggestion. Shen Nan squinted his eyes and said, Speak. Yu Huatian's delicate face revealed a hint of coldness. Currently, there are two powers within the palace. The secretive Empress Dowager Jing and the open Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. His Majesty's control over the palace is still insufficient. Even if he fully masters the Imperial Horse monitoring and takes over the Tiger Bend Guard, the inner court of the palace is still not His Majesty's domain. In the court, there are also Confucian, legalist, and militarist factions in power, and the world still has Buddhism and Taoism. I intend to establish the Western Depot for His Majesty to supervise the officials and manage both the inner and outer palace. Shen Nan was slightly taken aback, looking at the person in front of him, Yu Huatian, with a hint of amusement. What a guy. Should it be said that she truly deserves to be the favored flower of the court? She came right out and proposed to establish the Western Bureau. Could it be that Yu Huatian also wants to pull a fast one into Feng with imperial authorization? Shen Nan pondered for a moment. The establishment of the Xichang is not urgent. Aside from the personal ambitions of Yu Huatian, the establishment of the Xichang is indeed necessary. Although Li Si has now become the right Minister of Punishments and is preparing to take over the position of the chief of the law school in the future, the chief of the law school ultimately belongs to the law school. Even if Shen Nan completely takes it over, he cannot change its inherent nature. What the chief of the law school believes in is maintaining the laws of the Great Feng, with the laws of the Great Feng as the priority. This is also the philosophy of the law school. The Xichang, however, is the purest of vicious dogs, a hawk in the hands of the emperor. It is also the most purely violent institution. Such an institution will inevitably be needed by Shen Nan in the future. After all, the Confucians, Taoists, and Buddhists he has to face are not easy to deal with, and he cannot simply act according to the laws of the Great Feng when dealing with them. However, the establishment of an institution like the Xichang is not suitable at this moment. Shen Nan doesn't yet have such great prestige, and the imperial power hasn't truly risen. Don't be fooled by his seemingly unrestrained actions in the court. That was because it didn't involve the interests of Confucianism, nor did it touch upon the laws and precedents of the Great Feng. If these 2 points were to be crossed, both the legalists and Confucians would jump out. Even the current military generals and nobles aren't necessarily as simple as they appear. The reward for this system task is a guaranteed package at the 12th realm level. Just from this point, one can see the difficulty of this task. Yu Huatian is certainly aware of this. What I refer to is the covert establishment. Your Majesty now has control over an army of 10,000 pure soldiers, and these pure soldiers can be trained to become the Western factory. Once the time is ripe, Your Majesty can quickly assemble a force that is loyal only to you, a pack of vicious dogs. As the overseer of the Western factory, Yu Huatian would not act so recklessly. What he said earlier was more of a prelude. Yu Huatian's aim is to have Your Majesty grant him the authority to establish the Western factory, preparing for his future control over it. This shows Yu Huatian's cunning, capability, and his ambition to not be subordinate to others. Shen Nan also reacted instantly, looking calmly at Yu Huatian. Yu Huatian lowered his head and remained silent. Suddenly, Shen Nan smiled. All right, I will give you this opportunity. Within a month, I want to see results. As for Chao Zhengshan, you will assist Han Shengxian in controlling the Imperial Horse Bureau. There is absolutely no problem with the proposal to secretly establish a Western factory as suggested by Yu Huatian. Moreover, Shen Nan is not afraid of the ambition of his subordinates, not to mention the 100% loyalty granted by the system with his current strength. Yu Huatian cannot turn the situation around, and he is rather curious about how Yu Huatian will establish it. Yu Huatian respectfully knelt down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chao Zhengshan looked somewhat foolishly at Yu Huatian's series of actions, and he only just reacted, but by then it was too late, and he could only respectfully say, yes. Compared to Yu Huatian, who had climbed up step by step relying on Consort 1, Chao Zhengchuan's abilities as the supervisor of the Eastern Factory were slightly weaker, which is also related to personal growth. Chao Zhengshan became the supervisor of the Western Factory because he entered the palace at a young age and was favored by the chief eunuch Chao Amon, thus taking charge of the Eastern Factory. Chao Zhengchuan's cunning is even weaker than his martial arts talent. This can be seen from the plot in the first place in the world. The Tiangang Tongzi skill is almost cultivated to the level of a grandmaster. Yet he was completely outsmarted by the Divine Marquis in terms of cunning. It is precisely the qualities of forbearance and ruthlessness that are worth noting. However, Chao Zhengshan is also the most suitable person to assist Han Shengxian, as he is diligent in his work. Shen Nan instructed Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengshan a few more words. After that, he summoned Han Shengxian to meet him. Soon, Han Shengxian appeared in the side hall. Shen Nan briefly introduced Yu Huatian and Chao Zhengshan. From now on, Yu Huatian will be responsible for secretly establishing the Western Factory, while Chao Zhengshan will assist you in managing the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, or in other words, all matters regarding the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office can be handed over to Chao Zhengshan. Your main responsibility is to oversee the overall situation and take care of the palace both inside and out for His Majesty. At present, what he values most is naturally Han Shengxian. This is not only because Han Shengxian is the strongest in strength, but more importantly, Han Shengxuan's character is more loyal. Han Shengxian nodded. The servant will let Han Xian assist Yu Huatian shortly. In Han Shengxuan's view, establishing the Western Factory is also extremely necessary, as it greatly enhances His Majesty's authority. Shen Nan nodded. You could take care of these trivial matters. Has there been any news from Li Si? Li Si went to the Ministry of Justice early this morning. Shen Nan was very concerned about Li Si's situation, as Li Si was related to the important matters of the chief of the Imperial Guards and the restructuring of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Han Shengxian shook his head. There hasn't been any news yet, but General Toba has sent word that he has gathered quite a few commanders, and within 5 days, he should be able to initially consolidate some elite troops into the Black Dragon Chamber Guard. Shen Nan slightly nodded. Toba is reliable when it comes to work. Let Zhang Tianshi come over. Let's go to the Tiangong Institute and take a look. Toba Bodhisattva is dependable, and Shen Nan cannot lag behind. The armor of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers also needs to be put on the agenda. The luxurious carriage slowly exited through the Huafeng Gate, with 100 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers flanking it on both sides. Chen Jibao personally drove the carriage for Shen Nan. Although this carriage was not the imposing and unmoving jade chariot, it was no less impressive in terms of appearance and safety. Shen Nan originally wanted to try the jade chariot, which was comparable to a national treasure. But after hearing Han Shengxian say that the chariot should not be moved by anyone but 1,000 people, he gave up on that idea. After all, although this trip was not exactly a secret mission, there was no need for such an extravagant display. Having this chariot along with Chen Jibao and Zhang Jiao as protectors was already sufficient. He looked through the gauze window at the tall city walls and the distant Guanghua Gate. Speaking of which, it seems I have never left the palace, and I don't even know what the capital looks like. The Great Feng has a population of billions. The province of Yongzhou, where the capital is located, has hundreds of millions of people, and the capital itself has a population of 30 million. The entire capital is divided into 13 districts, which, in terms of planning, is somewhat similar to the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an in my previous life. It is square and orderly. It is said to have been personally crafted by the master of the Minister of Justice, F.A. Yang. Beneath the entire capital is also engraved with a massive magic array. This array not only gathers national fortune within the palace, but also enhances the power of the legalists. The influence of Fa Yang alone can envelop the entire capital. It is precisely because of this. Shen Nan has been in this time period for more than a month now. However, during the first month, he stayed secluded in the East Palace of the Crown Prince, and aside from Empress Dowager Chen and his father, he hardly saw any strangers. Naturally, he has not truly seen what the capital of the Great Feng Dynasty looks like. After Shen Nan ascended the throne, he remained busy and had not stepped out of the palace even once. Now he was heading to the Tiangong Institute, located in the luxurious Feng area surrounding the imperial city. This place is reserved for officials of the 4th rank and above, and the 6 ministries of the Feng are also located here. However, this is merely an office of the Tiangong Institute. The actual production of weapons and armor takes place in a vast complex located to the northwest of the imperial capital. Although Zhang Jiao has been in the palace these days, he has also taken a few glimpses of the imperial capital. In terms of prosperity, the Xinwu 3 kingdoms where he resides is still not comparable to the Feng, especially in the imperial capital, where experts gather. Even he does not dare to pry recklessly. With Zhang Jiao's Taoist realm of the 10 stages of heaven and man, although he cannot act recklessly in the imperial capital, it would be misleading to say he does not occasionally take a look. However, due to Zhang Jiao's sensitive identity, he naturally cannot get involved casually. Shen Nan didn't care about these things, prosperity and splendor. Instead, he wanted to take a good look at the cultural scenery of the imperial capital. Your Majesty, the voice of Taoba, Bodhisattva, suddenly came from outside, as he had already arrived at Guanghua Gate. Now, the Hubei guards responsible for guarding the imperial city were already under the command of Taoba, Bodhisattva. Therefore, as soon as Shen Nan left the palace, Taoba Bodhisattva came to pay his respects. Shen Nan lifted the jade curtain to look over, and behind Taoba Bodhisattva stood 3 battle-hardened generals, their appearances showing the passage of time. Just by looking at their bright and sharp armor, one could tell their identities. They were all commanders of the Tiger Ben Guard, holding the rank of general in charge of over 1,000 troops. He nodded slightly and said, I will be leaving the palace for a while. Come to report to me when I return. Taoba Bodhisattva's movements were clearly quicker than one might have imagined. Shen Nan naturally had to speed up the process. After all, forming and consolidating an army required sufficient armor. Moreover, he intended to request some magical artifacts from the Tiangong Academy. Bodhisattva Taoba said solemnly, I bid farewell to your Majesty. The 3 commanders of the Tiger Ben Guard also respectfully bowed. We bid farewell to your Majesty. Although these 3 were also military nobles from the Chu state, they were not born into military nobility, but had truly emerged through their personal abilities. After all, the Tiger Ben Guard was responsible for protecting the imperial palace, and it needed capable generals to uphold its reputation. These 3 were the pride of the Tiger Ben Guard. Given their status, unless they went to Yuzhou or Liangzhou to achieve merit, they had already reached the pinnacle of their current positions, making them more susceptible to being courted. Even if they knew this matter involved great risks, they were still willing to take a gamble. Shen Nan nodded slightly. The jade curtains slowly fell, and a luxurious carriage emerged from the Guanghua Gate. As soon as they exited the Guanghua Gate, Shen Nan immediately felt a wave of bustling energy rush towards him, and faintly, he could hear the calls of some vendors. However, upon seeing the extraordinarily luxurious carriage approach, the people around respectfully stood on both sides. Although the Feng did not have a tradition of kneeling, these commoners held a deep-seated reverence for the emperor, showing utmost respect. Shen Nan casually glanced at the common people on both sides. In terms of attire, these citizens were all dressed quite appropriately, and each one had a sturdy and tall physique, with hints of some martial training evident. This also indicated the high level of martial arts popularization into Feng, or rather, that those who could come to Yongrong Feng to make a living were not ordinary individuals. Indeed, as Zhang Jiao said, it was a prosperous and flourishing era. The Feng was different from other feudal dynasties. The world brought not just a simple increase in individual martial prowess, but also a far superior overall social environment and creativity compared to feudal dynasties. In fact, in some respects, it could rival the world of the past, such as the various daily necessities produced by the Tiangong Institute. Moreover, with a population of billions in Feng, as long as 10% practice martial arts, the resulting changes would be quite dramatic. Take the imperial city of Feng, for instance. Its city walls soared over 30 meters high, which was quite astonishing. Within Yongrong Feng, there was also a magnificent building, a towering 20-story pavilion, which faintly emitted waves of energy. This was the location of the legalist Ministry of Punishment, and that energy was the power of the legalists. Feng sat day and night in the highest level, enveloping the entire imperial capital with the power of the legalists, safeguarding the safety of the imperial capital. Seeing this, Zhang Jiao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The imperial capital could be so prosperous and peaceful. The legalists must have made significant contributions. Those who violate the law with martial power, even in the three kingdoms, are numerous. Not to mention this magnificent world. Apart from the people of the rivers and lakes, there are also savage demon races and chaotic sorcerers. His words reminded Shen Nan of something he had always overlooked, a heavyweight agency, the Demon Suppression Office. This office was established during the founding years of the Feng, specifically responsible for capturing demons and suppressing people from the rivers and lakes, and its system was extremely complex. It included members from the legalist, Confucian, Taoist schools, as well as Buddhists and sorcerers. Feng was the commander of the Demon Suppression Office, but his command was merely nominal. The actual situation was divided by the 9 provinces, each governing itself. After all, the situation in the Demon Suppression Office was too complex. Even Feng could only suppress the situation within the boundaries of Yongzhou's imperial capital, and the Jinjingwu was essentially the Demon Suppression Office of Yongzhou, just with a different name. Just as Shen Nan's thoughts were expanding, the carriage slowly came to a stop. "Your Majesty," Chen Jibao's voice came from outside. "We have arrived at the Tiangong Institute." Shen Nan's travel is not a secret. Chen Jibao is also very prudent in his actions and had someone report to the Heavenly Craft Institute early on. Therefore, after Chen Jibao's voice fell, a deep voice arose. "This poor Taoist is Qin Xian, welcoming your Majesty." Taoist Qin Xian is the current leader of the Taoist Earth sect, as well as the president of the Heavenly Craft Institute. He is also one of the 9 respected celestial beings in the Taoist community. After Shen Nan stepped down from the carriage, he saw the rumored master, Qin Xian Daorun, who is said to possess extraordinary skills. He was not wearing any official attire of the Great Feng, but instead donned a blue Taoist robe and purple-black cloth shoes. His skin was fair, his hair was shiny and black, and his bright, deep-set eyes truly reflected the appearance of a high Taoist. However, despite looking like he was in his 30s or 40s, he was actually 156 years old. As early as the Ming Chongdi era, Qin Xian Daorun had already gained fame far and wide. Behind him were 2 smiling, robust elderly men in Taoist robes. These 2 were clearly accomplished Taoist masters, who also practiced some martial skills. Their sturdy physiques filled out their robes. If they were to remove their Taoist robes and pretend to be martial arts experts, people would believe it. "Do not be formal," Shen Nan said, casually glancing over the crowd. He stated directly, "I have a matter to trouble the director with. This is the Ming Wang heavy armor. May I ask, Director, how long would it take for the Tiangong Institute to forge 10,000 sets of heavy armor?" Just as initially mentioned, the Tiangong Institute never involved itself in court affairs or royal disputes. This is because the Tiangong Institute possesses the most advanced refining techniques in the world. No matter how much turmoil the court or royal family stirs up, they ultimately still rely on the Tiangong Institute to create items. Thus they can remain as steady as Mount Tai. This can also be seen from the attire of Qin Xian and his companions. The Tiangong Institute is considered a significant court institution of the Great Feng. Yet these individuals are too lazy to wear official robes and instead present themselves in Taoist garb, showing no hint of being subjects. Therefore, Shen Nan didn't need to engage in any intrigues with the Taoists of the Heavenly Craft Institute. He just needed to directly state his intentions and persuade the Heavenly Craft Institute to assist him. From the moment Shen Nan walked down, Taoist Qin Xian's gaze had been fixed on Zhang Jiao. He was much more interested in this suddenly appearing Taoist of the 10th realm than in Shen Nan. Therefore, even after hearing Shen Nan's words, he paused for a moment before shifting his gaze to the heavy armor. After glancing at it casually, he smiled and said, "To forge such armor, why take long? 10 days will suffice." However, the cost. The Heavenly Craft Institute is nominally a department of the Great Feng, but in reality, it is no different from the Qinghe Palace of the Taoists. They are all standard businessmen. As long as you pay, they will do the work for you. This applies to both elixirs and armor. However, the scope of the Heavenly Craft Institute's business is much larger than that of the Qinghe Palace's elixirs. 70% of the world's armors come from the Heavenly Craft Institute. The Qinghe Palace does not monopolize the elixirs of the world, as there are still the Longhu and Zhenghe Taoist palaces. Although they are not famous for elixirs, they can still casually refine common body-strengthening elixirs for the military. Shen Nan laughed upon hearing this. He didn't care about the Tiangong Institute doing business with him. He had already prepared some trump cards for this occasion. Moreover, once the imperial power was established in the future, these Taoist sects would have to obediently submit. He calmly said, "The expenses will naturally come from my treasury." Qing Xian also laughed, saying, "Agreed, within 10 days, this poor Taoist will forge 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor. Such a deal is certainly feasible." Furthermore, in his view, the craftsmanship of this Ming Wang heavy armor was completely different from ordinary forging methods. It seemed to incorporate some formations for enhancement, and perhaps he could learn a lot from it. "May I ask your majesty, who forged this armor?" However, Qing Xian was not the type to take advantage without limits. If he could obtain an entirely new technique, what would it matter if these 10,000 sets of armor were forged for free? Moreover, the talent behind this technique was the most important aspect. Shen Nan did not speak, but his gaze turned to the side at Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao instantly understood his majesty's meaning and said calmly, "Indeed, it is I." He would not forge the heavy armor of the Ming King. However, the yellow turban warriors and the technique of turning beings into soldiers could definitely drive the Earth sect mad. This was also one of the reasons Shen Nan specifically brought Zhang Jiao here. Qing Xian had an expression of as expected. He looked around and then said, "This is not a place for conversation. Your Majesty, please this way." After Shen Nan nodded, Qing Xian led the way ahead while asking Zhang Jiao, "May I ask which sect you belong to?" Even with Qing Xian's strength, he couldn't discern Zhang Jiao's origins. If it were said that Zhang Jiao belonged to the Dragon and Tiger sect, there was a faint feeling of thunder law and talismans. However, observing his aura, it didn't quite fit. If it were the Qing sect, that would be even less likely. But it couldn't be from the Earth sect, right? That would be even more absurd. Zhang Jiao shook his head. "I am not from any sect, but have cultivated the Taiping Yao Shu passed down by a divine being. If I must say, I belong to the Taiping Dao." Qing Xian was taken aback. Taiping Dao. He had never heard of the Taiping Yao Shu and Taiping Dao being mentioned together. Moreover, with Zhang Jiao's cultivation at the 10th realm of the celestial being, he shouldn't be so obscure. However, now is not the time to dig deeper. Qing Xian simply praised, "You have a good fate with immortals. Being able to inherit from a divine being and even create a sect of your own. I feel ashamed, as I can only learn from others. Even our Earth sect has yet to achieve any substantial cultivation, and what we can refine are merely items like the round light mirror, ear-hearing pearl, and various devices of the vermilion bird." He then introduced these items. The round light mirror is as the name suggests. As long as one holds this mirror, they can see clearly even thousands of miles apart. The ear-hearing pearl has the effect of transmitting sound over thousands of miles, working in tandem with the round light mirror. The vermilion bird device is even more straightforward. It is a mechanical beast crafted through machinery arts that can fly around the imperial capital for 3 days without landing and can carry people as well, demonstrating power comparable to a first-grade Earth immortal. Unfortunately, this item is expensive to make and quite complicated, and the Earth sect has only managed to refine the 4 statues of Xuanwu, Qinglong, Zhuke, and Baihu. These can all be categorized as magical artifacts. Currently, the most useful items from the Earth sect are the improved Divine Arm crossbow and the Thunder firebombs, among other weapons. From what Shen Nan heard, the Earth sect seems somewhat similar to the Mo family's machinery arts. However, compared to the Mo family's mechanisms, its principles were clearly more akin to that of formation masters and artifact refiners. Zhang Jiao chuckled lightly. "What I know is not quite right. I have long ceased forging weapons and have instead shifted to refining Dao soldiers. However, this Dao soldier can only reveal its power in battle. I wonder if Dao friend Qing Xian would like to give it a try? Unlike those old foxes in the court." In order for Shen Nan to make use of the Earth sect, the simplest way is to eliminate the bait and then pressure them with strength. Zhang Jiao's role is evident at this moment, whether it is summoning soldiers from beings or the yellow turban warriors. That is true celestial magic. It is not comparable to the artifact crafting methods of the Taoist Earth sect. There is no fear that the Earth sect won't take the bait. Fighting magic? Qing Xian was taken aback, but soon he understood Zhang Jiao's meaning. It might not even be about fighting magic. If my friend wants to test some of the powers, my 2 disciples can do so. They are both practitioners of the horizontal refining method and have also achieved the 3rd grade of Taoist energy, making them difficult to harm with ordinary weapons. My friend may test them at ease. The so-called 2 disciples are actually 2 formidable old men on either side. Qing Xian is a celestial being of the 10th realm in Taoism. He is exceptionally gifted and has broken through to the 1st grade Earth immortal at under 50 years old. Thus, he looks very young, but in terms of seniority and age, he far surpasses his appearance. Zhang Jiao glanced at the two formidable old men and did not say much. He simply asked Qin Xian, I wonder if you have any fine gold here? Although there are no magical artifacts in the three kingdoms of Xianwu, there are still discussions about divine weapons and armor. For example, the Fontian painting halberd used by El Bu and the dragon scale armor he wears. These are truly divine weapons and sharp blades. Even compared to magical artifacts, they are not much different. The key point is that the Mingwang heavy armor was indeed not forged by Zhang Jiao, but he can forge and refine it. The methods in the Taiping Yaoshu not only include mystical techniques like calling the wind and rain and summoning soldiers from beans, but also contain various knowledge, medicine, talisman techniques, political theory, livelihood, and even military training methods. The yellow turban warriors that Zhang Jiao possesses are also forged from fine gold, which is refined from gold. To forge yellow turban warriors requires 100 pounds of fine gold, and also needs to be combined with the corresponding techniques and even nurture killing energy. Such secret forging techniques are much more profound than ordinary refining methods. Fine gold? Qin Xian was momentarily stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect my friend to plan to forge on the spot. Since you're willing to demonstrate, how could I be stingy? Mo Xian, the formidable old man on the right, said. Master uncle. Qin Xian generously said, go fetch 100 pounds of mysterious gold for my friend to forge. Mysterious gold is refined from fine gold, with 5 pounds of fine gold yielding 1 pound of mysterious gold. There's also a concept of true gold above mysterious gold. However, true gold is generally not needed for ordinary refining and is also too expensive. 100 pounds of mysterious gold is worth 500 pounds of fine gold, or 5,000 pounds of gold. This shows that Qin Xian is indeed willing to spend extravagantly to observe Zhang Jiao's refining, but may also be that the Earth sect is too wealthy. After all, the Tiangong Institute has stood for 800 years, and 300 years ago, 70% of the armor and weapons in the world came from the Earth sect of the Taoist school. Just from this point, one can see the wealth of the Earth sect. Shen Nan also slightly squinted his eyes, silently calculating in his heart. 5,000 taels of gold should be equivalent to 50,000 taels of silver. And 5,000 jin would be 500,000 taels of silver? Did he think that if he were to raid the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, he would only get 10 million taels of silver? He increasingly had thoughts about the Earth sect. If he could completely bring the Earth sect under his command, let alone 10,000 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers, even 100,000 or 1,000,000 Mingwang heavy armored soldiers would be possible. Shen Nan can train and raise it. Master uncle, this is 100 pounds of Xianjin. Mo Xian quickly brought over 100 pounds of Xianjin. Qin Xian casually took the Xianjin and handed it to Zhang Jiao. Do you need to use the weapon forging workshop of the Heavenly Engineering Institute? Zhang Jiao shook his head. No need. He slightly raised his right hand, and the 100 pounds of Xianjin floated in the air, with mysterious energy instantly surrounding it. Without any visible spell from Zhang Jiao, the 100 pounds of Xianjin began to shape itself, gradually transforming into a 7-foot-tall humanoid figure. However, this yellow turban warrior had no facial features, and its whole body radiated golden light. From a distance, it looked like a small golden figure. Boom! A low roar suddenly erupted from the mouth of the yellow turban warrior, and its originally smooth face suddenly opened a pair of eyes. Instantly, its mouth, nose, ears, and facial features emerged, and its hands abruptly came together. Waves of energy surged. Chun Jibao appeared in front of Shen Nan in an instant, his aura, belonging to the warriors of the celestial realm, released without concealment, and his eyes were chillingly fierce. 100 armored soldiers immediately raised their swords and shields. Qin Xian, Mo Xian, and the others looked at the yellow turban warrior in astonishment. The officials of the Heavenly Engineering Institute around them gasped. It's alive. Even though the Heavenly Engineering Institute monopolizes 70 of the forging in the Great Feng, they had never witnessed such a mystical scene. Clearly, it was a lifeless 100 pounds of Xianjin, but after Zhang Jiao's spell, it had turned into a fierce yellow turban warrior in the blink of an eye. This kind of method transcended martial arts. It was akin to celestial magic. What a great technique. Qin Xian couldn't help but applaud. Mo Xian. Let's see how powerful this yellow turban warrior is. He was very curious about its capabilities. Mo Xian did not hesitate. He jumped to a few meters away from the yellow turban warrior and said, Please. Zhang Jiao glanced at Mo Xian and waved his hand. Go. The yellow turban warrior showed no hesitation, stepping forward with its right foot, golden light swirling as its right hand clenched into a fist, carrying an overwhelming force, striking heavily towards Mo Xian's chest with the might of wind and thunder. Boom! It felt as if a towering mountain had fallen, and an astonishing force surged from the yellow turban warrior's right hand, sweeping through the area like a tidal wave. The punch made those nearby feel a sting on their cheeks. When everyone looked again, they saw Mo Xian's figure had been sent flying, his chest clothing torn. Even the Xianjin's soft armor inside instantly shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He staggered back several steps before stopping, then said, his face flushed, "What power!" The reason Mo Xian dared to withstand a head-on was not only because he had mastered the martial arts of the warrior class, but also because he wore the soft armor personally crafted by Qing Xian. This armor not only resisted blades and swords, but could also dissipate the force of energy and inner strength. Even in the Great Feng, it could be considered a rare treasure. Unfortunately, the yellow turban warrior didn't possess any energy or inner strength. It only had pure brute force. Thus, the yellow turban warrior shattered Mo Xian's soft armor, protective energy, and martial arts with a single punch. However, as a result, the luster of the yellow turban warrior also dimmed considerably. But even so, it was enough to move everyone. Qing Xian's eyes sparkled. That punch must have the power of a peak third-grade energy mastery. Even an ordinary third-grade master, if careless, would surely die at its hands. This weapon, no. This can no longer be considered a weapon. It is a Dao soldier. If such Dao soldiers could be forged in hundreds, even a first-grade terrestrial immortal could be surrounded and killed. Moreover, if Xianjin is this powerful, what would happen if it were real gold? Mo Yen on the left changed his expression upon hearing this. Master Uncle, we can't afford real gold, and even with Xianjin, we don't have that much in stock, let alone forging 100 Dao soldiers. Mo Yan's words made Qing Xian's expression stiffen, clearly indicating that even the Earth sect was not a wealthy entity. 100 pounds of Xianjin is worth 500,000 taels of silver, even if the Earth sect monopolizes 70 of the forging business in the Great Feng. Such business also requires costs and profit sharing with various parties, not to mention the enormous expenses for the elders and ancestors in the sect for their cultivation resources. 100 pounds of Xianjin could be given as a gift, but 10,000 pounds of Xianjin could not be afforded, and Qing Xian did not have that authority. He chuckled a few times. Then, his eyes burned with eagerness as he looked at Zhang Jiao. I wonder how long this method can last? What is the consumption? While giving away was impossible, buying a few was definitely feasible. Despite the Great Feng having various celestial beings, this was based on a vast world of billions of people. Overall, the majority still consisted of third-grade and fourth-grade masters, and a second-grade master was considered a significant figure. If the Earth sect could obtain the method to forge these yellow turban warriors, the safety of their disciples going out would be completely assured. If core disciples from the Earth sect brought 2 yellow turban warriors with them when they ventured out, who would dare to challenge them? Zhang Jiao replied nonchalantly. The yellow turban warrior can last indefinitely, but fighting against others will consume Xianjin, which needs to be replenished. That punch just now already consumed 1 pound of Xianjin. Qing Xian calculated in his heart. So that means 1 punch costs 5,000 taels of silver? That is not too expensive. Shen Nan also calculated this result. No wonder Zhang Jiao only had about 100 yellow turban warriors in the immortal martial 3 kingdoms. With the financial resources of the yellow turban army, it might be that exhausting their foundation would only yield 100 warriors. Moreover, this kind of consumption is indeed enormous. 5,000 taels of silver for a single peak performance of a third-grade chi? The cost-effectiveness is truly not high. This reflects the different mindsets of the 2 individuals. Qing Xian was only considering the safety of his disciples during their travels, and their sect wasn't short on money. What Shen Nan was thinking about was how to popularize the Great Feng, but with such a cost-performance ratio, it was simply not feasible. However, when it comes to actual use, it cannot be considered as the action of a peak master of the third-grade Gongqi. Instead, it is a third-grade yellow turban warrior who is obedient and can reflect the status. Not to mention the Earth sect. Even the military nobility and Confucian families would want it, wouldn't they? Qing Xian smiled and said, if I were to ask you to refine it, what would you need? Or if you were willing to teach the method of refining this to the Earth sect, what would you need? What Shen Nan could think of, Qing Xian could naturally think of as well. In Qing Xian's eyes, Zhang Jiao was now a walking goldmine. Zhang Jiao did not respond, but instead directed his gaze toward Shen Nan. Qing Xian also followed his gaze, a trace of envy flashing through his mind. Where did your majesty find this Taoist master? Not only does he possess such profound techniques, but he also obeys your majesty so readily, your majesty. If I could refine 100 yellow turban warriors, I would gladly offer those 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor. He dared not negotiate with Shen Nan, regardless of how transcendent the status of the Earth sect was. After all, a subject is ultimately a subject. Even though Qin Xian had previously referred to himself as a poor Taoist, he could not disregard the proper etiquette when it came to serious matters. Shen Nan smiled as he looked at Qin Xian. His actions this time were deliberately aimed at manipulating the Taoist sect using Zhang Jiao, not just for the mere matter of 10,000 Ming Wang heavy armor. Qin Xian's expression stiffened. Your Majesty. Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao and said, did the Celestial Master not mention before that besides the yellow turban warriors, there is also the technique of turning beans into soldiers? The yellow turban warriors have already brought a surprise. Shen Nan also wanted to see how the sowing beans to make soldiers would unfold. Qin Xian was once again stunned. Sowing beans to make soldiers? Just those 4 words made countless curiosities arise in his heart. How could beans become soldiers? Zhang Jiao slightly nodded. There is indeed a technique for sowing beans to make soldiers, but this technique is quite complicated to refine. If I were to do it casually, it would be somewhat wasteful. His words were very clear. Zhang Jiao was not some high-ranking official, but rather someone who emerged from the common people. Bargaining and manipulating words were not burdensome for him. Qin Xian, with his high emotional intelligence, smiled and said, how about one exchange for a magic weapon? 100 pounds of mysterious gold have already been given. What's a mere magic weapon? Although magic weapons are difficult to refine, this was Qin Xian's personal collection. Moreover, it could also help him get closer to Zhang Jiao. It was just a gift. Nothing embarrassing. Zhang Jiao looked at Shen Nan. Shen Nan smiled and said, please, Heavenly Master. Qin Xian then asked, is it necessary for my disciple to assist this time? Mo Xian's face instantly darkened. Montakian Aizo instinctively swallowed. He had just witnessed the fate of his junior brother very clearly. This technique of summoning soldiers with beans sounded much more powerful than the yellow turban warriors. He did not want to experience the same fate of having his armor shattered and spitting blood. No need. Zhang Jiao shook his head. This item should not be used lightly. After he finished speaking, he paused slightly and took out a golden bean from his bosom. Without paying attention to the reactions of those around him, he casually scattered the golden beans on the ground and declared, summon soldiers with beans. With a thud, the moment the golden bean hit the ground, a brilliant golden light appeared. In an instant, as everyone stared in astonishment, a translucent human figure faintly emerged from the golden light, and then it expanded with the wind, transforming in an instant into a 9-foot-tall golden figure, almost a replica of the previous yellow turban warriors. However, unlike the illusory yellow turban warriors, this golden figure clearly had facial features and emotions. It was even clad in a heavy armor and wielding a green dragon crescent blade in its right hand. The green dragon crescent blade? Shen Nan suddenly squinted. Could it be? As the thin golden light gradually dissipated, the sounds of battle and war horses began to echo. Qin Xian's heart raced violently. Mo Xian and Mo Yin, the 2 senior brothers, were even more in a daze. The moment the golden light disappeared, the sound of a dragon's roar rang out. It was as if a Qin Long was roaring in the courtyard, and there seemed to be flashes of blade light. While everyone was stunned, a cold snort was heard. You all are nothing but those who sell their heads for a price. A tall figure, holding a Qin Long, had a pair of slightly closed phoenix eyes filled with arrogance. As his beautiful whiskers fluttered, a heavy aura of battle and killing intent emerged around him, vaguely exuding an invincible momentum. Before the person made a move, the pressure had already descended upon the entire scene. Qin Xian stared blankly. The peak of the celestial of the military family. He had never imagined that a being could instantly transform into a real person. And this person could be the peak of the celestial of the military family. Such a technique was beyond imagination. Just as Qin Xian was lost in thought, Guan Yu's phoenix eyes suddenly opened, filled with a chilling, killing intent that pierced the heart. The moment Guan Yu's phoenix eyes opened, the killing intent that burst forth left Qin Xian frozen in place. Even though Qin Xian was already at the 10th level of the Taoist Celestial, nearing the peak, he was still intimidated by that fierce, killing intent. With a wave of Zhang Jiao's sleeve, a flash of golden light passed by. Guan Yu's 9-foot-tall figure suddenly shrank, and in the blink of an eye returned to the original golden bean. Immediately, that golden bean fell into Zhang Jiao's hand, and he calmly said, "This is the technique of turning beans into soldiers." Turning beans into soldiers. Everyone around was dumbfounded, They had truly witnessed it today. A single golden bean could indeed transform into a human form, and it was even a grandmaster at the peak of the celestial of the military family. Mo Xian and Mo Yin both instinctively swallowed hard. Can this thing be easily controlled? Just a moment ago, Guan Yu's killing intent made them truly believe that not everyone could control it calmly. Qing Xian also looked over upon hearing this. Zhang Jiao smiled and shook his head. This person cannot be controlled by an ordinary person. Even I can only summon him for a moment. However, others do not have such trouble. For example, I can. He suddenly paused and said, for instance, General Zhang Liang and General Zhang Bao. There would be no such trouble. The technique of turning beings into soldiers that Zhang Jiao possessed was different from the traditional understanding of the technique. This was a true technique of peace. As long as someone had met Zhang Jiao, he could capture their aura, and after a complicated refining process, turn it into a golden bean, which could briefly transform into that person for his use. However, this refining process was much more complicated than the previous Yellow Turban warriors. Especially after Zhang Jiao descended into this world, the golden beans in his hand could be said to be used up one by one. After all, after summoning 3 times, the person's aura would completely dissipate. How could he capture the auras of Guan Yu, Zhang Bao, and others in this world? But correspondingly, Zhang Jiao could easily capture the auras of figures like Tuo Ba Bodhisattva and Shen Jibao. His technique of turning beings into soldiers would only grow stronger in the future, and its upper limit would depend on the level of the people the emperor could summon. Qing Xian, as the head of the Earth sect, instantly understood that the essence of this technique lay in capturing the aura and the complicated refining process. He glanced at Zhang Jiao, then at Shen Nan, and finally smiled bitterly. Daoist friend, you are truly harming others. Why harming others? Just because the 2 techniques that Zhang Jiao displayed were more useful than the other. Especially for the Earth sect, it could completely serve as a palace technique to be passed down through generations. If Qing Xian did not know such techniques, it would be one thing, but since he did, he had to get his hands on them at all costs. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiao was not alone. He had the emperor behind him. This could be seen from Zhang Jiao's attitude earlier. If one wanted to negotiate with Zhang Jiao, they had to first satisfy the emperor, which left Qing Xian feeling a bit bitter. If the Earth sect wanted to satisfy the emperor, they would probably have to pay a hefty price. What a pity. Why couldn't Zhang Jiao have been the one Qing Xian encountered first? If that were the case, whether it was to win Zhang Jiao over to the Earth sect or to support Zhang Jiao in establishing the Taiping sect, Qing Xian would have been confident in making Zhang Jiao satisfied. Hearing this, Zhang Jiao simply smiled and said nothing. Shen Nan looked at Qing Xian with a light smile and asked, how do these 2 spells compare to the magical tools refined by the Earth sect? What else could Qing Xian say? He sighed, they are indeed excellent, even more exaggerated than the talismans of Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain can only refine about 100 talismans a year, and although their power reaches the peak level of a 10-stage celestial being, there are even rumors of talismans at the 11 or 12-stage level. However, those ultimately require the lineage of Longhu Mountain to activate comfortably, while only the ordinary 4th or 3rd grade talismans can be easily activated by anyone. But your friend, this Yellow Turban warrior, using the sowing beans to create soldiers technique, is entirely different and can be used as a protective spell for our Earth sect. He has now realized that Zhang Jiao sowing beans to create soldiers and the Yellow Turban warrior is not merely a refining method, but an almost incomprehensibly profound technique. However, such techniques are somewhat exaggerated and are already close to celestial arts. Since that's the case, Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao and said, Tian, sure, just stay and communicate with the dean. I still need to return to the palace to review the memorials. As he spoke, he turned and left. Chun Jibao and 100 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers followed closely behind. Qing Xian stared blankly at Shen Nan's retreating figure, saying this. He certainly could not, nor did he want to directly discuss any conditions with His Majesty. But the problem was that Zhang Jiao had clearly stated that His Majesty's opinion was paramount. Now that Shen Nan was leaving so calmly, how could Qing Xian negotiate any conditions with Zhang Jiao? It seemed that at most he could only trouble Zhang Jiao to refine a few Huangjin warriors and leave behind a couple of golden beans. Qing Xian wanted to call out to His Majesty, but due to his identity, he couldn't do so. He could only watch helplessly as Shen Nan left. Zhang Jiao smiled and said, The magical artifacts that you promised before, my friend? He was very curious about the magical artifacts of this world. Moreover, when he descended, due to the circumstances, Zhang Jiao did not bring his 9-section staff. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable without the 9-section staff. As for His Majesty's 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor, that was not a big deal. Now it was just a matter of how much benefit Zhang Jiao could extract from the Earth sect, but the magical techniques could not be given temporarily. Only when His Majesty spoke up would it be possible. After a moment, Shen Nan returned to the imperial city with a beaming smile. He did not expect that Zhang Jiao's ability to summon soldiers from beans and the yellow turban warriors would be so powerful. This kind of magic might not be very useful for him, but in the future he could also refine some yellow turban warriors as guards, serving as a display for His Majesty. Additionally, he could keep a few of the golden beans for himself. However, compared to using them himself, he still preferred to exchange them for sufficient resources. After all, for the time being, Shen Nan's greatest lack is still resources. Rather than the overly luxurious yellow turban warriors and the ability to summon soldiers with a flick of the bean. Your Majesty, Chao Jingxuan's voice suddenly came through. Shen Nan came back to his senses and found himself already back in the side hall of the palace. After Chao Jingxuan called out, he quickly jogged over with a thick stack of documents. Flattering said, Your Majesty, today, Lu Zhong and Zhang, who have sent all the records of the Imperial Horse Bureau, and this servant has also roughly understood the situation. If there is one thing Chao Jingxuan does not lack, it is effort. Ever since Shen Nan asked him at noon to assist Han Shangxian in managing the Imperial Horse Bureau, Chao Jingxuan immediately began to review the materials of the Bureau and has nearly memorized the thick stack of documents. Such dedication truly deserves the titles of diligent, courteous, and the esteemed Lord Chao. Shen Nan nodded slightly and said, Let's enter the hall. He slowly walked towards the main hall, Jinghua Palace. This hall serves both as a side hall and as the place where the Emperor of Defeng handles state affairs. Shen Nan casually sat on top. A skilled palace maid walked in, setting a variety of imperial dishes and fruit platters on the table. When Shen Nan left, it was already noon. Now it is close to sunset, which means it's time for a meal. However, the Great Feng Emperor's meals are not that particular for someone of Shen Nan's status. It would typically consist of 10 dishes, 5 soups, and 2 teas. The so-called tea refers to fruit juice beverages and is of exceptionally good quality. Shen Nan was eating slowly and savoring each bite. Below him, Chao Jingxuan was leading several members of the Sunflower Guards to categorize documents and records by type. After a moment, Han Shangxian also walked in slowly. Your Majesty. Shen Nan nodded. Have the palace maids bring some fruit platters and meals in. You can eat freely. He had no strict rules with these summoned individuals. Han Shangxian was also unreserved, respectfully saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. He then instructed people to set up several tables below. Today, it wasn't just Han Shangxian and Chao Jingxuan reporting the situation. Toba Bodhisattva would also be arriving soon and calculating the time. Li Si should also be finishing work shortly. Today was the moment for these individuals to summarize their gains and prepare to truly act against the Red Dragon 10 guards. Once the trivial matters were finished, Chao Jingxuan stood up respectfully and said, Your Majesty, the documents and records of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau have been organized. Currently, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau has a total of 200 royal farms in the capital and 700 royal farms within the 9 provinces. Just these royal farms alone can bring an annual income of 4 million taels of silver, and the pastures total 3 million acres. He spoke in great detail, almost revealing all the assets of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Besides the royal farms and pastures, it also included the eunuchs and servants currently in the bureau. The so-called servants are those who manage the royal farms and plant pastures. After all, with such a vast estate as the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, it was impossible for the eunuchs to handle everything personally. Instead, they employed managers and had servants who had been passed down through generations. Currently, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau has 900 eunuchs with official positions. In addition, there are about 13,000 other eunuchs, and the number of servants approaches 600,000 households. Approximately 7 million people. From this, one can see how enormous the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is. However, despite being such a colossal entity, its annual income is only 5 million taels of silver. Even accounting for the embezzlement by eunuchs, the total income barely exceeds 10 million taels of silver. This kind of income truly made Shen Nan sneer. It seems that the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is not just a parasite of eunuchs. There are likely other forces reaching in as well. This is evident. Otherwise, how could such a large entity only have this level of income? Just like the financial income of the Great Feng, with its vast territory and a population of 3 billion. The annual financial income of the Great Feng is merely 230 million taels, which is quite pitiful. Most of this money goes back to the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou, allowing those military generals to draw empty salaries and letting corrupt officials line their pockets. The dire state of the Great Feng's national conditions is evident. Chao Zhengchun nodded solemnly. According to my investigation, there are indeed local tyrants, prominent families, and noble families involved. If we estimate the situation, it seems that everyone is reaching out for a share. With the assets of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, its annual income should be at least between 30 million to 50 million taels of silver. He had genuinely studied these matters seriously. Fu Tongmo, Gao Zhengjun, being among the best in the world, had also managed the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau during the Ming Dynasty. Naturally, he knew how things worked. Shen Nan sneered. What is the condition of the horses? He would settle these matters one by one in the future. For now, the most important thing was the condition of the horses in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Chao Zhengchun continued. The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau currently has 300 draft cattle, 20,000 sheep, in addition to 400 stallions, 89,000 mares, and 34,000 military horses. Furthermore, there are 300 dragon horses with demon blood raised in the Linwan area of the imperial capital. Previously, Han Shengxian had already sent someone to understand the situation, and many horses in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau had been sold by the eunuchs. These sales were mainly to the southern border and Chuanzhou, and some are even sold to the barbaric demon tribes. However, since Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had submitted the documents, the current data must be absolutely accurate. After all, the two of them dared not deceive Shen Nan in any way now. Shen Nan unintentionally asked how many there were in the past, and how many have been sold. After all, most of these eunuchs have likely been confiscated by now, and even those who haven't will soon face a purge. He calmly said, from now on, these matters will be managed by you. I will have Yu Huatian assist you. In the future, anyone found guilty of corruption will be executed. If Yu Huatian's newly established Shichong cannot eliminate them, then let Qin Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva mobilize troops. I still don't believe that we can't stop this evil national sentiment and atmosphere. In fact, with Shen Nan's current foundation and resources, if he were to just lie back and relax, within 10 years, he would undoubtedly become invincible in the world. Even if the Great Feng were to perish, Shen Nan as an emperor could still establish a new Great Feng. But why should it be this way? Shen Nan not only possesses a system, but also has such a promising start. How could he allow the Feng to decay like this? What he wants is to reorganize this almost rotten Feng. If there are rotten elements within Feng, he will cut them out. If any faction within Feng is too rampant, he will suppress them, ultimately achieving true supremacy of imperial power. This also reflects Shen Nan's worldview and philosophy from his previous life. A person who has crossed over will never become tyrant. Although he may not be a benevolent ruler, the belief that the people are paramount will never be forgotten. 10 years is too long. Shen Nan wants Feng to completely recover starting today. Although Chao Zhengchun, Han Shengxian, and others cannot read minds, they can still sense the emotions emanating from His Majesty. Both of them replied solemnly, yes. Shen Nan slowly exhaled. Chuan Tuoba Bodhisattva, Qin Jibao, Yu Huatian, the matters of the Imperial Horse Monitor. He only needed to know the assets of the Imperial Horse Monitor. What was most important next was the situation of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Especially the reorganization of the Tiger Ben Guard was urgent. After all, there were only 14 days left until the military parade. Before that, Shen Nan must master a complete elite force. Soon, Tuoba Bodhisattva, Qin Jibao, and Yu Huatian all arrived at Jinghua Palace. Shen Nan looked down at the 3 people, his gaze landing on Tuoba Bodhisattva. What is the situation with the Tiger Ben Guard? Although Tuoba Bodhisattva had only been in charge of the Tiger Ben Guard for a day or two, he already knew it like the back of his hand. Without hesitation, he said, I speak frankly, half of these so-called elites in the Tiger Ben Guard are useless. Half. Shen Nan couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. It's much better than I expected. After listening to the situation of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, Shen Nan was already prepared for the extreme corruption of the Tiger Ben Guard. The 5-fold comparison mentioned by Tuoba Bodhisattva was indeed much better than his psychological estimation. After all, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau had already become so corrupt. How much better could the Red Dragon 10 guards be? The Great Feng has been established for 800 years, and although the Red Dragon 10 guards were once elite troops capable of great battles, so many years have passed, and they have been constantly guarding Yongzhou and the imperial capital. It is indeed normal for military readiness to be exhausted. Shen Nan looked at Tuoba Bodhisattva and said, please elaborate. How many of the remaining 50% are usable? If you were to reorganize the Tiger Vanguard, how long would it take? And if you were to reduce the military, what should be done? The matter of military reduction has long been settled. Dealing with corrupt officials is extremely troublesome and affects everything. Before Shen Nan could carry out a thorough purge of corrupt officials and restore integrity, the first thing he needed to do was to reduce the military and resolve the issue of ghost soldiers. Secondly, he also needed to take control of a capable and battle-ready army. Only by having sufficient strength could he suppress everything. This requires not only advanced military power, but also a vast influence. The Tiger Vanguard is the first step. After a brief contemplation, Tuoba Bodhisattva replied, "Of the remaining 50%, most should be usable." These individuals were recalled from the border troops, which has been a tradition of the Great Feng. Generally, more than 30% of the Tiger Vanguard are elite soldiers dispatched from various border armies. And this national policy was originally intended to maintain the combat effectiveness of the Tiger Vanguard. Unfortunately, the Tiger Vanguard belongs to the martial virtue department, and those truly in power are either the offspring or relatives of military generals and nobility. While these elite border soldiers are indeed battle-hardened, they lack sufficient background and foundation. The 3 Tiger Vanguard leaders I brought today at the city gate are a different situation. Among the military generals and nobility factions in the border troops, there's also a group of individuals who, although they are military generals and nobility, do not have an overly illustrious background. They are simply talented enough and also have the bloodline of military generals and nobility. Thus, they can serve as commanders of the Tiger Vanguard, but for them, it stops there unless they achieve military merits. If Your Majesty wishes to reduce the military and reorganize the Tiger Vanguard, these individuals should be the core. Tuoba Bodhisattva, truly worthy of being the god of war in Baiman, handled matters with a straightforward and skill mindset. In just a day or two, he had already grasped the situation of the Tiger Vanguard and found a specific path to smoothly reduce the military and reorganize the army. Shen Nan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Chun Jibao, what do you think?" Although Tuoba Bodhisattva's idea was good, he also wanted to see if Chun Jibao had any strategies. Chun Jibao replied in a deep voice, "What General Tuoba said is excellent. Although I am an enemy of Tuoba Bodhisattva in the snow, since we are both in this world, we are colleagues. Moreover, due to Chun Jibao's nature, he doesn't have any particular desire to show off. What he prefers is to fight on the battlefield, achieve merit, and let his strength and accomplishments speak for themselves." Shen Nan nodded and said, "Good. I will give you 5 days. After 5 days, we will begin to disband the Tiger Vanguards. By then, I want the Tiger Vanguards to truly become elite troops, loyal only to me." Although Tuoba Bodhisattva has already grasped the situation, a hasty disbandment of the army will inevitably cause some chaos. Moreover, Shen Nan does not want to expose his intentions too soon. What he wants is to remain silent until the moment is right, and when he strikes, he wants to ensure the complete destruction of the military generals and nobility. Once the disbandment of the Tiger Vanguards is successful, he will immediately move against the Fu Bing Guards. The Red Dragon 10 Guard appear to have a total of 200,000 elite troops on the surface, but the actual number is around 150,000. The Tiger Ben left and right guards only have about 15,000 men on the surface. There's still the Fu army left and right guards in the imperial capital. If he cannot take down the Tiger Ben left and right guards and the Fu army left and right guards in one go, Shen Nan wanted to disband all the Red Dragon 10 guards and reorganize them, which would be difficult. After all, the guards stationed in the capital were training more than 10 miles away in the capital garrison, while the Wu Long and Xianfeng were stationed even further in a fortress 30 miles away. These troops are not so easily controlled. Disbanding the army sounds simple, but a slight misstep could lead to a mutiny. Moreover, the Duke of Chu was also preparing for the military parade, and if a mutiny were to occur due to the disbandment, the Duke of Chu would surely benefit from it and could leverage it to gain some advantages in the court. The key ministers in the cabinet, led by Zhang Su, would also likely support the Duke of Chu upon learning of Shen Nan's intentions. The situation would become much more chaotic then. However, to reorganize the Tiger Ben guards and disband the military guards in just 1 day, aside from the matters concerning Tuoba and Chun Jibao, it would also require intelligence provided by Li Si. Without sufficient intelligence, it would be impossible to disband the army quickly and accurately. Shen Nan thought of this and looked at Han Shengxian. How much longer until Li Si arrives? Han Shengxian paused for a moment. According to the time calculation, he should arrive in no more than 15 minutes. The offices of Defeng close at the Yu hour, which is around 6 or 7 in the evening. Just at sunset. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the voice of a eunuch announcing outside the hall, Zhang Hufa requests an audience. It was Zhang Jiao returning. Zhang Jiao is still formally a third-rank protective official of the Great Feng, and the eunuchs naturally refer to him by this title. Shen Nan laughed and said, "Pass it on." He was quite curious about how Zhang Jiao was negotiating with the Earth sect. When Zhang Jiao walked in with big strides, Shen Nan immediately noticed the 9-section staff held in his right hand, which was adorned with a bell that jingled as he walked, and a subtle wave of energy swept through the surroundings. This object must be a magical artifact. Zhang Jiao stood in the center of the main hall, smiling as he looked at Shen Nan. "Your Majesty, the Earth sect has agreed to manufacture 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor for free, and promised that in the future, regardless of what your Majesty wishes to create, the Earth sect will only charge the cost price." Additionally, his tone became even more relaxed. "The Earth sect also promises that your Majesty can freely choose 3 magical artifacts." Such a price was clearly not what Zhang Jiao would offer for the beings that turned into soldiers and the yellow turban warriors, but rather something akin to a gift for their meeting. Shen Nan looked at Zhang Jiao with great interest and said, "Has the Earth sect not mentioned how to exchange the spell of turning beings into soldiers for the yellow turban warriors?" Zhang Jiao chuckled and replied, "Since your Majesty has already departed, what conditions can the Earth sect propose?" "Such conditions are merely a reward for my minister to create 2 yellow turban warriors. As for the spell of turning beings into soldiers and the yellow turban warriors, Qing Xian probably cannot offer anything suitable without discussing it with the elders of the Earth sect first to reach a conclusion. However, regardless of the circumstances, the Earth sect will surely honor your Majesty in the future. What Shen Nan wants is this effect, turning beings into soldiers. The yellow turban warriors can be temporarily withheld, but it is possible to refine some yellow turban warriors for the Earth sect. You can handle the specifics yourself. Taoist Earth sect. Shen Nan will naturally take complete control in the future. For now, he is just biding his time." At this moment, the voice of the eunuch announcing the arrival of a visitor once again resounded. "Right Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Li Si, requests an audience." "Summon him." Li Si arrived just at the right time. Shen Nan was about to ask Li Si about the specifics of the Red Dragon 10 guards. After entering the Jinghua Palace, Li Si first bowed respectfully to Shen Nan and said, "Your Majesty." Shen Nan casually raised his hand. "You sit down and speak slowly." He had already prepared meals for everyone, which now came in handy. Li Si was also unceremonious, kneeling in front of the table and first casually tasting some tea and fruits, then looking at Han Shangxian. "Is there a map of the imperial capital within 100 miles in the palace?" Upon hearing this, Han Shangxian directly instructed the Kuaihua guard to fetch the map. Soon, the Kuaihua guard brought the map over. Han Shangxian spread the map on the ground. Although the map of Dafeng was not as detailed as those of later generations, it was much clearer than ordinary ancient maps, especially since this map had been meticulously drawn in the palace. Shen Nan looked down and could clearly feel the prosperity and vastness of the imperial capital. The population of the Great Feng's imperial capital is 30 million. With ancient architecture and people's livelihoods, it aims to support the lives of 30 million. The imperial capital is indeed extremely vast, and the so-called 13 districts are all incredibly large. To put it simply, one district is equivalent to a large district in modern terms. The left and right guards of the 10 warriors of the Red Dragon, the left and right guards of Wulong, and the left and right guards of Xianfeng may sound far from the imperial capital, often several dozen miles away. However, on the map, there is hardly any sense of distance. They are only a hand's breadth away from the imperial capital. It's worth noting that this map is about the size of a billiard table. So what does a hand's breadth really count for? Shen Nan sighed slightly. It seems that when it comes to downsizing the military, it must be done with thunderous force. Otherwise, considering the positions of the imperial guards, the selected elites, and the military's power, as long as the military officials and nobles can react in time, they can relay messages at any moment to incite the Red Dragon's 10 guards stationed around the imperial capital to revolt. This is different from Shen Nan's previous attempts to gain military power or to take the military pay away from the Imperial Horse Bureau. Downsizing the military is truly a strike at the vital artery of the military officials and nobles. This action will also affect every single one of them. In facing such a situation, any reaction they make is quite normal. Li Si shook his head after hearing this and said, "It is not as complicated as your Majesty thinks. Although I have just been appointed as the right Vice Minister of Justice today, I have already understood the basic situation of the Red Dragon's 10 guards. Given the combat strength of the Red Dragon's 10 guards, they probably cannot even reach the level of insurrection. They do not have that capability. The official data for the Red Dragon's 10 guards shows 200,000 elite troops, but in reality, there are only 150,000 elite troops. This empty pay is well known and has been tacitly accepted by various factions, including several former emperors. This is because the Red Dragon's 10 guards were originally composed of military officials and nobles during the founding of the nation. However, the military officials and nobles during the founding period were true fierce generals, and when the founding emperor led the Red Dragon's 10 guards to fight south and north, these military officials and nobles paid a great price. Therefore, the founding emperor once said that the 50,000 empty pay was meant to reward the military officials and nobles, allowing them to not worry about food and drink for generations. However, as time has passed, the current Red Dragon's 10 guards are not simply about 50,000 empty pay. Although it is said to be 150,000 elite troops, in reality, only about 100,000 can be considered elite. The remaining 50,000 are merely old, weak, sick, and disabled. Even among these 100,000 elite troops, the number who can truly engage in battle is probably less than 50,000. This is the situation that Li Si understands. The Ministry of Justice is the foundation of the legalists, and the Vice Minister of Justice is also qualified to review the records. With the accumulation and foundation of the legalists over the years, combined with the privileges of the chief of the Imperial Guards, Li Si spent less than half a day reviewing the records of the Red Dragon's 10 guards and thoroughly investigated their true situation. If summarized in one sentence, it would be 150,000 troops, but not a single camp available for use. 100,000 elite troops, with only 50,000 able to fight. Shen Nan couldn't help but shake his head. Although I had heard Tuaba Pusa mention the situation of the Tiger Ben army before, it is still somewhat unbelievable to hear the true situation of the Red Dragon's 10 guards. The Red Dragon's 10 guards are responsible for guarding the imperial capital, which is of utmost importance. The founding emperor also provided these military officials and nobles with enough wealth and power, and even tacitly allowed them to consume the 50,000 in empty pay to fill their own pockets. Yet such measures could not yield a single elite. Officially, there are 200,000 elite troops, but in reality, there are only 50,000 who can fight. This data is too absurd and exaggerated. This is why the Feng has remained in a long period of peace and prosperity. If the barbaric and monstrous tribes were to truly attack the imperial capital, I fear these people wouldn't even be able to hold out for several days. After all, given the vastness of the imperial capital, to defend it, one would need at least 100,000 elite troops accompanied by hundreds of thousands of auxiliary troops, let alone how a mere 50,000 elite troops could do anything. Moreover, among these 50,000 elite troops, one can count the 15,000 elite troops of the Tiger Ben left guard. This means that the other guards have at most 35,000 elite troops. If I remember correctly, the military pay for the Feng's elite troops is 15 taels of silver, which means that the official annual military pay for the Red Dragon's 10 guards is 3 million taels of silver, and this is just the pay that has been distributed. If we also account for military supplies, food, and so on, the annual military expenditure of the Red Dragon's 10 guards must be in the tens of millions of taels of silver. Shen Nan's algorithm is undoubtedly correct, but he still underestimated the power of the phrase Red Dragon 10 guards. Li Si had yet to speak when Chao Zhengshun interjected, "Your Majesty, the annual expenditure for the Red Dragon 10 guards is about 23 million taels, the same as last year, and the year before that was 22,260,000 taels of silver." Chao Zhengshun may not excel in many areas, but he is top-notch when it comes to remembering things. Today, he not only memorized the data from the Imperial Horse Monitor, but he also had a slight understanding of the Red Dragon 10 guards. After all, His Majesty is going to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 guards, and the system has already fed the information through. 23 million taels of silver to support these people? Shen Nan was momentarily speechless. Go ahead, is there any other situation? Li Si shook his head and said, I only know this information for now. In the coming days, I plan to compile a list of usable personnel from the Red Dragon 10 guards for Your Majesty's future troop reductions. The decay of the Red Dragon 10 guards cannot be attributed to any one person. Moreover, there are still 50,000 elite fighters, all of whom have reached the first level of cultivation. Even if we reduce the troops, it doesn't mean we will dismiss them all, but rather select a portion. Shen Nan finally heard some good news. This matter will be handled by you, Tuoba, and Chen Jibao. All I want is a result within 5 days. Within 5 days. I want to see a suitable outcome. At that time, those selected generals can also be sent to the palace, as I need to meet these rare and valuable generals. Whether it's Toba Bodhisattva or Li Si, no matter how many promises they make, if they want to win over these generals, it will inevitably require Shen Nan to step forward. Only in this way can these people truly feel at ease to do their work. Shen Nan can also take this opportunity to see if there are any deeply memorable individuals. His strongest foundation is not just the tasks from his system, but also the rough memories of the next 20 years. Inside the Jinghua Hall, Li Si, Toba Bodhisattva, and Chen Jibao began to discuss how to consolidate the generals and how to implement the plan for military reduction in 5 days. Han Shangxian and Chao Zhengshun were also brainstorming on the side, and even Zhang Jiao was involved. This scene filled with talented individuals made Shen Nan feel somewhat relieved. There was a moment when he truly wanted to overturn the table and directly establish a new Defeng. After all, the current Defeng has been established for 800 years, and the accumulated problems are too many. Rather than exerting so much effort to reorganize Defeng, it would be better to directly change everything. Such an approach would be more unrestrained and easier. However, after seeing the performance of Li Si and others, Shen Nan let out a sigh of relief. The current situation was not that dire. Moreover, Defeng has nurtured talents for 800 years, and truly are capable individuals. In the memories of the Yuan Yu Emperor throughout the trials of Defeng, including the chaos caused by Lian Sheng, the Southern Rebellion, the Buddhist takeover, the turmoil of the barbarian demonic tribes, and the establishment of the Taoist sect, there were always loyal individuals to Defeng and the Emperor who stepped forward. It's just a pity that none could truly turn the tide. Even the hidden strength of Fa Yang, at the 12th level of the legalist realm, could not reverse the situation. The Prince of the North, at the 12th level of military strategy in Yuzhou, also found it difficult to quell the chaos. Their failures are indeed lamentable. But they also provided Shen Nan with a lot of information. With this future information, along with the support from the system and Li Si and others, why should Shen Nan choose a path of cautious development, enduring for years only to unleash his forces in one go? Such an approach was not something Shen Nan could do. Although his temperament seemed mild, his heart could not tolerate the slightest impurity. Just as Shen Nan and others were discussing military reduction in Jinghua Hall, inside the cabinet, the Deputy Minister Yang Ke had not left. Today, he was on duty as a Grand Scholar of the Cabinet. According to common practice, he was supposed to stay overnight. However, unlike previous nights, Yang Ke was clearly feeling unsettled. His gaze occasionally drifted towards the direction of Jinghua Hall. With such a mixed atmosphere, where did His Majesty find these experts? And what does His Majesty intend to do? Having ascended the throne for only a few days, he has taken control of military power, suppressed the dukes, appointed the Deputy Minister of Justice and the commander of the Red Dragon 10 Guards, and today he even personally visited the Tiangong Institute. Although Shen Nan's actions are extremely secretive, some obvious matters cannot be concealed. In front of Yang Ke lies a note, clearly detailing Li Si's investigation into the intelligence of the Red Dragon 10 Guards today regarding the influence of Confucianism in the Great Feng Court. Even though the Ministry of Justice is the territory of legalists, they have countless ways to obtain information from within, and Yang Ke knows this, as does Zhang Su, the chief minister of the cabinet. However, both Yang Ke and Zhang Su remain inactive. Yang Ke does not know what this old fox Zhang Su is thinking, but his own thoughts are very clear. He has long lost any desire for conflict, serving as a model for the Confucian poor. Although he has not established the Great Ru Academy like the great Confucian Wang Shu, paving a path for Confucian generals unprecedented in history, he has still made contributions for the Confucian poor. If it were not for his position as the deputy minister and the support of the Bailu Cave Academy behind him, the Great Feng would have long been controlled by aristocratic families. The situation of the Confucian poor, led by Yang Ke, is somewhat rigid, and he is known for his strength. Therefore, he has long been dissatisfied with the inaction and greed of officials in the court and the public. Unfortunately, with Zhang Su leading the Jiangzhou Confucians to protect one another, he is indeed feeling somewhat overwhelmed and is just preparing to endure a few more years before retiring to his hometown. Thus, even knowing that the emperor intends to take action against the Red Dragon 10 Guards, which could very likely shake the overall situation, Yang Ke just pretends not to see it. If the emperor wants to be a martial king, then let him be. I only hope he doesn't cause chaos. He casually burned the note and no longer paid attention to the situation in the Jinghua Hall, instead beginning to rest with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Zhang Hu also appeared contemplative. Shen Nan did not avoid him in his actions, while Yang Ke could only vaguely guess that the emperor might have significant moves planned. Zhang Hu, however, knew exactly what the emperor wanted to do. Your Majesty, reducing the army is not that simple. Even with the support of these people, can it really go that smoothly? Although he is a person of the Lianqing sect, his life and fortune are still tied to the emperor as an eunuch. The Lianqing sect only invests in Zhonghu. The emperor is the one who can truly provide Zhonghu with wealth and determine his life and death. Therefore, Zhonghu actually wishes to gain Shen Nan's trust, but unfortunately, Shen Nan offers no such opportunity. What Zhonghu does not know is that in the future, the actions he will take will lead Shen Nan to not directly kill him. It can only be said that Shen Nan intends to use Zhonghu to bait the Lianqing sect, while Zhonghu believes he is a loyal eunuch. Unfortunately, after truly seizing power, he could not possibly be a loyal person, but rather an ambitious one. This can only be said that sometimes people cannot see themselves clearly. At this moment, Zhonghu faintly hears a voice in his ear, filled with coldness and eeriness. Paradoxically, this cold and eerie voice brings Zhonghu a sense of comfort, like returning to a warm embrace. His eyes slowly close, and after just a few breaths, he suddenly opens his eyes wide, gasping, "Hoo. The Lianqing sect enters the dream. Cold sweat breaks out on Zhonghu's forehead and back, and his face turns extremely ugly. Just moments ago, under the command of the holy maiden of the Lianqing sect in his dream, he was ordered to spare no effort to gain Shen Nan's trust, and to arrange for his own people to take over as military supervisor of Chuanzhou. This clearly indicates that the Lianqing sect intends to begin laying the groundwork for a rebellion in Chuanzhou. However, the Lianqing sect obviously does not yet know Zhonghu's current situation, and this is also the uniqueness of the Great Feng capital, where the palace is shrouded in national fortune, and outside the palace, the law of legalism under Shang Yang envelopes the entire capital. The people of the Lianqing sect do not dare to easily send experts to the capital. In his dream, Zhonghu also does not dare to reveal the real situation. He knows the means of the Lianqing sect. If they were to find out that he has become a useless piece, the outcome he faces would be extremely tragic. It seems he can only be ruthless. Zhonghu's eyes turn cold and fierce. Lu Zhong, you must not blame me. He plans to completely betray Lu Zhong. And with the things he has accumulated over the years, he intends to offer them as a token of loyalty to Shen Nan, thereby gaining Shen Nan's trust. Otherwise, given the current situation, not to mention arranging for someone to take over as military supervisor of Chuanzhou, even if Zhonghu volunteers for an external post, he fears Shen Nan would not allow it. The next day, at noon, Shen Nan finished his training today, feeling refreshed, and his true dragon vitality had clearly improved significantly once again. It was only a matter of time before he completely digested the minor master pill. However, what he was most looking forward to was the refresh of the system mall today. This had become a little habit of Shen Nan. Although the system mall refreshed every day at midnight, his recovery points were always consumed quickly. Instead of just waiting anxiously, he preferred to wait until after the daily sign-in rewards of 1,000 recovery points before checking the refresh in the system mall. At that time, if there were good items, he could either lock them in or exchange them directly. Shen Nan took a glance, and then focused his gaze on the first item. It was, surprisingly, a martial art called Ultimate Hardness Technique. The manual for this technique came from Qin's Moonlight, and is the signature skill of the armor-wearing sect. Practicing this technique can transform one's physique into a shield-like armor, making one impervious to knives and guns. It is known for its rigorous training, and is praised as having a copper head and iron arms, being undefeated in 100 battles. It is at the peak of the third tier of rigorous training, costing 300 points to exchange for. This martial art, Shen Nan was deeply impressed when he first watched Qin's Moon. Dianqing's exceptional hard training skills were truly unmatched, as even the Earth Jia's 24 strikes launched by Tian Ci with dual swords could not harm him in the slightest. Moreover, his vital points were also very special. Unlike the typical external manifestations of hard training martial arts, they were hidden within the body. The peak level of the third rank in the system could also see the strength of this martial art. Shen Nan did not intend to learn it himself, but rather to combine this technique with the Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers' Ming Wang strength and iron bone energy, which might enhance the power of the Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers. Moreover, the price of 300 points is not considered expensive. It is important to note that although there are many techniques hidden within the Feng Imperial Palace, this level of horizontal training is extremely rare. However, Shen Nan did not rush to exchange it, but instead looked at another newly appeared item. The Xian Redivine Bow, a 4th grade magical artifact, can unleash power at the peak of the 3rd grade when charged. The exchange price is 500 points. Clearly, The system mall has refreshed a vast array of items, including not only troop types like the Shichong Great Gift and the Great Snow Dragon Riders, but also various inheritances, martial arts, as well as magical artifacts, divine weapons, and elixirs. As for the last item, is still the Sunflower Manual that was refreshed yesterday. Unfortunately, the Shichong Great Gift was not retained. Shen Nan was originally thinking that if there were no suitable exchange items today, he would open another Shichong gift pack. After all, both the horse monitoring office under Han Shangxian and the Shichong that Yu Huatian was about to establish were extremely short of personnel. He exchanged for this Waniri Divine Bow and the secret manual of the toughness skill. Whoosh! Shen Nan's right hand suddenly manifested a dazzling golden longbow. The entire bow was incredibly luxurious, featuring a cloud dragon pattern on the bow body, and the handle was intricately carved with a large sun. In terms of appearance, it was truly exquisite. What pleased Shen Nan the most was that this bow required no arrows. It could be easily activated by infusing it with vital energy. The only drawback was its immense consumption. For an ordinary 4th-tier expert, it could only be used 3 times at most before exhausting their internal energy. However, considering that it allowed a 4th-tier expert to unleash a peak 3rd-tier strike, this drawback was not really a problem, but rather a significant advantage. After all, a 4th-tier expert could still deliver 3 peak 3rd-tier strikes. In terms of effectiveness, it was somewhat similar to the talismans mentioned by Qing Xin yesterday. This divine bow could indeed be replicated by Zhang Jiao for the Tiangong Academy. If it were easy to manufacture, it would create a splendid scene in the future, with each 4th-tier leader of the Black Dragon Xian Bird Guard equipped with such a magical artifact. Shen Nan casually set down the divine skills and secret manuals, and was about to call Zhang Jiao outside the hall. However, before he could speak, he already heard Chao Jingxuan's voice from outside. Your Majesty. The head of the Bureau of Rights requests an audience. The head of the Bureau of Rights? Zhang Hu. When Shen Nan showed a look of confusion, Chao Jingxuan walked in and said, Your Majesty. Zhang Hu has brought several eunuchs with him, and they also brought a number of boxes, which seemed to contain some rare items, subtly shimmering with light. Hearing this, Shen Nan knew what to do. Let Zhang Hu in. He casually tossed the divine bow and the secret manual behind the chair. Then he watched as Zhang Hu walked in with a serious expression, without saying a word, and directly knelt on the ground, bowing his head, sincerely and humbly saying, Your Majesty. This servant has committed an offense. Shen Nan looked at Zhang Hu with great interest and asked, Guilty? What crime has been committed? Zhang Hu raised his head and sincerely said, I have managed the Imperial Horse Depot for many years, yet it has become like this, with corruption from top to bottom, leading to the depletion of Your Majesty's treasury. This is a capital offense. I know that Lu Zhong is not loyal to Your Majesty, but rather an insider sent by the Buddhist sect into the palace, and I have never reported him, which is also a capital offense. He continued to list several capital offenses, even revealing some of his own sordid deeds. In the end, he respectfully bowed his head and said, I deserve to die. This posture made Shen Nan narrow his eyes slightly. He confirmed Zhang Hu's intentions and began to understand the situation. It was likely that Lien Xingjiao intended for Zhang Hu to take action. However, Zhang Hu now appeared to still be the head of the Bureau of Rights, yet he was a head without the emperor's trust. Naturally, he had no way to take action. Zhang Hu was using Lu Zhong and his own sordid deeds as a pledge of loyalty. However, it was clear that Zhang Hu was avoiding the more serious charges, while those sordid deeds were indeed a handle against him. Compared to Lu Zhong being an insider for the Buddhist sect, what he had done was nothing. Shen Nan has even forgiven the matter of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. So these trivial issues are nothing at all. After some thoughts flashed through Shen Nan's mind, he said, The things you brought, I will accept. As for these matters, I do not care. What you did before is in the past, and it must not happen again in the future. You can rest assured. I will handle Lu Zhong's matter myself. Zhang Hu was taken aback. He had anticipated that Shen Nan would fly into a rage and had even planned to use this as an opportunity to ask for an external posting. But now that Shen Nan was handling it so lightly, what was he to do? He could only brace himself and grit his teeth, saying, Your Majesty is merciful. However, aside from these matters, I have also discovered that the Compassionate Life sect has been subtly moving in Chuan Prefecture. I humbly request Your Majesty to allow me to be stationed in Chuan Prefecture as a military supervisor to monitor the Compassionate Life sect. This was also part of Zhang Hu's plan. He never intended to follow the orders of the Compassionate Life sect or arrange for anyone to be posted out. Because Zhang Hu knew that he could never gain the Emperor's trust, he thought it better to take this opportunity to be posted out, which would allow him to accomplish the task of the Compassionate Life sect and also leave the palace with ease. Moreover, this arrangement was theoretically sound. After all, Zhang, who was officially the chief eunuch of the Imperial Rights Directorate, asking to be posted as a military supervisor in Chuan Prefecture was almost a form of self-deprecation, akin to seeking the interest of an important minister in the court. If Shen Nan did not know Zhang Hu's background, he might think that Zhang Hu was afraid and wanted to retire to Chuan Prefecture. Unfortunately, Shen Nan was aware of Zhang Hu's background, which made all of Zhang Hu's performances seem so clumsy. Shen Nan did not expose Zhang Hu's poor acting skills, even if what Zhang Hu does in the future is indeed despicable. But the future is ultimately the future. Moreover, Shen Nan is not the future Emperor Yuanyu. With his current foundation, he can certainly make good use of Zhang Hu. Furthermore, Zhang Hu is a useful person, as he can serve as a bait for fishing for pity. Not to mention, Zhang Hu has been the head of the eunuchs in the Feng Dynasty for decades, and the information and connections in his mind can be valuable. Shen Nan said calmly, I understand your meaning. In the coming days, you will first hand over the matters of the Imperial Ceremony Office to Han Shengxian. There's no rush regarding the military supervision in Chuanzhou, and you need not concern yourself with the matters on Lu Zhong's side. The servant thanked the emperor with a bow. Zhang Hu was overjoyed and quickly bowed again. He truly could not stay in the palace any longer. Not to mention Han Shengxuan's frightening methods. Just the appearance of figures like Toba Bodhisattva and Li Si made him extremely anxious, especially since his background was not very clean. If the emperor were to discover his ties with the Compassionate Life sect, the only fate awaiting him would be death. Moreover, the Compassionate Life sect was also very indifferent. It was already a stroke of luck that Zhang Hu could leave calmly. Shen Nan casually said, there's no need for formalities, just focus on doing your own things. Zhang Hu sincerely replied, I will certainly entrust everything in the Court of Rights to Master Han. Shen Nan waved his hand and said, all right, you can leave now. Soon, Zhang Hu happily departed. After he left, Chao Zhengchun looked at Shen Nan with a puzzled expression and asked, Your Majesty, are you really going to let Zhang Hu go to Chuan Prefecture as the supervising military officer? I find it hard to understand your thoughts. Shen Nan scoffed and said, when did I ever say I wanted Zhang Hu to go to Chuan Prefecture as a military supervisor? He asked the one who has been sneaking around with his old tricks. So I'll pretend not to know about it, and later have him assist Han Shengxian in the palace. Besides, this person does have some usefulness. If Zhang Hu wants to put on a show, Shen Nan doesn't mind playing along. As for the affairs of the military supervisor in Chuan Prefecture, Shen Nan has already thought of a candidate. He plans to let Lu Zhong volunteer to go to Chuan Prefecture as a military supervisor. This way, he can keep Zhang Hu firmly in the palace and also allow the Buddhist faction behind Lu Zhong to engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario with the Lianqing sect. After all, the Buddhist faction has grand ambitions. They're not aiming to rebel or commit treason, but rather to transform the Feng into a Buddhist country on earth. This kind of thing is not new for the Buddhist faction. However, last time, they were almost suppressed to the point of being labeled as an evil cult by the Confucians, legalists, and militarists working together. Since then, the Buddhist faction has become increasingly secretive and cautious in their actions. But their foundation still exists, and if Lu Zhong goes to Chuan Prefecture this time, there will surely be a good show to watch. Chao Zhengchun still looked puzzled, clearly not understanding Shen Nan's intentions. Shen Nan did not explain anything but said, let Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian come to see me. Chao Zhengchun respectfully withdrew. Yes. After a moment, Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian had arrived in the Jinghua Hall. Your Majesty. On the way, Chao Zhengchun had informed Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian about Zhang Hu's situation. Unlike Chao Zhengchun, who was not skilled in scheming, they had some vague guesses in their hearts and, in an instant, already had several ways to deal with Zhang Hu. This is the significance of the spring and autumn great demon and the supervisor of the Shichang. Shen Nan looked at the expressions of the two and understood their thoughts. For now, don't interfere too much with Zhang Hu. Let him indulge in some sweet dreams. When he truly has no way out, and when his value has been nearly extracted, you can then take control of him. If you can accept him, that would be the best. Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian both restrained their thoughts. Understood. Finan nu did, Han Fing Kuon. Go find Lu Zhong and tell him that Zhang Hu has exposed his role as an insider for the Buddhist sect. Although the Buddhist sect is considered a prominent teaching of the Great Feng, this matter ultimately involves treason. Tell him to request an official post in Chuanzhou to monitor the movements of the Lianqing sect. If he handles this well, I may allow him to return to the capital in the future. Unlike the reputation of the Lianqing sect, the Buddhist sect has a much better standing. Even though the Buddhist sect has previously engaged in actions aimed at establishing a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom, on the surface, they show great respect for the emperor. Therefore, Lu Zhong's involvement as an insider for the Buddhist sect is merely a taboo, and it does not amount to a capital crime. Moreover, what Shen Nan said this time was quite straightforward. It clearly communicated to the Buddhist sect to assist in dealing with the Lianqing sect. With Lu Zhong's wisdom and that of the Buddhist sect's masters, he would certainly understand the underlying meaning. Sometimes, utilizing such opportunities does not require secrecy, but can be stated openly. Shen Nan's words were also straightforward. Han Shengxian naturally knew how to get things done. This servant obeys the order. Shen Nan looked at Yu Huatian on the side and asked, "What problems might arise in the establishment of the Western Depot?" Yu Huatian replied without hesitation, "So far, we haven't encountered any issues. Han Xian is also very cooperative. I have now selected 30 people from the Clean Army, and there are also 5 members of the Sunflower Guards assisting. However, to fully establish the Western Depot, we will need some time, and at that time, we may require your Majesty's assistance. The establishment of the Western Depot is certainly not a task that can be completed in a day. Shen Nan is merely a step ahead. Didn't the legalists say they would give 3 magical artifacts to me? This time, I shall ask for 3 ear-hearing pearls to bestow upon you. You will go to Han Shangxian to collect 500,000 taels of silver as funds. Within a month, I want to see sufficient results. With the capabilities of the Western Depot's supervisor Yu Huatian, a month should be enough to lay the groundwork for the Western Depot. Although it may not yet reach the notorious level of being a fearsome dog known throughout the world, at the very least, a basic intelligence network should be established. This is also the purpose of Shen Nan granting him ear-hearing pearls and 500,000 taels of silver. The servant obeys. You all go and get to work. Shen Nan raised the Xuanri Divine Bow and the Zhi Gang Hard Skill, then said to Chao Zhongchun, "Let Zhang Jiao come to the training ground." Yes. A quarter of an hour later, in the side hall of the Grand Court of Ceremony, Lu Zhong looked at Han Shengxian with an awkward expression. "I have understood the emperor's intention. Tomorrow, I will volunteer to go to Chuanzhou to supervise the military. Regarding the matters of the Lianqing sect, I will also report truthfully to the Buddhist sect." His words were equivalent to laying everything bare. However, Lu Zhong had no room for choice. He couldn't even resent Shen Nan, attributing everything to Zhang Hu's lack of ethics. To be honest, ever since the emperor ascended the throne, the situation had become somewhat off. Lu Zhong also wanted to privately contact the Buddhist sect to see how to respond. Unexpectedly, before he could act, Zhang Hu had already made the first move. This left Lu Zhong feeling extremely complex inside, both troubled and resentful, yet also delighted. The trouble and resentment stemmed from the complete loss of his position that he had worked hard to maintain for decades, while the delight came from the emperor's attitude towards the Buddhist sect, making Lu Zhong vaguely feel that the Buddhist sect would thrive as a result. This also highlights the difference between Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong. The relationship between the Lianqing sect and Zhang Hu was more of mutual exploitation, while Lu Zhong, who appeared more gentle, was, in fact, genuinely brainwashed by the Buddhist sect and was internally loyal only to them. On the training ground, Shen San held the Xuanri Divine Bow in his left hand, while slowly drawing the bowstring with his right hand. The seemingly delicate bowstring felt as heavy as a towering mountain at this moment. Fierce and malevolent energy surged forth. The bow was drawn to the full moon. A crimson energy coalesced atop the longbow, instantly transforming into a crimson arrow nearly a foot long. Then, a piercing arrow song was heard, as the crimson arrow shot across the sky like a long rainbow. Boom! With a loud noise, at the moment the crimson arrow fell, everything within a radius of several zhang turned to ashes. The solid brick-paved ground also collapsed in an instant. Smoke and dust rose like a raging dragon, and countless fragments of stone cascaded down. Good. Shen Nan laughed heartily, never expecting this Xuanri Divine Bow to possess such power. Although the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers had completely taken over the Tiger Ben Guard, Shen San, who ranked just after Chenji Bao and Tuoba Bodhisattva among the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, along with Shun Yi and others, still had the primary task of ensuring Shen Nan's safety. From Shun Air to Shun Wu, all were martial generals with fully developed third-grade energy. Today, it was Shen San's turn for duty. Shen Nan will also let him try the power of the Xuanri Divine Bow, and it indeed looks impressive now. Zhang Jiao was also slightly surprised, and he looked at Shen San. How much vital energy did that arrow you just shot consume? Shen San said in a deep voice, "The arrow just now did not consume much. With my chi, I can launch it more than 30 times. I also have a feeling that even if my chi is exhausted, I can still rely on the killing intent of a warrior to propel it. However, while this method may have greater power, it would harm my foundation. Moreover, he paused for a moment and continued. I feel that the second rank seems to be the limit of this bow. At the second rank, one is already a grandmaster of spirit refinement. At this stage, determining victory or defeat is no longer solely based on strength, chi, and other factors, but rather on martial will, sword intent, and other profound elements. Therefore, this bow has reached its peak at this point. The system description states that this bow is only capable of allowing someone at the fourth rank to unleash a full power strike at the peak of the third rank. Shen Nan was already quite satisfied. Zhang Jiao, you will take this bow to the Tiangong Institute later. See if they can replicate it with their craftsmanship. If they can, let them first make 10 copies. Also, ask Qing Xian for 3 ear-listening pearls to be given to Yu Huatian. These 10 Xuanri divine bows are naturally for Shun, Yi, and the others to use. The remaining 5 will be intended as rewards for Chun Jibao, Tuoba Pusa, and other leaders of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Zhang Jiao nodded. With the craftsmanship of the Tiangong Institute, they should be able to replicate it. Items like the ear-listening pearl and the Farsight mirror can also be manufactured. Replicating a Xuanri divine bow is not a problem. In fact, with enough time, I could replicate it myself. However, the cost-effectiveness will be too low. If there are suitable oxen and horses, why trouble the heavenly master? Shun Nan discussed some matters with Zhang Jiao, and then he saw Han Shangxian rushing from a distance, pulling along a whole cart of rare jewels behind him. Without needing to look closely, it was clear that this was the life-saving money offered by Lu Zhong. Although Shun Nan did not say he would deal with Lu Zhong, Lu Zhong had indeed committed a taboo. No matter how foolish he was, he should understand that he needed to offer something. These rare jewels were just an appetizer. Lu Zhong had brought out a total of 3 million taels of silver and a cart full of rare jewels, which should be all he could currently offer. He also mentioned that once they arrived in Chuanzhou, there would be gifts from the Buddhist community. Shen Nan glanced at the jewels and said, "Send all of these to the treasury." He also instructed Yu Huatian to take a few people and accompany Lu Zhong to Chuanzhou, asking him to lay the groundwork for the Xichang there and ideally get a good understanding of the local situation. The situation in the capital is too complicated. Even with Shen Nan's support, it would be very difficult for Yu Huatian to develop rapidly. After all, he couldn't use the ruthless and cruel methods he employed when he was the chief supervisor of the Xichang. However, going to Chuanzhou would be quite different. With Shen Nan backing him, and Lu Zhong and the support of the Buddhist sect, Yu Huatian was known for being very ruthless in his work. So it was expected that he could develop quickly. Moreover, there were still a few days before going to Chuanzhou, and Shen Nan would also find some more helpers for Yu Huatian. Han Feng Qian nu did, understood. Shen Nan recalled another matter. How much silver is in the treasury now? Han Sheng casually replied. Previously, Lu Zhong and Zhang had already sent over 10 million taels of silver. After that, there were various confiscations and the sale of properties belonging to corrupt eunuchs. Adding this recent harvest, it should be close to 20 million taels. Since the ascension to the throne, the treasury has accumulated nearly 20 million taels of silver. This speed of accumulating wealth can definitely be considered the strongest among all the emperors of the Great Feng Dynasty. However, even with so much money, it is merely a drop in the bucket when it comes to maintaining a decent army. Shen Nan wants to truly ensure the maintenance and establishment of the army. And this still depends on the next actions against those military generals and noble families. The disbandment of the Red Dragon 10 Guards is never just as simple as disbanding the army. The core objective is to seize military power and completely suppress the military generals and noble families. Especially with Shen Nan's actions after ascending the throne, many things have clearly become quite different. In future memories, Zhang, who did not receive the instructions from the Compassionate Life sect so quickly, and Lu Zhong did not expose information about the Buddhist sect. Moreover, after Lu Zhong went to Chuanzhou to serve as a supervising general, although the Buddhist sect would indeed have a conflict with the Compassionate Life sect, given the Buddhist sect style of operation, it would be impossible to completely suppress the Compassionate Life sect. It might even provoke the Compassionate Life sect to initiate a rebellion earlier. In the original storyline, the Compassionate Life sect was supposed to start a rebellion only early next year. The core of that rebellion was the Compassionate Life sect inciting the Demon Suppression General Tu Sha of the Chuanzhou Demon Suppression Division, plus the uprising of the Compassionate Life sect's 200,000 followers, which quickly began by capturing the capital of Chuanzhou. In just a few days, they broke through several major cities, occupying 70 of Chuanzhou's cities within a month. They even managed to summon a compassionate guardian god at the 10th realm level. Ultimately, this rebellion was suppressed under the joint forces of Confucianism, Taoism, and Confucian generals, but even though the compassionate life sect was completely subdued, it exposed the royal family's poor grasp of military power and diminished the royal family's prestige. In Shen Nan's memory, that Empress Dowager Chun was extremely furious every time she returned from the court meeting. It was evident that during the rebellion of the compassionate life sect, Empress Dowager Chun suffered humiliation from the Confucians, Taoists, and Confucian generals. As for the Red Dragon 10 guards, Shen Nan really doesn't have much impression of them. This rebellion has nothing to do with the Red Dragon 10 guards. Even the 9 towns of Yuzhou, where the king of Northern Town is stationed, did not move. And what they relied on more were the Confucian generals from Liangzhou. They still need to speed up. Shen Nan felt an urgent sense of time slipping away. Although the situation was still under his control, not having enough military power in hand was indeed quite uncomfortable. Moreover, his opponents were not just from the Lianqing sect. Confucianists and Taoists were also his adversaries. Even the renowned Confucian general could be seen as an obstacle. However, these opponents were not merely enemies. They could also become allies. It all depended on how Shen Nan would maneuver. Just as Shen Nan was pondering this, Toba Bodhisattva, Chen Jibao, and Li Si had already prepared a list of people to recruit. Is this the list of people you are preparing to recruit? Shen Nan sat upright in the Jinghua Hall. He did not expect that Toba Bodhisattva, Chen Jibao, Li Si, and others would be so quick, managing to filter out the list of generals from the Red Dragon 10 guards in just one day, and even presenting the list and documents before him. Li Si was not among them. After Chen Jibao glanced at Toba Bodhisattva, he cupped his hands and said to Shen Nan, "We owe a great deal to Li Si's efforts this time. As the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, he has the authority to review the documents of the chief of the guards. Thus, he was able to deliver the list in just one morning. After that, it was just between me and General Toba, who conducted a covert investigation before submitting the list to your majesty." Li Si's position as right deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice was indeed well-timed. However, this also has to do with F.A. Yang turning a blind eye. If it weren't for this, given F.A. Yang's status in the Ministry of Justice and with the chief of the guards, as long as he issued a command, even if Li Si was the right deputy minister, he would not be able to do anything. Shen Nan also felt the profundity of it, but even so, one cannot deny that the work capabilities of Chen Jibao and others are truly impressive. He smiled and said, "Thank you all for your hard work." Chen Jibao and Toba Bodhisattva both clasped their hands and repeatedly said they were unworthy. Shen Nan smiled and then focused his gaze on the list. He quickly scanned a few names and saw many familiar generals. These were all individuals who would later perform outstandingly. Just from this point, one can see the discernment of Chen Jibao and Toba Pusa. After all, they had come through the battlefield, and with their insight, they could roughly determine a person's ability to lead troops and their strength with just one glance. Naturally, those selected were all capable individuals. Han Li Si. Shen Nan suddenly saw a remarkably dazzling name, and, after carefully comparing it with the resume, he couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that the renowned saint of war Han Li would now only be a deputy commander of the Red Dragon 10 guards. And moreover, he was just the deputy commander of the right guard of the Imperial Army in the Shaotian camp. The positions within the Red Dragon 10 guard are extremely complex, but ultimately they cannot escape the ranks of the commander, the chief commander, and the lieutenant. However, each chief commander has different responsibilities and ranks of military generals. For example, the Shaotian camp, where Han Li is stationed, is a military camp under the right guard of the Imperial Army. The Imperial Guard is responsible for maintaining public order and guarding the city gates of the entire imperial capital. The capital of the Great Feng is vast and is divided into 13 districts. Therefore, the internal jurisdiction of the Imperial Guard varies. Some districts are filled with the rich and powerful, with plenty of benefits, while others are burdened with many tasks but little money, often taking the blame. The Shaotian camp, where Han Li is, happens to be in charge of such districts. They do the hardest and most exhausting work, facing great dangers without any benefits. And sometimes they even bear the blame. This made Shen Nan want to laugh a little, recalling the memories of the future Yuan Yu Emperor. In his memory, this Han Li was an extraordinary figure, commanding an army of 500,000, single-handedly suppressing the borders of Yuzhou, bravely confronting 100,000 fierce demon troops with only 10,000 elite soldiers, winning battles, and slaying 10 major demons. The Taoists, Confucians, legalists, and Buddhists all respected him to some degree, and by the later period of the Great Feng, he had already been appointed as the Marquis of Jinyuan, a noble of the Great Feng, known as the Saint of War. But now he was just a lackey doing the dirty work for the Imperial Guard. Shen Nan pointed at Han Lizi's dossier. This person must be the commander of the Black Dragon Shinbird Guard. He is aware of how glorious Han Lizi's future will be, so naturally, he wants to recruit such a figure in advance. Moreover, Han Lizi is not a character like Han Exine, who needs to endure hardships to rise. Rather, he is similar to Han Shizhong of the Song Dynasty, able to soar to prominence not because of suffering, but by seizing the opportunity. Even now, he is likely already at the peak level of a second-grade Grandmaster of Refining Spirit, but this person is deeply hidden. Han Lizi will absolutely not reveal his realm and fight hard until a critical moment. Yet when he truly fights, he is unstoppable, fearless of life and death. Tooba Bodhisattva also has some impression of this person. He frowns slightly. This person is hiding his strength? When Tooba Bodhisattva and Chun Jibao conducted a secret inspection this afternoon, they sensed that something was off with Han Lizi. However, due to the nature of the covert inspection, he did not probe further. Now it seems this person is indeed quite significant. It's not just hiding his strength. If I remember correctly, this person is now at the peak of a second-grade Grandmaster of Refining Spirit in military affairs. Shen Nan shook his head. He could vaguely guess the reason why Han Lizi was hiding his cultivation level. In the current situation of the Great Feng, unless Han Lizi could break through to the level of a first-grade military celestial, a mere peak second-grade master of refining spirits would hardly make any waves. In fact, it was very likely that exposing his cultivation would lead to suppression from the military nobility. After all, his background clearly stated that Han Lizi came from a poor family and joined the army at the age of 15 in the border town of Yuzhou. He was someone who had climbed up step by step from a humble background in Yuzhou. Such a person could never be accepted by the Red Dragon 10 guards. It was just that it was unclear why Han Lizi chose to come back and endure grievances instead of staying in the border town of Yuzhou. Perhaps he thought there were more opportunities in the imperial capital, which was more prosperous. Upon hearing this, Toba Bodhisattva was somewhat stunned. When I investigated today, this person is at most at the peak of the 4th grade. The peak of the 4th grade and the peak of the 2nd grade. The gap between these realms is vast. Not to mention any tricks like pretending to be weak, even with Han Lizi's hidden peak 2nd grade military cultivation. He would probably be living quite comfortably even as the deputy commander in the most difficult Xiaotian camp. In Shen Nan's memory, he is also aware that this person is the kind of foolish-looking but black-hearted individual. In the memory of Emperor Yuan Yu, he had heard that Han Lizi was privately referred to as Han Haizi, which speaks to his ruthless and unscrupulous nature. It is said that in his early years, he even privately committed the act of killing a high official. However, that was merely a rumor and had no real evidence to support it. Chun Jibao found this quite interesting. Shen Nan chuckled as he shared this rumor. Chun Jibao and Tooba Bodhisattva increasingly felt that this person was indeed interesting. Chun Jibao, you should go and test this person's capabilities tonight, and then by my decree, let him take the position of commander of the Black Dragon Shinbird Guard. I believe that with Han Haizi's methods, he must have already grasped the situation of the guard troops. This could also be used to take control of the guard army. Shen Nan did not abandon Chun Jibao and Tooba Bodhisattva just because Han Lizi would have a promising future. Instead, he appointed Han Lizi as the commander of the Black Dragon Shinbird Guard. The fundamental reason is that neither Tooba Bodhisattva nor Chun Jibao's future can be summarized by the mere position of a commander of the Black Dragon Shinbird Guard. In his view, the true battlefield for Chun Jibao and Tooba Bodhisattva lies in the southern border and the Yuzhou frontier. Chun Jibao would be responsible for southern affairs, while Tooba Bodhisattva would suppress the Yuzhou border. That night, in the Xiaotian camp, Han Lizi casually opened his clothing, holding a jug of wine in his right hand, smiling as he listened to his 3 brothers boast about which courtesan was more exciting and which superior was foolish, mocking the superior, gathering to drink, spending duty time in the brothel listening to music. You guys, your lives are completely without prospects now. Hearing this, Han Lizi's 3 sworn brothers burst into laughter. Prospects? What prospects can we have after coming to the capital of the Great Feng Empire? Back in Yuzhou, what kind of person was the eldest brother? Even the king of the north praised you as a fierce general, but now, you can only fall to dealing with these lowly people. If you ask me, this position of the commander of the provincial army should be held by the eldest brother. The one speaking was Han Zhong. His real name was not Han, but he was a monk who, after breaking the precepts of wine and lust and killing, could only escape to the Yuzhou army to hide. and thus dared not use his real name. After becoming sworn brothers with Han Lizzie, he simply changed his name to Han Zhong, meaning loyalty to his elder brother. Second brother is right. With eldest brother's strength and experience, as long as he is willing to reveal his capabilities, he really qualifies to be the commander of the provincial army. That current commander is only at the initial second rank. In terms of strength and leadership, how can he compare to eldest brother? Exactly. Eldest brother insists on being low-key, but what is the result of being low-key? Now anyone can step on us. Han Lizzie's sworn brothers did not have any objections against him. They just felt that their elder brother was truly a gifted talent. Yet he had fallen to such a state, with no place to showcase his skills, and was suffering from a belly full of grievances. It was indeed frustrating. Han Lizzie remained silent while drinking. Did he not want to reveal his strength and make a name for himself? But after understanding the situation in the capital, he knew that this place was not something a mere second-rank warrior like him could navigate. Unless he could break through to the first rank of the martial world, he would not even qualify to be regarded highly by those people. Hey, peak of the second rank, Grandmaster of Refining Spirit. Sounds terrifying, but how could he outsmart those who play tricks? Those people, their hearts are as black as their intestines. Han Zhong leaned in and whispered, His Majesty has just ascended the throne and has already taken the authority of the Duke of Chu to control the Red Dragon 10 guards. He also has the Tiger Bane guard under his control. If Han Lizzie shook his head, this matter is not something we can participate in. He could vaguely sense some situations, but the level of such matters was too high. He had no qualification to get involved. Rushing in could bring some wealth, but it could also endanger his brothers. Moreover, with Han Lizzie's current identity, how could he connect with His Majesty? At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and a long-lost aura of military tension spread out. Han Zhong and the others felt a shiver run down their spines and instinctively picked up their weapons. A habit they had developed in Yuzhou. Even while listening to music in the brothel, they kept their weapons close, but the current military tension was too terrifying. They had never encountered such a level of killing intent in Yuzhou, as if the air had solidified at that moment. Han Lizzie's expression instantly became solemn. May I ask which general has arrived? The only response was the sound of the wind and the increasingly oppressive atmosphere. The invisible killing intent thickened, causing Han Lizzie's face to turn pale, and Han Zhong and the others trembled involuntarily, not from fear, but from instinct. Clop, clop, clop. The figure of Chun Jibao appeared, striding forward. Each step felt as if it were stepping on their hearts, tightening their chests. When Chun Jibao approached within 3 feet of Han Lizzie, he slowly spoke. You are Han Lizzie. Looking at the terrifying figure before him, Han Lizzie's breathing quickened, but he still managed to say, I am. May I ask which general you are? Han Zhong could sense the unique aura of the martial world's 10th realm emanating from Chun Jibao. However, even during his battles in Yuzhou, he had rarely seen such a fierce general. No one in the capital matched the appearance of the person before him. Chun Jibao did not respond, but slowly extended his right hand, which then rested on Han Lizzie's shoulder. Without any visible force, Han Lizzie's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and his knees involuntarily bent. Whoosh! A wave of energy rippled outward, causing Han Zhong and the others to change color in shock. Crack, crack, crack. In just an instant, Han Lizzie's face turned crimson, his spine and bones grinding fiercely against each other, and a hidden vital energy within him burst forth at that moment. He gritted his teeth and said, May I ask who the general truly is? Even though he knew the person before him was a 10th realm martial artist, Han Lizzie could not endure this pressure. Although he was known as Han Haizi, black-hearted and ruthless, there was always a spirit within him that prevented him from kneeling. He did not want to kneel. Why should he appear without saying anything, just to have a hand come down and force him to kneel? Even if you are a 10th realm martial artist, so what? Han Lizzie will not kneel. Han Zhong and the others also tightly gripped their weapons, their expressions tense as they watched Han Lizzie, ready to spring into action as soon as he unleashed his vital energy. This was the bond of brothers forged on the battlefield. However, just as the atmosphere was tense, Chun Jibao spoke again, his tone calm, devoid of any sharpness. You are quite good, and so are your brothers, but sometimes pure bravery is useless. Puff! The moment his words fell, Han Lizzie felt an overwhelming force press down on him, forcing back the vital energy that was about to surge forth, making him truly feel the terror of a 10th realm martial artist. In a daze, he felt that the figure before him was not a person, but a towering mountain pressing down. His bloodiness, in the face of such strength, truly became a joke. His Majesty has issued an order. Chun Jibao's voice rang out again, and the terrifying pressure instantly disappeared, followed by a shocking proclamation for Han Lizzie. You are to assist General.However in reorganizing the provincial army. Once completed, you will be the commander of the Black Dragon Shen Guard, ranked as a 4th-rank marshal general. Someone will inform you how to proceed. After saying this, Chun Jibao turned and left, leaving Han Lizzie in a daze, confused. Huh? The 3 sworn brothers around were also looking at Chun Jibao's departing figure with a face full of astonishment. Chun Jibao came and went in a hurry, leaving Han Lizzie and the others in a daze, feeling as if what just happened was an illusion. However, whether it was the lingering aura of warfare in the air or Han Lizzie's uncontrollable vital energy and blood energy, it all indicated that what just happened was real. 4th rank, Marshal General, assisting Bodhisattva To'oba in reorganizing the garrison, commander of the Black Dragon Shen Guard. Han Zhong and the others exchanged glances. They never expected that one day such immense fortune would fall upon their elder brother, although Bodhisattva To'oba had not accomplished anything astonishing. His cultivation as a martial god of the 11 realms of military strategy was enough to make a name for himself throughout the imperial capital. Not to mention that everyone knew Bodhisattva To'oba was currently helping His Majesty control the Tiger Guard. Did Chun Jibao's words not imply that Han Lizzie had caught His Majesty's attention? Were they finally going to rise to prominence? Unlike the excitement of his sworn brothers, Han Lizzie, although also shocked, could not calm his inner thoughts for a long time, knowing that such fortune was not easy to obtain. Not to mention anything else. Just the statement about assisting General To'oba in reorganizing the garrison was very significant. What did reorganizing mean? It probably meant disbanding the troops. Elder brother? Han Zhong had no such thoughts. With a big smile, he said, "Are you happy to the point of being foolish? Why are you not reacting at all? What is this Black Dragon Shen Guard?" Hearing this, Han Lizzie looked at his 3 good brothers. His second brother Han Zhong's rough nature meant that if it weren't for his impressive skills, he would have suffered long ago. The third brother Lin Yuanfu was somewhat clever, but only in a superficial way, and now he was also in a daze. As for the 4th brother Lu Jin, it's better not to mention him. Han Lizzie shook his head and said, "Fools have their own blessings." He had no intention of saying much to his brothers. Some things were better kept in his heart. Otherwise, it would only lead to disaster if they leaked out. Han Lizzie also did not expect that this newly ascended emperor would have such determination. No wonder the emperor wanted to seize the authority of the Red Dragon 10 guards right after ascending the throne. This was a matter of great righteousness, and subsequent actions were merely paving the way for troop reductions, reducing the troops of the Red Dragon 10 guards. If this matter were to be realized, the imperial capital of the Great Feng would be turned upside down. Han Lizzie had experienced something similar in Yuzhou before, and he had been severely tricked at that time. It was precisely because of this that he came to the Great Feng's imperial capital to enjoy his old age, but now it was different. The emperor had such determination and had arranged things so tightly. Regardless, Han Lizzie felt he should do his best for this emperor he had never met. "You all come here. I have something to instruct." Just as Shen Nan had guessed, Han Lizzie, who was destined to become a sage of military strategy, even if he had fallen to a place like the Shaotian camp as a deputy commander, certainly had his own means in dealing with people. With Han Lizzie's understanding of the garrison, he was confident he could assist the emperor in reducing the troops. The only issue was the response from the martial generals and aristocrats. However, such matters were beyond the concern of a mere commander. It was at this time, while Han Lizzie was discussing plans with his brothers all night long, that Shen Jibao had already reported everything about Han Lizzie to Shen Nan. Shen Nan smiled and said, "You can handle Han Lizzie's matter as you see fit. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Imperial Horse Monitoring Ranch." Shen Jibao's actions cannot be said to have any issues. Although Han Lizzie will become a military sage in the future, he is still just a minor character at the moment. It is natural for Chun Jibao to exert some pressure, and it is even more appropriate for him to turn around and leave in the end. After all, with Chun Jibao's status and level, does he really need to explain everything in detail to Han Lizzie? There are certainly suitable candidates to liaise with Han Lizzie. Shen Nan didn't take Han Lizzie too seriously. After all, Han Lizzie was only a second-grade grandmaster now. He had more important things to do, like assembling the great snow dragon riders. The Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers now had 2,000 to 3,000 men. And with the elite troops selected from the reorganized Red Dragon 10 guards in the future, the Black Dragon Shen Guard, centered around the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, was already considered established. The remaining tasks only required waiting for To'oba Bodhisattva and the others to gather the generals. and then choose a suitable moment to decisively disband the Tiger Ben Guard, the Fu Army Guard, and reorganize the Zhuang Shi Guard, the Xin Feng Guard, and the Wu Long Guard. As the emperor, Shen Nan had to take a longer-term perspective. For instance, he needed to consider how to suppress the imminent rebellion in Chuan Prefecture. Simply relying on the Black Dragon Xianbei Guard was not sufficient, and after its establishment, some personnel would need to remain to protect the imperial capital. Therefore, it was essential to create a special army specifically for suppressing the rebellion of the Lingxing sect. The Great Snow Dragon Riders, led by Chun Jibao, would be more suitable for this task. To establish the Great Snow Dragon Riders, securing war horses was the first priority. The 1,000 dragon horses bred by the Imperial Horse Bureau, which contained demon blood, were very appropriate for this purpose. Additionally, the formation of the Great Snow Dragon Riders. Shen Nan intends to reference the Snowy Mountain and form an elite unit, with all troops fully equipped with the finest gear. The least of the Snow Dragon Riders should be at the 8th rank, supplemented by Chun Jibao and the 25 Snow Dragon Riders exchanged as the core. It should be successfully established within 1 to 2 months. Chun Jibao nodded yes. After Shen Nan watched Chun Jibao leave, he did not go to bed immediately, but instead took out one document after another to read. The earlier incident with Han Lizzie had given him a reminder. Now, aside from the various experts summoned by the system, his greatest asset was the memories of the future. He was planning to arrange matters concerning the rebellion of the Qing Sheng sect in Chuanzhou. Shen Nan also planned to carefully review the files of the officials in Chuan Prefecture, intending to select some suitable officials from them. This would not only allow for early planning in Chuan Prefecture, but also help in gathering talented individuals for his own use. Indeed, there were quite a few talented people. Yin County Magistrate Zheng Lin and the Jinma Division's Captain Zhang Ershu. Shen Nan marked a personal name in bright red, and he gradually became clearer about his plans for Chuan Prefecture. This time, he aimed not only to completely suppress the rebellion instigated by the Lianqing sect in Chuan Prefecture, but also to establish it as the base for his future reforms of the Great Feng, with Chuan Prefecture at its core radiating to Liang Prefecture in the southern border. As time passed, for names had been marked in bright red on the documents. They were Zheng Lin, the county magistrate of Yun Prefecture, Zhang Ershu, a lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Division, Yun Shu, the defender of Qiliang, and Lu Yin, the daughter of the Lord. Although their future achievements may not compare to Han Lizzie, those who could be remembered by the future Yuanyu Emperor were certainly not ordinary individuals. Each of them was a great talent in their respective fields and loyal to the Great Feng. They had no ties to the Confucian, legalist, Taoist, Buddhist, or Lianqing sect forces. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The emperor is about to arrive, and you exhausted people still haven't tidied up. Especially keep an eye on those fiery warhorses. If anything happens, your lives are the least of your concerns. Don't drag your families down with you. In the northern suburbs of the imperial capital, at the Chitian Ranch overseen by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, the eunuchs responsible for the Imperial Horse Monitoring were extremely anxious upon hearing that Shen Nan was coming today. One by one, they frantically inspected their territory, fearing that any small problem might arise. Emperor Shen Nan, who has just ascended the throne for a few days, may not yet have strong prestige in other places. However, in the hearts of the eunuchs in the Imperial Horse Department, his authority has reached its peak. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong, the two chief eunuchs who have controlled the Imperial Horse Department for decades, can only hand everything over with trepidation. How dare they act recklessly? Moreover, in recent days, almost every day, a eunuch from the Imperial Horse Department has been investigated. Although the scenes are not one of rivers of blood on the surface, they are still extremely shocking. As a result, the entire Chitian Ranch is filled with a tense atmosphere, where even the grass and trees seem like soldiers. However, compared to the eunuch's anxiety, Shen Nan is relaxed and carefree. He lies on the comfortable imperial sedan chair, sipping fruit tea and eating desserts. Today's system mall refresh is truly hard to describe. It is still noon. It is still the usual system mall refresh. However, today there are no surprises. The West Factory Big Gift Package is still available. Unfortunately, the other two items are both tasteless and regrettable to discard, such as the Dragon Essence from the world of Fengyan. This is indeed a good item, capable of extending life for 1,000 years and greatly enhancing one's power. But the problem is that 150,000 points price serious? Moreover, this item is not without its drawbacks. The first transformation after the Dragon Essence is consumed can lead to undesirable outcomes, although it can be compensated for later and even transformed into a dragon. One Dragon Essence is simply not enough. As for spending 1,000 points to lock it in for future gradual redemption for Shen Nan, who is still striving to enhance his strength, he simply doesn't have the luxury to do so. Perhaps there will be opportunities for these in the future. The other item is similar in nature to the dragon essence, the blood of the phoenix consumed by Emperor Shirtian, which is somewhat better than the dragon essence. But the problem is, at a price of 500,000 points, it is not something Shen Nan can redeem at the moment. This also makes Shen Nan realize that sometimes the system mall refresh may not be that great. After all, it is a daily refresh, and it is inevitable that some situations arise that are hard to describe. Perhaps the appearance of these items is also meant to motivate Shen Nan to hurry up and become stronger. So, I'm still not strong enough. Shen Nan chuckled softly, slowly standing up and stepping out of the carriage. 1,000 people were kneeling in unison 100 meters ahead. The moment they saw Shen Nan, they all shouted loudly, "We welcome your majesty." Shen Nan waved his hand slightly. Let the internal official of the ranch come over. The so-called internal official is officially known as the supervising internal official. They're the top authority of the Imperial Horse supervisory offices in various regions. After Chao Zhengchun relayed the message, a slightly plump eunuch, dripping with sweat, quickly ran over. He knelt on the ground, looking constrained and nervous. "Your Majesty, I am Wang Liang, the supervising internal official of the Qitian ranch." Shen Nan glanced at Wang Liang and could tell from his keen eye that this person's cultivation was not weak, likely at the level of 4th to 3rd rank. However, such cultivation paired with such a timid personality made one wonder whether it was due to Shen Nan's own fierce presence or if this person was simply born timid. Nevertheless, since he could still serve as the internal inspector of the Qitian ranch despite the purges by Han Shangxian, Han Xian, Lu Zhong, and others, there should be no major issues. Please give a good introduction to the ranch for me. Shen Nan casually spoke as he walked towards the ranch, frowning at the thousands of kneeling eunuchs around him. Let these people disperse. I'm just here to take a look today. Wang Liang quickly said a few words to the eunuch beside him. Soon, everyone around began to scatter, leaving only a dozen young eunuchs to attend to him. Your Majesty, Wang Liang said as he walked. Currently, the Qitian ranch has a total of 345 dragon horses, among which there are 340 stallions and 1,005 mares, all carefully raised. The information Wang Liang provided was identical to the data previously mentioned by Han Shangxian. Shen Nan listened while waving his hand to let Wang Liang go prepare first. He then said to Han Shangxian, "Is there anyone from us at the Qitian ranch now?" What Shen Nan referred to was the person placed by Han Shangxian or the person arranged by Han Xian. Han Shangxian said softly, "This person is him. He has some familial ties with Han Xian. In the past, when he was at his wit's end, he castrated himself and sought refuge with Han Xian. Han Xian, feeling pity for him, allowed him to work at the ranch. However, before this, he was only in charge of the dining hall, and he has just been promoted 2 days ago. Castrated himself?" Shen Nan didn't realize that this person was quite ruthless, but he could understand the situation described by Han Shangxian. After all, the Royal Horse Monitoring Office had purged too many people before, so the personnel situation was probably a bit chaotic. He said, "Let Chao Jingchun come over to manage for a few days." Qitian Ranch was the only ranch in the capital, Yongzhou, that raised dragon horses. And it was also one of the only 2 ranches in the entire Feng that had dragon horses. Since Shen Nan wanted to use the dragon horses to create the great snow dragon riders, he naturally couldn't hand over the ranch to someone else. Han Feng nu did, understood. Top, top, top. The sound of hooves echoed in the distance. Shen Nan turned his head to look, and it was Chun Jibao who had rushed over on horseback. When leaving the palace today, Chun Jibao was originally part of the escort, but after learning that Han Lizzie had information to convey, Shen Nan let him go to see what information Han Lizzie had to deliver. Now it seemed that the exchange had already concluded. After Chun Jibao landed, he said, "Your Majesty, Han Lizzie had sent over the military equipment and actual personnel list of the Fu Junwei today." This statement left Shen Nan slightly taken aback. Han Lizzie had such capability? While it could be said that Han Lizzie had done his homework well and was already familiar with the situation of the Fu Junwei regarding the personnel list, the military equipment seemed a bit exaggerated. It should be known that even Li Si in the Ministry of Justice couldn't find out the military equipment situation of the Red Dragon 10 guards. After all, the depths of the military equipment were too profound, and the authority held by the Ji Jinwu was not related to these matters. The Ministry of War did have records of the Red Dragon 10 guards' military equipment, but Shen Nan had casually discarded those records after glancing at them a few times. They could not possibly reflect the true military equipment of the Red Dragon 10 guards. If they were to follow the records kept by the Ministry of War, the annual military salary of the Red Dragon 10 guards would just about fit. In such a case, what would the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu eat? Chen Jibao nodded seriously. I have roughly checked, and it is indeed the case. At least for the Shaodian camp. The military equipment reserves differ from the Ministry of Revenue's military equipment by about half, and this is just the military equipment situation. According to Han Lizzie, many people in the Red Dragon 10 guards privately sell weapons, trading their fine armor and weapons for inferior ones. If this is the case, the military equipment might only amount to at most 30% of the records. Shen Nan couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this. Like father, like son, these parasites will eventually hollow out the Great Feng. After 800 years of peace in the Great Feng, what we've nurtured are these pampered soldiers. It's one thing for their combat power to be inadequate, but they can even privately sell the weapons and armor that accompany their own lives. Shen Nan had long been aware that the situation of the Red Dragon 10 guards was dire. However, the extent of their decay was still beyond his imagination. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on these matters now. There would be time for accounting after the upcoming troop reduction. He said to Chen Jibao, how is the preparation for the troop reduction going? When can we initiate it? Shen Nan no longer has much patience, and he doesn't have to wait until the day of the parade to take action. The so-called parade 15 days later is merely a pretense to deceive the Chu state's lineage. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jibao said, if all goes well, we can start the day after tomorrow. Shen Nan nodded slightly, and then he looked at Han Shengxian on the side. Has the arrangement over at Yuhua Tian already begun? Arrange what? It is precisely the 4 people that Shen Nan selected from the list of officials in Chuanzhou yesterday. After Shen Nan selected these individuals, he instructed Yuhua Tian to send someone to release them in advance. Not only could this allow for early arrangements, but it would also enable Yuhua Tian's personnel to familiarize themselves with the situation in Chuanzhou. Moreover, with the assistance of these locals, it was believed that Yuhua Tian could establish the Western factory in Chuanzhou more quickly. Han Shengxian lowered his head and said, it has already been arranged. 5 members of the Kueihua Guard left the palace yesterday with your majesty's decree. I have also prepared 5 dragon horses for them, and they are expected to deliver your majesty's decree by tomorrow morning. The dragon horses infused with demon blood are several times stronger than the ancient blood-sweating horses of the past. Although the imperial capital of Yongzhou is thousands of miles away from Chuanzhou, the speed of the dragon horses means they can arrive within a day and night at most. Furthermore, the Kueihua Guard are experts at the peak of the 5th rank, and they can withstand such consumption. Shen Nan was just about to speak when he heard a rumbling sound, like the stampede of thousands of horses. He looked into the distance and saw that at the far end of the ranch, there were thousands of red dragons galloping wildly. From afar, they resembled a tidal wave of red sweeping toward him. This is also the reason why this place is named Red Field Ranch. The so-called Red Field is more accurately described as Red Sky. As the dragon horses galloped, the sky was also about to be dyed red. Even though Shen Nan was still over 10 miles away from these dragon horses, he could feel the tremors of the ground and the might of the dragon horses. Especially the faint traces of bloodthirsty aura were astonishing. If the presence of demon blood was already like this, how would it be when the great demons of the savage demon race appeared? Shen Nan was somewhat skeptical that those great demons would emerge with a bloodthirsty surge, their demonic aura overwhelming. It seemed that upon hearing Shen Nan's words, Chao Zhengchun, standing beside him, whispered, I checked the records, and each of these dragon horses is equivalent to a 7th-grade demon among the barbaric demon clans. The lead horses are even at the level of 4th to 3rd grade. With over 1,000 dragon horses, even an ordinary 1st-grade demon general wouldn't dare to face their might. What they possess is not so much demonic blood as it is dragon blood. Chao Zhengchun, being diligent and earnest, had clearly studied a lot of materials secretly last night. Shen Nan glanced at Chao Zhengchun a few more times before shifting his gaze back to the scene of the dragon horse galloping. He was getting closer to the dragon horse. Shen Nan also saw through the methods used by the people of the Horse Control Bureau to control the dragon horses. Several grooms from the Horse Control Bureau were at the front, galloping on horseback, and then using the incense in their hands to control the dragon horses. This method was somewhat strange. Han Shengxian said from the side, this is the soul-soothing incense made by Qinghe Palace, which can calm the mind with its fragrance. Originally, the dragon horses were not guided this way. Instead, they were controlled by the inner officials of the Horse Control Bureau to lead and direct them. It's just, he didn't finish his sentence. Shen Nan also understood his meaning. The former eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department was likely long dead by now. However, he felt no regret. While such a person could be considered talented, they were also a great pest. Moreover, a talented individual could be even more terrifying when it came to corruption. Shen Nan whispered, "Chen Jibao." In an instant, Chen Jibao stood up, followed closely by 20 Dashua dragon riders, who all dismounted in unison. They then charged directly towards the 1,000 dragon horses. The Dashua dragon riders were not only skilled in battle, but also had a unique way of training horses. As Chen Jibao and the others charged, their fierce aura connected together. "Who? Get out of the way. Be careful." Several grooms leading the dragon horses panicked. They had received orders that if anything happened today, their families would likely face the same fate. However, before they could panic too much, they saw Chen Jibao flash and land on the lead horse. Without any visible action, the originally agitated lead horse was instantly calmed down. And then a wave of military and killing intent surged into the sky. Boom! The fierce aura spread out. The dragon horse herd, which had been slightly chaotic, instantly quieted down, even trembling a bit. At that moment, more than 20 Dashua dragon riders mounted their dragon horses and galloped freely. This scene astonished everyone from the horse monitoring bureau around them. The inner official Wang Liang looked at Chen Jibao with a slight chill. A military genius? He had never heard that there was a military genius beside His Majesty. Shen Nan, however, did not care about the reactions of these people. He simply admired the coordination between Chen Jibao and the Dashua dragon riders along with the dragon horses. In his plan, these Dashua dragon riders will be selected from the Qilong 10 guards, with the chosen ones being physically robust. Not only must they be terrifyingly strong, but they must also be skilled in weaponry, all at the level of a 100-man enemy. If they were to enter the battlefield, they would all be clad in hundreds of pounds of cold, iron-heavy armor and wielding the northern Liang sabers weighing over 100 pounds. With such elite troops, combined with the battlefield tactics mastered by Chen Jibao, once they charged, even a mere 5,000 would be unstoppable, victorious in every battle. Their might and reputation far surpassing that of the Dashua dragon riders. After all, there was no crafting institute in the snow, nor did Shen Nan have such a powerful system. The Dashua dragon riders would dominate the world. The Dashua dragon riders of Feng must also be like this. Not only must they be nearly invincible in battle, but they must also instill fear across the land. Even a first-grade terrestrial immortal could be pushed aside by 5,000 Dashua dragon riders. With over 10,000, even 10 realm celestial beings would be unable to stop them. This is Shen Nan's expectation for the Dashua dragon riders. However, creating such a force would undoubtedly require an enormous amount of resources. But so what? With a population of billions and vast territories rich in resources, as long as there is no corruption and greed among those in power, can't a truly invincible army be raised? Just take the Qilong 10 guards. With their annual military pay of 23 million taels, that should be sufficient, right? Just then, a eunuch suddenly approached Han Shangxian and said a few words. After hearing this, he leaned closer to Shen Nan. "Your Majesty, Lu Zhong has already volunteered to go to Chuan Prefecture to serve as the military supervisor." Upon hearing this, Shen Nan chuckled lightly. "You go back and handle this matter, and let Zhang Hu be more compliant." He currently had no intention of soothing Zhang Hu, nor was there any need to do so. Zhang Hu had never had any room for choice from the beginning. Bang! Bang! Sounds of smashing and shattering echoed from Zhang Hu's house, accompanied by faint, low growls and roars. The dozens of adopted sons at the door dared not make sound. After Zhang Hu returned yesterday, he had expressed his intention to be reassigned to Chuanzhou to his adopted sons, instructing them on many matters and stating that from now on, Han Xingxian would be in charge of the imperial ceremony office, urging them to serve well. These adopted sons were certainly anxious due to losing the support of Zhang Hu, but they also feared Han Shangxian greatly. However, they felt somewhat relieved, as they had managed to get through this ordeal. If they served Han Shangxian well, they might still have a chance to advance. Yet, before they could prepare to do anything, they heard the news that Lu Zhong had volunteered to be reassigned to Chuanzhou as a military supervisor. And then it turned into this situation. The eunuchs around glanced at each other. Ultimately, no one dared to enter the house, each with their heads bowed. Inside the room, Zhang Hu's expression was terrifyingly dark, and his eyes were filled with intense resentment. "I've already backed down to this extent. Why, Your Majesty, does Lu Zhong still refuse to let me go? What more do you want me to do? Especially Lu Zhong. Does he really think Your Majesty can trust the Buddhist sect?" Zhang, who had been in charge of the eunuchs for decades and had navigated the palace for many years. Once this matter arose, Zhang Hu understood what the emperor's intentions were. Yet, he had no way to say anything to the emperor. This was not only because Shen Nan's power was firmly suppressing him, but also because he was in the wrong logically. After all, he had acted so wildly yesterday that he almost believed his own performance. Even if Zhang Hu went to speak to the emperor could easily refute him with just one sentence. The emperor is truly different from before. After his fury, Zhang Hu became even more composed, regaining the demeanor of the chief eunuch. In such a short time since the ascension, he has already far surpassed the late emperor and even the Ming Chong emperor. He no longer dared to view Shen Nan as just a teenage monarch. He increasingly sensed the emperor's unfathomable depth, not only in strength and foundation, but also in temperament. This time, Zhang Hu was completely finished. There was no need to think about the authority of the imperial ceremony office anymore. Since Zhang Hu had spoken those words yesterday, it was clear that from now on, the imperial ceremony office would be decided by Han Shangxian. The only choice he had was to submit to the emperor or be imprisoned in this deep palace. I will at most just be a dog for the emperor. Lu Zhong. Zhang Hu chuckled coldly. He knew he still had some value, and with the emperor's demonstrated foundation and temperament, it was not impossible for Zhang Hu to ally with the emperor, as his relationship with the Buddhist sect was more of mutual benefit. There was no notion of gratitude within the Buddhist sect. It was more about the strong respecting the strong and mutual exploitation. Since that was the case, it didn't matter who he served as a dog. As long as the emperor could resolve the issues concerning the Buddhist sect, Zhang Hu might as well be a dog for the emperor. However, Lu Zhong did not have such hopes. Although it seemed Lu Zhong had gained a significant advantage, he would inevitably meet a tragic end, just as Zhang Hu was sorting out his thoughts on how to genuinely submit to the emperor and gain his trust. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Be a dog for the emperor? You are not qualified. Han Shangxian, dressed in a bright red robe, silently appeared in the room. Unlike Zhang Hu's chilling demeanor, Han Xingxuan's coldness carried a strong scent of blood, resembling a harbinger of death. Zhang Hu merely exuded a cold aura. The two were not on the same level at all, especially at this moment, as Han Shangxian appeared. The 3,000 red threads surrounding him made him look like a great demon, the scent of blood truly horrifying. Zhang Hu had seen the blood-stained sorcerers of the Buddhist sect, but he had never felt such a degree of bloodlust from a single person. Master Han. Zhang Hu's heart trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on Han Shangxian. Is it possible that Master Han fears I will threaten you? He had already intended to submit to the emperor, so he was not afraid of any actions the emperor might take against him. Rather, he was concerned if Han Shangxian had any private thoughts. Threaten? Han Shangxian laughed, his smile cold and unfeeling. With you? Swish. In an instant, the 3,000 red threads completely enveloped Zhang Hu. In that moment, Zhang Hu felt the gap between himself and Han Shangxian. Although both were second-grade masters of refining spirit, there were distinctions even among the second grade. Zhang Hu was at most at the peak level of a common second grade. Han Shangxian, however, could easily massacre second-grade and third-grade opponents as if crushing an ant. He was invincible beneath the first-grade terrestrial immortals. The two were not even on the same level. With Han Xingxuan's strength, wanting to kill Zhang Hu was effortless. Zhang Hu would not even have the ability to resist. Han Shangxian continued coldly, let alone you. Even if Lu Zhong were added, how long could you live in my hands? In the past, I spared you because you had value. But now what does it matter if I kill you? What I mean is, you're not even qualified to be a dog for the emperor. If you want to be one, you can only be my dog. Zhang Hu's face turned pale. He could not utter a single word, nor could he move. Han Shangxian calmly withdrew the 3,000 red threads. From now on, you will assist me in managing the imperial ceremony office. The matters concerning the Buddhist sect will be handled by the emperor. On the surface, you will still be the head of the imperial ceremony office and the internal supporter of the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu's pupils dilated sharply, and his body trembled involuntarily. This was not merely the intimidation of the 3,000 red threads. It was that he had never expected that his background had already been known by the emperor. Zhang Hu had gone to great lengths to hide his connection to the Buddhist sect, not even allowing his most trusted adopted sons into his room, living in constant fear. Though he exuded a cold aura, what eunuch's internal power was not cold. Only someone like Lu Zhong, who came from a Buddhist background, was different. Han Xian, a military family eunuch, was even more of an anomaly. Han Xingxuan's figure suddenly vanished. Zhang Hu instantly felt a wave of relief. But his inner fear only grew more exaggerated. Just how Han Shangxian had left, he had not seen at all. This meant that if Han Shangxian wanted to kill him, he could easily take his life at any moment. His life and fortune were in someone else's hands, and his greatest secret had been exposed. Even if Han Shangxian left quietly, Zhang Hu realized he had no choice at all. After a long time, Zhang Hu regained his usual cold demeanor and walked out of the house. However, this time, He was no longer the internal supporter of the Buddhist sect, the great eunuch who had been in charge for decades. Instead, he was Han Shengxuan's dog, a bait for the emperor, merely a tool. The Feng cabinet. The 6 cabinet ministers were diligently reviewing memorials. The second assistant, Yang Ku, frowned. The atmosphere in the imperial city had become increasingly strange in recent days, and the mood within the cabinet was even more so. Among these 7 old foxes in the cabinet, who could not see the frequent actions of His Majesty. Yet, no one said a word. Yang Ku himself did not wish to say much, but today Lu Zhong's self-recommendation was indeed somewhat odd. Toba Bodhisattva's actions were also becoming bolder, as he had begun to form private factions. The Duke of Chu was hosting banquets day after day, and anyone could see that he intended to create a significant event during the military parade. Yang had also heard rumors that it seemed to be related to the army. Could they really turn a blind eye to such a situation in the court? Yang looked at the chief minister, Zhang Su, who was still as diligent as ever, seemingly serious as he browsed through the memorials. From time to time, he instructed the eunuch beside him to send the memorials to the court of ceremonial, as if nothing had changed in Feng at all. As they were about to leave their posts, Yang could no longer hold back. Zhang Su, are you just going to watch like this? Zhang Su slowly put down the memorial in his hand, raised his head to look at Yang Ku, and replied, if not this way, then what do you suggest? Should the ministers pay their respects, or should the censors submit a petition? Or perhaps you and I should go together to pay our respects to His Majesty, to prevent His Majesty from becoming like King Wu. Although Shen Nan's actions were secretive, the significant commotion caused by the dissolution of the Red Dragon 10 guards was something that the Prime Minister Zhang Su could certainly discern. However, he could never have imagined just how quickly Shen Nan was moving. He merely thought that the clash between His Majesty and the Duke of Chu was taking place during the military parade. Given this, Zhang Su naturally felt no urgency. Yang Ku's brows furrowed even more. Even if this was not the case, he should still advise His Majesty. After all, His Majesty was still young and could not fully comprehend the complexities surrounding the Red Dragon 10 guards and the vast background of the Duke of Chu's lineage. Zhang Su laughed upon hearing this. Why not advise the Duke of Chu to take a step back? Wasn't the Red Dragon 10 guards originally His Majesty's authority? Although Confucian scholars and military nobles did not have much interaction in the past, the military nobles from the Duke of Chu's lineage, relying on their control of the Red Dragon 10 guards, acted with extreme impunity. Zhang Su also wanted to seize this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the military nobles. As for His Majesty's schemes, in Zhang Su's view, they were bound to fail. The situation with the Red Dragon 10 guards had been complex for more than a day or two. It had been like this for 300 years. Which emperor had not thought of reforming the Red Dragon 10 guards? But why did they all fail in the end? It was because no one could smoothly resolve the issues surrounding the Red Dragon 10 guards. Not to mention the complicated marriage ties behind the military nobles. Just the Red Dragon 10 guards stationed in the imperial capital consisted of over 100,000 elite soldiers. Even if these elite soldiers were not as formidable as before, there were still not many capable fighters among them. But they were all seasoned warriors. How could one arrange or reform over 100,000 warriors? This was an unsolvable problem, one that a newly enthroned monarch could not resolve in just a few days. Even if Shen Nan had a war god of the 11th realm by his side, it would be of no use. Yang Ku understood Zhang Su's thoughts and said solemnly, what if a disturbance arises? Disturbance? Zhang Su chuckled and shook his head. What kind of disturbance can a group of commoners cause? It would merely be a mutiny or riot, and with our combined strength, can we not suppress it? Moreover, if it truly came to that, would Feng not intervene? And he squinted. I've already summoned 5 great Confucians from the academy. Even if a disturbance does arise, it can be swiftly quelled. What is a great Confucian? It is a master of the 2nd rank in the Confucian hierarchy. The martial arts system of Confucianism is different from others. Those at the 4th rank do not cultivate vigor, but rather the righteous qi. By the 4th rank, one has comprehended the righteous qi, and by the 3rd rank, it is perfected. The 2nd rank great Confucians have even integrated the righteous qi with the heavens and earth, possessing the ability to command with their words. With this Confucian law, even if an army of over 10,000 were to riot, the 5 great Confucians could still command them. After all, it is impossible for over 100,000 troops to gather and cause a riot. Even if such a situation were to occur, would Feng's overwhelming power over the imperial capital be a joke? Zhang Su even hoped for some disturbances to occur, so that His Majesty would settle down and understand who the true pillar and foundation of the Great Feng was, rather than running off to the Tiangong Institute or the Qitian pasture. The cabinet is where His Majesty should spend more time. Yang Ku's expression turned icy. Even if there are great Confucians to suppress it, do you know how many people will die? Zhang Su shook his head and did not respond. Instead, he said, His Majesty has been on the throne for several days now. It is time to select the officials for the classic lectures, right? Also, the Hamlin Academy's readers and lecturers should also be chosen. Does your Bailu Cave Academy have suitable candidates? This was obviously a proposition for a deal. Led by Yang Ku, the Bailu Cave Academy. As long as the Confucian scholars from the humble families did not interfere with this matter, the upcoming Hamlin Academy readers, lecturers, and classic officials would all be from the humble families. It should be noted that these official positions are the closest to His Majesty, especially the classic officials. If one could successfully gain His Majesty's trust, the future would be limitless. Yang Ku stared at Zhang Su. You are using the safety of the imperial capital to promote the Confucians. These conditions are indeed excellent. But given Yang Ku's temperament, how could he agree? Zhang Su naturally understood this point. The reason he put forth these conditions was not to persuade Yang Ku, but to speak to the Confucians from the humble families behind Yang Ku. The Bailu Cave Academy was never just Yang Ku's academy. He was strong-willed, but others might not be. If you are willing to advise His Majesty, I want to stop you, but do you truly believe His Majesty will listen? Although His Majesty is only 15 years old, his thoughts are not those of a typical youth. I advise you not to underestimate His Majesty. Why is Yang Ku the second assistant, while Zhang Su is the first? This is not only because Zhang Su represents a more powerful family of Confucians than the humble families, but also because Yang Ku's temperament is too strong. He has been too rigid in front of Ming Chongdi, the late emperor, often speaking in grand principles. How many emperors would like such a minister? More crucially, Yang Ku's influence is too weak. Many matters he can only speak about but cannot resolve. I have never looked down on His Majesty. Yang Ku said firmly, Everything I do is for the Great Feng. Zhang Su did not respond. If you're going to the court, then go quickly. As he spoke, he lazily walked toward the cabinet's exit. Seeing this, Yang Ku wanted to say something but ultimately gave up. He merely lowered his head to write a memorial, which he then submitted to the Board of Rights to present to His Majesty. A court audience? Given His Majesty's behavior in the past few days, Yang Ku had no confidence that he could successfully advise him. Moreover, Yang Ku also knew the power of Zhang Su's earlier words. Even if Yang Ku were determined to advise, those behind him might not fully support him. Yang Ku sighed inwardly, this Great Feng. Just as Yang Ku's memorial was delivered to the Board of Rights, Han Sheng, who was in charge of the board, immediately sent it over. Just as Zhang Su had anticipated, Shen Nan merely glanced at the memorial before closing it. Yang Ku. The humble Confucians of the Great Feng do have some commendable individuals, but unfortunately, most are merely those who engage in empty talk that harms the country. When the imperial capital of the Great Feng fell, I remember very clearly how these people reacted. The water was too cold. It was merely the lowest joke of the Great Feng. Shen Nan was not as obstinate and self-willed as Zhang Su, but he also could not heed Yang Ku's advice. Not to mention that the disarmament plan had reached a critical moment. Even if the disarmament plan had not yet begun, he could not stop. An emperor without sufficient power is ultimately just a puppet on the surface. The Emperor of Defeng could become an emperor simply because Defeng had been established for 800 years. The Shen family's reputation is so high that no one dares to rebel, and no one can succeed in rebellion either. Taoism, legalism, Confucianism, and Buddhism are also intricately intertwined, mutually restraining each other, with national treasures suppressing everything, and the king of the North Station in Yuzhou, along with people like Shang Yang from the legalist school, maintaining order. This has resulted in the fragile balance of the Great Feng for so many years. Shen Nan's goal has never been to be an overt emperor. He truly seeks supreme imperial power. However, Yang Ku is someone who can be utilized. He slightly squinted his eyes. After I emerge from seclusion tomorrow, have you Hua Tian and Qin Jibao come over. Shen Nan will start to truly implement the disarmament plan tomorrow. Some matters also need to be settled by then. Han Qingshuan's voice came, understood. The next day, in Jinghua Palace, dishes were brought in one after another by the palace maids. There were as many as 8 meat dishes, 6 vegetable dishes, 1 soup, 1 staple food, and 1 tea placed in front of Shen Nan. These ingredients were carefully prepared by the imperial kitchen, including rare and precious medicinal materials. The value of this lunch alone amounted to a full 100 taels. This means that Shen Nan's monthly meals would cost nearly 1,000 taels, totaling around 10,000 taels of silver a year. And this is just for meals. If we add the elixirs supplied by Qinghe Palace each month, it would be close to 100,000 taels of silver. This also explains why Empress Jing needs to take 500,000 taels of silver from the Imperial Horse Bureau each year. The resources needed for the cultivation of the 10 realm celestials are even more exaggerated than one might imagine. Some resources cannot even be purchased with money. Shen Nan was not just acting on a whim. He realized his own luxury. In terms of his expenditures, he was already considered frugal compared to the emperors of the past dynasties of the Great Feng. Emperor Chong and the previous emperor spent at least several 100,000 taels of silver each year on imperial meals and elixirs, which is also why the treasury was so empty when Shen Nan took over. At this moment, Shen Nan was thinking more about the issue of raising the army. If he wanted to create a force of over 10,000 great snow dragon riders, the annual expenses for food and elixirs would be at the level of 6 million taels of silver. In addition, with tens of thousands of Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers, the annual expenditure would be around 30 million taels of silver. Chen Jibao, Yu Huatian, and Chao Zhengchun were all listening below. After hearing this, Chao Zhengchun said, "Your Majesty, 30 million taels is already sufficient." Shen Nan shook his head and said, "The annual military expenditure of the Great Feng is nearly 300 million. I only need 30 million taels of silver to raise a truly invincible army. Although the numbers may be fewer, their combat power will far exceed that." He had no intention of commenting further. Instead, he instructed Chen Jibao, "The selection of the great snow dragon riders will be entrusted to you in the future, and the necessary food supplements will be fully supplied by the Imperial Horse Office. The military pay will also temporarily go through the Imperial Horse Office. As for the elixirs needed for cultivation, we will decide after I make a trip to the Qinghe Palace. The plan for troop production is about to begin." Shen Nan also planned to make a division of the Red Dragon 10 guards, and this time at least 50% of the personnel would be reduced. Only those truly capable of combat would remain. Most of these elite troops would then be merged into the Black Dragon guards, and there would no longer be any mention of the Red Dragon 10 guards, but rather the Black Dragon 5 guards, consisting mainly of 50,000 elite troops, along with an additional 100,000 auxiliary soldiers. This would serve as the foundation for protecting the imperial capital and also be Shen Nan's true trump card for dealing with various forces in the future. Furthermore, among these elite troops, a selection would be made to ultimately choose several thousand to join the Snow Dragon Riders, which could also be referred to as the Red Dragon Riders. Even if the numbers were insufficient, they should not be filled with unqualified personnel. These Red Dragon Riders would be the main force in quelling the rebellion of the Ling Shang sect in Chuan province in the future. However, achieving this goal would require more than just reorganizing and reducing the military. Shen Nan still needs to gather a batch of military supplies to strengthen them. Based on Zhang Jiao's recent communications with the Tiangong Institute, it should not be a problem to assemble tens of thousands of elite military supplies, and they can even guarantee the availability of magical tools. Every commander who leads over 3,000 troops should have a magical tool in hand. The only thing left is the elixirs needed for daily cultivation, which will require Shen Nan to make a trip to the Taoist Qinghe Palace. But that must be after the troop production. Otherwise, he doesn't have any similar techniques like the Yellow Turban Warriors or the ability to turn beans into soldiers to attract the Qinghe Palace. Only by exerting pressure can he ensure a stable supply of elixirs from the Qinghe Palace, which will also help reduce some costs. Just like how the Tiangong Institute monopolizes 70% of the Defeng armor and weapons, the Qinghe Palace has been draining resources from Defeng for many years, and they also need to contribute to the strength of Defeng. If they are unwilling, Shen Nan is cutting troops, and the next target after Chuanzhou is Qinghe Palace. Chen Jibao nodded. "When does Your Majesty plan to meet those generals?" "Tomorrow is the scheduled time for troop production. At that time, the army will start the troop cut followed by the cooperating, and then will be reorganized. Ultimately, these forces will directly push towards Xianfeng and Wulong, successfully reducing the entire Qilong 10 guards in one day. This is the plan of Shen Nan, Chen Jibao, and others. Only in this way can the troop production be completed with the least cost and the fastest speed. Once the dust settles, even if the Confucians have any thoughts, they can only hold them back, and the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu will completely become toothless tigers, allowing Shen Nan to manipulate and cut them at will. You go arrange it. Let them come to the palace to see me tonight." Shen Nan now has an extraordinary control over the imperial palace. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong have been completely incapacitated, and the eunuchs all fear Han Shangxian, making it absolutely impossible for anyone to act recklessly. Furthermore, there are also Han Xian's 10,000 elite troops patrolling the palace. Additionally, within the imperial city, there are the Tiger Ben guards and the Ming King's heavy armored soldiers, both under the control of Tuoba Bodhisattva. With such power in place, Shen Nan arranged for a few people to enter the palace, making it impossible for anyone to notice. However, the Empress Dowager Jing in the Deep Palace might have some discrepancies. But from the Empress Dowager Jing's indifferent attitude in recent days, it can be seen that this old grandmother may not care about these trivial matters, and her attitude toward Shen Nan is also extremely lenient. As for how to deal with the Empress Dowager Jing in the future, it will be no different from Qinghe Palace. Shen Nan, lacking sufficient strength, naturally chose not to pay attention to Empress Jing for the time being. Thinking of this, Shen Nan then said, Han Shengxian, you are to instruct Yang Ku to accompany me to the military governor's office tomorrow. The deputy Yang Ku? Before Han Shengxian could respond, Chao Zhengchun had a puzzled expression. Chen Jibao had a thoughtful look. Is your majesty planning to use the humble Confucian Yang Ku to suppress the aristocratic Confucians led by Prime Minister Jiangsu? From this reaction, one can also see the personalities and abilities of the three. Han Shengxian absolutely respects Shen Nan's orders. Chao Zhengchun, though diligent, ultimately lacks some ability, while Chen Jibao reacts very quickly and can instantly understand Shen Nan's intentions. Shen Nan slightly nodded. A gentleman can only be deceived. Although Yang Ku is also a Confucian, he is the leader of the Confucians from humble backgrounds, completely different from Jiangsu. Jiangsu represents the standard scholar official, whose main concern is how to wield more power, adhering to the concept of the Son of Heaven ruling the world with ease. Isn't this idea just a justification for their own desires, with the emperor as a puppet? Moreover, the intermarriage among aristocratic Confucians creates a complex web of relationships, and much of the corruption in the Great Feng Kingdom is largely due to these people's actions. They form cliques for personal gain, each only caring about their own interests. Yang Ku, representing the Confucians from humble backgrounds, may be seen as mere empty talkers of the clean stream, but in the end, they still profess loyalty to the ruler. Since Yang Ku has submitted this memorial, how could I possibly betray his heartfelt passion? When Shen Nan said this, there was a chill in his expression. It was evident that his view of the Confucians from humble backgrounds was not as favorable as he claimed. The truth is the same. These Confucians from humble backgrounds are essentially just the powerless members of the Donglin party. While there are indeed talented individuals among the humble, many of them, once they gain power, tend to be far more greedy than the aristocratic Confucians. Shen Nan only wanted to use Yang Ku's name to make him take the blame, forcing him to confront the aristocratic Confucians. He even aimed to deepen the rift between the aristocratic Confucians and the humble-born Confucians, preparing for future reforms in the court. Otherwise, with the current power of the Confucians, even Shen Nan would find it difficult to cope. Chen Jibao praised, saying, Your Majesty has already shown some imperial means. The King of Defeng may seem to lack strength, but both the nation's fortune and the national treasures are sources of power, and the strongest weapon in the hands of a ruler is none other than righteousness. Shen Nan ascended to the throne in order of succession, making him the legitimate emperor of the Great Feng. The establishment of the Great Feng was also very rightful, as it was a realm carved out step by step by the Great Feng's founding emperor with sword and gun. 800 years of territory may lead to increasing decadence and corruption in society, but it will also engrave the name of Great Feng deeply in people's hearts. The significance of legitimacy is extremely important in any world. Moreover, the Great Feng Emperor does possess strength. Legalist thinkers like Xiangyang have always been the most loyal to Great Feng. If there were ever a major crisis for Great Feng, even the old matriarch, Empress Dowager Jing, would take action. The King of the North, Shen Yu, is also a member of the royal family. Not to mention the numerous dukes and nobles across the land. These individuals share the life and death, honor and disgrace of the Great Feng royal family. The only issue is that Shen Nan's personal strength is not strong enough. Being the emperor of Great Feng does not equate to Shen Nan himself. What he needs to do is to completely align his name with that of the Great Feng Emperor. Soon, Chen Jibao, Han Shengxian, and others went down to get to work. Chao Jingchun served at his side. Shen Nan finally had time to focus on the system. He had just broken through a level when Chen Jibao and Han Shengxian arrived, and he hadn't had the chance to check the changes in the shop today. System. Host. Shen Nan. Age. 34. Wealth. None. Influence. Black Dragon Xian Bird Guard. Ming Wang Heavy Armor Soldiers. Under his command, Tuoba Bodhisattva, 11th Realm Martial God. Chen Jibao, 10th Realm Celestial. Great Sage Zhang Jiao, 10th Realm Celestial Peak. Han Shengxian, 2nd Rank Grandmaster Peak. Li Si, 10th Realm Celestial Peak. Yu Huatian, 4th Rank. Chao Zhengchun, 3rd Rank Peak. 15 Sunflower Guards, 5th Rank Warriors. 25 Great Snow Dragon Riders. 2,800 Ming Wang Heavy Armor Soldiers. Martial Arts. 9 Dragons True Chi, 4th rank Gangqi Mastery, Small Grandmaster Peak. Items, none. Overall level. Preliminary qualification for the restoration of the country. Restoration points, 2,200 points. Task, destroy any major power. Standard for major powers, top 20 powers in the world. Reward, guaranteed gift pack of 12th realm and above, 30,000 restoration points. This is Shen Nan's current panel. Compared to the rapidly changing panel when he first ascended the throne, his panel had not changed for several days, which is also due to the different nature of this task. It cannot be completed in an instant. Moreover, as Shen Nan's power grows, the difficulty of his tasks will inevitably increase step by step until the true restoration of the country is completed. Perhaps then a new invigorating task for the Great Feng will be opened. After all, although the system is a restoration system, restoration has never been the end, but merely the beginning. Guaranteed gift pack for the 12th realm level. Shen Nan's gaze fell on the rewards of this system task. He was extremely eager for this gift package. Although he already had many talented individuals under his command, he still lacked a true master who could suppress everything. Perhaps this person would be the one. Shen Nan was filled with anticipation, but he also glanced disdainfully at his revival points. After 3 days of hard training, he had only accumulated 2,200 revival points, along with a Xianhua Divine Bow and a hardening skill. The speed of accumulating strength was truly too slow. So slow that Shen Nan wished he could wipe out the Chu Kingdom's Gong lineage today and claim the 30,000 revival points as a reward. As Shen Nan looked down the attributes panel, he discovered that the system store had released a brand new package today, the Talented Hero Package. The Talented Hero Package could grant talents from all realms. The exchange price was 1,000 points. The upper and lower limits of this package were shockingly exaggerated. According to the system's description, the upper limit could yield figures like the Young Huang Tian Emperor or Yi Tian Emperor, but it could also go as low as producing someone like Ling Hu Chong, a so-called talented hero. When did the term talented hero become so commonplace? Shen Nan couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at the 2 mall options behind him. Although they had some value, it was clear that the Tianjiao Great Gift Pack was much more appealing. Indeed, sometimes having a catchy name is a good thing. Shen Nan chuckled. Exchange for 2 heroic gift packs. The disarmament is about to begin. It would be great if we could add 2 more hands. I just hope we don't get any ridiculously outrageous heroes. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of light appeared. This time, they were both a deep blue color. Although it was blue skies and white clouds, the rewards inside surprised Shen Nan a bit. The rewards were none other than Qin Shi Mingyu World S Dong Jun Yin Fei, peak 3rd rank sorceress, and Qin Shi Mingyu World S Yu Shun Wu Duan, peak 3rd rank sorceress. Shen Nan did not expect that the azure glow could summon these 2 extraordinary young women. He originally thought it would summon a low-level martial prodigy like Ling Hu Chong. It seems that the system's upper limit can indeed summon the Emperor of the Wild. Regardless of whether it can summon the Emperor of the Wild, these 2 can certainly be considered prodigies. Both the Moon Goddess and the Eastern Lord became protectors of the Yin-Yang family at just over 10 years old. Even though some of their achievements may be attributed to Dong Huang Tai Yi, it still cannot hide their outstanding talents. At the very least, in the world of Qin Shi Mingyue, how can one not call these 2 prodigies? Especially their realm as 3rd-grade sorcerers is even more astonishing. Shen Nan's next move will be to lay out plans for Chuanzhou, which will inevitably involve dealing with the people from the Liansheng sect. The Liansheng sect operates within a system of sorcerers from various schools and streams, excelling in unpredictable and mysterious techniques. However, no matter how elusive their sorcery may be, what would happen if they faced the Yin-Yang school's 5 elements Yin-Yang techniques? Astrology laws, sleep-sealing spells, heart-controlling spells, soul-changing methods, soul-shifting techniques, and the 6 souls terror spell. Aren't all of these techniques mysterious? Moreover, both Dong Jun and Yin Fei are not pure and innocent. Their intentions and personalities are extremely decisive and ruthless. They are best suited to assist Yu Huatian in establishing the Western Factory in Chuanzhou. Alternatively, this Western Factory may not be called the Western Factory in the future, but rather a new name could be chosen. Or perhaps the Moon Goddess and Yin Fei could establish a new power organization in Chuanzhou. Shen Nan was lost in thought, but his actions were swift, claimed the reward. As the mist swirled, 2 extraordinarily beautiful women appeared in the Hall of Scenic Splendor. Yin Fei wore a dark blue long dress, her long hair tied low, her eyes calm, while the Moon Goddess donned a light blue short robe, her purple hair styled up, her eyes veiled with a thin layer of gauze. Exuding an air of mystery, Yin Fei, greetings, Your Majesty. Moon Goddess, I have come to pay my respects, Your Majesty. From their speech alone, one could discern their personalities. Yanfei was more perceptive of the situation and aware of her own standing, while the moon goddess was somewhat aloof, resembling a true fairy from the moon palace, with every gesture imbued with profundity. This was also related to the time point chosen by the system. Both Yanfei and the moon goddess were at the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang family, not at the point when Yanfei later betrayed the Yin-Yang family. Shen Nan carefully examined the two and then said, "From now on, you will be the female officials in the palace, free to enter and exit the sleeping quarters and side halls. If there is anything you don't understand, you can learn more from Chao Zhengchun later. Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian are currently busy with their own matters. Naturally, the task of bringing in newcomers will fall to the diligent and earnest eunuch Chao." Chao Zhengchun had no complaints and even spoke in a somewhat kind tone. "I've met you both." His summoning was different from that of the moon goddess and others. He was summoned by the system at the brink of death. Chao Zhengchun had suffered from women before and was well aware of the power of beautiful women. With the beauty of the moon goddess and Yanfei, it's likely that one of them would become a concubine in the emperor's harem in the future. He certainly wouldn't dare to treat the two women poorly. Moreover, Chao Zhengchun could also guess that the two women would likely head to Chuanzhou next. By the time they returned from their achievements in Chuanzhou, he would still be the diligent eunuch Chao, but the two women might not be in the same position. Yanfei and the moon goddess had also received memory implants from the system and were aware of the current situation. After exchanging a glance, Yanfei spoke up. "Does His Majesty need us to assist Yu Huatian in going to Chuanzhou? If so, we should first familiarize ourselves with the intelligence on Chuanzhou, and then find a way to infiltrate the Lianxing sect. The memories implanted by the system always contain the latest intelligence. Therefore, whether it was about military reductions or matters concerning the Lianxing sect, both women were informed. In Yanfei's view, given their identities and strengths, infiltrating the Lianxing sect would be the best way to achieve success in Chuanzhou, and it would also allow them to further develop their influence. However, whether this influence would come from the Western factory or a newly established Lianxing sect was yet to be seen. This was also the thinking of both Yanfei and the moon goddess. They appeared to be high-ranking protectors of the Yin-Yang family in the Qin era, but in reality, they were merely pitiful people with no control over their own lives. Now that they had been summoned by His Majesty, although they were to serve him, he was much better than the gloomy Dong Huang Tai. At least His Majesty was the king of Defeng. Their level of freedom would be higher, and their future development would be better. Shen Nan could naturally see the thoughts of the two women, just as he didn't mind Yu Huatian's ambition before. How could he care about the ambitions of the two women? On the contrary, he appreciated this kind of ambition. Shen Nan currently has too few forces under his command, and only by having an individual go out to expand the influence can it quickly spread. Naturally, he encourages his subordinates to take the initiative to do more. Infiltrating the Lianxing sect is not urgent for now. Gao Zhengjun, you first lead them to familiarize themselves with the documents of Chuan province. The situation of the Lianxing sect is extremely complicated. Shen Nan also did not know the details, so it was impossible for him to arrange how Yanfei would interact with the moon god. He still needed to wait for some news to come back. For example, the sunflower guards that Yu Huatian dispatched yesterday. Based on the timeline, these sunflower guards should arrive in Chuan Prefecture tonight and would convey Shen Nan's orders to the county magistrate of Yinzhou, Zheng Lin, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division, Zhang Ershu, the garrison commander of Chiling, Yin Shu, and the noble lady Qianjin, Lu Yin, among others. As long as these people relay the news back. Shen Nan has his own personnel in Chuan Prefecture and can also send Yanfei and the moon goddess to Chuan Prefecture. At sunset, in the capital of Chuan Prefecture, Han Shengxian still underestimated the speed of Longma. It was only at sunset that 5 members of the Sunflower Guard had already arrived at the capital of Chuan Prefecture. However, they would have to act separately afterward, as the Sunflower Guard who was in contact with the Demon Suppression Division's officer, Uncle Zhang. They needed to stay in the capital to find Uncle Zhang. He was no longer dressed like a Sunflower Guard, but rather like a person from the rivers and lakes. And Longma was also carefully hidden away. As soon as the Sunflower Guard entered the city, he saw the most prominent building in the capital, or rather, a vast complex of buildings. That was undoubtedly where the Demon Suppression Division of Chuan Prefecture was located. Unlike the capital's Jinjingwu, the Demon Suppression Division in the provinces was quite ostentatious and was the most important government office in the region. Their authority was to suppress demons and evil and to quell rebellions. Why demons and evil? That's what the Demon Suppression Division decided. Their might and ferocity were even more intimidating than the Jinyui. Uncle Zhang held the position of officer in the Demon Suppression Division in Chuan Prefecture. His status comparable to that of 100 households in the Ming Dynasty's Jinyui. His position in the Chuan Prefecture's Demon Suppression Division was only second to the Demon Suppression Envoy, Zhang Quangren, and the Demon Suppression General, Tu Shi. In the capital of Chuan Prefecture, today, Officer Zhang had a day off and was not in the Demon Suppression Division. He was casually walking in the capital wearing a clean and tidy outfit, surrounded by people dressed in luxurious clothing. This was the most prosperous area of the capital. Chuan Prefecture's capital had a population of over 10 million, divided into 8 districts. Among them, the district where the Demon Suppression Division was located was the most prosperous. However, after walking in the direction of the outer city for a while, Uncle Zhang could clearly see people dressed in bizarre costumes, among which were many obviously dressed as sorcerers from various sects, constantly pulling nearby people and whispering something, vaguely hearing phrases like compassionate life descends to the world. Has the compassionate life sect become so brazen? Uncle Zhang frowned. He was in the outer city of the capital, where the impoverished common people lived. Looking around, all he could see were ordinary folks dressed in patched clothes, who were already living a hard life. If they were to bring about chaos from the compassionate life sect, it would be hard to avoid the fate of losing their homes and lives. Although the compassionate life sect was not considered an evil cult in the Great Feng, the dealings within it were extremely unsavory, cutting lives. Such despicable means were employed by countless people within the compassionate life sect. Not to mention that Uncle Zhang also sensed that the people from the compassionate life sect seemed to be concocting some kind of human elixir, using human lives to refine elixirs. While this elixir could indeed enhance one's vitality, it was a thoroughly evil cult method. Unfortunately, he had not found concrete evidence, and the Demon Suppression General, Tu Shi, had also explicitly ordered not to interfere with the affairs of the compassionate life sect. This made Uncle Zhang increasingly uneasy. Boom! At this moment, a person from the rivers and lakes hurriedly bumped into Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang frowned slightly. With his third-grade martial artist cultivation, even if he was distracted, no one should be able to bump into him unless it was intentional. Just as he was about to grab this person, he felt a piece of paper slip into his palm. Uncle Zhang calmly raised his hand to take a look. His heart trembled, and he instinctively looked in the direction the person left. Your Majesty? Moments later, in a secluded alley, Uncle Zhang looked at the sunflower guard in front of him. Are you His Majesty's person? The sunflower guard said nothing more, but carefully examined Uncle Zhang. Nearly 2 meters tall, square shoulders, imposing figure, with a long blue sword hanging at his waist. Undoubtedly Uncle Zhang? May I see the sword you have? Uncle Zhang's eyes grew even more puzzled. He drew the sword in his hand, which was engraved with the character's respect. It was the family heirloom sword left to him by his father. Seeing this, the sunflower guard said nothing more. He simply handed a letter to Uncle Zhang. After doing all this, the sunflower guard quietly watched Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang opened the letter and glanced at it, his brow instantly furrowing. The contents of the letter were very simple. Shen Nan asked him to find out about the compassionate life sect situation and then wait for further contact from personnel. The last point even pointed out that the compassionate life sect might rebel and that the Demon Suppression General, Tu Shi, seemed to have some connections with the compassionate life sect, advising him to be cautious. What shocked Uncle Zhang the most was the last seal. That was undeniably His Majesty's personal seal. Uncle Zhang maintained a calm demeanor but asked quietly, "Is there any other proof?" The sunflower guard also said little. He simply took out a bead with his right hand. That was the Heavenly Craft Institute's magical artifact, the Hearing Pearl. After Shen Nan had Zhang Jiao request 3 ear-listening pearls from the Tiangong Academy, Yu Huatian bestowed 2 of the pearls upon the 2 Kuehua guards who were searching for Uncle Zhang Heir and Lu Yen. This was due to the complex identities of these 2 individuals and the critical positions they occupied. Upon seeing this, Uncle Zhang Heir had no further doubts. With his status as a school officer in the Chuan Prefecture's Demon Suppression Division, he had only seen the ear-listening pearls and illustrations and had never seen the actual items. Only the governor and the Demon Suppression General too. She possessed 2 ear-listening pearls in the entire Chuan Prefecture, used for communication with the imperial capital. Ordinary figures from the rivers and lakes could not possibly possess such items, let alone have the emperor's private seal as proof. Uncle Zhang Heir felt quite pleased, although he was somewhat puzzled about why the emperor would know of him. However, he felt that he finally had a chance to put his skills to use. He had long sensed the issues surrounding the Lianqing sect in Chuan Prefecture, but he never expected that General Tu Shi was also involved with the Lianqing sect. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity, a chance to showcase his abilities. Compared to catching small thieves in the past, Uncle Zhang Heir looked forward to such significant events, because this also meant the chance to achieve great accomplishments. This was not a place for conversation. Follow me. Uncle Zhang Heir did not take the Kuehua guards to his residence, but led them to the Tongjing gang in the capital city. This gang was the most powerful in Chuan Prefecture, and its leader was also Uncle Zhang Heir's brother. This was one of the reasons Shen Nan chose Uncle Zhang Heir. He was extremely cautious in dealings, but decisive in action. In the original storyline, when the Lianxing sect rebelled in Chuan Prefecture, he performed exceptionally well and could even be said to be the core figure in suppressing the rebellion. Meanwhile, in the governor's residence, amidst the tranquil bamboo grove, Miss Lu stood quietly in white clothing. Her appearance and figure might not be the most outstanding, but her serene and peaceful demeanor made people unable to resist looking at her more than once. She resembled a clear autumn water, pleasing to the eye. Among the governor's circle, Miss Lu San was equally renowned. She was the most famous talented woman in Chuan Prefecture, having achieved the 3rd rank at the age of 20 as a female sword immortal, and she also controlled the financial power of the governor's residence. Truly a woman of great distinction. She held a letter in her hand, which was sent by the Kuehua guards. Compared to the complex process of delivering messages to Uncle Zhang Heir, it was much simpler for the Kuehua guards to find Miss Lu San. The only difficulty was how to contact her. However, this was not a hard task, as Chuan Prefecture also had a royal horse supervisor. And this person happened to be under Han Xian. Upon hearing it was Han Xingxuan's order, he promptly made arrangements. Miss Lu San looked at the Kuehua guards before her and softly said, "Tell the emperor that I will act according to his majesty's instructions. Additionally, if possible, please arrange for me to have a chance encounter with Uncle Zhang Heir in the capital city, with Miss Lu San and Uncle Zhang Heir at the forefront. One being the governor's daughter, and the other an officer in the Demon Suppression Division. It could be said that as long as these two were powerful enough, the rebellion of the Lianxing sect would already be half subdued. In fact, both were truly remarkable individuals. Uncle Zhang Heir was decisive and adept at solving cases, while Miss Lu San was beautiful yet cunning, wielding an exaggerated amount of influence, with supporters spread throughout Chuan Prefecture. In the original storyline, it was these two who worked together to resolve the rebellion of the Lianxing sect. Although they borrowed the power of Confucianism and Taoism, it was clear how capable they were. The next day, at noon, Shen Nan lazily lay on the chair, an umbrella over his head, casually flipping through the intelligence sent by Rain Hua Tian. Last night, 5 members of the Sunflower Guard had each delivered letters, aside from Uncle Zhang Heir and the other 4. Another letter was handed to the chief eunuch of the Chuan Prefecture Horse Monitoring Bureau. However, this letter was not a correspondence, but rather an official decree issued by the Cabinet and the Bureau of Ceremonial Affairs. Lu Zhong was reassigned as the military supervisor of Chuan Prefecture and the chief eunuch of the Horse Monitoring Bureau. Such an appointment stirred a ripple in the cabinet. However, whether it was the chief minister Zhang Su or the second minister Yang Ko, what they cared about was not Lu Zhong's new position in Chuan Prefecture, but rather the emperor's methods. With Lu Zhong's departure, Zhang Hu also subtly submitted to the emperor. The palace was now completely under the emperor's control. This method indeed surprised Zhang Su somewhat. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. After all, there were just 2 eunuchs. Moreover, with the 11-level martial gods and the 10-level celestial beings by the emperor's side, if they couldn't even handle 2 eunuchs, Zhang Su would start to doubt his judgment of this emperor. Whether the palace was under control or not was beyond the purview of this chief minister, and he had no desire to manage it. If the emperor truly believed that the Red Dragon 10 guards were as simple as the palace, then there would be a good show to watch. Zhang Su casually instructed that the 5 great scholars from Jiang Prefecture should hurry there. Yang Ke's thoughts were even simpler. He could only sigh, increasingly feeling that a storm was about to rise. Shen Nan, however, was not concerned about the thoughts of the 2 cabinet ministers. He was simply looking at the intelligence sent by Yu Huatian. Besides the performance of Zhang Ershu and Lu Sanyan, it also emphasized that yesterday, both Lu Sanyan and Zhang Ershu communicated with Yu Huatian using the Ear Jade. The communication was mainly about the plan to deal with the Lianxing sect and to confirm that these people were indeed the emperors. He turned to Yu Huatian beside him and asked, "In your opinion, how are Zhang Ershu and Lu Sanyan?" Although there was a future storyline as a basis, Shen Nan still wanted to see the perspective of his own people. After a slight pause, Yu Huatian said, "Zhang Ershu is someone who despises evil and is ambitious. His style of doing things is also cautious and meticulous, so he can be reused and is a great talent. As for Lu Sanyan," he paused slightly, unsure how to describe this woman. Shen Nan smiled and looked at Yu Huatian. "How is it?" Yu Huatian said in a deep voice, "I may not be able to control this woman." Yu Huatian was also going to personally go to Chuanzhou to take charge of the situation. He knew how to use someone like Uncle Zhang, and he also knew how to use them well. However, a woman like Lu Sanyin was indeed a bit complex. This was different from the cunning Wan Guifei in Dragon Gate's flying armor. She appeared to be venomous and ruthless, but in reality, she was manipulated by Yu Huatian. Lu Sanyin, on the other hand, seemed calm and gentle, speaking neither hurriedly nor slowly, but internally she had her own ideas. Especially after a simple communication with Yu Huatian, he always felt that this woman was somewhat like him. Both had dark hearts and were equally indifferent. Shen Nan smiled upon hearing this. I don't intend to have you take control of them. These people will have their uses in the future. Your main task in going to Chuanzhou is to successfully establish the Xichang, especially the intelligence network of the Xichang. If possible, I hope you can take over the intelligence network of the Lianqing sect. Most of the people from the Lianqing sect are practitioners from various backgrounds. While they may lack other skills, they are absolutely top-notch when it comes to gathering intelligence, and they are also suitable to serve as spies for the future Xichang. Yu Huatian nodded solemnly, understood. Shen Nan looked at Yin Fei and the moon goddess on one side and said, You will be staying in Lu Sanyin's residence in Chuan province. This woman has considerable power at her disposal, and using this as a starting point, you will be able to accomplish your tasks more effectively. His expectations for Yin Fei and the moon goddess were not much different from those for Yu Huatian. The matter of infiltrating the Ling Sheng sect that was mentioned last night was already somewhat too late in terms of both difficulty and timing. However, if they used Lu Sanyin as a starting point, there might still be an opportunity. Yin Fei and the moon goddess both nodded, understood. In terms of being cunning and strategic, these two women were not inferior to Lu Sanyin, and their strength was slightly greater as well. Yu Huatian could not handle Lu Sanyin because she was a woman and the daughter of the publicly recognized lord. However, Yin Fei and the moon goddess could definitely give Lu Sanyin a little shock. This was also Shen Nan's style of doing things. Although he believed in not doubting those he employed, he could not expect absolute loyalty from his subordinates given the magnitude of his plans. What he believed in more was his own summoned people. As for the county magistrate of Yin Prefecture, Zheng Lin, and the garrison commander Yin Shu at Chiling, you should not interfere for the time being, Shen Nan reminded. Unlike the situation with Lu Sanyin and Uncle Zhang, the county magistrate of Yinzhou and the garrison commander of Chiling are more like local landowners and powerful families. They are also the support that Shen Nan arranged for Qinzhibao. According to the news that came last night, after receiving the letter, the two immediately sent people back to their families to recruit young soldiers. This style of action shows that their role is more about controlling the local powerful families in Chuanzhou. However, the four of them also have a common point, which is that they all have ambitions and lack an opportunity. Shen Nan has provided this opportunity. In today's world of the Great Feng, serving His Majesty is the best path to rise to prominence. The saying to acquire both literary and martial skills is to serve the imperial family is exactly what this means. Yu Huatian, Yin Fei, and others all responded yes. Shen Nan also turned his gaze back to Cao Zhengchun. Is Chun Jibao ready? Cao Zhengchun bowed and said, General Chun has already led 400 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to Guanghua Gate. He has also sent Shun Yi, Shun San, and others to wait for your majesty at Huafeng Gate, and Master Zhang is also waiting there. Shen Nan nodded and took another look at the system mall. Today's refreshed mall had nothing particularly eye-catching, and yesterday's talented gift pack had also disappeared. Unfortunately, Shen Nan had not locked it with 1,000 points yesterday, as he did not know that this talented gift pack was indeed genuine. Now, he could only wait for it to be refreshed again in the future. He instructed Han Shangxian to keep an eye on Empress Dowager Chen. Xian Xi would assist Yang Ku and accompany me to the general's office of the Imperial Guards. Shen Nan spoke and then boarded the Imperial chariot. Although this chariot was not comparable to the Jade chariot, which was a national treasure, it was still indestructible for those in the 10 realms. In addition, there were Zhang Jiao and hundreds of heavily armored soldiers to provide protection. Shen Nan's safety is certainly not a problem, and there is no need to pay attention to the desperate actions of the Duke of Chu and others. As for Taoba Bodhisattva, he is indeed going to disband the Tiger Ben Guard today. With his strength, plus his nominal position in charge of the Tiger Ben Guard, Shen Nan didn't need to worry about any problems arising with Taoba Bodhisattva. Your Majesty, a sharp voice came from the carriage, signaling that the Imperial capital's Red Dragon 10 guards were about to create a stir. Outside Guanghua Gate, under the blazing sun, Chun Jibao led 400 heavily armored Ming Wang soldiers, their ominous aura drawing attention. However, this commotion did not attract anyone's notice. After all, in recent days, Shen Nan had frequently visited the Tiangong Institute or the Qitian Ranch. In the past, he had always traveled with hundreds of Ming Wang soldiers and Shen Jibao's guards. Both Zhang Su and others had grown accustomed to this. Yet today was clearly different from before. The Ming Wang soldiers were not exuding such an aura previously, nor were they fully armored. The full armor of the Ming Wang is 300 pounds. Such heavy armor cannot just be donned casually, yet today, they were indeed wearing it. Each held a shield and blade tightly. "Move out," Shen Jibao said coldly. The 400 Ming Wang soldiers followed closely behind. The black armor, shields, and blades radiated a chilling and murderous intent. Their direction was unmistakably towards the headquarters of the Provincial Army Guard. At the headquarters of the Provincial Army Guard, Commander Tan Yin and 3 camp commanders had gathered. Before them lay a feast of mountain delicacies and seafood, 23 meat dishes, 16 vegetarian dishes, and 2 types of tea soup. It could truly be said to have everything from the heavens, the earth, the water, and the sea. Even the wine they drank was the most famous in the imperial capital, Zui Exinhong. Yet, despite such a lavish feast, Tan Yin could not find peace of mind. He felt something was about to happen today. What does His Majesty truly want to do? Can't the Duke of Chu just soften his stance? Days earlier, the Duke of Chu had conveyed a message to the leaders of the Red Dragon 10 guards, instructing them to prepare for a display during the military parade so that His Majesty would understand what the Red Dragon 10 guards represented and the significance of the military nobles' Red Dragon 10 guards. Tan Yin felt somewhat uncomfortable about this. He was not a loyal subject or patriotic. He just thought it unnecessary. After all, the Great Feng ultimately belonged to His Majesty. And although he was young, he had been on the throne for some time, employing astonishing means. Why did the Duke of Chu insist on opposing His Majesty? Soften up? Feng Letou, the commander of the Xiaotian camp, laughed and said, "My commander, do you really think the Duke of Chu wants to do that?" In the end, isn't it His Majesty who is pushing this? His Majesty is young and inexperienced. He doesn't understand what the Red Dragon 10 guards represent. It's the lives and fortunes of all military nobles. Every emperor has wanted to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 guards. But it's not easy to do. Even if I, old fan, was willing to spend tens of thousands of taels of silver each month. What about the thousands of brothers in the camp? Not to mention, my camp is officially 5,000 men, but in reality, it's just over 3,000. And how many of those are just fillers? And don't even get me started on the military supplies. Goodness. I took a look a few days ago and found that many brothers have even had to switch to the cheapest weapons. Just look at how poor our brothers are. They're selling their weapons for money. Feng Letou clicked his tongue in wonder. With the way our brothers are living, how can we reorganize? What kind of people can we attract with a military salary of 15 taels a year? If we want to reorganize, we need to raise the salary to 30 taels of silver. As soon as he said this, another camp commander chimed in. Isn't that right? The military supplies haven't been updated in years. The Ministry of Revenue says there's no money, and the late emperor said the treasury was empty. What are we supposed to do? Moreover, although Yuzhou has been in a constant state of emergency for years, the barbarian and demon tribes haven't attacked. With the Northern King stationed, I don't think the barbarian and demon tribes will invade in our lifetime. So why bother trying to reorganize the army? What these people said reflects the mindset of most members of the Red Dragon 10 guards at present. After all, the Great Feng has enjoyed peace for too long, to the point where the people in the imperial capital believe it can last forever, naturally becoming lazy and unwilling to stir things up. After all, they are just getting through the days. During the annual assessments, they find ways to pull some gangs or local ruffians to mix in, as long as they maintain appearances. Who cares about anything else? Tan Yin felt the same way. So why is the Duke of Chu opposing His Majesty? Isn't life comfortable? Why stir trouble? By the way, old fan, your actual numbers are quite lacking. Remember to find some young and strong recruits these days. I'm not saying anything about ranks. At least it will look good on the surface. Old Zhang, just as Tan Yin was arranging for the military parade to fill the ranks, a sudden uproar erupted outside, followed by loud shouts and the clashing of weapons. This left the 4 people in the hall stunned. What is going on? Is there a rebellion? But this shouldn't be happening at the Provincial Army Guard headquarters. Isn't that seeking death? Creak. The door slowly opened. Han Lizzie, clad in heavy armor and holding a long knife, stood at the entrance, flanked by his 3 sworn brothers. In the distance, one could faintly see some figures, all of whom were Han Lizzie's trusted subordinates. After all, he was a camp commander. Even if a deputy, he had his own loyal guards. Han Lizzie. Greetings to the commanders. Han Lizzie's gaze was calm. Tan Yan's face turned ashen as he pointed at Han Lizzie, shouting angrily, "What do you want to do? A mutiny?" In the midst of speaking, he also turned to Feng Letou. Is this the person you brought? Feng Leto's face was equally pale as he slammed his right hand down, causing the table to crack with a loud bang, splintering wood flying everywhere. And then he stood up, glaring angrily. Is this a rebellion? Guards, seize him. Despite the appearance of these camp commanders speaking with greedy expressions typical of a long time of peace, their strength was not to be underestimated. Take Feng Leto, for example. He was also a third-grade martial artist. Why is that? Because every year they receive so much silver. Even a pig could be raised to third grade. Every year, the third grade and above elixirs from Qinghe Palace are consumed mainly by these people. Han Lizzie quietly observed their reactions. His gaze as calm as if watching sheep and pigs awaiting slaughter. His tone was devoid of emotion. By the order of His Majesty, to take over the provincial army guard. Anyone who obstructs will be killed without mercy. Along with his words, Han Lizzie raised his right hand. The cold light flickered. Almost instantly, Feng Leto instinctively wanted to mobilize his internal energy, but unfortunately, before he could do so, Han Lizzie's long knife had already descended. And Feng Leto's third-grade martial skills, built upon countless piles of silver, appeared utterly ridiculous before this blade. In a split second, his head flew off. Hot blood gushed from his neck, splattering Tan Yin and the other two camp commanders completely. This scene left Tan Yin frozen in shock. He was not only astonished by Han Lizzie's strength, but also by Han Lizzie's declaration of by the order of His Majesty, to take over the provincial army guard. As Feng Leto spoke, Han Lizzie suddenly drew his sword. Under the cold light, the hot blood gushed out, falling from the sky and making the ground sticky. Tan Yin and the other two camp commanders were drenched in blood, staring in disbelief at Han Lizzie. Tan Yin could hardly believe it as he said, "In the name of His Majesty's order." Bang! At that moment, several heavily armored elites who rushed and were also stunned. They originally intended to stop Han Lizzie, but were blocked by Han Lizzie's trusted subordinates. They then heard the commotion inside and barged in, only to see such a bloody scene. Han Lizzie did not respond, but bent down to pick up Feng Leto's still glaring head. He calmly looked at Tan Yin and said, "His Majesty has ordered me to take command of the military guards. Anyone who obstructs me is considered a rebel and will be executed on the spot." Feng Leto, the commander of the Yuanxiation camp, attempted to obstruct me and has already been executed. Tan Yin then reacted, pointing at Han Lizzie. "Do you know what you're saying?" He could naturally understand Han Lizzie's words. However, Tan Yin never expected Han Lizzie would dare to do such a thing. Nor did he expect His Majesty would act this way. A military takeover. This was simply a joke. Han Lizzie held the sword in his right hand and the head in his left. His eyes glinted with ferocity. "Commander Tan, do you also want to obstruct me?" As soon as these words were spoken, a glimpse of fear flashed in Tan Yan's eyes, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Although he was also a second-grade Grandmaster General, he had lived a life of luxury since childhood and had never killed anyone, let alone witnessed such a bloody scene. On the contrary, Han Lizzie came from the borders of Yuzhou, and his aura was something he could not bear, especially since Feng Leto's corpse had not yet fallen. Suddenly, one of the camp commanders beside him shouted, "Han Lizzie, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have His Majesty's order. Even if you want to kill, we are all fourth-grade generals of the Great Feng, and it is not up to you to impose private punishment. It should be the military department or the criminal department that holds accountability." Moreover, he coldly said, "You say in the name of His Majesty's order. But do you have any evidence? Do you know how much this matter involves?" Although this person was also a general of noble rank, he had fought on the battlefield in Liangzhou and had experience. While Han Lizzie's sudden outburst was indeed frightening, to think that they would simply submit to His Majesty's order was wishful thinking. The situation today was already very clear. His Majesty intended to take military control of the Red Dragon 10 guards, and what they needed to do was immediately contact Duke Chu and gather their forces. This person indeed had the courage, and after finishing his words, he shouted, "Where are my personal guards?" Second brother Han Zhong immediately glared fiercely at the surrounding personal guards. "Who dares?" Fourth brother Lu Jin, with a fierce expression, brandished an axe. "I want to see who dares to come one step closer." However, third brother Lin Yuanfu was a bit clever. He had quietly retreated to the door, intending to block the retreat of these people inside to prevent anyone from escaping. If that happened, it would be troublesome. With Han Lizzie and their strengths breaking into the military guards' headquarters, they had already done their utmost. They were fundamentally incapable of suppressing the entire military guard. Han Lizzie also coldly stared at the man. "Commander Zhang, are you going to resist the order?" The previously speaking Commander Zhang immediately drew his sword, but instead of attacking Han Lizzie, he looked around. Tan Yin did not move. And another commander was even wearing a waist sword or armor, which made him instantly feel intimidated. He instinctively said, "I never intended to resist the order." As soon as these words came out, Han Lizi's heart settled. He slowly sheathed his sword and then said slowly, "I also know this matter is of great importance. But is this something I can control?" Commander Zhang instantly understood. Indeed, the core of this matter was His Majesty. Even if they really escaped to gather forces, did they think they could lead troops to rebel? Did they truly believe that the Minister of Justice, who was in charge of law, was merely a figurehead? Or that Confucianism had no one to speak for them? Or did they simply think that the 11-ranked martial god beside His Majesty was fake? As for notifying Duke Chu, since His Majesty had acted this way, it was likely that Duke Chu would also respond. They did not need to risk their lives for this. Tan also quickly realized, his pale face trembling slightly as he spoke with a shaky voice. "We are all working for the people above. Why resort to blades and guns? We won't run away. You just take over." He had previously complained that Duke Chu insisted on defying His Majesty. Now, he did not want to take any risks with his life. After all, Han Lizi's aura as a second-grade grandmaster was not fake. Han Lizi slightly nodded. Second brother Han Zhong, Lu Jin, and the others were still glaring vigilantly at their surroundings. This standoff did not last long before they heard a muffled sound from outside. Soon after, the sound of footsteps echoed. A wave of military aura surged in, causing Han Lizi's expression to change slightly. It seemed he recalled the scene when Chun Jibao made his entrance yesterday, and he silently thought, "This lord truly likes to intimidate others with his presence. Such an aura is enough to scare people." Indeed, just with this aura, Tan Yin began to tremble all over, his greasy face twitching uncontrollably as he instinctively wiped his forehead, only to smear it with sticky, fresh blood. Dressed in white, Chun Jibao stepped into the room. He first glanced around a few times before walking up to Han Lizi. "Is everyone here?" Han Lizi knew did. Chun Jibao looked at Tan Yan's terrified and confused expression and said in a calm tone, "Do you recognize me?" Tan Yan instinctively nodded and then shook his head. He recognized Chun Jibao, who frequently accompanied His Majesty, but had never revealed the aura of a martial artist before. This kind of aura felt somewhat unfamiliar, especially the intimidating military aura. Chun Jibao's eyes remained calm. "That's good. His Majesty is about to arrive, and I hope you can prepare the complete roster of the military guards, not a half-hearted one, but a real one. Additionally, gather the commanders of the military guards." Unlike Han Lizi's threats, Chun Jibao's words were extremely calm and carried no indication of violence. Yet, precisely because of this tone and expression, Tan Yin instantly felt overwhelmed. His plump body went limp, and he trembled like a child. I know. A martial artist of the heavens had personally come, let alone that Tan Yin originally had no courage to risk his life to report. Even if he did not possess such strength. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the military guards' headquarters, a luxurious carriage had arrived, along with Chao Zhengchun and Zhang Jiao. There was also the deputy minister Yang Ku. Yang Ku was initially unwilling to follow His Majesty to the military guards. He understood what His Majesty intended. It was merely to check the roster. However, what was there to check? It was all just to fool people, a mere formality, and nothing could be uncovered. Moreover, he did not want His Majesty to interfere with the Red Dragon 10 guards any further. After all, if things escalated, it would damage the royal family's reputation and His Majesty's prestige. It might even lead to a military mutiny. If it truly reached such a point, what good would it do for His Majesty? However, as the deputy minister of the cabinet, with His Majesty's orders, how could Yang Ku not come? He had been cold-faced all the way, neither advising His Majesty nor saying a word, only watching with cold eyes. However, when they arrived at the provincial military guard, Yang Ku suddenly froze. The smell of blood? As a first-class earthly immortal in Confucianism, he could clearly sense the smell of blood coming from the provincial military guard. And after just a slight perception, his expression turned extremely ugly. "Your Majesty?" He had become quite familiar with the military aura of Chun Jibao over the past few days. Coupled with the smell of blood inside, Yang Ku, with his intelligence, could vaguely guess what was happening. "What is it?" Shen Nan slowly walked out of the carriage. He looked down at Yang Ku. "Does Yang Qing have any doubts? Why not enter?" Yang Ku chuckled. "How can I enter?" Given the situation with the Imperial Guard, he could sense everything clearly even without going in. He truly did not expect His Majesty to forcibly reorganize the Imperial Guard in such a manner, and it was hard not to think highly of His Majesty for it. Military force for reorganization. This method was quite crude, but it was not something an ordinary monarch would dare to do. Naturally, he had to go in. Shen Nan said calmly, "If you don't go in, how can you see how those commanders of the Imperial Guard are taking empty salaries? As the second assistant of the cabinet, does Yang Qing not care to see? Upon hearing this, Yang Ke instantly understood His Majesty's intention. He was to be used as a blade. As the second assistant of the cabinet, Yang Ke had the authority to manage matters within the Great Feng, especially those happening right under his nose, leaving him with no reason to refuse. Even the issue of the Red Dragon 10 guards taking empty salaries was already well known. However, some matters could be handled privately and could not be brought to light openly. Yang Ke couldn't help but recall the scene when His Majesty had just ascended the throne, forcing the state of Chu to relinquish military power. Regarding righteousness, His Majesty had indeed mastered it to perfection. He no longer concealed his thoughts and spoke frankly. Does Your Majesty know the consequences of doing this? The Red Dragon 10 guards involved not only military generals and nobles, but also the matters of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. Especially with the military generals and nobles headed by the Duke of Chu, taking action against the Red Dragon 10 guards would offend a significant portion of the military nobility. These individuals may have been somewhat reckless in the past, but they ultimately belong to the royal lineage. Military generals and nobles have always shared glory with the nation. Logically speaking, they're also the ones most loyal to Your Majesty. Confucians, Taoists, and legalists can still serve comfortably in a new dynasty. But military generals and nobles are absolutely intolerable in the new dynasty. They're also the faction that supports the monarchy. In Yang Ke's view, His Majesty's actions were somewhat self-destructive. Military generals and nobles are indeed of the royal lineage. But what use is there for those who only know how to be corrupt and parasitic? Shen Nan replied indifferently. If Yang Qing is unwilling to manage it, then I will call Zhang Su, or call Fa Yang. I believe they would be willing to handle it. Zhang Su would certainly be eager to come over to elevate the status of the gentry Confucians, while Fa Yang might turn a blind eye at times. However, once Shen Nan presented the laws of Great Feng, Fa Yang would definitely act justly and impartially. The only cost of Fa Yang's arrival would be that the military generals and nobles would suffer heavy casualties. At that time, who would those military generals and nobles hate the most? It might not be Shen Nan, but rather Yang Ke, the one who dared not manage the affairs. As for Zhang Su, Yang Ke was even less likely to agree because His Majesty had not only posed a difficult problem, but also presented a tremendous benefit. If the gentry Confucians could truly handle this matter well, their prestige would greatly increase, even overshadowing the gentry families. This kind of benefit was not something Yang Ke could simply refuse, as those gentry Confucians behind him would not willingly relinquish their prestige. Shen Nan's actions this time were not a conspiracy at all, but a completely overt maneuver. When Yang Ke appeared here, he had no room for choice left. Yang Ke could also think of this and look seriously at Shen Nan. I hope Your Majesty is well prepared for if the Red Dragon 10 guards really rebel. I fear. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the military office. Shen Nan didn't move. He just squinted his eyes and watched Yang Ke's departing figure, this Yang Qing. To be honest, Shen Nan wants to cooperate with the Han Confucians, or to put it another way, with Yang Ke. After all, the influence of the aristocratic Confucians is too great. Since he aims to revitalize the Great Feng, he doesn't want to overthrow it and establish a new Great Feng. Therefore, many things need to be played according to the rules. As the Emperor of the Great Feng, he certainly has the ability to disregard some rules, or even to establish new ones, but that requires sufficient strength. Shen Nan currently does not have it. His best way is to cooperate with one party to suppress the other. Ultimately, once imperial power is supreme, he can act freely. Unfortunately, Yang Ke does not fall for it and adopts an attitude of handling affairs in an official manner. He truly is a stubborn old man. Shen Nan didn't think too much. He looked at Chao Zhangshun beside him. Tell Han Lizzie that any military general from the who is not one of us will be thrown into prison. The elite troops of the who are just here to make up the numbers will be sent back with their military rations. And those who behave themselves will not be held accountable for their mistakes. Otherwise, they will serve in prison. The downsizing of the is not as complicated as imagined, because the number of people to be downsized is not that many. 50% of the are elite, and these people can be retained. The remaining 50% are just making up the numbers, with 20% only on the list and not even real people. The remaining young nobles are even easier to handle. Instead, the restructuring after the downsizing is somewhat troublesome, and next is the guards like Wu Long and Xian Feng, which are a bit complicated since they are far from the imperial capital, and their commanding officer is not as useless as Tan Yen. Chao Zhengchun replied, understood. Shortly after he entered, Chen Zhibao came out alone. The 400 elite heavy armored soldiers he led were already handed over to Han Lizzie, and he needed to follow His Majesty to the guards to suppress the situation. With Yang Ku and Han Lizzie here, they can also stabilize the situation. Shen Nan said calmly, "Let's go." There was still much to be done today. Not much news had leaked about the events at the military guard post. After all, Tianyin had been controlled, and any military leaders who entered were immediately taken over by Han Lizzie. However, with Yang Ku's entry, he also sent the Minister of Military Affairs and the Right Deputy Minister over. Many messages could no longer be hidden. At this point, Shen Nan was less than a few miles away from the main guard office, in the residence of the Duke of Chu. Since the last court meeting, the Duke of Chu hadn't stepped out of the door at all, hosting various military generals and nobles every day. This was naturally a way to put pressure on the emperor, but unfortunately, Shen Nan did not feel any pressure at all. On the contrary, the Duke of Chu felt that things were progressing very smoothly and sensed the immense power of his own faction. In just a few days of hosting, the number of military generals and nobles visiting had already exceeded 100, almost occupying 80% of the military elite in the entire imperial capital. Could this not demonstrate how strong the Duke of Chu's connections were? As for the tens of thousands of taels of silver spent, when has the Duke of Chu ever cared about such matters? It should be known that in the capital of the Great Feng, the number of high-ranking officials and nobles is countless, but if we were to talk about the most illustrious residence, it would naturally be the Duke of Chu's mansion. The Yongrong Square, just outside Guanghua Gate, is where the Duke of Chu's residence is located. This area is indeed worth its weight in gold. And yet the Duke of Chu's mansion occupies several dozen acres, complete with courtyards, pavilions, gardens, and even dedicated training grounds and horse racing tracks. Just the guards and servants alone number in the hundreds. One can imagine how wealthy the Duke of Chu is and how prestigious their status is. The main reason for this is that the former Duke of Chu was the god of war of the Great Feng. Unfortunately, the current Duke of Chu can only be said to have a bit of cleverness, without even half of his ancestors' martial realm. He is merely at the third rank of the military masters. Duke, why has the emperor shown no movement these past few days? Yes, we have hosted so many people recently. Logically, there should have been impeachment petitions submitted, yet the emperor remains unresponsive, spending all day at the Tiangong Institute in the Chitian pasture, putting on an air of wanting to train the army. What does this mean? In the Duke of Chu's study, the Duke sat in the main seat, with 4 other nobles beside him. These individuals are currently the most prestigious nobles in the Great Feng's imperial capital, leading the military elite. However, despite being the highest-ranking military nobles, they still felt a bit uneasy confronting the emperor directly, especially with the emperor's terrifyingly calm demeanor. The Duke of Chu said unhurriedly, "What is the rush?" Yes, the emperor has gone to the Tiangong Institute and the Chitian pasture, and has even cleaned up the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. But so what? Which emperor has ever settled accounts with the Tiangong Institute over the years? As for the Chitian pasture, just 1,000 dragon horses, what else is there? You all are dukes and lords, people of status. How can such impatience lead to great achievements? Initially, after the court meeting, the Duke of Chu was somewhat anxious. But as various military nobles privately aligned with him, his confidence grew stronger. We are certainly not as good as you, old Duke, but what exactly are the emperor's intentions? The speaker was Duke Yin, the weakest among these dukes, whose family had not produced any talents for 3 generations, making him feel particularly uneasy. The Duke of Chu slowly savored his tea and said, "What intentions? It's simply that he wants to train the army. But can an 11th-tier military god really train the troops well? Regardless of what the Tuabak Bodhisattva's background is, the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards are all our people. The emperor won't understand this. Moreover, he sneered, even if the worst-case scenario happens, so what? It's merely to soften up the emperor. We are still dukes and lords. It's just a pity about the power of the Red Dragon 10 guards." This was the current mindset of the Duke of Chu. He had transitioned from being anxious to being confident and strategic. After all, he relied on one thing. Even if he failed, he would still be a duke. The ancestors of the Great Feng once said, "The 3 great dukes are hereditary and irreplaceable, sharing the same fate as the nation." These 8 words are not to be taken lightly. For 800 years, every emperor of the Great Feng has wanted to reform the Red Dragon 10 guards. But even the most aggressive measures have dared not be implemented against the 3 great duke residences, because this represents the face and authority of the Great Feng's founding ancestor. Who would dare to go against the founding ancestor? The Duke of Chu's confidence lies here, and moreover, he does not truly believe that he would fail. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other 3 dukes changed slightly. It is true that the Duke of Chu shares the same fate as the nation, but they do not. Only the Duke of Chu, Duke Wei, and Duke Xian are qualified across the land. However, Duke Wei himself is the king of the north guarding Yuzhou. Which emperor would be insane enough to go against him? Duke Xian has the foundation in Liangzhou. What are they? Yet no one dared to say anything more, as the upcoming actions still relied on the Duke of Chu's banner. Thus, everyone, though awkward, agreed, yes. Yes, yes. Just then, Duke Lu Zhongwu rushed in a panic, forgetting even to knock as he burst through the door. Duke of Chu. Something big has happened. What is so urgent? The Duke of Chu frowned, spilling some of the tea in his hand. Duke Lu Zhongwu gasped for breath and quickly said, "The emperor has arrested the military guard's leaders. I heard that Yang Ku is also stationed at the military guard. And we have received news from the Tiger Band Guard that Tuoba Bodhisattva disbanded the Tiger Band Guard 2 hours ago. Out of the 10 commanders, 6 participated in this matter, and they are now mobilizing troops to suppress the military guard." This long string of words left the Duke of Chu stunned. He stared blankly and asked, "Where's the emperor?" Duke Lu Zhongwu hurriedly said, "The emperor took people to the main guard." The Duke of Chu suddenly woke up. When did this happen? Who did the emperor bring? Zhang Wu's voice trembled. He brought that Chen Jibao, who is also a military genius, and has 5,000 elite troops and 2,000 heavy armored soldiers, the same army seen at the court meeting. The emperor only had 3,000 men before. This time he brought 2,000. With a crisp sound, the white jade cup in the Duke of Chu's hand shattered. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Quick! Hurry to gather the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Send people to relay orders to the Shuangguang Guard, the commanders of the Wulong Guard." Just as the Duke of Chu was shocked, the atmosphere in the main guard office was strange. Hen Lishi, Emiya Deputy Commander, was in control of the situation, methodically arranging the detention of commanders, comforting soldiers, and promoting leaders. Such matters were traditionally reserved for the Minister of War or even the Duke of the State, yet no one present raised any objections. The Vice Minister of the Cabinet, Yang Ku, remained expressionless as he organized the documents. As he looked at the files concerning corruption and ghost soldiers, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Everyone knew about the ghost soldiers in the Red Dragon 10 guards, but who could have imagined that the internal decay was this severe? Take the Imperial Army Guards, for instance. On the surface, there should be over 20,000 personnel. Even if the Great Ancestor once stated they could take some ghost pay, there should realistically be around 15,000. However, the actual roster shows only 12,000, of which 2,000 are merely placeholders, meaning the true number of the Imperial Army Guards is only 10,000. This is just the ghost pay for personnel, not to mention the deficits in military supplies, military pay, and the past financial losses. It is truly shocking. These military generals and nobles are not afraid of overindulgence. Yet Yang Ku also knew that this was not something that the current military generals and nobles had consumed on their own, but rather a collective indulgence by all past military leaders. Everyone partook. Everyone ignored it. This ultimately led to such a result. He set down the documents and sighed. How can the Red Dragon 10 Guard protect the capital and His Majesty? Yang Ku finally understood why past monarchs wanted to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards. It was simply because the Red Dragon 10 Guards had reached a point where reform was absolutely necessary. Not far away, the Minister of War Li Su and the left and right deputy ministers were completely unconcerned about the corruption issues. They were only frowning as they looked at Han Lizzie. Han Lizzie has truly risen to prominence this time. Unlike figures like Tooba Boss Han and Chen Jibao, Han Lizzie, although merely a deputy commander of the Xiaotian camp, was also recorded in the Ministry of War's roster. Minister Li Su, being a Confucian general, naturally had an exceptional memory and knew Han Lizzie very well, but he never expected Han Lizzie to conceal himself so deeply and seize such an opportunity. It can't be said that he has risen to prominence in one step. He was originally a second-tier master of military strategy. With such strength, if he didn't hide it, he would qualify to serve as a guard commander. Rather, it was His Majesty's actions this time that were truly surprising, quietly gathering so many people and acting with the speed of lightning. Li Su's words were affirmed by those beside him. The right deputy minister of the Ministry of War nodded and said, "Who says otherwise?" Although it was said that His Majesty had a fierce quarrel with Duke Chu, who could have imagined that His Majesty could create such a situation in just a few days after ascending the throne? Now the ones who should be anxious are not us, but Duke Chu and Elder Zhang. There are no fools in the Great Feng. Chief Minister Zhang Su's calculations have long been within the Ministry of War's view. They were merely watching coldly from the sidelines. After all, the people in power in the Ministry of War are from the Confucian general lineage. They are both Confucian and military. If the Confucians can benefit, they can also gain some advantage. If the Confucians fail, it has nothing to do with them. However, with His Majesty's current actions, it is likely that Chief Minister Zhang Su's days will not be easy in the future. As they spoke, Zhang Su arrived with several individuals. He did not ask Yang Ke why he was involved in this matter. He merely glanced around and understood the current situation, not to mention anything else. The Imperial Army Guards were clearly under His Majesty's control, and with the presence of that military god of the 11 realms, the Tiger Bend Guards must have been secured as well. Now it depended on the Imperial Guards and the Wulong Guards. Zhang Su's expression darkened. His Majesty truly has excellent means. He prides himself on being astute, yet he truly underestimated His Majesty. In the capital's western suburbs, more than 10 miles away, lay the station of the Imperial Guards. This place used to be bustling with activity. Outside the military camp were lively and prosperous markets, full of people. However, today it was utterly quiet. The market vendors, who used to shout loudly, were now dumbfounded as they stared at the entrance of the military camp. 5,000 clean troops and 2,000 heavy armored soldiers of the Ming King had almost completely surrounded the Imperial Guards, blocking all exits. Such a scene had not been seen in the capital for hundreds of years. Ever since the great ancestor established the country and Feng rose to power. When had the capital ever experienced such a major disturbance, let alone an alarming event of thousands surrounding a military camp? Yet today it happened. At the camp gate, hundreds of elite soldiers from the Imperial Guards had gathered. They originally thought someone was causing trouble and rushed out. But upon seeing the might of the heavy armored soldiers and clean troops, they all began to panic, with many faint-hearted individuals collapsing to the ground. These soldiers were merely ninth-grade martial artists who had just entered the martial path, despite being called elite of the Imperial Guards. They had only ever guarded the royal tombs and acted as escort troops during the Emperor's campaigns. In terms of courage, they were even weaker than those in the Imperial Army Guards, and their treatment was far inferior. How could they have seen such a grand spectacle? When Shen Nan stepped forward to announce that they were His Majesty's personal troops, the Black Dragon Xianyao Guards, many of the elite soldiers of the Imperial Guards instinctively dropped their weapons to the ground. We are not plotting rebellion. Yes, is there some misunderstanding? Shen Nan watched the performance of these people, frowning slightly. With such appearance, how could they be fit to escort His Majesty on his travels? It seemed that the Red Dragon 10 guards were easier to deal with than he had imagined. Just then, a figure was suddenly kicked out from within the capital camp. With a loud bang, he crashed into the heavy camp gate, his luxurious brocade, clothes already stained with blood, his bones shattered, lying weakly on the ground. As the guards recognized his face, their expressions instantly stiffened. Deputy General? This person was indeed the second-ranked Deputy General of the Guards, equivalent to the camp commander, and also the second in command of the Guards. As for the camp commander, he was currently not in the capital camp at all. Before they could say much more, a figure slowly walked out from behind them, exuding a terrifying aura, dressed in white. After his calm gaze swept over the guards, they instinctively moved aside. Chen Jibao walked out unhurriedly from among the hundreds of elite guards. When he passed by the deputy general, he stopped, clenched the man's head with his right hand, and dragged him towards Shen Nan. Thick blood stained the ground with each of his steps. After a few breaths, Chen Jibao stood before everyone, turned to face the elite guards, raised a finger from his right hand, and with a face devoid of any ferocity, spoke in his usual calm tone, "One incense sticks time. Gather your people here. Those who are late will not be waited for. Military law will be enforced." Clang! With Chen Jibao's words, 2,000 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers drew their swords, and 5,000 Jing troops also unsheathed their waist knives in unison. The silver gleam of the blades was dazzling, and the overwhelming killing intent was terrifying. No need for more words. The chilling intent to kill had already spread throughout the capital camp of the guards. The hundreds of elite guards retreated repeatedly, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Chen Jibao. Although Chen Jibao did not declare any official title, simply standing there exuded a terrifying aura, a force unique to the top warriors, as well as the aura of a small-time butcher from the spring and autumn period. The killing intent of a battlefield general was far denser than that of the camp commander, who only indulged in entertainment. "Quick, gather the people. Why aren't you listening to the general?" Some reacted quickly, kicking the person beside them and shouting loudly. Then, with a fawning expression, they looked at Chen Jibao. "May I ask what your official title is?" "My father is." These noble scions of military generals had no other skills. but they were adept at reading the wind. Given the current situation, anyone with a brain could see that the Feng Empire was about to undergo a change. Whether their past wealth could continue depended on the choices made today, and naturally, those with insight reacted quickly. After casting a glance at them, Chen Jibao instructed 3 visibly more composed generals among the guards. Gather the manpower. These 3 were none other than the generals selected by Chen Jibao and Toba Bodhisattva from the list provided by Li Si, all of whom came from military noble families but were not direct descendants. Moreover, they possessed some strength and means. The 3 replied in unison, yes. This scene left many in shock. After a considerable time, over 10,000 guards finally gathered, yet many had even forgotten to pick up their weapons, their clothes in disarray, clearly dragged up against their will. As for the armor, only the individuals under the 3 generals selected by Chen Jibao were fully equipped. These people had already received prior notice, so their weapons and armor were never out of reach, and they were indeed the true elite among the guards. Chen Jibao also arrived at the assembly platform outside the camp. He looked down at the sparse formation below and then at the hundreds of people who had hurriedly come over, dragged them away, enforced military law, 30 strikes. Although 3 generals among the guards were cooperating, to truly subdue these people, it was necessary to establish authority. Previously, the brutal killing of the second-ranked deputy general had been such, and the strict military law now was the same. In an instant, over 2,000 Jing troops arrested these people and began to carry out the punishment right there, using their expertise in administering punishment. Spare me, General, spare me. The screams of agony echoed, causing the previously loose formation to tighten up. Many were terrified, trembling, and they truly felt the weight of military might. Seeing this, Chen Jibao slowly relaxed his frown. His enforcement of military law was not only to establish authority, but also to test the deterrent effect of imperial power on these people. It seemed that while these individuals were indeed somewhat corrupt, they ultimately still held some respect. Otherwise, there would have been a riot against the military law just now. This was also the prestige established by the Feng Empire over its 800 years of rule. Before the future events occurred, no one would believe that the Feng Empire would fall in 20 years, nor would anyone dare to defy His Majesty's orders. While there was certainly the deterrent presence of Chen Jibao and thousands of troops, even without them, Shen Nan dispatched a eunuch to convey the imperial edict, and these people did not dare to act against the eunuch. Just then, a tall general rode in from a distance outside the camp gate. This person rode straight to the training ground, furrowing his brows as he looked at Chen Jibao, then cast a fearful glance at the corpse of the second-ranked deputy general. He then pointed at Chen Jibao and said, "Even if His Majesty ordered you to reorganize the troops, you should not have killed a second-rank officer of the Great Feng." The second-rank title held by this person was a nominal position, part of the military noble system, not a genuine second-rank general of the Great Feng. However, even so, this nominal second rank was still extremely prestigious. Chen Jibao could glean some information from this person's words. He calmly replied, "This person conspired to rebel and deserves to be executed." The commander of the Imperial Guards, Hong Kai, was taken aback. Conspire to rebel? When have we, the Imperial Guards, ever had the intention to rebel? Don't think you can act recklessly just because of your high cultivation. Do you really believe we have no military experts? Among the military nobles, there are indeed military experts. Someone like Tan Yen, who can eat and drink his way to the cultivation of a second-rank military master. Moreover, the true talents among military nobles have long since left the imperial capital to achieve merit on the borders of Yuzhou and Liangzhou. Any military strategist above the third rank must experience battlefield combat to rise step by step. If one relies solely on pills, they can only remain at the second rank for life. Furthermore, this kind of second rank achieved through indulgence cannot even defeat a true third-rank military master. I'm talking about conspiracy to rebel. A cold expression appeared on Chen Jibao's face. Conspiracy. What is a conspiracy? It is secretly plotting in private. This kind of accusation is indeed extremely vague. It can basically be said that if I believe you are conspiring, then you are. After all, no one can prove you did not conspire, making this reasoning truly impeccable. Upon hearing this, Hong Kai's expression suddenly became wary. He said no more and turned to mount his horse, coldly stating, "Whether there was a conspiracy or not, I will not dispute it with you. There will be a clear explanation at the court assembly in the future." He had received news and learned that His Majesty intended to use force to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 guards. Therefore, he rushed over to see the situation. But since Chen Jibao displayed such a reckless attitude, did Hong Kai have to offer his face to be hit? Unfortunately, Hong Kai still underestimated Chen Jibao's recklessness. "Did I let you go?" Chen Jibao's cold voice came. At the same time, the sound of gunfire resonated. The plum wine suddenly appeared before Hong Kai. "Ah!" Hong Kai immediately reacted, roaring as he instinctively unleashed his energy towards the plum wine. The ferocity of this energy was indeed at the peak of a second-rank military master. This person was not a mere drunkard. However, the next moment, there was a loud bang. The stone bricks within a few meters around Hong Kai shattered, and the fine dragon horse beneath him instantly turned into a mist of blood, while he himself was smashed into the ground, spitting blood. If not for Chen Jiabao holding back, this person would not have merely been heavily injured, but would have died on the spot. How could a second-rank military master withstand a move from someone like Chen Jiabao, a military expert? The plum wine spear, shimmering with a purplish hue, pointed directly at Hong Kai. Chen Jibao's calm eyes glinted coldly. "Since you've come, you should stay." Outside the capital's camp, after the incident settled down, the luxurious imperial sedan chair slowly arrived. Chen Jiabao, leading 3 commanders of the imperial guards, had been waiting here for a long time. He handed a roster through the jade curtain to Shen Nan. "Your Majesty, this is the true roster of the imperial guards." Such a roster could only be seen by the high-ranking members of the imperial guards, and only 2 people could know its whereabouts. Besides the deceased second-rank deputy general, it was the commander Hong Kai from earlier. Now that the roster was here, yet Hong Kai was nowhere to be found. His fate was self-evident. Shen Nan could also smell the faint scent of blood coming from Chen Jiabao, but he had no objections to this. After all, it was inevitable that there would be casualties when taking over the Red Dragon's 10 guards by force. Moreover, the position of the chief guard was different from that of the Tiger Band Guard and the Provincial Army Guard. The 3 generals who had secretly submitted to Shen Nan had no real power, nor did they possess the cultivation, courage, and strategy of Han Lizzie. He casually flipped through the roster and then closed it. Even if he looked at the roster himself, he couldn't remember the number of people. How could the chief guard's commander be in charge without knowing this? The roster of the chief guard was extremely chaotic, with traces of alterations everywhere. It was clear that personnel changes were very frequent. Why was this the case? It was because there were too many people coming and going. However, just with a glance, Shen Nan had a rough estimate of the numbers in his mind. The number of empty salaries in the chief guard was also close to half. Even so, the military salaries were not truthfully distributed to those below. The greed of the military officials and nobles was evident. However, Shen Nan did not get angry. He had already known about these matters beforehand. Moreover, the chief guard's commander and deputy commander were both dead, so how could he hold them accountable? He ordered the current generals of the chief guard to hand over the embezzled silver to Chao Zhengchun, and if they returned the full amount, they would not be pursued for past actions. If anyone hid or refused to hand it over, their entire family would be exiled to Yuzhou. The commanders of the Red Dragon's 10 guards were all under Shen Nan's control, and the next tier of generals were the true backbone of the army. These people could not be disposed of lightly. After all, they were just like Han Lizzie, in which mid-level general did not have some faction behind them. It would be too troublesome if they caused unrest. Furthermore, what he wanted was to reorganize the Red Dragon's 10 guards, not to completely destroy them. Naturally, he needed to retain some people for use. Chen Jiabao slightly nodded, understood. Shen Nan's gaze flicked to the straight-standing general beside him. "You have done well. In the future, the command of the guard camp will be entrusted to you, and this military reduction will also be handled with your assistance to Shen Yi. I have only one requirement. Better to have fewer than to have many. Anyone who has not entered the ranks will be demoted to auxiliary troops, or will be dismissed with a year's military pay according to their names and origins. Those who have entered the ranks but cannot reach 1,000 jin will be reduced to auxiliary soldiers to observe their future performance. This requirement is not unreasonable, but unfortunately, there are too many who are just filling the ranks among the Red Dragon 10 guards." Thus, after hearing Shen Nan's orders, the 3 newly promoted guard generals all showed difficulty. One of them stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, if this requirement is enforced, I fear there won't be many left. Moreover, the requirement to reach 1,000 jin is indeed somewhat difficult. The brothers in the army are not lazy, but rather." Shen Nan looked at the person and asked, "What do you mean?" The man gritted his teeth and replied, "What I mean is that the military salary is simply too low. Although the salary for the elite troops of the Great Feng is 15 taels of silver, which should be sufficient, over the years, the price of body refining pills in the Qinghe Palace has risen from 300 coins to 600 coins, and various types of meat supplements have also increased similarly. The brothers not only have to support their families, but also maintain their cultivation, which is indeed quite difficult." This was the truth. 15 taels of silver as military salary is actually a lot, but for elite warriors at the first rank of martial arts, is far too little. The fundamental reason lies in the changing situation. In the early years, the Red Dragon 10 guards would occasionally go out to train and hunt demons or be dispatched to various places to suppress uprisings. But when was the last time the Red Dragon 10 guards were active in recent years? Every commander has been hereditary. There are no more opportunities for promotion based on military merit. Even if there are, they're all transferred from Yuzhou, like Han Lizzie. But how many people like him are there? Moreover, the troops under Han Lizzie are responsible for the safety of the imperial city, patrolling the streets. And they still have some extra income. Those guarding the imperial tomb and protecting the emperor during outings. What kind of benefits can they expect? Shen Nan squinted at the person and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Sun Ying, the commander of the 500 guards in the White Tiger camp." Sun Ying? Suddenly, some information about this Sun Ying surfaced in Shen Nan's mind, which was part of the memories of the Yuan Yu Emperor. Although he was not as outstanding as Han Lizzie, he was still a fierce general during the late years of the Great Feng Dynasty. In the late period of the imperial capital, the Yuan Yu Emperor promoted a group of fierce generals, among them Sun Ying, who was particularly skilled in defense. When the barbaric demon tribe descended from the south, he managed to hold back an army of 10,000 with just 1,000 men for several days. Unfortunately, at that time, the Yuan Yu Emperor did not recognize this person's abilities. Otherwise, assigning him to defend the imperial capital might have allowed for a successful defense for several days until the arrival of various loyalist armies. Shen Nan nodded. "From today onwards, you will be the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. The recruitment of soldiers for the Imperial Guards will also be your responsibility. I give you 10 days to recruit 10,000 soldiers. Can you do it?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ying was taken aback, but soon reminded by those beside him. He quickly bowed deeply. "I, Sun Ying, thank your majesty for your great grace. I will definitely serve your majesty with my life." It was already a significant leap for him to go from a mere captain of 500 to a camp commander, not to mention directly becoming the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. This was truly a meteoric rise. As for recruiting 10,000 soldiers, as long as there are sufficient funds and resources, selecting 10,000 from the millions in the imperial capital is not a difficult task at all. Shen Nan promoted Sun Ying not only because of his future achievements, but also because he was still in desperate need of personnel under his command. The Fujun Wei was temporarily overseen by Han Lizzie, and the Hubin Wei was managed by Tuoba Pusa for the time being. But what about the Changshu Wei, Wulong, and Xinfeng Wei? Shen Jibao was going to form the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, and he could at most serve as the commander of one guard. Considering Sun Ying's future performance as well as his current performance, Shen Nan didn't mind giving him a chance, especially since the current commander of the guards was Shen Yi. If Sun Ying didn't perform well later, then he could only stop at the position of deputy commander of the guards. "Get up," Shen Nan said calmly. "From now on, the military pay for the Red Dragon 10 guards will be raised to 20 taels. But this money is not given for free. I want to see a truly elite force. The increase of 5 taels may seem small, but if no one dares to reach into it, then the difference will be significant. After all, according to the earlier roster, these elite guards can only receive about 10 to 11 taels of silver each year. So 20 taels means a direct doubling, with a military pay of 20 taels. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying and the others respectfully said, "Your Majesty is wise." Given Shen Nan's current display of thunderous measures, it is likely that for a short period, no one would dare to take empty pay. 20 taels of silver is also enough for the elite of the Red Dragon 10 guards to eat and drink, and it will steadily enhance their cultivation. Shen Nan nodded and looked at Sun Ying. "You lead 200 personal guards to follow Chao Zhengchun to Wulong to deliver the imperial edict. I will soon bring the main army of the guards to Wulong Fortress." Wulong, where the Xianfeng Guard is located, is only 30 miles away from the imperial capital. According to Shen Nan's previous plan, he intended to gather the Hubei Guard and the main guards, along with the army guards, and then use overwhelming force to pressure the Xianfeng Guard and the Wulong officials into submission. However, based on the information previously relayed by Chen Jibao, Shen Nan also sensed the authority and righteousness possessed by the Emperor of Defeng. This time, he only sent Sun Ying and Chao Zhengchun ahead to test whether this righteousness would be effective, and whether Wulong and the Xianfeng would completely submit due to an imperial edict. If they could submit smoothly, then things would be much simpler. On the contrary, if Wulong and the Xianfeng guards stubbornly resisted the imperial edict, then with the main guards and the clean army led by Chen Jibao, along with the heavy armored troops, they would be sufficient to suppress them by force, though that might result in many deaths. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying did not hesitate and bowed, saying, I take my orders. Seeing this, Shen Nan looked at Chao Zhengshun beside him and said, you need not intentionally provoke them, nor do you need to show anything. Just follow the procedures to deliver the edict. If there are any movements from the Wulong Guard or the Xianfeng Guard, report back to me, and I will handle it. With Chao Zhengshun's strength, as long as the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard do not set an ambush in advance, you will surely return safely. Moreover, even if the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard are determined to side with the military nobility, they do not have the courage to assassinate the eunuch delivering the edict, as that would be a crime equivalent to conspiracy against the emperor. Chao Zhengshun replied solemnly, this servant obeys the order. He felt no fear in his heart, only a vague excitement. The Rain Huatian, who had descended together with him, had already begun to establish the Western Depot and was about to achieve great accomplishments. Naturally, Chao Zhengshun could not fall behind. This was an opportunity. Seeing this, Shen Nan said no more and just waved his hand. Go ahead. Chao Zhengshun followed Sun Ying towards the Imperial Guard's camp. Shen Zhibao did the same. Zhang Jiao, however, stayed close as a bodyguard. He looked at the Imperial Guard's camp and thought, is His Majesty intending to move the camp? To combine the Imperial Guard, Wulong Guard, and Xianfeng Guard into one? Unlike others who were busy with their own matters, Zhang Jiao's main task today was to protect Shen Nan, so he saw things more clearly. Shen Nan nodded. The situation regarding the Imperial Guards, the Tiger Band Guards, and the Provincial Army Guards is already very clear. Among them, the Tiger Band Guards are in the best condition, maintaining their combat strength the best. However, even the Tiger Band Guards consist of just a little over half of the elite troops. The situation of the Provincial Army Guards seems decent, but in reality, their true combat power is very limited, mostly consisting of seasoned veterans who can only deal with local thugs and rogues. These individuals are also not reliable for significant tasks. The Wulong Guards and the Xianfeng Guards, although stationed at fortresses outside the imperial capital, seem the most secure. But one only needs to reference the condition of the Imperial Guards to understand that their military supplies must also be in disarray. And the number of elites, their 1TB, significantly more than that of the Imperial Guards. Under these circumstances, it no longer makes sense to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Instead, a reorganization is needed. I intend to transform the Tiger Band Guards into the Black Dragon Guards, still responsible for the safety of the Imperial City, while the Provincial Army Guards will become the Xian Bird Guards, overseen by Han Lizzie, responsible for maintaining public order in the imperial capital. The Wulong, Xianfeng, and Imperial Guards will merge into one guard, thus filtering out a group of elites to form a brand new Feather Force Guard. In the future, there will be no more Red Dragon 10 Guards, only the Black Dragon, Xian Bird, and Feather Force Guards. Over the years since the establishment of the Great Feng, the responsibilities and positions within the Red Dragon 10 Guards have become extremely complicated. Just the Provincial Army Guards are divided into Left Guard and Right Guard, each with their own battalions, making this division too chaotic. Shen Nan plans for there to be only 3 guards in the future, each with 10 battalions underneath. This will clarify the responsibilities of each guard and facilitate reorganization. Zhang Jiao pondered. Your Majesty means that in the future, the Tiger Band and Provincial Army Guards will be responsible for guarding the Imperial City, while the Feather Force Guards will be the ones to truly cultivate an elite force. Preparing for future military reductions in Yuzhou and Liangzhou, he is aware of all of Shen Nan's plans and can naturally see the main reason for Shen Nan's division. After all, simply reorganizing the Red Dragon 10 Guards means Shen Nan previously had no need to discuss matters of recruiting soldiers or increasing benefits with Sun Ying. Even if the actual number of the Red Dragon 10 Guards is only around 120,000 to 130,000, filtering the elites might leave only 50,000 to 60,000. But these individuals are sufficient to guard the palace. It should be noted that these are all elite fighters of martial arts caliber, each capable of holding off 10 men. Among them are many who can face 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 enemies. With this as the core, only a few auxiliary soldiers need to be recruited to maintain the operation of the imperial capital. However, if looking further ahead, this amount of military strength is obviously insufficient. Shen Nan nodded. The military rations of the Great Feng are not only consumed by the Red Dragon 10 Guards. The annual grain expenses in Yuzhou far exceed those of the Red Dragon 10 Guards, with an expenditure of 84 million taels of silver a year. How shocking is that? Sun Ying and others are extremely happy over a military salary of 20 taels of silver. Under such circumstances, the military salary for Yuzhou alone is enough to cover the expenses of 2 million elite troops. If there were 2 2 million martial arts level 1 elites. How could I worry about revitalizing the Great Feng? I could simply push forward recklessly. Of course, military salaries are not calculated this way. But the fact remains that the military expenses consumed by Yuzhou and Liangzhou each year are excessively exaggerated. The Great Feng has long been in a state of financial deficit. Given the current national situation of the Great Feng and the strength that Shen Nan possesses, to resolve this issue, he must tackle corruption and cut military spending from 2 points. Shen Nan plans to do both, but to cut the military, one naturally needs a sufficient army. The recent reduction of the Red Dragon 10 guards actually reveals a critical problem. The generals and troops under Shen Nan are still too few. Just the troops from the Tiger Ben Guard, the Fu Army Guard, and the Imperial Guards have already exhausted his available generals. As for the army, he can only rely on the 800 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers summoned earlier. With this current strength, it is simply not enough to cut down the troops in Yuzhou and Liangzhou in the future. Zhang Jiao said, "I will assist your majesty in gradually taking control of the Tiangong Institute." Shen Nan nodded and looked towards the distant guards of the Jingying. This relocation of the camp was not only to facilitate the merger, but also a form of screening and obedience testing. If they couldn't even manage a 30-mile march, then the guards would have to take drastic measures. Wulong Pass, although called a pass, was actually a checkpoint fortress and was the only way to enter the imperial capital from the north. In the past, the founding emperor had blocked the barbaric demon race here, slaying several 13th realm demon gods, thus establishing the foundation of the Great Feng Dynasty for 800 years. Therefore, this fortress was extremely grand, with walls over 20 meters high, reaching into the clouds. The city gate was also impressively heavy. Even a siege hammer built by the Heavenly Engineering Institute would take half a day to break through, and on the walls were numerous crossbows and elite soldiers standing guard. However, this was the situation of the past. Nowadays, Wulong Pass was not what it used to be. The barbaric demon race had not crossed the borders of Yuzhou for over 600 years, let alone reach the imperial capital of Yongzhou, 1,000 miles away. Thus, this so-called imperial capital fortress now resembled a huge marketplace. Everywhere one could see tents of traveling merchants, and one could even faintly hear the songs of street performers. The inner city was still relatively quiet, but today it was not as serene. Just half a stick of incense ago, a crimson light crashed into the inner city. Immediately, everyone in the fortress felt a surge of blood energy rising in the inner city, akin to the roar of a celestial wolf, filled with shock and confusion. What? The person was none other than Zhou Lin, the commander of the Wulong Guards. He was one of the last 2 first-rank land immortals among the military nobles in the imperial capital and the true face of the military nobility. Known for his formidable hard martial arts skills, the overflowing blood energy, even in a moment of unintended anger, made the entire fortress tremble. Inside the government office, many commanders were frightened and anxious as they looked at the figure emerging from the ruined house. "Commander Zhou, could it be that the demon race has attacked?" A tall man, 8 feet high, clad in black and gold armor, looked at Zhou Lin. Despite his imposing appearance, his voice was gentle and even somewhat soft. This man was Shen Nan, the commander of the Xianfeng Guards. The legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chu, Empress Dowager Chen Shuli, was his biological sister. Shen Nan had always had a somewhat effeminate demeanor, but his towering stature and smooth practice of hard martial arts made him suitable to follow Zhou Lin to train in true hard martial arts. Unfortunately, despite his exceptional talent, he was somewhat eccentric and did not enjoy martial training, preferring the feminine art of embroidery instead. Zhou Lin's expression was grim, and he remained silent. This demeanor intensified the oppressive atmosphere around them. At the level of land immortals, even a casual gesture or glance could easily kill. It seemed that Zhou Lin, a land immortal who practiced hard martial arts, could change the weather with his rage, causing temperatures to rise sharply. His Majesty has acted. Zhou Lin stood with his hands behind his back, his crimson armor becoming even more intensely red, his voice cold and harsh. "I said before not to underestimate His Majesty. Do not underestimate him." The old Duke of Chu does not believe it, thinking that a series of banquets can make His Majesty retreat. He forgets that since ancient times, military power has been earned through bloodshed. A martial god of the 11th realm, a celestial being of the 10th realm. With just these two, His Majesty's strength far exceeds ours. If we want to resist, we should have the Duke of Liang return from Xian, or simply have all the military nobles of Liang submit petitions. And the result is relying on banquets. The Duke of Chu is indeed getting old. He spoke without holding back. Yet, the Duke of Chu's son, Chen Nan, did not dare to rebut even a word. He could only stare blankly at Zhou Lin. His Majesty has acted. Shen Nan, although somewhat effeminate, was not fond of men but rather favored women. What astonished him was how His Majesty dared to act, just based on that martial god of the 11th realm and the celestial being of the 10th realm. Hearing this, Zhou Lin's cold gaze swept over everyone. The imperial capital has been peaceful for many years. Have you truly forgotten the deterrent power of celestial beings and martial gods? It is said that a celestial being can take on an army, and a martial god has the achievements of suppressing a nation. Do you think that I, a lowly noble, have the right to stand above you? And what gives me the audacity to shamelessly pocket 50% of the profits? While those in the imperial capital dare not utter a word of complaint, only because I am the face of the military nobles in the imperial capital. I am a land immortal of the military. Moreover, I am currently the one among the military nobles most likely to break through to the 10th realm. And that is all. If a land immortal is like this, how about a celestial being? How about a martial god? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around became even more oppressive, and Shen Nan held his breath, not daring to exhale. Shen Nan. Zhou Lin looked at Shen Nan. You will leave the fortress now and head to Liangzhou to seek refuge with the Duke of Xian. You are not to return without the Duke of Chu's order. As for the others, Zhou Lin scanned the crowd and ordered, follow me to welcome His Majesty. Yes, although the commanders were filled with uncertainty, they did not dare to speak further due to Zhou Lin's prestige. Only Chen Nan's expression became extremely complicated. Has it really come to this? Zhou Lin did not look back and said, the guards, the Tiger Ben guards, and the government troops are all in His Majesty's hands. This time we have lost. If we want to retain some face, we must be sensible. Otherwise, do you really think His Majesty is a merciful ruler like the late emperor, who would hesitate to act against you? Or is he afraid to kill? Chen Nan. Not long after Chen Nan left, Chao Zhengchun led Sun Ying and 200 elite guards to arrive at Wulong Pass. He was still immersed in the grandeur of the fortress when he heard a steady voice say, are you the envoy sent by His Majesty? Chao Zhengchun looked at Zhou Lin, who exuded an imposing aura and was momentarily stunned before nodding. I am. Zhou Lin did not hesitate to bow and kneel. Zhou Lin, commander of the Wulong Guards, request the envoy to convey the imperial decree. Huh? Chao Zhengchun was stunned on the spot. Sun Ying stepped forward and quietly nudged Chao Zhengchun. Chao Zhengchun quickly regained his composure and hurriedly spoke, His Majesty has an order. This submissive scene completely exceeded Chao Zhengchun's expectations. He had originally thought this would be very difficult. It was even possible that the other side might act out of desperation. But instead, the commander of the Wulong Guards led many generals to kneel in welcome of the imperial decree. Did that mean Chao Zhengchun had not accomplished anything noteworthy? Sun Ying frowned slightly and quietly instructed someone beside him with a few words. Soon, someone rode back to deliver the message. After patiently listening to the imperial decree, Zhou Lin stood up and said, I, obeying the decree. Lang San, you go gather the troops at the training ground and wait for His Majesty to review the troops. The rest of you stay here to respectfully welcome His Majesty. Many generals all spoke in agreement. This scene left Chao Zhengchun momentarily stunned. 10 miles outside the Wulong fortress, a long line was moving along the official road. Although there is a saying that the army marches with provisions ahead while the troops remain stationary. There are only about 13,000 guards in total, and with the addition of the Ming Dynasty heavy armored soldiers and the clean troops, there were barely 20,000 people heading towards the imperial city fortress 30 miles away, so there was no need to prepare any provisions. Although many had fallen behind along the way, or the formation had become somewhat scattered during the march, with Chen Jibao's skilled command and the supervision of 2,000 Ming Dynasty heavy armored soldiers. It took only half an hour to cover more than 20 miles. This was also due to the nature of the Xinwu world. Although there were many who were just filling the ranks, their physique was still much stronger compared to people from previous generations. According to the records from the era of the Red Dragon's 10 guards, during its peak, an army of 50,000 could cover hundreds of miles in a single day. It should be noted that such an army was not like the current one marching, but was heavily armored, carrying provisions, and was not cavalry. This shows how strong the armies of the Xinwu world are. Along the way, Shen Nan also gained insight into the quality of these guards. Some elite troops clearly looked the part. For example, the Ming Dynasty heavy armored soldiers were all about 8 feet tall, each with a robust physique, clad in armor and holding shields resembling black bears. The elite among the guards were also quite impressive. As for those who were just filling the ranks, they were all around 5 to 6 feet tall, lacking complete armor and weaponry, and their eyes and presence were entirely different. The need for military reform was indeed urgent. Shen Nan took these people to the Wulong fortress to facilitate the disbandment of troops there, in order to prevent them from scattering and causing any trouble. As for disturbances, the Zhejian Wu control by the legalists is certainly not a mere decoration. Why has the capital of the empire, with a population of tens of millions, not experienced any major disturbances over the years? The legalist Zhejian Wu has undoubtedly made significant contributions. Additionally, there are also the masters from the Taoists and Confucians holding down the fort. The Great Feng Empire's capital is ultimately the center of the strongest empire in the world, filled with experts, and its national fortune is as abundant as the stars. Even if a demon god from the 13 realms of the demon race arrives here, they would likely be intimidated by the soaring national fortune before even getting close to the capital. Unfortunately, after the national fortune of the Great Feng declines in the future, there will be no such deterrent. All kinds of monsters and demons will dare to come to the capital in chaotic times. When a nation is about to perish, there will surely be abnormalities. Shen Nan murmured to himself, I want to see what kind of monstrosity will emerge this time. Zhang Jiao, standing to the side, glanced at Shen Nan and said, if the national strength is strong and the people live and work in peace, there would naturally be no monstrosities. The Great Feng is actually in a prosperous and peaceful era now, but unfortunately, desires are insatiable and human hearts are greedy. Speaking of monstrosities, doesn't Zhang Jiao of the immortal martial Three Kingdoms also appear as a monstrosity in the eyes of the Han Emperor? Shen Nan also reacted, and he chuckled as he said, I'm not talking about the Celestial Master again. Even during the late Easter Han period of the immortal and martial era, the Celestial Master could only be seen as pleading for the people, rather than as a demon in a chaotic world. The heavens have died, and the yellow heaven should rise. In the year of the Jiazi, the world is auspicious. This saying is known to all in later generations. What Zhang Jiao saw it was not for personal gain, but for the welfare of all living beings. He is certainly not a demon. However, Zhang Jiao shook his head. How to save the world? How to deal with the chaotic times? In the end, it's just a matter of different positions. Is today's Feng, Confucianism, or Taoism really chaotic? Is even Buddhism in chaos? What we ultimately look at is how things will unfold in the future. Shen Nan scoffed and shook his head. Taoism can be overlooked, Confucianism is acceptable, but what about Buddhism? It does not engage in production, nor does it live for the people. What it seeks is merely a Buddhist paradise on earth, supported by billions of incense offerings for one person, which is merely the path for one person to attain Buddhahood. What kind of salvation is this? Zhang Jiao nodded slightly. That is indeed the case. Shen Nan smiled and said, let's not talk about that for now. From now on, let us together establish a true prosperous era. The nature of such a prosperous era should be determined by us, and it should be built by our own hands. Zhang Jiao nodded, I shall serve His Majesty to the death. This statement was clearly different from what he had said upon his arrival, and it showed that Zhang Jiao was gradually recognizing Shen Nan and integrating into this world, genuinely wanting to assist Shen Nan in creating a peaceful and prosperous era. Just like the earlier statement about assisting His Majesty in controlling the Tiangong Institute. At that moment, Chun Jibao's voice came from outside, Your Majesty. Shen Nan lifted the jade curtain to take a look and saw Chun Jibao frowning slightly as he said, the situation is a bit off. Zhou Lin has exited his seclusion. Zhou Lin was also mentioned in the intelligence provided by Li Si. The reason Shen Nan had overlooked him before was that the intelligence indicated Zhou Lin had been in seclusion for several months, aiming to break through to the 10th realm of military prowess. Moreover, Shen Nan also knew from the memories of Emperor Yuanyo about Zhou Lin's temperament. Although Zhou Lin came from the lineage of military generals and nobility, he was one of the renowned fierce generals at the end of the Great Feng Dynasty. Second only to Han Lizzi, the Sage of War. He was truly loyal to the Great Feng when he ultimately met his end. It was after battling with a level 11 Demon King from the Savage Demon tribe for several days, where both he and the Demon King perished. With such temperament and capability, Shen Nan naturally did not consider him among those who needed to be disbanded. In fact, this also reveals a point. Although military generals and nobility are currently Shen Nan's enemies, not all of them are adversaries. There are still many among them who can be utilized. This can even be inferred from the progress of the system tasks. Shen Nan has now completed 75% of the process of destroying a major force. Sometimes, destruction does not mean a complete physical annihilation, but rather simply removing that force from existence. Shen Nan now only needs to completely subdue the Wulong Guard and select the forward guards, and he will have completed his task. After all, by the time he accomplishes this, the Red Dragon 10 guards will no longer exist and will have transformed into the Black Dragon, Xian Bird, and Feather Force 3 guards. As for the military aristocrats represented by the Duke of Chu, they actually belong to another faction, and their ranking is undoubtedly very high. This is because Liangzhou still has many military aristocrats, and those military aristocrats are much harder to deal with than those in the imperial capital, such as Duke Xian and some commanders from the 10 realms of the martial arts. These individuals are the true backbone of the military aristocrats. The Duke of Chu and his peers are merely the facade of the military aristocrats. A significant portion of the money they greedily take each year goes to support the military aristocrats in Liangzhou, just like how most of the Wulong Guard supports Zhou Lin's breakthrough. Otherwise, would one really think that the wealth and splendor of the military aristocrats come solely from these useless figures? How could the emperors of the Great Feng Dynasty fail time and again, if that were the case? Are all the emperors throughout history just incompetent? It is simply because the power of the military aristocrats is too widespread, and pulling one thread can affect the whole. Additionally, there are Confucian and Taoist influences interfering. It is precisely because Shen Nan cuts through the chaos with a swift blade and acts with thunderous force that he can succeed. Moreover, he has the support of Taoba Bodhisattva and Chen Jibao, two top-notch masters of the martial arts by his side. Shen Nan looked at Chen Jibao and asked, "What is Zhou Lin's attitude?" Given Zhou Lin's future performance, his emergence is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it might make it easier to subdue the Red Dragon 10 guards, and it can also be of use. Chen Jibao replied, when Chao Jungchan arrived. Zhou Lin led the Wulong Guards and many generals of the Xianfeng Guards to welcome him at the fortress gate. After receiving the imperial decree, he also ordered the generals to gather the soldiers to wait for His Majesty's inspection. This kind of response is actually the most troublesome. Chen Jibao is not afraid of the other party playing any tricks. After all, who could be as formidable as him in the military? Instead, this kind of flexibility makes it unreasonable for others to find fault. Shen Nan laughed upon hearing this. Isn't this a good thing? Send the order to speed up. Zhou Lin's performance was indeed as loyal and perceptive as the future history suggested. Since that is the case, Shen Nan could use Zhou Lin to continue governing the Wulong Way and select the Feng Way. Soon, the imperial carriage began to accelerate. Such a near-magical imperial carriage, when fully driven, could travel 1,000 miles a day. The future Yuan Yu Emperor was able to escape because of the so-called immovable national treasure, the Jade Chariot, which could cross thousands of miles in a single day. Otherwise, he would not have been able to retreat calmly when the barbaric demon clan invaded the imperial capital. Unfortunately, the Jade Chariot had exhausted the national fortune after reaching Jiangzhou, ultimately becoming an immobile, majestic imperial carriage. It had only a hollow name, but could not be recklessly driven. In just a moment, the Wulong fortress came into Shen Nan's view. Looking out at the exceedingly majestic and heavy fortress, he deeply felt the prosperity of the Great Feng Dynasty. Such a fortress would be hard to construct even in the modern world of his previous life, let alone in this feudal dynasty. The Xinwu world was indeed extraordinary. In front of the city gate, Zhou Lin stood motionless like a statue, waiting to see the imperial carriage arrive. Only then did he kneel on the ground and say in a loud and steady voice, "Criminal Minister Zhou Lin, kneeling to pay respects to your majesty." Criminal Minister Zhang Sa, kneeling to pay respects to your majesty. Criminal Minister Sunday, accompanied by Zhou Lin's actions. The generals of the Wulong Way and Feng Way all knelt down. This scene was indeed astonishing. The originally bustling markets on both sides had become quiet soon after Zhou Lin's appearance. Now, witnessing such a scene, everyone looked over in shock. Anyone who had mingled in Wulong Fortress knew that Zhou Lin was the sky of Wulong Fortress. Yet now, this sky was kneeling to welcome an even higher sky. The majesty of His Majesty was evident. Many people around also knelt and bowed. Long live your majesty. In this atmosphere, Shen Nan slowly stepped out of the imperial carriage, dressed in a purple ceremonial robe, wearing a flat crown with a fair and handsome face. However, his eyes revealed a profound depth, and his demeanor was imposing and unapproachable. He first looked at Zhou Lin, then his gaze swept over the generals of the Wulong Way and Feng Way. Among these people, many were deeply memorable. There were those who were treacherous, those who would fight to the death in the future, and those who acted as insiders for the barbaric demon clan. The complexity of human hearts can sometimes be so variable. Those who appeared righteous in the past might not be so when truly facing life-and-death crises. Conversely, those who seemed inconspicuous in the past might show a trace of bravery in such critical moments, making it truly hard to predict. Shen Nan may not understand people's hearts, but he knows one thing. As long as he, the emperor, is strong enough and the Great Feng is strong enough, then people's hearts will not change, or rather, they will not dare to change. Just like today. Shen Nan slowly walked up to Zhou Lin and looked down, saying, "What crime is there?" This posture was a slight humiliation for Zhou Lin, who usually looked down on others. However, Zhou Lin's expression did not change at all. He firmly replied, "I have embezzled military funds, amassed wealth unlawfully, and formed cliques for personal gain. My crimes are unforgivable. I humbly request your majesty to consider that my path of cultivation is not easy and to show leniency." Such words truly displayed the lowest posture. Yet, this was also Zhou Lin's clever tactic of retreating to advance. The current situation was that the military generals and noble families in the imperial capital had no ability to fight back against Shen Nan. Even though Zhou Lin was at the peak of the first rank of military strategists, he could do nothing as long as he had not entered the realm of the 10th level celestial being. Moreover, even if he did reach the 10th level celestial being, there was still an 11th level martial god beside the emperor. The gap in strength and the collapse of the situation had left Zhou Lin with no choice but to simply admit his guilt, which could leave him a way out. After all, in the 800 years since the establishment of the Great Feng, there has never been a first-rank celestial being executed. This is not to say that there is a rule that no punishment befalls celestial beings, but rather that every celestial being is a true dragon among men and a pillar of the Great Feng Dynasty. Unless the crimes are truly heinous, exile or assignment to the borders to serve as guardians would be the best choice. Show leniency? Shen Nan smiled, his gaze sweeping over the martial generals behind Zhou Lin. Although his cultivation was only at the 4th rank of Grandmaster, the aura of his imperial status, combined with the current situation, made anyone who met Shen Nan's eyes feel a sense of fear and trepidation. It was a terror that their lives and deaths were entirely at Shen Nan's whim. After a long while, Shen Nan slowly said, "I intend to abolish the Red Dragon 10 guards. From now on, the Tiger Ben Guard will be renamed the Black Dragon Guard, under the command of Tuobo Bodhisattva. The Fu Jun Guard will be renamed the Xian Bird Guard, under the command of Han Lizzie. Wulong, Xian Feng, and Shangshi San Guard will be merged into the Yulin Guard, and I intend to have you take charge. Do you know what to do?" Tuobo Bodhisattva is Shen Nan's own person. Han Lizzie is in this position due to his performance in this battle. Zhou Lin needs to continue to oversee the Wulong Guard and also take charge of an additional Xianfeng Guard. What qualifications does he have to hold this position? This is Shen Nan's question to Zhou Lin, and it also requires Zhou Lin to make a choice. Zhou Lin's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, "I understand." As he spoke, he stood up and pointed to a person beside him. This person is named Zhang Sa, also the legitimate son of the Duke of Yin. Because of his status, he has acted recklessly in the past, treating the common people like pigs and dogs, bullying them at will. This person must be executed. As his low voice fell, Zhou Lin suddenly made his move. He stepped forward, and his right fist landed on the head of Zhang Sa, the legitimate son of the Duke of Yin. Zhang Sa looked at Zhou Lin in shock, and before he could react, his head exploded. Then Zhou Lin pointed to another person. This person is named Zhang He, the legitimate son of the Duke of Lu. He once killed 32 people from the brothel after getting drunk and showing his violent nature. He too must be executed. Boom! Another head exploded. Zhou Lin, the leaders of the Wulong and Xian Feng guards present were horrified by this scene. Their expressions turned to disbelief. They had just understood that His Majesty wanted Zhou Lin to present a letter of allegiance. Yet no one expected Zhou Lin to be so ruthless and decisive, killing the legitimate sons of the Dukes of Lu and Yin in public. Zhou Lin was severing his ties with the military aristocracy, and moreover, as a commander of the Wulong Guard, how could he dare to kill so recklessly, especially in front of His Majesty? Such actions could lead to him being executed by Chun Jibao at any time. Zhou Lin was essentially offering his life in this letter of allegiance. With his words, he killed 2 military generals. This act not only severed the path of the military aristocracy, but also handed over his own handle to Shen Nan. As long as Shen Nan wished, he could command someone to kill Zhou Lin without raising any suspicion. Zhou Lin had already become a complete and utter lonely minister. This kind of action made the leaders of the Wulong and Xian Feng guards around him pale with fear. Someone couldn't help but shout angrily, "Zhou Lin, even if you want to be a dog, you shouldn't do this." Are you not afraid that the Duke of Xian will return and hold you accountable? Zhou Lin's expression remained calm, his blood boiling, and the aura of war and killing radiated from him. This person may have small faults, but he has no major crimes, and his sins do not warrant execution. Among the 19 people present, there is still one more. As soon as these words came out, many military generals changed color, retreating a step in unison, their expressions filled with fear. This action also showed Zhou Lin's prestige in the Wulong Guard. If anyone else dared to do this, the leaders of the Wulong and Xianfeng guards would have long since risen up to attack and kill him on the spot. Yet, after Zhou Lin did it, these people only dared to shout, but did not dare to act. However, before anyone could move, Zhou Lin turned to Shen Nan. Is this Zhou himself? Bang! He knelt on the ground and said solemnly, I ask your majesty to execute Zhou. Shen Nan was only a yard away from Zhou Lin, and he stared at Zhou Lin until the surroundings became eerily silent. Finally, he spoke. You are indeed guilty, and your crimes deserve punishment. Even Zhang Sa and Zhang He are unforgivable and should be dealt with by the military and the Ministry of Justice. How can one kill wantonly? After Shen Nan finished speaking, his voice became solemn. Chun Jibao. Chun Jibao's eyes were cold. I am here. This action made those around them shudder once again. Even the usually composed Zhou Lin felt a tremor in his heart. When he heard that Shen Nan was going to hand over the merged Imperial Guard, Wulong Guard, and Xianfeng Guard to him, he actually knew that he had no room for choice. The person he had just killed was also carefully selected. As for the crime, such things. Every leader of the Wulong Guard and Xianfeng Guard had one, if not more. Even Han Lizzie, although he didn't oppress the common people. Had he not secretly killed those local ruffians and gang members? No military general is without blood on their hands. It's easy to fabricate a charge if one wants to. Zhou Lin killed those 2 men more because they were the legitimate sons of the Duke of the imperial capital. Only such a status was sufficient to serve as a token of loyalty. Just as Zhou Lin was lost in these thoughts, Shen Nan's voice echoed again. Remove Zhou Lin's armor, seize his military order, and hand it over to you for disposal. Control the guards Wulong Guard, and select the Feng Guard. Immediately head to the training ground for the military review. Those who do not arrive within half an hour will be dealt with as traitors. After saying this, Shen Nan then turned and walked towards the imperial carriage and said to Zhang Jiao, "Enter the city." Zhang Jiao nodded slightly. The luxurious imperial carriage began to move slowly once again. 400 Ming Dynasty heavy armored soldiers, led by Shen Nan, guarded the surroundings. Zhou Lin, along with the many generals from the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard, stood on both sides to see off the imperial carriage. After a long while, the voice of Chen Jibao finally rang out. General Zhou, let's go. Shen Nan's meaning was already very clear. He was quite satisfied with Zhou Lin's loyalty. However, Zhou Lin's methods were too brutal, which was off-putting, so naturally, he had to put some pressure on Zhou Lin. Now, the positions of the Chief Guard, the Wulong Guard, and the Xianfeng Guard would first be temporarily managed by Chen Jibao. Although Zhou Lin lost his official position, as long as he waited for Chen Jibao to merge the 3 Wulong Guards into the Yulin Guard and then establish the Red Dragon Cavalry, the position of commander of the Yulin Guard would still belong to Zhou Lin. This was also the position Zhou Lin had fought for by killing 2 people today. The only cost was that he could no longer be a military noble, but only a knife in the emperor's hand, leaving him with no way out. Zhou Lin slowly exhaled, yes. The many generals of the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard looked at Zhou Lin with complex expressions. They had now fully realized the situation. Especially those who had previously shouted in anger now wore faces full of guilt. To be honest, the situation had become quite clear by now. If it weren't for Zhou Lin's decisive submission and the killing of 2 people, the one who would clean up the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard next would definitely be Chen Jibao. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as just killing 2 people. These individuals would not be able to pass through easily either. On the contrary, now that things were like this, Shen Nan could no longer carry out a large-scale purge. At most, he would follow the previous standards for the Chief Guard, allowing these people to buy their lives with money. In the end, there would be another selection. Although many generals had lost their official positions and wealth, at least their lives were preserved. Compared to the slaughter at Wulong Fortress, this was a relief. The residence of the Duke of Chu was filled with wailing. The previous atmosphere of revelry and noise was completely gone, replaced by faces that looked as if they had lost their parents. The Duke of Chu sat in a daze at the top, listening to the reports coming in about how the Chief Guard Commander Hong Kai had died, how the Emperor had taken the elite of the Chief Guard to Wulong Fortress. Each piece of information made him realize that the situation was dire. When the news from Wulong Fortress arrived, The Duke of Chu's face became even darker, as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. On the other hand, the Dukes of Yin and Lu roared. What? Sa-er, was publicly killed by that Da Zhou-Lin? He has led the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard to submit to the emperor. Zhou-Lin's betrayal truly dealt a heavy blow to these military nobles. Their greatest hope had been that the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard could stabilize. And perhaps they could negotiate with the emperor about the restructuring of the Red Dragon 10 guards, since the situation had become like this. But at the very least, the military nobles should retain some dignity, such as keeping some official positions and the empty salaries mentioned by the founding emperor. However, with Zhou-Lin's submission and Shen Nan taking control of Wulong Fortress, these military nobles had lost any hope of a comeback and had no qualifications to negotiate with the emperor. Among those present, despite their impressive titles, the real power lay with the commanders. They were merely old men, and their martial prowess was pitifully low. The dukes and marquises here combined couldn't even defeat a top-tier land god of martial arts. Duke Lu Zhang looked at Duke Chu and growled, "Old Duke, say something." Duke Chu smiled bitterly. He looked at Duke Lu with hollow eyes. At this point, what more is there to say? In terms of power, strength, and the situation, where do our military nobles have any chance of turning the tables? Duke Lu's face turned pale. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Duke Chu let out a heavy sigh. The Huban Guard is now under the command of Tuo Ba Pusa, a martial god of the 11th realm. Do we still expect those few people to seize power? There aren't any martial celestial beings or martial gods in the army, but Han Lizzie is no simple character. Moreover, he looked up at the ceiling. Old man Yang Ku is there, Chief Minister Zhang Su is also there, and the Minister of War Li Su, the left Deputy Minister of Justice Li Si. The head of the Tiangong Institute, Qing Xian, is also present. What can you all expect? Besides, regarding Wulong Fortress, whether others know Zhou-Lin's prestige, do you not know? In Wulong Fortress, Zhou-Lin is like heaven. He covers the sky with one hand. Don't say he killed the sons of 2 dukes, even if he killed all those generals. The elite of the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard wouldn't cause an uproar, because Zhou-Lin can suppress them. Moreover, the emperor himself is at Wulong Fortress. Who among you can change the situation? Duke Chu analyzed the situation clearly. This state of affairs was indeed quite desperate for the military nobles. It can only be said that Shen Nan had hidden his intentions too well. Once he struck, it was like a thunderstorm, and before these people could react, many things had already been settled, leaving only despair now. Upon hearing this, Duke Yan's expression became somewhat anxious. Are we really going to do nothing? The death of a legitimate son is indeed painful. But just thinking about the upcoming reckoning from the emperor truly terrifies him. The family foundation of these dukes and marquises is not as solid as that of Duke Chu, nor do they have the kind of near immortal with the country as one privilege. If the emperor really wants to reckon with them, how can they resist? Duke Lu Zhang also looked anxious. This 1T work, that 1T work, we might as well just wait to die. The surrounding dukes and nobles also looked uneasy, all of them turning their gazes toward Duke Chu. Duke Chu spread his hands at the top and said, "What else can we do but wait for death? Just wait." He simply closed his eyelids. Now we can only see how far that emperor wants to go. After all, we underestimated the emperor too much. Just think about it. A martial god of the 11th realm, a martial celestial being, a Taoist celestial being of the 10th realm, plus a legalist celestial being of the 10th realm. With such a magnificent lineup, why do we dare to underestimate the emperor? Is it just because the emperor is young? Or because we have lived too comfortably these years? Duke Chu had once been full of ambition in his youth, even wanted to go to Yuzhou and Liangzhou for training. However, after witnessing the true battlefield, he fled back to the imperial capital in panic and thereafter lived in indulgence. Only when his legitimate daughter became the empress did he feel that things were all right. Coupled with the temperament of a late emperor, Duke Chu truly believed he could do as he pleased. He even thought it was only natural for the emperor to do what he was supposed to do. The Red Dragon 10 guards, the dukes and nobles, could just help manage them. But now he finally understood that he, Duke Chu, was still that coward who was scared out of his wits by the bloody scenes when he first went to the battlefield. In terms of martial arts talent, Duke Chu might not be lacking. However, having enjoyed the highest wealth and privilege since birth, he truly lacked the courage to fight desperately and had no ambition. For he was destined to inherit the title of Duke of Chu. Such a title was already extremely honorable. The people around fell silent upon hearing this. After a long time, someone said, "Should we invite Duke Xin back?" Someone immediately questioned, what good would it do to bring him back? Are we going to bring back those hundreds of thousands of troops from Liangzhou? Should we just carry out a coup against the emperor? Do you think the legalists are not strong enough? Or that the Confucians will turn a blind eye? They probably can't wait to trample us military nobles into the mud. The words left that person momentarily speechless. After all, today's situation, although grand, ultimately involved the emperor and the military nobility, which, to put plainly, is just a family matter. The Red Dragon 10 guards are the emperor's private army. The military nobility are all nobles closely tied to the royal family. No matter what Shen Nan does, the legalists and Taoists have no reason to intervene. On the contrary, if the situation escalates, it would be difficult to handle. Another silence ensued. Someone looked at Duke Chu and tentatively said, "Why not soften up to the emperor? After all, it's just a matter of spending money to save lives." I heard that the emperor only requires the commander of the guards to hand over the missing military funds to avoid punishment. This statement was quite plausible. Many people nodded. Looking at Duke Chu, I think it's feasible. Yes, it's just about spending money to avert disaster. At worst, we can just stop managing the Red Dragon 10 guards in the future. The military nobility present in this room are not lacking in money. Even without the annual empty funds from the Red Dragon 10 guards, they won't starve. The wealth they've accumulated over the years, along with the lands and shops they acquired cheaply due to their status, is enough for them to live comfortably for dozens of lifetimes. However, without the Red Dragon 10 guards, some matters would indeed become inconvenient. Duke Chu still kept his eyes closed, casually waving his hand. "You all go and give it a try." At this moment, Duke Chu's mind became increasingly clear. He understood that the emperor creating such a big scene was far from a simple matter of spending money to save lives. It was likely that many of the military nobility would face confiscations. After all, doesn't the emperor need to recruit and expand the army after cutting it down? Where would the funds for that come from? Inside the Wulong fortress, the sound of war drums echoed incessantly. The Wulong guards, the palace guards, and the selected elite guards were all gathered in the bustling training ground. Shen Nan had previously stated that he would conduct a review in the training ground half an hour later, and those who were late would be treated as deserters. Given Shen Nan's previous style of doing things, along with the corpses of Zhang Wu and Zhang Sa, no one doubted whether His Majesty would really kill people, and everyone was indeed more eager than the last. However, eagerness aside, with these scattered and disorganized troops, some matters were truly difficult to handle. However, these issues would be managed by Chun Jibao, Zhou Lin, and others. Shen Nan was checking the system's tasks. At the moment Zhou Lin committed the murder and submitted his letter of allegiance, the task progress jumped to 90%. Then, at the instant the Duke of Chu closed his eyes, the task of annihilating a major power was completely accomplished. Shen Nan could also claim this reward. His eyes were fixed on the system. Claim the gift package. This was the guaranteed gift package for the 12 Realms task. It was something unprecedented. This made Shen Nan not want to look at any other information. He just wanted to claim it immediately. In an instant, a purple light appeared, opening the guaranteed grand gift package of the 12 Realms. The reward was the Celestial Sword and Heroic World S. Qingwei Taoist, 13th Realm, Transformation God Monarch. The 22nd generation leader of the Shushan Sword Sect, Qingwei Taoist. The moment this system information appeared, Shen Nan's heart skipped a beat, and a broad smile appeared on his face. Good. Compared to the previously mentioned Taoa Bodhisattva, an 11th level martial god of the military family, the current Qingwei Taoist was truly someone who made Shen Nan's heart flutter. After all, Tuo Ba Bodhisattva was forcibly elevated to the 11th level and had not yet reached the peak of that realm. In fact, he could hardly be considered one of the top-tier experts in the imperial capital, not to mention being in the imperial capital, where the power of spells adds to the might, even against the 11th level celestial beings of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. Tuo Ba Bodhisattva could only hold his ground, struggling to form any oppressive combat power. However, Qingwei Taoist was entirely different. With his abilities, he was nearly invincible in the imperial capital. Even when Fa Yang unleashed his full power, he could at most compete with the 12th level demon emperor of the demon race. If he faced a 13th level demon god, he would probably only be able to hold on for a while, relying on the strength of the legalist forces. Naturally, Qingwei Taoist could easily crush Fa Yang. As for other forces, looking around, apart from a few old monsters who had long ceased to concern themselves with worldly affairs, Shen Nan could not think of anyone who could be a match for Taoist Qingwei. Such a person was already enough to give him the confidence to truly contend with the world and act with impunity. Moreover, with Taoist Qingwei's methods, Shen Nan could also begin to deal with the Taoist layout, particularly with Zhang Jiao, who was at the level of a 10-realm celestial being. Shen Nan could only make use of the sewing soldier strategy, the yellow turban warriors, and try to win over the lower ranks of the Heavenly Craft Institute. However, now that there is a clear and subtle Taoist, there's no need to be so polite in communicating with the Taoists. In Taoism, those above the 10th realm of celestial beings are known as Golden Elixir Tao Lords, Yuaning Tao Lords, and Transformation Spirit Tao Lords. Ultimately, the highest realm is the true immortal of the 14th realm. From Shen Nan's memories of the future Yuan Yu Emperor, he has never seen anyone from the 14th realm appear. The various forces at most send out unparalleled experts at the 12th realm level. This may be related to the tacit understanding between both sides. But it is more likely that many forces simply do not have individuals at the 14th realm. Shen Nan calmed his emotions. He was not in a hurry to claim his rewards. Instead, he looked at the various notifications that the system had previously refreshed. The task of annihilating any major force had been completed. As a king aiming to restore the nation, you now possess the strength that warrants the attention of all forces in the world, as well as the capability that allows others to believe in your ability to restore the nation. Furthermore, you have a loyal army at your command. Next, please develop and expand your own power to assemble an army of 100,000. Task: have a unique and loyal elite army of 100,000. Army requirements: all soldiers must be at least 9th grade martial artists or above. Reward: a guaranteed package of level 11 and above and 100,000 restoration points. Available rewards: Taoist Qingwei, restoration points, 30,000 points, 100,000 loyal elite soldiers. This task is more like an upgraded version of the previous task of a 10,000 army, and the system's rewards reflect that as well. Shen Nan can understand this. After all, if in the future he destroys a certain force, what he needs to do next is not to take any major actions, but to expand his own power at the first opportunity, stockpiling grain and slowing down the competition for dominance. Therefore, there is no problem with the system issuing such a task, and it coincides perfectly with his plan to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards. It seems that as long as he completely restructures the Red Dragon 10 Guards, he can fulfill the task. However, this loyalty might also be a challenge. Shen Nan pondered for a moment, but he didn't pay much attention to it now. Instead, he glanced at the system shop again and ultimately decided to temporarily keep the 30,000 restoration points, waiting for tomorrow's refresh to exchange them. Perhaps tomorrow he could refresh a new troop type, allowing him to quickly form the Imperial Guard and the Red Dragon Cavalry. This was Shen Nan's thought. After all, if the difficulty of this task lay in loyalty, then these 30,000 restoration points would be extremely crucial. Claim reward. In an instant, the restoration points in the system jumped from 1,200 to 31,200. Accompanied by this change, Shen Nan was also surrounded by swirling clouds and mist. A Taoist with an ethereal demeanor slowly materialized in the hall, his expression calm and his appearance gentle. However, his aura was heavy and profound, like a mountain or a deep abyss, akin to stars suspended in the heavens. At a glance, one couldn't help but be drawn into that atmosphere. Even at the moment when Taoist Qingwei appeared, an invisible field of energy enveloped the entire Wulong fortress. This energy was silent yet omnipresent. Swish! Zhang Jiao's figure instantly broke into the scene, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Taoist Qingwei. Just before, when he sensed this energy, his heart trembled. It was a vast aura reminiscent of a bright moon, as if the entire Wulong fortress had suddenly transformed into a Taoist temple for one person. If it weren't for Zhang Jiao being so close, he might not have been able to perceive such a change. Taking a breath, Taoist Qingwei slowly opened his eyes, and his aura instantly receded, his expression becoming amiable, coupled with his white hair, resembling an ordinary old Taoist. "Do not panic, my friend," he said with a light smile. "I just suddenly arrived and am not quite accustomed to it." Shen Nan also looked up and down at Taoist Qingwei. From his current perspective, he really couldn't see the deep and vast aura that Taoist Qingwei had just displayed. He only felt that this old Taoist truly had a way to maintain his appearance. Although his hair was already gray, his skin was as smooth as a baby's. "Taoist, do you have any memories?" Taoist Qingwei slightly closed his eyes and then opened them. "I understand the situation now." He looked at Shen Nan with a smile on his face. "So, I am here to assist your majesty in restoring the country?" This was also the task assigned to them by the system. The time point at which Taoist Qingwei was summoned was even more interesting. It was 30 years before the plot of Xianjin began. At this time, Taoist Qingwei was at his most leisurely, and thus his mindset was very relaxed. Taoist Qingwei seemed to have sensed something. "In this realm, I'm only at the 13th realm?" Although the Xianjian world is a fantasy and immortal world, in a true immortal world, one would at most be considered a low-level immortal. On the other hand, although the Defeng world is an immortal martial world, this level is among the top tier in the immortal martial realm. Not to mention the rumored 15th realm. Even the 14th realm of true immortals could be called immortals or Buddhas in an ordinary martial world. Taoist Qingwei's 13th realm of Taoist transformation is also quite normal. This realm is indeed interesting. Taoist Qingwei smiled. It seems that assisting your majesty is not so simple after all. Shen Nan also said with a smile, with your level, Taoist, you're almost walking sideways at this point. The only ones you need to guard against are those old monsters hidden in the world. But I fear there are very few such people. Qingwei, even at the 13th realm, is at the peak of the 13th realm. The distance to the so-called true immortal realm is just a step away. However, taking that step is incredibly difficult. Qingwei nodded. This poor Taoist understands. Before Shen Nan could say anything else, a sudden sound of a gong echoed from outside. The assembly in the training ground had concluded, and it was also the half hour that Shen Nan had stipulated. Seeing this, Shen Nan said, Taoist, please communicate with the Heavenly Master for a moment. This time, there is no need to bring Zhang Jiao and Qing Wei to the training ground. It is enough for the two of them to stay inside the Wulong fortress. Shen Nan really couldn't believe that anyone could act against him under the aura of the two of them, especially with Chen Jibao present. Your Majesty, please carry on, Qing Wei Daozhang said with a smile. At the Wulong fortress training ground, the Wulong guards, the selected elite guards, and the soldiers in charge of the guards were all lined up here in wait. Although these soldiers, who had just begun their training, were somewhat chaotic, under the intimidation of Zhou Lin and the assistance of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, led by Chen Jibao, they quickly formed their ranks. However, in terms of momentum and military appearance, it was indeed somewhat lacking. The heavy armored soldiers of Ming Wang on the far left needed no further mention, as they were almost a standard. Although the Jing army was composed entirely of eunuchs, Han Xian was neither corrupt nor lacking in military background, and he certainly had skills in training troops. Moreover, eunuchs had few worldly desires. Having spent a long time in the Deep Palace, aside from practicing, they had nowhere to vent their energy, so they performed quite well. Next was the personal guard battalion led by Zhou Lin, which was the true elite corps of the Wulong fortress. The momentum they displayed was even stronger than that of the Jing army, second only to the heavy armored soldiers of Ming Wang. Lastly, there were the somewhat chaotic guards and the selected elite guards. These individuals were still somewhat noisy even when Shen Nan arrived at the training ground. After all, with over 10,000 people, it was difficult to manage. The Wulong, selected elite, and guard battalions had indeed received a lot of empty rations, but they still numbered close to 100,000, making some chaos inevitable. When Shen Nan walked over, he said to Zhou Lin, have them quiet down. Although his tone was not cold or anything like that, Zhou Lin did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He may have been a high-quality asset in the military before, but now he was merely a solitary minister of the emperor, and he certainly did not dare to show any signs of defiance. With Zhou Lin's order, the guards began to patrol the training ground. Soon, the entire training ground became quiet. However, this took up nearly half an hour. The sky was gradually darkening, and there were large fires around. Additionally, there were people like Chen Jibao and Zhou Lin to maintain order. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether any disturbances would occur during this time. Shen Nan looked at the soldiers with a slightly darkened expression, remaining silent. This demeanor further intensified the oppressive atmosphere around. Especially those generals who had followed Zhou Lin at the city gate were all trembling with fear. Once everything came to a halt, Shen Nan just looked at Zhou Lin and the many generals. As for past matters, I do not intend to deal with them too harshly, nor do I want to be overly strict. You must make up for the military salaries you have embezzled. Furthermore, he glanced around. Anyone who believes they are not capable enough may resign on their own. This is the dignity I am giving you. It is also the dignity that Zhou Lin earned by executing two noble heirs. The many generals exchanged glances, and then they all responded in unison. Yes. Shen Nan continued. You don't need to rush to fill the deficit tonight. The first thing to do is to reduce the troops. Anyone who has not yet reached the rank of a soldier and cannot exert a force of 1,000 pounds will be given a full year's military pay and sent back to their hometown. Those who wish to stay can be transferred to auxiliary troops. This is considering that in the future, the Yulin, Heilong, and Suanio 3 guards will need some auxiliary soldiers, as well as taking into account the situation mentioned by his sonning earlier, where most soldiers are just struggling and perhaps have nowhere else to go. However, as soon as Shen Nan said this, many generals showed expressions of astonishment. Among them, the general in charge of the guards had already known about these conditions and was not surprised. The generals from the other two guards, however, were somewhat hesitant. One person stepped forward and said with a stiff face, "Your Majesty, if we reduce the troops like this, I'm afraid there won't be many left." This person was none other than Liu Zhao, the general who had previously angrily scolded Zhou Lin at the city gate. He was also a peak master of the third rank in military affairs. Shen Nan looked at the person. Zhang Shi, Wu Long, Xian Feng, the three guards. Do they already have a lot of people? Given the situation of the Red Dragon 10 guards, he didn't care how many people were left. Even if only 3/10 remained, it would be enough to establish a preliminary framework. Recruitment could be done later. The person's face stiffened and retreated to their original position. Shen Nan glanced at everyone with a cold expression and said, "If there aren't enough people, then recruit more. If we can't recruit in the imperial capital, then go to Chuan Province, Liang Province, and Jian Province to release recruitment information. I don't believe that the Great Feng can't recruit over 100,000 elite gentlemen from the 9 provinces." Upon hearing this, many generals looked astonished. It should be noted that for the past 800 years, the Red Dragon 10 guards have always been recruited near the imperial capital, or in other words, most have simply been inherited. Shen Nan's actions can be seen as cutting off the path for these hereditary individuals. Zhou Lin also wanted to say something. However, Shen Nan didn't give him the chance at all. He sneered and said, "I know what you want to say. It's nothing more than that the Red Dragon 10 guards were inherited from the military nobility, or rather the descendants of those who were dispatched back from Liangzhou and Yuzhou in the past, benefiting from the achievements of their ancestors. This is the way of heaven and earth." This statement is certainly correct, but does my request have a problem with the foundation of military nobility? Isn't it possible for anyone who works a little harder to reach the level of martial arts and possess a strength of 1,000 pounds? I am not cutting off their means of survival. As long as there are individuals who meet the standards in the future, they can still be recruited. As for these people now, he squinted his eyes. What do they count as? If they truly can't survive, then they can go serve as auxiliary soldiers. Shen Nan is not truly cutting off their means of survival, but rather leaving them a way out. However, if these people only think about enjoying the achievements of their predecessors, it will absolutely be impossible. As soon as these words were spoken, many generals present were left speechless. With the emperor's demands like this, who would still have the face to say anything? Soon, the generals went down to deal with the military reduction matters. This was also one of the reasons Shen Nan kept them. Even though Chen Jibao, Zhou Lin, and Han Lizzie could suppress the situation overall, they still needed to rely on these people when it came to actually getting things done. Shen Nan didn't mind how capable individuals had acted in the past, as long as they could be useful. Zhou Lin, after the other generals had dispersed, Shen Nan looked at Zhou Lin and asked, "If we proceed with this military reduction, how many people will be left in Wulong and Xianfeng?" Zhou Lin, being the one who truly controlled the Wulong fortress, naturally knew about these people like the back of his hand. At most, about 1/3 of the people will remain, which is around 30,000. Among them, those who have reached the first rank of martial arts will be about 55%. However, to achieve a strength of 1,000 pounds, one must practice diligently every day, which is not something ordinary people can endure. As for those affluent martial generals and noble families, most of them have already reached the 8th or 7th rank, so there's no problem at all. Shen Nan nodded. 30,000 is enough, but I want you to do one thing. Zhou Lin looked at Shen Nan. He then heard Shen Nan calmly say, "Within 15 days, I want you to cooperate with Sun Ying to recruit 70,000 elite soldiers, bringing the total to 100,000, and these people must be loyal to me and to the Feng, good sons from respectable families." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin wanted to say that this task would be very difficult to accomplish. After all, the military salaries were right there in front of them. Shen Nan waved his hand and said, "From now on, the military salary for the Yulin Guard will be set at 20 taels a year. As for the missing weapons, blades, and armor, I will also have the Imperial Horse Bureau make up for them. And for the newly recruited individuals, each will receive a settlement fee of 30 taels. Remember, in the future, I will be sending these people to the battlefield. A settlement fee of 30 taels of silver for each person. For 70,000 elite soldiers, that amounts to merely 210,000 taels of silver. The internal treasury still has nearly 20 million taels of silver lying idle. So Shen Nan is not lacking in funds. Even if there will be future expenses for military salaries, armor, weapons, equipment, provisions, and medicinal pills, at least for the next 6 months, it can be sustained. As for what happens after 6 months, Shen Nan naturally has plans. His current military restructuring is not to establish a new Red Dragon 10 guards, but to create a truly elite, battle-hardened army. Since that is the case, it is impossible to keep them always around the imperial capital. They will be sent to train. The training targets will be the barbaric tribes at the border of Yuzhou. The so-called barbaric tribes are not entirely demon tribes, but a mix of barbarians and demons. The barbarians are somewhat similar to the Turks or Huns from the feudal dynasties of the past. They're tribal-based and look quite similar to the people of the Feng. However, what they worship are individual demon gods. The tribes that take these demon gods as totems are the barbarians. These people are Shen Nan's training targets and will also be the source of military funds in the future. The barbarians have plenty of cattle and sheep and rare medicinal materials. Zhou Lin felt a slight tremor in his heart. He could naturally calculate how much it would cost to support so many elites. He also understood that the emperor was truly planning to train an elite force. But how easy is it to train such an elite? It is likely that the military generals and nobles will have to bleed heavily. Otherwise, according to the emperor's method of training, there simply won't be enough money and provisions to support it. After all, once they enter battle, it will be a massive expenditure of silver. Shen Nan looked at Zhou Lin and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Zhou Lin came back to his senses and said firmly, "I will do my utmost." Shen Nan waved his hand and said, "Step back." Zhou Lin respectfully stepped back. Shen Nan then looked at Chen Zhibao. After the disarmament is completed, you will first select 5,000 elite troops to establish the foundation of the Red Dragon Cavalry. From now on, the military pay for the Red Dragon Cavalry will be 30 taels, and the armor and weaponry will also be the best. I want both the Yulin and Suanio guards to take pride in joining the Red Dragon Cavalry. If the formation of the Yulin Guard was merely to prepare for future military training in the barbaric regions and for the disarmament of Yuzhou and Liangzhou, then the Red Dragon Cavalry is the army that Shen Nan values the most, and it will be his sharp weapon in the future. He aims to create a truly elite cavalry that surpasses the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Chen Zhibao nodded. The dragon horses at the Qitian Ranch are still not sufficient. At most, we can only form a Red Dragon Cavalry of 500 men. The remaining dragon horses need to be bred and nurtured, while the war horses are initially sufficient. However, if we want to train elite troops, the issue of medicinal pills might also be a problem. Unlike Zhou Lin, who is cautiously submitting his pledge, Chen Zhibao is a true insider and naturally speaks candidly about everything. Shen Nan quietly listened as Chen Zhibao detailed the situation. He looked at Chao Zhengchun beside him and said, "Make a note of this. If there are any deficiencies, go buy them. If they aren't available in the capital, go to other provinces. Within 15 days, replenish all military supplies for the Red Dragon Cavalry. As for the elixirs, I will visit Qinghe Palace in a few days." Previously, due to various issues and a lack of sufficient leverage, Shen Nan was not in a position to discuss anything with the group of Taoists at Qinghe Palace. Since today he had summoned Master Qingwei, he could plan for Qinghe Palace. Upon hearing this, Chao Jingchun hesitated and said, "If your majesty does this, I fear the treasury will struggle to support for 3 months. The recruitment cost for 70,000 elite troops has already consumed a lot, and today's army reduction is another significant expense. In the future, there will be various military supplies to pay for. Even if a celestial master communicates with the Tiangong Institute, they can't always provide things for free, can they? The Tiangong Institute would certainly not do that. However, there are people willing to send money over." Shen Nan chuckled as he looked at Chao Zhengchun. "It seems that letting you manage the finances was the right decision. But why worry about silver? Those military generals and nobles have been receiving the Great Feng's military pay for 800 years. It's time they coughed it up. Look, isn't someone coming?" He glanced towards a young man in brocade outside the training ground. This person was sent by the Duke of Chu and others. Although those dukes all claimed they would confront His Majesty, none dared to actually do so, fearing that His Majesty would execute them as well. Therefore, they simply sent a legitimate son of a duke. While this person's status was somewhat insufficient to engage in dialogue with His Majesty, he was still barely adequate for delivering a message. Chao Jingchun and Chen Zhibao also turned their gazes toward him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the young man in brocade approached tremblingly, knelt before Shen Nan, and said with a slight tremor in his voice, "Your Majesty, this is a letter from my father to you." Shen Nan did not receive a letter, but calmly said, "Who is your father?" The brocade-clad young man swallowed hard. "It's Duke Chun Li of the state of Chu." Shen Nan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that the military noble would actually send the legitimate son of the Duke of Chu over. Was this to show that the Duke of Chu had some leverage with the country and wasn't afraid of problems? Or was it an attempt to send the Duke of Chu's legitimate son to the emperor to vent his frustrations? However, Shen Nan wasn't interested in dealing with such a minor character. He took the letter from Chao Zhengquan's hands, tore it up without even looking at it, and said, "Let the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Yin, and the Duke of Lu come to see me." The young man in brocade was terrified and immediately knelt down on the ground. Shen Nan waved his hand upon seeing this. Chao Zhengquan picked him up as if carrying a chick. Chen Jibao walked over and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid these people haven't completely given up yet." Shen Nan nodded. If they were truly determined, they should not have sent a legitimate son over, but rather have the dukes bring their military generals and noble relatives. They're still too concerned about their reputation, but how can I give them that reputation? The system's task of consolidating the Red Dragon 10 guards has already been completed. However, Shen Nan did not intend to let the military generals and nobles off the hook, nor did he plan to return to the imperial capital to meet those old fellows. Instead, he planned to stay here and wait for the disarmament and reorganization to finish, which would also give those people something to think about. It would make them even more anxious. For an emperor, it is when he is not angry that he is the most terrifying, because no one knows what the emperor will do next. Shen Nan took this step, looking towards the direction of the imperial capital. I wonder if they still have any trump cards left, and whether the Confucians will take this opportunity to do something. To be honest, before summoning Qingwei, Shen Nan might still be worried about whether they would pull out Empress Dowager Chun to supervise the country and restrict the emperor. But now, he no longer cares at all. Instead, he is looking forward to what surprises the military generals and noble families, as well as the Confucian scholars, can bring him. That night, Zhou Lin, Chen Jibao, and Sun Ying, along with the Wulong Guard, the Xinfeng Guard, and many other generals in charge of the guards, began their grand military reorganization. This is the world of immortal martial arts. Otherwise, such matters could never take place at night. However, since it is the world of immortal martial arts, and with people like Chen Jibao around, they can naturally maintain control over the situation. Shen Nan casually headed towards the residence of the Wulong Fortress. He needed to learn more about the matters concerning Mount Shu from Taoist Qingwei. This was not only to understand how to deal with the Taoists, but also out of curiosity about Mount Shu's immortality techniques. He wondered how the various sword control techniques and spells compared to those in this world. Meanwhile, while Zhou Lin and the others were working hard overnight to cut down the military, within the residence of the Duke of Chu, Duke Lu, Duke Yin, and many other dukes and lords had not dispersed. They were anxiously waiting for news from Chun Yuan, the legitimate son of the Duke of Chu, who could sleep when their lives and fortunes were at stake. As everyone grew increasingly restless, the sound of hooves was heard. Chun Yuan finally returned. But as soon as he stepped into the hall, the expressions of Duke Lu and the others changed slightly. They noticed that Chun Yuan's clothes were covered in dirt. His face was pale, and his legs felt weak. Duke Yin, seeing this, urgently asked what happened. Chun Yuan first glanced at the Duke of Chu and then recounted what he had seen and heard at the Wulong Fortress. When he mentioned that the emperor was ordering Zhou Lin and the others to cut down the military, they all frowned, and some even muttered angrily that Zhou Lin was a dog. Upon hearing that the emperor had torn up the letter without even looking at it, many dukes and lords turned pale, quickly realizing the emperor's intention. Let the Duke of Chu, Duke Lu, and Duke Yin come see me. Even though Chun Yuan couldn't convey Shen Nan's demeanor when repeating this, just those words made them sense the emperor's coldness and almost ruthless attitude. Duke Lu, looking grim, said, "When you left, did the emperor not have any intention of returning to the capital?" Chun Yuan nodded. From the looks of it, the emperor seems intent on staying at Wulong Fortress until the military cuts are complete. Duke Lu sighed heavily. The emperor doesn't plan to stop here. If Shen Nan leaves Wulong Fortress, perhaps we could still send someone to arrange some follow-ups, at least to communicate with the generals of the Wulong Guard and the Xinfeng Guard. But now, who can we send? Who dares to send someone? Zhou Lin and Chen Jibao are not easy to deal with. Moreover, with the emperor stationed at Wulong Fortress, those generals probably wouldn't dare to meet with the military nobles. Everyone could see this implication. The emperor was unwilling to return to the capital, meaning he was determined to reorganize the military completely before dealing with them. Yes, now that the emperor has not completely grasped military power, we still have some qualifications. But if the emperor truly takes full control of the Qiluang 10 guards, what will we do then? According to your thoughts, what should we do now? Contact the people in the camp? Contact the camp? What are you talking about? Do you still think it's like before? How many generals from the Qiluang 10 guards would dare to listen to us now? Even if they did, they would need the strength to rally them. Isn't this military cut an opportunity? There's so many people in the Qiluang 10 guards, I don't believe the emperor can arrange everything properly. Even with Chen Jibao and that dog Zhou Lin assisting, it's impossible to satisfy everyone. If they harbor grievances, this is our chance. And then what? And then what? As this question was raised, the noble who had spoken earlier fell silent. Indeed, even if they stir the camp, what then? Could they rebel? Or do they have the strength to eliminate Zhou Lin and Chen Jibao to carry out a coup? If they really had such power, there might be a slim chance of success. As long as they took the opportunity before the Confucians and legalists could react, they could eliminate Chen Jibao and Zhou Lin and bring Empress Dowager Chen out of the palace to hold power in the name of the Empress Dowager. However, just how to extract the Empress Dowager from the hands of the formidable warrior Toba Bodhisattva, a master of the 11th realm, was already a problem. Not to mention how to avoid the Taoists and legalists. This was almost impossible. If they could achieve this, how could they have arrived at this point? The atmosphere in the hall became oppressive again, filled with sighs. Duke Yin sighed heavily. The emperor's actions are too swift and his concealment too deep. Up to now, we still do not know how the emperor found the 11th realm warrior and those several 10th realm heavenly experts, or how they avoided the Confucians and legalists. One misstep leads to another. This statement was mere empty talk. Who didn't he know that it had already reached an irretrievable point? The key is how to act. Everyone turned their gaze towards the Duke of Chu. At this moment, the Duke of Chu slowly opened his eyes. What can be done at this point? You all go back and think carefully. If you are willing tomorrow, follow me to Wulong Fortress to meet the emperor. If you are unwilling, you need not come. After saying this, he stood up and walked toward the back courtyard. The Duke of Chu had lost the desire to compete, and indeed could not compete. After all, it was just about losing some face. He had not been without shame in his life. Wasn't he fleeing from Yuzhou enough embarrassment? The many military nobles exchanged glances. After a long time, Duke Lu sighed. Everyone disperse. Go back and look over your own mess. See what needs to be cleaned up and handled quickly. As for the emperor, he raised his head to look towards the direction of Wulong Fortress. This time we have lost completely. Duke Lu had one more thing to say. Although they had lost, with the emperor's temperament, he feared there would be great trouble in the future. After all, the military nobles were still considered a faction of the royal family. They would never rebel or engage in treasonous acts. But was the world only rotting under the military nobles? What about the Confucians, the Taoists, the Buddhists? How many of these factions could the emperor manage? Could he suppress each of them with such thunderous force? This time, everyone simply underestimated the emperor's methods. In the future, this approach might not work so well. Although Duke Lu did not say this, many other military nobles shared the same thoughts. They were bound to suffer great losses this time. But would the emperor fare any better in the future? They did not believe so. With the strong temperament of the Confucians facing this emperor, the future of the Great Feng would be entertaining. This was also one of the drawbacks of Shen Nan's way of doing things, which was that he lost the hearts of the military nobles. However, he didn't really need these. The general administration of the Imperial Guards. It was late at night, yet the place was still brightly lit. Yang Ku, the deputy of the cabinet who took on this matter, was very serious in his work. Not only did he go through the military supplies and rosters of the Imperial Guards one by one, but he also inquired about each general of the Imperial Guards. One could say he was meticulous to the extreme. However, although Yang Ku was responsible for leading this matter, the real decision-making power was not in his hands. The Red Dragon 10 guards were the emperor's private troops. This was a tradition that had been established for hundreds of years in the Great Feng. Even the Ministry of Justice could only be responsible for interrogation and detention, but had no authority for disposal. Therefore, the current generals of the Imperial Guards were all detained in the general administration. Yang Ke glanced at the smiling Li Si and Han Lizzie. I completed my task. The remaining matters should not require my involvement. The situation of the Imperial Guards is indeed shocking, and the Emperor's methods are indeed decisive. Such a significant action as disbanding the Red Dragon 10 guards has not caused any major uproar. I am also deeply impressed. However, there was one thing he had to say. Li Si, still smiling, looked at Yang Ku. Please speak, Cabinet Elder. Yang Ke raised his head to look at the bright moon. This Great Feng did not become like this overnight. And the Emperor is not just a ruler for a day. Some things cannot be done too hastily. It should be based on stability. The ship of Great Feng may not be as magnificent and splendid as it appears on the surface. With that, he stood up to leave. Following him were several important ministers from the court, all of whom were scholars from humble backgrounds. They were here to assist Yang Ku in sorting out the situation of the Imperial Guards and also hoped to gain some prestige from it. By tomorrow at the latest, News about Yang Ku assisting the emperor in reorganizing the Red Dragon 10 guards which spread throughout the Great Feng. Although the scholars from humble backgrounds did not gain any substantial benefits from this matter, just this prestige was already enough. Regardless of how the common people commented, those powerful families should also be aware of which faction the emperor now prefers among the scholars, which would give the scholars from humble backgrounds an advantage in their future dealings. Li Si smiled as he watched Yang Ku's departing figure, and once it completely disappeared, he turned to Han Lizzie. Tonight, the generals of the Imperial Guards must be completely brought under control. Those who can work and have the ability will stay, while those who lack ability and cannot listen will have their homes confiscated and be exiled. The emperor's approach to the guards of the inner court, the martial prosperity guards and the frontline guards, is relatively mild. This is because, although these guards are equally corrupt, the internal situation is not so complicated. After all, the inner court guards, the martial prosperity guards, and the frontline guards are not places with much benefit. The military generals and nobles placed in these positions are mostly focused on training troops. In contrast, the Imperial Guard are responsible for patrolling the imperial capital, and the situation within is too complex, with personnel from various factions involved. Li Si must ensure that there are not too many loopholes within the inner court guards. This is also one of his trump cards for later consolidating the position of the chief of the Imperial Guards. Han Lizzie respectfully lowered his head. I understand how to proceed. Today, he had also seen the capabilities of the emperor's subordinates. Li Si seemed extremely mild, like a Confucian scholar, but when it came to doing things, he was even more ruthless than the harsh officials of the legalists. Han Lizzie found it somewhat difficult to handle certain generals, but Li Si, with just a few words, completely shattered their resolve. His methods were not ordinary. His level of skill seemed as if he had struggled in the Ministry of Justice for decades, which truly made people feel a bit fearful. Li Si nodded slightly. Have someone keep an eye on the military generals and nobles. Han Lizzie nodded. I have already sent my third brother to keep an eye on them. He is cautious by nature. Li Si continued. The same goes for the Confucians. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Although he was currently the Deputy Minister of Justice, this position had only been held for a few days, and he did not have many capable people under him yet. This was also a problem Li Si needed to solve. He needed to speed up. Otherwise, how could he keep up with the emperor's pace? Li Si thought silently in his heart. At the residence of the chief minister, Zhang Su, the lights were also bright. However, unlike the oppressive and solemn atmosphere of the general administration of the Imperial Guards and the residence of the Duke of Chu, there was no such sense of being under siege here. Zhang Su appeared relaxed as he listened to various reports coming in, and then he clicked his tongue in amazement. The emperor's methods are indeed sharp. The foundation has already taken shape. Tuoba Bodhisattva, Chun Jibao, Li Si, Sun Ying, Zhou Lin, Fan Yiya, Han List. Both internally and externally, they are all present. The military power of the Red Dragon 10 guards has been settled. Just looking at these names makes it clear how strong the power of the Confucians is. While the Duke of Chu had not fully understood the situation, Zhang Su had effortlessly investigated all of Shen Nan's actions today, even recording small figures like Sun Ying. Zhou Zhe, also a grand scholar of the cabinet, frowned slightly. The cabinet elder is being too relaxed. The Red Dragon 10 guards returning to the emperor is indeed of no harm to us. However, the methods and the reckless style displayed by the emperor in this incident are quite inappropriate. The Red Dragon 10 guards were originally controlled by military generals and nobles. Now that they have returned to the emperor's hands, it is not a problem. After all, the military generals and nobles are already of one mind with the emperor. It is just that there are internal entanglements between the two sides. Jose was more concerned about the foundation and methods displayed by Shen Nan, especially that reckless killing method. Such a method is harmless against military generals and nobles, but what about against them? If the commander of a guard can kill at will second and third rank officials also be killed at will in the future? Zhang Su narrowed his eyes. I naturally know that the emperor's style of doing things is inappropriate. The corruption in Great Feng is not limited to military generals and nobles. There are also those of poor character among us Confucians, or someone in a family using their power to bully others. Given the emperor's temperament, he will inevitably take action against the Confucians in the future, or perhaps he already has such intentions. Since ancient times, the power of the monarch and the power of the prime minister have been relative, although there is no concept of a prime minister in this dynasty. The chief minister of the cabinet is equivalent to a prime minister. The more power the king holds, the less power the prime minister has. The late emperor, Ming Chongdi, prioritized stability, which allowed us to hold greater power. The current emperor, however, wants to be a martial king. He shook his head and said, But to be a martial king, there is no good outcome. Shen Nan's style of conduct is indeed reckless. But dealing with Confucians is not something that can be resolved by simply killing them like one would with military generals and aristocrats. The number of military generals and aristocrats is limited. There are only so many legitimate heirs among the great lords, and once they are killed, they are gone. But the Confucians? If you kill one prime minister today, the Confucians can immediately produce another prime minister tomorrow. All the Confucian scholars in the world belong to the Confucian school. How can your majesty possibly kill them all? The path of King Wu was doomed from the start. Unless one follows the example of the founding emperor of the Great Feng and achieves victory after victory to elevate imperial power to the utmost, it is impossible to suppress the Confucians of the world. But the question is, can Shen Nan do it? Zhang Su naturally thinks he cannot. Although figures like Chun Jibao and Toba Bodhisattva are formidable, what about the Red Dragon 10 guards? How can your majesty turn the Red Dragon 10 guards into an elite army? Even if a capable army is trained, where will they fight, and against whom? Yuzhou or Liangzhou? Liangzhou is the territory of military generals and aristocrats, as well as Confucian generals. Today, your majesty has gathered the Red Dragon 10 guards with thunderous might. But the military generals and aristocrats are already alienated. Can those military generals and aristocrats in Liangzhou tolerate the Red Dragon 10 guards coming to seize their achievements? It is even less likely in Yuzhou. The barbaric and demonic tribes are not so easy to deal with. If it were that simple, the king of the north would have already led millions of troops to pacify the barbaric and demonic tribes. Zhang Su said softly, just wait and see. To stabilize the world, it still depends on them, the Confucians. The next day, as dawn broke and the sky was just beginning to turn gray, Shen Nan also ended his conversation with Taoist Qingwei. After chatting all night with Taoist Qingwei and Zhang Jiao, he gained a lot. Shen Nan not only learned about some situations in the Xianjin world, satisfying his curiosity, but he also had a brief understanding of the techniques and advantages possessed by Taoist Qingwei. The sect to which Qingwei belongs is called the Shushan Sword Sect. Just by hearing this name, one can tell that Shushan is centered around sword immortals. For example, the sword control technique of the Wine Sword Immortal is the most famous technique of Shushan. Although Taoist Qingwei is not very skilled in this sword control method, as the sect leader, he is certainly well-versed in the cultivation methods of the sword control technique, which is divided into levels of sword control using qi, followed by the sword qi technique, the 10,000 swords technique, and advanced techniques like sword control flight. While this technique may not be a dimensional suppression in the Defeng realm, it is indeed a truly extraordinary technique. Unfortunately, Shen Nan currently does not have suitable individuals for cultivation. In addition, the fundamental qi, refining, and yang god methods of Shushan are akin to the righteous energy of Confucianism, requiring cultivation from a young age, and Shen Nan is also unable to cultivate suitable talents in a short time. However, compared to the sword control technique, this qi, refining, and yang god method is absolutely what Taoism dreams of. Its attraction to the Taoist sect is even greater than Zhang Jiao's bean soldiers and the yellow turban warriors. As a trump card, there are also a series of talismans, such as the talisman of the Celestial Master for dealing with demons, the binding spell, and the body-fixing spell. However, these talismans are quite similar in effect to those of the Taoist Longhu and Zhenghe sections. The only difference is that the Shushan talismans are more suitable for dealing with demons. They are most appropriate as a means to suppress the barbaric demon race in the future. Lastly, there are some formations and strange methods. Among them, the ones that impressed Shen Nan the most were the Shushan Protective Barrier Formation and the 36 Heavenly Sword Formation. These formations can both attack and defend, and their power is much stronger than that of the Palace Formation. The only regret is that these formations must be arranged by disciples of the Shushan Sword Sect. Shen Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile at this thought. After all, the role of Taoist Qingwei is indeed significant. It's not just about his cultivation level as a 13 realms transformation god. The key point is his memories as the head of the Shushan sect. He essentially represents a mobile version of the Shushan sword sect. However, to fully utilize this, a long time is needed for accumulation. This is Shen Nan's summary of Taoist Qingwei's capabilities at present. The prospects are promising, but time is insufficient. Yet, Shen Nan feels no dissatisfaction. After all, Taoist Qingwei's 13 realms cultivation is already a great surprise. The remaining aspects are merely supplementary, and he has no complaints. His only hope is that Taoist Qingwei can quickly establish a foundation. In the future, the Defeng Taoist sect will inevitably have to produce another sect to rival the Shushan sword sect. Zhang Jiao's Taiping Dao cannot spread freely into Feng, at most. After annihilating the Lianqing sect, he could take charge of the Lianqing sect's followers and guide them back from the wrong path. At noon, the current situation has stabilized. Various matters have been arranged by his subordinates. After finishing the conversation, Shen Nan naturally focused on completing his training tasks. After 2 hours of cultivation, he had thoroughly digested the small master pill he had obtained earlier, stabilizing his realm at the peak of the 4th rank. He also received today's daily check-in reward. Restoration points, 32, 200 points. This is Shen Nan's current restoration point total, and he looked towards today's system shop. In an instant, various information popped up. Snow Dragon Cavalry, unlimited exchange points 20 points. Wine Sword Immortal Inheritance, unique exchange points 100,000 points. Ming Wang Heavy Armor, stock 10. 000 exchange points, 5 points per set. Shen Nan's eyes brightened slightly. He hadn't spent his restoration points yesterday, just to wait for a specific troop type to refresh today. And it indeed turned out that the highly needed Snow Dragon Rider had appeared. However, another exchange item also caught his interest, the inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal. Yesterday, Shen Nan had asked Qing Wei how he compared to the Wine Sword Immortal. The response from Taoist Qing Wei was that, in terms of realm, he was slightly superior. But in a life-and-death battle, if he were seriously injured, he would die. Many from his previous life claimed that Taoist Qing Wei was comparable to the Demon Lord. But in reality, Taoist Qing Wei's realm was not that exaggerated. He was indeed a top expert in the mortal realm, but there were still several people above him. The Wine Sword Immortal slightly surpassed Qing Wei in combat power. Sword Saint Duge Yuyun, on the other hand, completely surpassed Qing Wei in both realm and combat power. According to Shen Nan's estimation, Sword Saint Duge Yuyun's realm was likely at the peak of the 14th level, only a step away from the 15th level, which was the ultimate realm that the Sword Saint had been pursuing. Spending 100,000 restoration points to exchange for the inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal was indeed very appropriate, as it could instantly elevate Shen Nan to become one of the top experts in the world. However, Shen Nan glanced at his restoration point and then at the reward for assembling an elite army of 100,000. He knew he had to spend 1,000 points to lock in, exchange for 1,500 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Lock in the inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal. In an instant, Shen Nan's inventory suddenly had an additional 1,500 Great Snow Dragon Riders. He needed to claim them within a day, and, at the same time, a faint golden light appeared at the edge of the system shop belonging to the Wine Sword Immortal's inheritance. Meanwhile, the points at the restoration point changed from 32, 200 to 200 in an instant. Next, he planned to assign the Great Snow Dragon Riders to Chun Jibao, taking the opportunity to infiltrate during the recruitment. This would give the world a great surprise, and he could use these 500 Great Snow Dragon Riders as a foundation to quickly form a suitable Red Dragon Rider unit, and then train 100,000 elite troops. Then he could truly act with abandon. Shen Nan's eyes became increasingly bright. Although he had summoned Master Qing Wei earlier, which gave him great confidence, that was ultimately external power. If he could possess the inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal himself, then he would no longer be in any danger. With the strength of the Wine Sword Immortal, combined with the national fortune bestowed by being in the Imperial Palace and the national treasure, even a peak of the 14th realm would find it difficult to intrude into the palace. Shen Nan is confident in keeping it, let alone self-preservation. He can also replicate the path of the founding emperor of the Great Feng Dynasty, suppressing the world with military force. At noon, in the training ground, Shen Nan sat high on the command platform. Zhou Lin, Chun Jibao, Sun Ying, and Chao Zhengshun were all on either side of him. More than 30 commanders from the Wulong Guard, the Xianfeng Guard, and the Imperial Guard were below, leading the troops in formation, waiting. Compared to the previous chaotic camp, after a night of troop reductions, these forces clearly had a certain presence, though the number was noticeably much smaller than the day before. Reporting to Your Majesty. After screening the Imperial Guard, Wulong Guard, and Xianfeng Guard, there are still over 700 men remaining, all selected according to Your Majesty's requirements. In addition, 53,000 men have been dismissed to return home, and about 700 are willing to stay on as auxiliary soldiers, among which 900 have reached the first level of martial arts. Zhou Lin methodically reported the results of the troop reductions from the previous day. Shen Nan nodded slightly. He had just finished his meal and was on his way to the training ground when he saw the clean troops distributing military pay to those being dismissed. Although the expressions on those people's faces were somewhat dejected or resentful, it was clear that the sound of sighs outweighed the complaints. indicating that there would be no further disturbances. Sometimes, having a few useless members in the Red Dragon 10 guards is a good thing. At least the troop production went smoothly, partly because there are not many courageous individuals among the Red Dragon 10 guards. Otherwise, if it were the soldiers and officers from Yuzhou or Liangzhou, they would have likely started causing trouble long ago. As for the remaining number being less than expected, that is also normal. After all, the previous estimate of half was just an approximation, and it seems that retaining 1/3 is already quite good. Shen Nan looked at Zhou Lin and said, as long as the generals among the 3 guards are obedient and capable, their official positions will remain unchanged. You will temporarily serve as the deputy commander of the Yulin Guard, with Chun Jibao as the commander. As long as you can achieve merit in the future, I will promote you to commander and even grant you a noble title. This was not merely an empty promise. Shen Nan had important tasks for Zhou Lin to undertake next, and they were extremely significant. He stood up and glanced at the formation in the training ground, asking, how many medicinal pills are left in the stock at Wulong Fortress? Are there enough for each person to have 3 body refining pills? The changes after the troop reduction in the 3 guards of Wulong were indeed substantial. The troop reduction was carried out according to Shen Nan's requirements. But what was somewhat uncomfortable to see was that these people appeared rather too thin, especially when standing next to the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. The difference was like that between children and adults. After all, each of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers practiced the military arts and appeared like bears. Particularly with the heavy armor donned, they resembled towering small mountains. If the Yulin Guard want to catch up, the first thing they needed was sufficient supplies of medicinal pills and meat supplements. Zhou Lin reflected for a moment and turned his gaze to a nearby general. This somewhat gentle-looking general replied, reporting to your majesty, it is still enough to distribute 10 pills to each person for the time being. 10 pills per person. That's over 400,000 body refining pills. The number sounded quite alarming, but based on previous standards. Each member of the Qiluong 10 guards could receive 2 pills a month, which was merely enough for 5 months. It should be noted that the medicinal pill stock is replenished once every 6 months, and this is based on the current number of people. If calculated based on 100,000 people, the shortfall in the stock would be even greater. Shen Nan calmly said, today we will distribute 3 pieces each day, allowing them to practice well. After saying this, he walked towards the residence. Zhou Lin, Sun Ying, and others followed closely behind, knowing that His Majesty must have matters to arrange. However, they tactfully stayed behind, not daring to interrupt His Majesty's conversation with Chun Jibao and Xiao Jingchun. This time, Shen Nan did not take the imperial palanquin, but casually walked along the road. He asked Chun Jibao, who was beside him, who was that general just now? Is he in charge of military supplies? Chun Jibao shook his head and replied, that person is named Lu Su, and he is the deputy commander of the selected imperial guards. Shen Nan paused slightly and laughed with interest. Why would Zhou Lin keep a mere deputy commander by his side and give him a chance to show himself? He couldn't believe that Zhou Lin, a great general, truly did not know the quantity of military supplies in stock. Chun Jibao whispered, this person has just been transferred back from Liangzhou and has been at this Wulong fortress for less than half a month. Zhou Lin's actions are likely meant to curry favor with Liangzhou and also to allow His Majesty to connect with people from Liangzhou. The foundation of military nobility lies in Liangzhou and the imperial capital. Now that the military nobility in the imperial capital has nearly been wiped out, the attitude of the military nobility in Liangzhou is naturally of great importance. Zhou Lin's actions are not for his own benefit. After all, he is already a solitary minister and can no longer expect acceptance from Liangzhou. He is merely showing goodwill and hinting to His Majesty. Given Zhou Lin's awkward position, he cannot directly advise Shen Nan to suggest that His Majesty adopt a conciliatory approach toward the military nobility of Liangzhou. He can only hint at it in such an indirect way. Shen Nan pondered. Liangzhou. Naturally, Liangzhou will also need to reduce its troops and be subdued in the future. However, the current priority is still the matters in Chuan Province and Yuzhou. Compared to the situation in Liangzhou, the issues in Yuzhou are the most critical. After all, this concerns the future preparations against the invasion of the barbaric demon tribe. Although the barbaric demon tribe won't invade the imperial capital until 20 years later, they began their large-scale invasion of Yuzhou more than a decade earlier. Yuzhou managed to hold out for several years before it finally fell. Since Shen Nan wants to prevent this from happening, he must inevitably reduce the military and train troops in advance. Shen Nan thought of this and casually said, assign this person to be in charge of the inventory for the Yulin Guard. This was not merely a gesture of goodwill towards Liang Zhou. He also wanted to gauge Liang Zhou's reaction through this person, just like the roles of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Hu. Shen Nan then looked at Chao Zhengchun and asked, "Is there any news from Chuanzhou?" It had been 5 days since the arrangements in Chuanzhou were made, so some scattered intelligence should have come back. Chao Zhengchun shook his head. So far, there hasn't been any information returned. It seems there are no urgent reports. Therefore, Yu Huatian will probably come to the Wulong fortress tomorrow to report to His Majesty in person. The matters concerning Chuanzhou are currently being handled by Yu Huatian, Dongjun, and the Moon Goddess. They are not involved in the current military restructuring and have remained in the imperial capital. Shen Nan nodded. The silver from the 3 generals of Wulong has already been submitted, right? Dispatch a batch of chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. From now on, the meat supply for the Red Dragon 10 guards will be the responsibility of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. If we want to train a strong army in a short time, aside from using war to support war, we need to invest money. This kind of investment is also necessary. Chao Zhengchun then said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, if this continues, I'm afraid the treasury and the silver from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office won't be enough. Although those generals have submitted quite a bit this time, there will also be military nobles and dignitaries with confiscated wealth in the future. However, a lot has already been spent on the troop production, along with the upcoming recruitment, military supplies, and maintaining the army." Shen Nan waved his hand. "I have my own ideas about this matter." He certainly cannot just sit idly by. Otherwise, even a mountain of gold would be consumed by this group of elite soldiers. In the hall, Shen Nan said calmly, "The matter of disarmament has been settled, and next we must focus on recruiting soldiers. Within 15 days, we need to replenish the Yulin Guard to 100,000 elite troops. And this task will be handled by Zhou Lin and Sun Ying. This has been discussed before. Zhou Lin and Sun Ying are certainly well prepared." Sun Ying spoke first, saying, "I've already sent a letter home. I believe we can recruit a batch of good families in a short time. There are also enough sources of soldiers around the capital. However, to recruit 5,000 soldiers, apart from me and General Zhou, we will need the cooperation of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War. The 3 guards of the Yulin are indeed your Majesty's private army, but it is not as if Shen Nan can recruit soldiers at will. The Red Dragon 10 guards were originally an elite army of 200,000. Most of the funds for these elites came from the Ministry of Revenue, which also needs to verify the roster every year before dispersing funds. Therefore, the upper limit for the Black Dragon, Shinbird, and Yulin Guards is 200,000, and there must be a roster. Given the current situation of the Yulin Guard, the issue of quotas should not be a problem. However, recruiting soldiers involves the registration of household and military records, which requires the cooperation of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War. The problem is that these are controlled by Confucians. In Shen Nan's disarmament and restructuring this time not only harm the interests of military generals and nobles, but also those in the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War, who have benefited greatly from it every year. After losing so many interests, will they really cooperate with the recruitment of soldiers? I fear they might very likely engage in double dealing. Shen Nan was also aware of this. He calmly said, "Yanko has gained such great prestige this time. These matters will naturally be handled by him. You and Zhou Lin only need to carefully screen them." Sun Ying had no more doubts. Understood. Zhou Lin also cupped his hands, but his gaze involuntarily turned to the 2 Taoists sitting on the right side. He had naturally seen Zhang Jiao before. However, the Qingwei Taoist was a stranger, but his aura made Zhou Lin feel uneasy, especially after just making eye contact with the Qingwei Taoist. He felt a tremor in his heart. This person was certainly not ordinary. He was probably a Taoist master above the 11th realm. A hint of shock flashed in Zhou Lin's lowered eyes. He did not expect that the emperor still had such a trump card hidden. Shen Nan ignored Zhou Lin's reaction and continued. "Chunji Bao, you first go outside the city to gather the 2,500 Red Dragon Riders, and then select another 2,005 elite troops, combining them into 5,000 Red Dragon Riders. The treatment for the Red Dragon Riders will be more than double that of the Feather Forest Guards. Given Shen Nan's current situation, he can't afford too many Red Dragon Riders. Moreover, since it's based on 2,500 Great Snow Dragon Riders, it can't be selected at will. It is fortunate that the Feather Forest Guards can select 2,005 Red Dragon Riders now, and having 5,000 Red Dragon Riders is enough to suppress Chuan Prefecture." Chun Jibao naturally knew what the 2,500 Red Dragon Riders outside the city were. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Understood. Zhou Lin and Sun Ying both looked puzzled. Red Dragon Riders? They then thought of the 25 great snow dragon riders that Shun Jibao had carried with him before. Could it be that these brave riders are the Red Dragon Riders? Zhou Lin and Sun Ying were both extremely shocked. They had witnessed the terror of the great snow dragon riders. Not to mention how these fierce riders performed in battle. Just their intimidating aura was already truly formidable elite. His Majesty even hid 2,500 fierce riders. For a moment, Zhou Lin could only feel grateful, as his previous thoughts had completely turned to ashes. Sun Ying, on the other hand, felt even more in awe of Shen Nan. This was also Shen Nan's intention. Although Sun Ying and Zhou Lin had already been marked by him, completely subduing these people was not a matter of a day. He did not have the time to play soft. Instead, he wanted to make them increasingly awed, using an unfathomable majesty to make them more loyal. After Chun Jibao went down, Shen Nan looked at Zhou Lin and said, "How much do you know about Man Mang?" Man Mang? Although Zhou Lin did not understand the emperor's intention, he did not dare to be careless. With a solemn expression, he said, "Is your majesty referring to Man Mang, and not the Man Mang demon clan?" Shen Nan nodded. Seeing this, Zhou Lin said seriously, "If we talk about the barbarians, they're the greatest enemy of our Great Feng. The world knows that the barbarians are uncivilized savages who do not understand etiquette. There are also those who drink the blood of beasts and worship the demon tribes. However, very few people know that the barbarians have their own kingdom. Especially in recent years, a true shaman has emerged among the barbarians, who holds a very high position among the demon tribes. Before his appearance, the barbarians were indeed just uncivilized people. But after him, the barbarians have gained their own farmland, mines, and even a mature military system. And the tribes have gradually merged together. The demon tribes no longer recklessly consume the barbarian people, but truly treat them as their auxiliary soldiers. It is rumored that this person has a close relationship with the fierce wolf tribe. And the most illustrious wolf riders of the barbarians in recent years were created in collaboration with this person and the Wolf King. Although the barbarian wolf riders currently only number 30,000, they move freely on the battlefield of Yuzhou, always charging down from high ground. And a single volley can cause immense casualties. They then charge the enemy lines with heavily armored wolf riders. I witnessed this once in my early years, and the scene was truly terrifying. With this person alone, I dare to assert that the barbarians will surely become a great enemy of our Great Feng in the future. The barbarians and the demon tribes have been in a stalemate with our Great Feng for nearly 1,000 years. Why have they not breached Yuzhou? This is because the demon tribes and the barbarians are cannibals, and the people of Great Feng will never submit to them. Thus, wherever they go, there is fierce resistance, which only leads to destruction and war. However, after this barbarian shaman emerged, the barbarians have been changing little by little. Nowadays, there are not many barbarians left who still practice cannibalism, and with this person holding a high status among the demon tribes, the development of the barbarians has been extremely rapid. In just a century, they have transformed from wild savages into a nearly mature feudal empire, which poses a real threat to Great Feng, similar to the Xiongnu and the Manchus. Shen Nan squinted slightly. In his impression, as well as in the future memories of the Yuan Yu Emperor, there had never been a trace of this reckless shaman. This indicates how deeply he was hidden and how grand his ambitions were. However, upon careful consideration, it becomes clear that the reckless demon tribe's ability to breach Yuzhou must be attributed to this individual. Otherwise, how could the stalemate that lasted nearly 1,000 years reverse in just 20 short years? During the Yuan Yu Emperor's reign, whether it was the chaos brought by the Compassionate Life sect, the rise of the Buddhist sect in the court, or the Taoist sect's efforts to save the world, none of these factions had any affection for the reckless demon tribe. Yuzhou had never been thrown into chaos because of this. Even during the time when the Buddhist sect took control of the court, not a single soldier from the 9 towns of Yuzhou returned to the imperial capital. This was not because the king of the north had grievances against the Yuan Yu Emperor, but because the founding emperor of Defeng once stated that the 9 towns of Yuzhou must remain in Yuzhou and must not leave. Anyone who leaves Yuzhou would be considered a rebel. This was clearly due to the looming threat of the demon tribe. After all, no matter how chaotic Defeng was internally, the emperor could only be a member of the Shun family. The fate of Defeng does not recognize others. At most, the emperor would become a puppet. As long as the reckless demon tribe did not breach Yuzhou, the imperial power of Defeng would eventually return to the Shun family. Who would have thought that the reckless demon tribe could actually breach Yuzhou? Zhou Lin's words made the atmosphere in the hall tense. Everyone present was knowledgeable and naturally understood how great the threat posed by such a shaman to the reckless demon tribe would be. Shen Nan shook his head slightly. He now understood why the barbaric demon clan would eventually succeed. This barbaric shaman must have played a significant role in it. Since you are aware of this, the king of the north must also know, right? Has there been any countermeasure? Zhou Lin said in a deep voice. The old king of the north certainly has a strategy. In the past, he sent hundreds of people to infiltrate the barbaric territory to gather intelligence, and even invited a sword immortal from Sword State at the 11th level to take action. Unfortunately, that barbaric shaman's movements are elusive. Whenever he appears, it's always in the royal court of the demon clan, making it impossible to take action. Shen Nan nodded. He now understood the situation into Feng more and more, and he thoroughly realized why the future Yuan emperor would meet such a fate. The Liansheng sect caused chaos, and the Buddhist sect took control, indicating that there were significant internal problems. Confucians, military generals, and noble families were all dragging their feet, while the Taoists remained indifferent to worldly matters. Moreover, the barbaric and savage demon race had long been laying their plans. The Yuan emperor truly ran into a wall. Had he crossed over a few years earlier, he would at least have had a reputation like Ming Chong Emperor, enjoying a good name and a peaceful old age, or even accomplishing great things. But the current time was exceedingly complicated. The issues with the Liansheng sect, the Buddhist sect, the Taoists, the Confucians, and the barbaric demon race were increasingly intricate. However, what did complexity matter? Shen Nan needed to resolve them one by one. He no longer asked Zhou Lin anything but calmly instructed. In these days, focus on training the troops. I will soon dispatch the Yulin Guard and the Red Dragon cavalry from Yuzhou to plunder the barbarians. Although Zhou Lin described the situation with the barbarians as extremely dangerous, that danger was more about the future. As for now, the barbaric demon race did not have the strength to move south to Yuzhou. The barbarians were still in the process of accumulating their strength, and their various tribes had not fully integrated. Shen Nan could take this opportunity to train a truly elite army. Zhou Lin said solemnly, "I will go to my death for your majesty." He understood that this was the opportunity Shen Nan spoke of for achieving merit. Moreover, the battlefield was much simpler than the situation in the imperial capital. Zhou Lin himself was a relatively pure military general, and if he wanted to break through the 10 realms of military strategy, he had to experience the battlefield, even without the matter of disbanding the Red Dragon 10 guards. Zhou Lin would need to go to Yuzhou to serve as a general in the future. Shen Nan watched Zhou Lin's departing figure and said to Cao Zhengchun, "Tell Han Lizzie to quickly handle the matter of the Imperial Guards, and bring his sworn brothers to Wulong Fortress in 2 days. Also, let Yu Huatian gather and compile the intelligence from Chuanzhou as soon as possible. In the future, the Yulin Guards will not only be led by Zhou Lin to raid the barbarians. Shen Nan will also dispatch Chuan Jibao to lead the Red Dragon Riders. At the same time, he will have Han Lizzie's sworn brothers accompany them. This is not because Shen Nan does not trust Zhou Lin alone, but because the Red Dragon Riders need to experience the battlefield to quickly become an effective fighting force. As for Han Lizzie's sworn brothers, Shen Nan intends for them to be responsible for trade with the barbarian tribes. In the past, the Imperial Horse Office sold military supplies and war horses to the barbarians. This channel is still in the hands of Han Shengxian and Cao Jingchun. Shen Nan intended to use this channel to engage in extensive trade with the Man Mang to earn some funds for maintaining his army. Of course, he couldn't sell war horses or anything like that. Instead, he planned to trade in luxury goods from the Great Feng, while also using this opportunity to corrupt the high-ranking officials of the Man Mang. However, he had not yet decided on the specific items to sell. Once everything was on the right track in the future, he would certainly come up with a solution. Nevertheless, it was inevitable that he would establish a business association to make money for him. Plunder has never been limited to the battlefield. Trade plunder is even more terrifying. Shen Nan had never forgotten his identity from his past life, although many memories were not of much use in the world of immortals and martial arts. Some memories proved to be very useful. 2 days later, dong, dong, the dull sound of war drums echoed constantly. On the training grounds of Wulong Fortress, tens of thousands of people were continuously practicing military formations. Although their movements still appeared somewhat clumsy and scattered, in terms of spirit, demeanor, and aura, they had improved significantly compared to before. Not bad. Shen Nan sat high above, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Although only 2 days had passed, the progress of the Feather Forest Guard was remarkably swift. Not only had they recruited 20,000 soldiers in a short time, But they had also begun to integrate these new recruits into the military formations. This was certainly due to the influence of the immortal martial world, but more so it was a matter of old soldiers bringing in the new. The 10,000 troops of the Jing army had already returned to the imperial capital, but 2,000 of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers remained, along with the 2,500 Qilong cavalry led by Chen Jibao, as well as the elite foundation of Zhou Lin and Sun Ying. It was indeed quite fast to mobilize 2,000 new soldiers with the support of tens of thousands. However, these soldiers had not yet donned their armor. If they were to wear heavy armor weighing dozens or even over 100 pounds, the training would surely not go as smoothly. But for now, it was more than sufficient. Han Lizzie stood to the side, but his gaze was fixed on the Qilong cavalry and the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Even though he had seen these types of troops before, witnessing their drill today still made his heart tremble. I wonder when I'll be able to train such elite troops. Han Lizzie. Shen Nan's voice startled Han Lizzie awake, and he quickly composed himself. Your Majesty. Shen Nan pointed to the military formation ahead. In your view, can my army deal with the barbaric demon race? Han Li already knew His Majesty's plan, and he pondered. If the Red Dragon Riders and the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers were involved, it could indeed be done, conservatively estimating a 1-to-3 combat capability. However, if these new soldiers were involved, he dared to say that they might not even be able to withstand the bloody aura of the barbaric demon race. Among the barbaric demon race, although the demons are strong, their numbers are not many. In a major battle, usually only 1 or 2 demon generals lead tens of thousands of barbarians to conquer a territory. However, although the number of demons is small, each one is a true powerhouse, especially with the physique of demons and their innate supernatural talents. They are not something ordinary warriors of the same level can contend with. Only those from the military or sword immortal systems can fight against demons of the same level. Every demon general possesses a bloody aura, which is also the murderous aura of the military. Under the impact of this bloody aura, ordinary people are unable to move, as if the murderous aura of the military has descended. Shen Nan was not too disappointed upon hearing this. After all, it was just a newly recruited army that had only been formed for 2 days. Can the 2 million elite soldiers of Yuzhou really resist the stench of the demon race? Upon hearing the number 2 million, Han Li couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, and then replied, "It is not that all the elite of Yuzhou can resist it, but rather that the people of Yuzhou have become accustomed to the stench of the demon race. Since the Northern King took command of Yuzhou, he established demon catchers who ventured into the wilderness to capture the demon race. Any captured demons would be imprisoned in the city to allow people to acclimate to the stench. Over the years, the people of Yuzhou have become familiar with the foul odor of the demon race." Shen Nan was taken aback. This uncle seemed to be quite a ruthless person. But why, with such ruthlessness, could he not control the corruption and decay in Yuzhou? Just as he was about to ask, he heard a commotion coming from a distance. Shen Nan smiled as soon as he looked over. He saw many dukes and princes led by the Duke of Chu walking slowly towards him, each carrying vines and thorns on their backs. Shen Nan sneered. What a splendid act of self-flagellation. Led by the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Lu, the Duke of Yin, and dozens of military nobles and generals marched in grand procession, all bearing thorny branches on their backs. Such a scene was truly rare to witness. Although it was not as dramatic as in ancient times when one would bear the thorns bare-bodied, it was still extraordinarily shocking. However, after glancing a few times, Shen Nan shifted his gaze back to the training grounds. He sat steadily on the command platform. The people around him, whether it was Han Lizzie, Chen Jibao, or Zhou Lin, remained unmoved. The Duke of Chu and others saw this and raised no objections, as they were all captivated by the situation on the training field. Each of them wore expressions of astonishment. They had seen the training of the Red Dragon 10 guards before, but never had they witnessed such a shocking display. With 70 to 80,000 troops lined up in an orderly manner, there was not a hint of noise, only a solemn silence. Not far away, thousands of Red Dragon cavalry patrolled back and forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of military ferocity. Someone could not help but whisper, "Wasn't it said that the army had been reduced? How could there be so many elite troops? And where did the thousands of elite cavalry from Wulong Fortress come from?" Even if these military nobles had not seen much battlefield action, they were born into families of military nobility, well-read, and could recognize elite troops when they saw them. Just the fierce aura emanating from the thousands of Red Dragon cavalry was enough to indicate that they were true elites. Seeing this, the Duke of Lu's complexion turned pale. "I'm afraid this is one of His Majesty's hidden strengths." He had previously suggested privately contacting the commanders of the Wulong Guard. But with the appearance of these thousands of Red Dragon cavalry, he feared that even if those commanders were willing, the Red Dragon 10 guards would not have an army capable of withstanding a charge from the Red Dragon cavalry. The Duke of Yin also looked extremely grave. The dozens of military nobles approached the command platform step by step, filled with trepidation and astonishment. I, Chen Yongji, Minister of the Duke of Chu, pay my respects to your majesty. The Duke of Chu was the first to kneel on the ground, a gesture that indicated submission. Behind him, dozens of military nobles also knelt down. One by one, they spoke sincerely. We, your subjects, pay our respects to your majesty. Originally, the Duke of Chu intended to lead many military nobles to submit the day before. But due to the difficulty in unifying their internal opinions and someone suggesting to contact Liangzhou first, they only arrived today. From the attitude of the Duke of Chu and his followers today, it was evident that the military nobles of the imperial capital had completely lost any cards to play. Shen Nan looked down at everyone from a high position, without saying a word. He merely allowed the Duke of Chu and others to kneel. After a full half a stick of incense, the faces of the Duke of Chu and the others turned pale, and a trickle of cold sweat began to flow down their foreheads. Shen Nan Fong said, "As for the past matters, I have no intention of delving into them. You all have returned the silver embezzled from the Red Dragon 10 guards to the imperial treasury over the years, and your titles will be retained. But those who are truly guilty will not be included in this. I will order the Deputy Minister of Justice, Li Si, and the head of the Bureau of Rights, Han Shangxian, to jointly lead this matter. Those who are truly guilty will have their homes confiscated and will be exiled. This is Shen Nan's reckoning with the military noble class. It seems that the conditions are extremely lenient, but in reality, it is still Shen Nan who calls the shots. After all, what constitutes a serious crime has plenty of room for interpretation. Just like the previous situation with the Yuan army, every one of these generals, if one is determined to find a charge, will inevitably have a reasonable and legal basis to prosecute them. And the same goes for the military nobles. Not to mention those with notorious records like the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Lu, and the Duke of Yin. Even for the law-abiding military nobles, do their families not have any wayward sons? Moreover, there is the unfounded charge. Ultimately, this matter comes down to how much they are willing to surrender. The so-called buying life with money is just that. Upon hearing this, Duke Lu and the others turned even paler. They could discern the emperor's meaning. Originally, according to their plan, they intended to buy their lives with money. But it appeared that the amount they were willing to offer was completely different from what the emperor demanded. After all, confiscation of property and exile is far more unbearable for them than death. Your Majesty. Duke Lu lifted his head and was about to speak, but met Shen Nan's cold gaze. In an instant, he swallowed the words he was going to say. I obey your command. The Duke of Chu had no words to say, only kneeling. I, Chen Yongji, obey the command. The king defeats the bandits. Now your Majesty has ultimately retained their titles, which are merely superficial wealth. Given the current mindset of the Duke of Chu, he is willing to part with them. Moreover, the Duke of Chu has substantial resources and can withstand such blows. Only some military generals and nobles had extremely ugly expressions. These individuals either cling tightly to their wealth or lack significant worth. After all, while these military generals and nobles appear glamorous, their daily extravagant expenditures are considerable. If they truly have to produce money that satisfies your Majesty, they might have to sell land and houses. Shen Nan didn't care about these people's opinions. He only wanted results. Step aside. Upon hearing this, the officials of Chu were momentarily stunned. Logically speaking, Shen Nan had already achieved a great victory at this point, and it should have been time to return to the imperial capital to settle accounts with those in power. However, judging by Shen Nan's attitude, it seemed he intended to continue staying at the Wulong fortress. Nevertheless, given their status, they didn't dare to say much and respectfully withdrew one by one. After all the military officials and nobles had left, Shen Nan instructed Zhou Lin on one side. The recruitment of soldiers needs to be expedited. Within 15 days, the Yuan army must recruit a total of 100,000 elite soldiers. Yang Ke from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War has already made arrangements, so you can act as you see fit regarding the recruitment of soldiers. Shen Nan only instructed Han Sheng to promote a message, and Cabinet Deputy Yang Ke immediately had the cold door Confucians in the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War fully assist, which was also one of the conditions for the previous exchange of interests. Therefore, recruiting soldiers was no longer an issue. Zhou Lin respectfully replied, yes. Although Zhou Lin came from a branch of military nobility, he was still a member of the military nobility system, and with his connections, he could quickly gather thousands of elite soldiers to join the army. This was also the authority Shen Nan had given him to build his foundation. After all, Zhou Lin was about to head to Yuzhou to raid the barbarians, and he certainly needed a familiar elite force. Moreover, those recruited would also be from good families and be elite soldiers. The same applied to generals like Han Lizzi and Sun Ying. Sun Ying had the backing of Xuanqing, which was 300 miles from the imperial capital, where the Zhang family held significant power, allowing him to have many soldiers. Han Lizzi had connections in Yuzhou and could also summon some people back from there. In the future, the numbers of the Black Dragon, Xianbird, and Feather Forest 3 guards would surely exceed 200,000. Shen Nan naturally could not allow these generals to have no loyal followers under their command. Wulong Fortress. The mansion's hall. Shen Nan has returned from the training grounds. He said to Chao Zhengchun, "Has Yu Huatian not arrived yet? The matters concerning the military generals and nobles have temporarily come to an end. What remains is merely to see how much Silver Li Si and Han Shangxian can extract. The recruitment and training of soldiers will also be handled by Zhou Lin, Sun Ying, and Shen Jibao." Shen Nan's gaze naturally had to be focused on Chuanzhou. After all, according to the timeline, the time for Lin Xingjiao to incite chaos would be around the beginning of spring, at most 5 months from now. It is likely that some unrest has already emerged in Chuanzhou. Chao Jingchun said respectfully, "Not yet." Shen Nan nodded. Recently, Yu Huatian had been busy preparing for the affairs of Chuanzhou in the capital, appearing to be quite leisurely, but in reality, he was extremely busy. However, since Shen Nan had asked him to come today, Yu Huatian should have made it over regardless. The fact that he still hadn't arrived even after noon can only indicate that something new has occurred in Chuanzhou. You should personally go to the capital and inform Han Shangxian and Li Si. This time, when dealing with the military generals and noble families, we aim to inflict serious damage on them, but we must also leave them with some dignity. With Li Si, the Chancellor of the Qin, and Han Shangxian, the notorious figure from the spring and autumn period, this can be achieved. Shen Nan is not worried about their inability to handle the liquidation. He is just concerned that their methods are too harsh. Although the military nobles have completely lost their chance to turn things around, they have occupied the imperial capital for hundreds of years, and their foundation and connections still remain. Among the imperial guards, Black Dragon guards, and Xianyao guards, there are also many generals who are closely tied to these people. Shen Nan plans to completely subdue the military generals and nobility in the future, so it is naturally impossible for him to take extreme measures. Moreover, such actions do not benefit him. All he wants is enough silver and the compliance of the military generals and nobility. Chao Jingchun respectfully withdrew to do his work. In the hall, only Han Lizzi, Zhang Jiao, and Daoist Qingwei remained. Zhang Jiao and Daoist Qingwei maintained a gentle and observing demeanor. Although Han Lizzi did not understand why His Majesty would leave him alone, he wore a solemn expression, presenting himself as one who could be commanded. This also demonstrated the loyalty of the newly appointed commander of the Xianyao Guard. After a slight pause, Shen Nan said, "You are from Yuzhou?" Han Lizzi nodded. "I was born in Yuzhou and joined the army at 15. I only returned from Yuzhou last year." He is now 36 years old. Achieving the peak of a second-grade master in the military at such an age is already a remarkable talent, not to mention that he was born into a humble family, which further highlights Han Lizzi's talent and temperament. If he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't have reached such a level. How much do you know about the issue of empty military rations in Yuzhou? Although Shen Nan's focus will shift to the chaos caused by the mankind in Chuan province, the situation in Yuzhou cannot be neglected, as it pertains to significant matters for the future. Moreover, the conditions in Chuan province alone cannot cultivate true elites. Only a border town like Yuzhou has enough battlefield resources to nurture elite troops. Upon hearing this, Han Lizzi's expression became increasingly solemn. If Your Majesty intends to emulate today's method of reducing the military in Yuzhou, it would likely be impossible. The corruption in Yuzhou is also different from that in the Red Dragon's 10 guards. The corruption in Yuzhou is largely due to the personal guards of the commanders, which can also be referred to as family troops. When the founding emperor established the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou, the military pay was still adequate, and there were various military achievements to be earned. However, as the Great Feng and the Mankind Demon Clan fell into a stalemate, earning military achievements became increasingly difficult. Especially in the past century, the fact that the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou could maintain the border without losing ground is the result of the soldiers' desperate efforts, let alone plundering the Mankind Demon Clan. The current trend of supporting family troops in Yuzhou is precisely because of this, with insufficient military pay. They can only rely on empty pay to support family troops. The annual military pay of 15 taels of silver for the elite in the capital might be enough there, but it is utterly inadequate in Yuzhou, where meat and grain are far more expensive than in the capital. It is simply impossible to nurture elites with such military pay. And given the ferocity of the mankind demon clan, mere numbers cannot compensate for it. Therefore, long before the northern town king took command in Yuzhou, the various commanders of the 9 garrisons began to extensively exploit empty pay to support family troops. They poured the military payment for thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers into their family troops, allowing their ranks to be filled with family troops of the 5th, 4th, and even 3rd and 2nd ranks, and then relied on these family troops to resist the invasions of the mankind demon clan. This practice, while resulting in significant disparities in strength among the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou and leaving personnel shortages in various border areas, allowed the situation in Yuzhou to stabilize. Thus, even after the northern town king arrived, he did not address the issue of military pay deficits. Hearing this, Shen Nan frowned. So, the current situation of the 9 towns in Yuzhou is not that they're each a military garrison, but rather that they are governed by warlord-like leaders, and their true elite troops are merely those family guards. He didn't expect the situation in Yuzhou's 9 towns to be like this. But this is also a difference between the feudal ancient times and the world of immortal martial arts. Or rather, in the feudal ancient times, there were also cases of generals taking empty salaries and raising family guards, but it was not as rampant as in the Great Feng Yuzhou. After all, the family guards in the feudal ancient times were not as formidable as those in the world of immortal martial arts. A family guard at the level of a minor 4th grade master could easily defeat 100 elite soldiers fully armored. The strongest family guard in the feudal ancient times would struggle to defeat 100 fully armored elite soldiers. After all, it was not an era where individual martial power was paramount, and there were no military cultivation methods. Hanli nodded seriously. As of now, all 9 towns in Yuzhou are like this. The king of the north town is the greatest leader, followed by various first-grade, earthly immortals, and even warlord generals at the level of the 10 realms of military strategists. Their families have been stationed in Yuzhou for hundreds of years and have already raised countless family guards. These family guards are their means of survival. If your majesty wants to suppress them with overwhelming force, it is essential to subdue all these family guards. However, if that is done, it is likely that the 9 towns of Yuzhou will be completely ruined. This is also why someone like the king of the north town cannot handle the issue of empty salaries. Fundamentally, if you deal with it, Yuzhou's 9 towns will be ruined, and if you don't handle it, the issue of empty salaries will continue to occur, and the power of these leaders will only grow stronger. Yet, the threat of the barbaric and reckless demon clan is still there, and the king of the north town does not dare to act recklessly. Shen Nan furrowed his brows. Zhang Jiao and Qingwei Daoist exchanged glances. Soon after, Zhang Jiao spoke. What do you mean by insufficient military salaries? Why are the grains and meat in Yuzhou more expensive than in the capital? If I remember correctly, these grains and meat are distributed by the Ministry of War, so there shouldn't be different situations in various places. Zhang Jiao was not a naive person. He naturally knew there was an issue here, but he wanted to clarify what exactly was happening. Why were the grains in Yuzhou significantly more expensive than in the capital? Was it a problem with the Confucians, or were the military generals pocketing the funds? Upon hearing this, Han Lieji's expression grew even heavier. This matter cannot be explained in just a few words. I only know part of it. As for why the grains in Yuzhou are expensive, one reason is due to the leaders of the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou. The more family soldiers they raise, the greater the daily consumption, and the usual empty salaries are no longer sufficient. Therefore, the leaders of the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou all exchange the grains sent by the Ministry of Revenue for inferior grains. They then sell these inferior grains through the local powerful forces they control to profit from it, thus covering the expenses of maintaining their family soldiers. The second reason is that the grains sent by the Ministry of War are inherently higher than those in other places. This is because, although Yuzhou is not far from the capital, it is quite distant from grain-producing regions like Chuanzhou and Jiangzhou, resulting in significant transportation costs, hence the adjustments. However, this adjustment is still within a reasonable range. The next issue, however, is that the Ministry of Revenue cannot receive enough grains and meat. As far as I understand, each year the grains sent by the Ministry of War only account for a maximum of 60% of the required amount. The remaining grains are converted into silver and allocated to the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou, allowing them to purchase their own grains. This reasoning sounds logical. After all, if the Ministry of War cannot buy enough, then simply giving money to Yuzhou for them to buy their own grains makes sense. But when you calculate it, it's not that simple. One must understand where Yuzhou will buy the grains. Naturally, it can only purchase from grain-producing regions like Quanzhou and Jiangzhou. However, the problem is that Quanzhou is too far from Yuzhou, passing through 3 other states along the way. How can we ensure that these grains are delivered on time and in full? Moreover, how can we guarantee that enough grains can be purchased? Jiangzhou is somewhat more convenient, as it can use maritime transport, but most of Jiangzhou's grains have been pre-purchased by others. Yuzhou either has to choose to cooperate with the powerful families in Jiangzhou to buy grains or purchase them at high prices from merchants. This is the reason why the military salaries in Yuzhou are insufficient, and also one of the reasons why the situation of maintaining family soldiers has arisen. From Shen Nan's perspective, he didn't think the leaders of the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou were being excessively unreasonable. After all, if military salaries are insufficient, they can only rely on empty salaries to support their family soldiers. Otherwise, how could they defend their territory? Even the grain exchanges are due to the inability to maintain family soldiers. Isn't all of this just a cycle? The root cause still lies in the issues of grains and military salaries. However, while the leaders of Yuzhou may not be wrong, this situation cannot continue indefinitely. Shen Nan slowly said, Confucianism, family generals, the leaders of the 9 towns in Yuzhou, local powerful figures, and those gentry and prominent families in Jiangzhou. These people are probably all involved, right? The situation in the 9 towns of Yuzhou is indeed 100 times more complicated than that of the 10 guards of the Red Dragon. Without discussing the specific circumstances inside, let's just talk about what Han Lizzie mentioned. Shen Nan could not possibly cut through the military of the 9 towns of Yuzhou as swiftly as the Red Dragon 10 guards, unless he could have an army capable of blocking the barbaric demon clan. Otherwise, if anything were to happen in the 9 towns of Yuzhou, it would not be something as laughable as the Red Dragon 10 guards howling in the camp, but rather a disaster that could overturn the entire Defeng. Han Li nodded calmly. That is indeed the case. Shen Nan has thoroughly understood the situation of the 9 towns of Yuzhou and has gained further insight into the Great Feng through this matter. The current Great Feng resembles a robust and strong warrior on the outside, appearing very powerful, but internally it is already suffering from numerous hidden injuries. A slight misstep could trigger a chain reaction, ultimately leading to a sudden collapse. Only by gradually eliminating these hidden ailments can the Great Feng be completely revitalized, and achieving this still requires strength. Only with sufficient personal strength can Shen Nan address these issues one by one. The same goes for the Confucianists. Confucianism is not the domain of just one individual. Their influence is not limited to the court. In Jiangzhou, Jianzhou, and even Quanzhou, there are various families, local gentry, and powerful figures. These constitute the basic support of Confucianism and their biggest backers. With this in mind, Shen Nan reined his thoughts and said to Han Lizzie, how many empty military positions are there in the 9 towns of Yuzhou now? The 2 million on the surface, do they still have half of their elite forces? 50%. This is what Shen Nan determined based on the situation of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Han Lizzie hesitated for a moment and replied, from my observations, the empty military positions in the 9 towns of Yuzhou should be below half. The 2 million troops on the surface likely number less than 900,000, with each town having about 100,000 elite forces. The rest are composed of various auxiliary troops and militia forming the logistics army. However, after the arrival of the King of the North, some vacancies have been cut. In the past, the 9 towns of Yuzhou had an apparent strength of 230,000 elite troops. Now, it has been reduced by 35,000, and the various generals are much more restrained than before. He is worried about His Majesty's wrath. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan couldn't help but laugh. Less than 900,000 elite troops can guard the 9 towns of Yuzhou? It seems the situation there is much better than I imagined. After listening to Han Lizzie's description, Shen Nan really didn't care how much empty salary the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou had consumed. What he cared about was how many people were needed to stabilize the situation. Now that he learned the number of 900,000, he felt more confident about disbanding the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou. After all, the Yulin Guard was about to have an elite force of 100,000 troops. Plus, once the affairs in Chuan Prefecture were settled, Shen Nan can raise an elite army of 100,000. There are also troops controlled by the King of Northern Defense in Yuzhou. Even if he has 200,000 elite soldiers, Then eliminating 70,000 from the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou with a total of 400,000 elite troops will become much simpler, right? Of course, things won't be that simple, but at least it would be much easier to handle than the previous 200,000 elite troops on the surface. Han Liji was taken aback. Shen Nan no longer asked further and simply said calmly, "Do not concern yourself with these matters. What you need to do now is to train the Shinbird Guard well for me. The Shinbird Guard I want is not just a bunch of ruffians patrolling the imperial city. They must be elite soldiers who can charge into battle at any time. The Shinbird Guard has a full strength of 50,000, but now only 20,000 remain. I allow you to recruit soldiers up to 40,000. The Shinbird Guard is different from the Yulin Guard. There are many benefits, and the treatment is better than that of the Yulin Guard. Even if the military pay is a bit lower, recruiting soldiers will be easier." Han Lizzie said excitedly, "I will certainly die for your majesty." Shen Nan waved his hand and said, "Go prepare a few things. Tomorrow, accompany me back to the imperial capital." Although he had previously asked Han Lizzie to bring his sworn brothers over, intending to have them act as royal merchants, after learning about the situation in the 9 towns of Yuzhou, this matter needed to be slowed down and more information was required. Shen Nan intends to unite Chuanzhou and Yuzhou. Chuanzhou also produces a large amount of grain. If he can completely control Chuanzhou, then the grain supply issue in Yuzhou can be resolved. At this moment, the weary Yu Huatian, Dongjun, and the moon goddess finally arrive at the Wulong fortress. After Han Lizzie leaves, Zhang Jiao shakes his head slightly and says, "It seems that the situation of the Confucian scholars and the powerful families in the Great Feng is worse than expected. Even during the late Eastern Han period, I have never seen anyone set their sights on the grain supplies of the border troops. The situation in the late Eastern Han was characterized by the severe land annexation by the powerful families. If the common people wanted to survive, they could only rely on one powerful family after another. Even so, they still could not get enough to eat and had to live like livestock. The situation in the Great Feng is relatively much better, but the condition of the grain supplies at the border is indeed alarming. It is shocking to see the greed of these powerful families." Shen Nan, however, is well informed. In terms of the current situation in the Feng Dynasty, how does it compare to the Song Dynasty? And how does it compare to the late Ming Dynasty? One can only say that whether it is the Xinwu Dynasty or ancient dynasties, as long as it is a feudal dynasty, it cannot escape the path of wealthy families and strong clans merging lands and plundering the wealth of the world. The methods to deal with these people are quite simple. The imperial examination system is a trump card, as this can sever the foundation of the powerful families. Rebellion is also a trump card, similar to Huang Chao's uprising, which could lead to a situation where the streets are filled with the bones of officials. These are all methods. Shen Nan knew in his heart, and he said to Zhang Jiao, "It's just greed that blinds them." Daoist Qing Wei, who was on the side, also shook his head slightly. He was aware of the suffering of the world even in the realm of the immortal sword, but since Shushan was a sect of sword immortals, they were naturally aloof from such matters, and he hadn't concerned himself with them for many years. Hearing this suddenly now indeed gave him some insights. Zhang Jiao nodded. "What does your majesty plan to do?" What he was asking about was the issue of food and military pay. As long as that problem was resolved, the issue of the 9 towns of Yuzhou was not so complicated, merely an upgraded version of the military generals and nobility. Shen Nan squinted his eyes. "I plan to find Han Lizzie's sworn brothers and turn them into red-robed merchants, engaging in the trade of southern grains to the north. Jiangzhou might be difficult to penetrate for the time being, but the grain supply from Chuanzhou is just right. This grain can also temporarily alleviate the shortage of supplies in Yuzhou. This matter is not simply about doing a good deed. It is intended to earn enough silver through trade. It can also be used to infiltrate the internal ranks of the generals in the 9 towns of Yuzhou with my people." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao's eyes brightened slightly. "I can take charge of this matter. To engage in the trade of southern grains to the north, we need local connections, sufficient silver, and the strength to deter others. All of these are indispensable. Zhang Jiao has been here for some time, although he has made considerable contributions in the Tiangong Institute. He has had nothing to do during the rest of the time. Now that this matter has arisen, he also wants to participate." Shen Nan smiled and said, "I originally intended for you to be in charge of this matter, but not in the sense of selling. This task will be handled by my subordinates. The Tianshi needs to oversee Chuanzhou for me, assist in the actions of Yu Huatian and others, and also deter various forces in Chuanzhou to ensure they obey. According to Shen Nan's plan, Chuanzhou will be a stronghold in the future. Naturally, it requires someone strong enough to take command. Looking at my subordinates, aside from Chun Jibao, Tuoba Pusa is barely qualified, and there are almost no other candidates to choose from. Li Si still needs to work in the Ministry of Justice, and Han Xingxuan's strength is still somewhat lacking. Before Shen Nan summoned Master Qingwei, he intentionally had Chen Jibao in charge. Now that Master Qingwei is here, Zhang Jiao can also free up his hands, and he is the most suitable candidate. Zhang Jiao nodded and said, "I will diligently manage Xuanzhou for your majesty." Shen Nan smiled and said a few words. Then a soft voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, I Yu Huatian request an audience." Shen Nan casually said, "Come in and speak." Creak. The hall door opened. Yu Huatian, Dong Jun, and the moon goddess walked in slowly, all bowing, "Your Majesty." Shen Nan nodded. "What news is there from Xuanzhou?" If there were no unusual movements in Xuanzhou, Yu Huatian wouldn't have come at this time. Yu Huatian first glanced at Daoist Qingwei, then respectfully said to Shen Nan, "Reporting to Your Majesty, today there have been several messages from Xuanzhou. The most important one is that Lu Zhong, the military supervisor of Xuanzhou, who has only been there for 2 days, was ambushed and injured. Lu Zhong has sent word back, but he did not specify the details. Instead, he urged Your Majesty to send someone to Xuanzhou to take charge of the situation as soon as possible. Uncle Zhang and Lu Sanyan have sent back quite a bit of information, including details about this incident. According to them, it was the work of experts from the Compassionate Life sect, and those from the Compassionate Life sect also clashed with Fhe from the Diamond Temple, seemingly with Fhe being at a disadvantage. This led to Lu Zhong's injury, which is also a warning from the Compassionate Life sect to the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect's reaction to this matter has been extremely intense. Before I arrived, I had already heard that the abbot of the Diamond Temple, Fa Li, has led the 3 great Vajra protectors to Xuanzhou. It seems that the Buddhist sect and the Compassionate Life sect will soon clash again. Shen Nan's previous strategy of driving wolves to devour tigers has caused a conflict between the Buddhist sect represented by Lu Zhong and the Compassionate Life sect, resulting in a dog-eat-dog situation. It seems to have been effective. However, this plan is not a scheme or trick, but rather an open and legitimate strategy. The Buddhist sect is plotting to take control of the court, aiming to establish a worldly Buddhist kingdom in the future. Therefore, they will inevitably show their hand this time. The rebellion of the Compassionate Life sect has been in preparation for several years, with significant planning involved, so they cannot easily give up. Thus, it is only natural for these 2 factions to clash. Shen Nan said, "It seems that the chaos in Xuanzhou is about to unfold. With the intervention of the Buddhist sect, the actions of the Compassionate Life cult are likely to accelerate significantly. Yu Huatian, Yu, and Dong Jun, and the moon goddess should head to Xuanzhou today." Yu Huatian nodded in agreement. Dong Jun and the moon goddess also said, "Understood." Immediately, Yu Huatian shared other intelligence that Uncle Zhang and Lu Sanyan had sent. This intelligence was not as explosive as Lu Zhong's assassination. Most of it was merely about the changes in Xuanzhou's capital, such as the increasingly rampant missionary activities of the Compassionate Life cult. Uncle Zhang secretly tested and discovered that there seemed to be members of the Compassionate Life cult in the main office of the Demon Suppression Division. Or it could be that Lu Sanyan was inquiring whether His Majesty could grant certain privileges. Privileges? Are they looking for official positions? Shen Nan chuckled lightly. Lu Sanyan is taking advantage of being a young lady, asking me for some benefits. I can't really say much, can I? Yu Huatian lowered his head and remained silent. After a slight pause, Shen Nan said, "Let Yang Ke's people handle this matter, and we can arrange some official positions for a few of Lu Sanyan's people. However, they cannot exceed the 8th rank. Additionally, transfer Zheng Lin, the magistrate of Yinzhou, to Chuan Prefecture City to serve as the magistrate of a large county around the Chuan Prefecture. Arrange Qi Ling Shoubei Yinshu to be part of the Chuan army under Lu Zhong's supervision, as Lu Zhong's personal guard. The system of the Great Feng is based on the 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and the 9-rank system. The 7th rank is already that of a magistrate. The 8th rank also holds some real power, and what Lu Sanyan wants is probably to whitewash some of her subordinates. Shen Nan doesn't mind giving her some benefits as long as Lu Sanyan can take her work seriously. As for Zheng Lin and Yin Shu, this is the layout of the game in Xuanzhou City. The rebellion led by Lianxing actually started from Xuanzhou City. That night, Yu Huatian, Dong Jun, and the Moon God took 300 Red Dragon Riders to Xuanzhou. These Red Dragon Riders were all led by Shan Er, Shen Yi to Shen Wu. The Ming Wang heavy-armored generals summoned earlier have gradually gained a certain degree of authority and can now do some things. For example, Shen San may replace Chen Jibao in the future and become Shen Nan's personal guard commander, protecting Shen Nan during outings. Shen Yi, on the other hand, may take over the Black Dragon Guard of Tuoba Bodhisattva in the future. Shen Nan is now deliberately cultivating these people. After all, as the power he wields grows, the demand for talent under his command also increases. This cannot be satisfied by just the few individuals summoned from the system's gift package. The next day at noon, after finishing his training, Shen Nan turned his attention to the system. Whoosh! In front of Shen Nan, a line of information suddenly appeared. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Forces, Black Dragon, Xian Bird, Feather Forest Guard. Subordinates, Qingwei Taoist, Peak of the 13th Realm, Tuoba Bodhisattva, War God of the 11th Realm. Chun Jibao, Heavenly Being of the 10th Realm. Great Virtuous Teacher, Zhang Jiao, Peak Heavenly Being of the 10th Realm. Han Shangxian, Peak of the 2nd Grade Grandmaster. Li Si, Peak Heavenly Being of the 10th Realm. Yu Huatian, 4th Grade Realm. Dongjun Yanfei, Peak Sorcerer of the 3rd Grade. Moon God, Sorcerer of the 3rd Grade. Chao Zhengchun, Peak of the 3rd Grade. And 10 Sunflower Guards, 5th Grade Warriors. 1,525 Great Snow Dragon Riders. 2,800 Ming Wang Heavy Armored Soldiers. Techniques, 9 Dragons True Qi, 4th Grade Gang Qi Mastery, Peak of the Minor Grandmaster. Items, none. Overall level, initially qualified for restoration of the country. Restoration points, 4,200 points. Mission, to have 100,000 elite troops that are uniquely owned and loyal to oneself. Army requirements. All elite troops must be warriors of the 9th grade or above. Rewards, guaranteed gift package of the 11th realm and above, 100,000 restoration points. This is Shen Nan's current panel, judging by the panel alone. His strength has qualitatively improved compared to when he just ascended to the throne. Not only does he have 5 experts at the level of heavenly beings of the 10th realm or above under his command, but he also has a significant number of mid-tier forces at the 2nd and 3rd grades. Plus, with 1,500 Great Snow Dragon Riders and 2,800 Ming Wang Heavy Armored Soldiers, he can act with impunity. Not to mention the presence of Han Lizzie, Sun Ying, Zhou Lin, and the rapidly expanding Black Dragon, Xian Bird, and Feather Forest Guards. Even people like Uncle Zhang and Lu Sanyin from Chuanzhou can be counted in. In just 20 days, I already possess enough strength to revitalize the Great Feng. Shen Nan was also somewhat stirred, and he looked at the system all. Talent Gift Pack. Randomly summon talents from all realms for 1,000 restoration points. Wine Sword Immortal Inheritance. Locked at 100,000 restoration points. Complete Inheritance of the 9 Manual. 500 points. Compared to the previous 2 days. Today, as System Mall finally had something pleasing to the eye. Shen Nan hadn't exchanged for items in the mall for the past 2 days. Not because he was deliberately saving up. Instead, the items refreshed daily in the System Mall were somewhat lackluster. For example, the complete inheritance of the 9 Manual or the Great Return Pill that enhances one's power for a century. They seemed excellent at first glance. But for Shen Nan at the moment, they were not particularly useful. Perhaps in the future, the Yuan Yu Emperor could use these items to appease his subordinates or train a group of people, but Shen Nan did not need them. The system offered 2 Heavenly Pride gift packs. The last Heavenly Pride gift pack had yielded the left and right guardians of the Yin-Yang family, Dongjun and Yushun. Shen Nan is also very optimistic about the Heavenly Hero gift pack. 1,000 recovery points and a peak 3rd grade sorcerer, Dongjun. The cost effectiveness is already excellent. Whoosh, whoosh. Unlike the previous Azure Glow, this time it is a white light containing a hint of blue. After seeing the system's prompt, Shen Nan also frowned. Is this considered a genius? The number 1 in the world, Wan Sanxian, a 7th grade martial artist. The number 1 in the world, Guihai Dao, a peak 3rd grade master. Guihai Dao can barely be considered a genius. After all, he is an important figure in a realm, and after losing his arm to demonic corruption, he comprehended the left-hand sword technique and regained the title of the number 1 sword in the world. The strength of a peak 3rd grade master is also comparable to that of Dongjun and Yushun. However, his pure essence sword technique is not as impactful as that of Yushun and Dongjun. But how can someone like Wan Sanxian be considered a genius? Is it because of his means of accumulating wealth? Accumulate wealth? Shen Nan squinted his eyes at this thought. It seems they intend to present me with a red-topped merchant. When it comes to martial arts, Wan Sanxian is naturally not considered prodigy. But in terms of the ability to make money, he can be regarded as a prodigy in the entire world of martial arts. Shen Nan is now planning to arrange for people to buy grain from Chuan Prefecture and Jiang Prefecture to sell in Yu Prefecture. The original candidate was Han Lizzie's sworn 3rd brother. This person is somewhat clever and also has a family business, ensuring a level of loyalty that makes it safe to entrust him with a large sum of silver. However, with the presence of Wan Sanqian, this person can only serve as an assistant. Claim the reward. Lock in the Tianjiao Deluxe package. Although Shen Nan dislikes the rewards of this heroic gift pack, given that there is no shortage of troops, the heroic gift pack is currently the most cost-effective option in the system all. He doesn't mind locking in a period of time for 1,000 points. In an instant, the restoration points turn back to 200 points. In front of Shen Nan, two more people had appeared. Wan Sanqian wore a wide face smile that matched his impression, while Gue Hai Dao had a broken right arm and cold, piercing eyes, reminiscent of a dormant volcano that could erupt with astonishing brilliance at any moment. Minister Wan Sanqian, paying my respects to your majesty. Minister Gue Hai Dao, I have come to see your majesty. Different titles still reflected different personalities. Compared to Gue Hai Dao, Wan Sanqian was evidently more perceptive and able to see the situation clearly. The memories related to this world must already be in your minds, right? Shen Nan said calmly. Gu Hai Zidao not that Silen Thi. Wan Sanqian then spoke up. Your majesty intends to send me to Chuanzhou to purchase grain and fodder? Shen Nan nodded. Wan Sanqian continued. In my opinion, simply selling grain and fodder is too wasteful. Sichuan must have its specialties that can be sold to Jiangzhou, and then grain can be purchased from Jiangzhou and shipped to Yuzhou by sea, which would be the most suitable approach. After all, even if we transport from Sichuan to Yuzhou, it is necessary to manage those officials. It would be better to directly engage in the business of Sichuan specialties and attract these individuals with profit sharing. This way, it can make your majesty's plan smoother. Wan Sanqian truly understood how to make money, with just some memories instilled by the system. He keenly identified the business opportunities in Shen Nan's plan and made it even more refined. People act for profit, with the greed of powerful families. As long as the benefits are appropriate, they will certainly be willing to sell grain and fodder. They do not care who the grain is sold to, as long as there is sufficient profit. Furthermore, Sichuan is very close to Jiangzhou, and Jiangzhou is surrounded by high-yielding provinces, so they're not lacking in grain. Wan Sanqian smiled and said, Your Majesty's previous plan is indeed good, but it overlooks the issue of people's hearts. If Jiangzhou learns that someone in Sichuan is selling grain and fodder to Yuzhou, they will surely take action. At that time, it will be a pile of trouble and will also affect Your Majesty's plan. On the contrary, if we sell from Jiangzhou, as long as the people of Jiangzhou receive sufficient benefits, they will not care about the bigger picture. Shen Nan's purpose for selling grain and supplies has only two aims. One is to ensure sufficient grain in Yuzhou, and the second is to make money. The first aim is to prepare for the overall situation of reorganizing the 9 towns of Yuzhou in the future, while the second is to cover the expenses of maintaining the army. These are the considerations of Wan Sanqian. Shen Nan non-committally said, You are right. But are the families of Jiangzhou all fools? The principles of business are naturally simple. But is it really that easy to put into practice? Jiangzhou is already selling grain and supplies to Yuzhou at a high price. What can Wan Sanqian offer that would be enough to entice them to give up such huge profits? Wan Sanqian did not elaborate further. He simply said in a deep voice, Please give me 2 months, Your Majesty. If I cannot ensure that the 9 towns of Yuzhou have sufficient cheap grain, I will leave my fate in Your Majesty's hands. Although those summoned by the system are completely loyal to Shen Nan, they also have their own thoughts and fear death. For someone like Wan Sanqian, who is afraid of dying, to say such words is notable. Shen Nan could also see his confidence. He was not intentionally probing into the secrets of doing business. He simply smiled and said, I will give you 2 months. During this time, Gue Hai Dao will be your bodyguard. Chuanzhou's Yu Huatian, Han, Shengxian, Lu Zhong, and even Uncle Zhang's people will assist you in forming a merchant caravan. As he spoke, he addressed the outside. Chao Jingchun. Chao Jingchun, who had been waiting outside the door, quickly walked in. As soon as he entered, he was taken aback. Wan Sanqian, Gue Hai Dao. These were all old acquaintances. Gue Hai Dao, however, showed no surprise. He had known from the memories instilled by the system. Wan Sanqian smiled and said, Director Chao, long time no see. Chao Jingchun forced a stiff smile. Long time no see. He didn't have time to reminisce with Wan Sanqian, and instead looked at Shen Nan, Your Majesty. Shen Nan nodded. Take 2 million taels of silver from the treasury and give it to Wan Sanqian. Also, notify Yu Huatian and the others to assist Wan Sanqian in establishing a merchant operation in Chuan Prefecture. Then have Chun Jibao prepare 10 Red Dragon Riders to accompany Wan Sanqian south. The 10 Red Dragon Riders are not for protection, but for delivering messages. Wan Sanqian's personal safety is arranged separately. After all, the merchant operation cannot be supported by Wan Sanqian alone. What he needs to do now is to establish this trade route, and the subsequent transportation of grain will be assisted by the personnel in Chuan Prefecture. Gao Zhengtun Zipli. Understood. Shen Nan waved his hand to let them go. Get ready. We'll return to the capital in half an hour. He had been at the Wulong Fortress for 4 days. Now, it was time to return to the imperial capital. At the entrance of the Wulong training ground, after a brief review of the progress of the Yulin Guards, Shen Nan, accompanied by Zhou Lin, Sun Ying, and many generals, headed towards the city gate. The ones escorting Shen Nan were still Chen Jibao and 400 Red Dragon riders. Those accompanying him included Chao Zhengchun, Daoist Qingwei, Zhang Jiao, and Han Lizzi. When they reached the city gate, Shen Nan, after giving a few instructions to Zhou Lin and Sun Ying in front of the generals, stepped onto the imperial carriage and returned to the capital. As the imperial carriage gradually disappeared from view, many generals of the Imperial Guard secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The recent troop reductions of the Red Dragon Guard had truly made them anxious. Even after the troop reductions were over, as long as His Majesty remained at the Wulong Fortress, none of them dared to act recklessly. One general, who particularly enjoyed visiting the pleasure houses, hadn't even dared to glance at them in recent days. Zhou Lin scanned the generals and said, "Train well." After saying that, he turned and returned to the training ground. Zhou Lin was already aware of His Majesty's intention to have the Imperial Guard raid the barbarians, and he naturally had no time to waste. Sun Ying felt the same, and after exchanging glances, the other generals obediently returned to the training ground. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial carriage heading to the capital, Shen Nan is also reviewing the current situation. The Black Dragon Guard is being managed well by Bodhisattva, and Shen Nan doesn't have to worry about it all. Although the situation with the Xianbei Guard is somewhat complicated after this battle, Han Lizzi can also control the situation. The Yulin Guard, with Zhou Lin, Sun Ying, and Chen Jibao, is undoubtedly secure. The next steps are simply to recruit and train troops. With a system task of having 100,000 loyal elite troops, the progress bar has reached 34,000 elites. Clearly, the overall loyalty of the Black Dragon, Yulin, and Xianbei Guards is sufficient. This is especially true after the announcement yesterday to raise the military salary from 15 taels to 20 taels. It seems that as long as the Yulin Guard and Xianbei Guard complete their recruitment, coupled with several days of training, this system task can be completed. At that time, Shen Nan can exchange for the inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal and also reopen a level-up gift package with a guaranteed minimum of 11 realms, significantly strengthening his overall power. Moreover, his personal safety will no longer be an issue, and he can use it as a trump card. On the Chuan Prefecture side, time is currently needed to gather intelligence, and there is no need to worry too much for now. There is also no need to pay much attention to Wan Sanqian's side. Shen Nan's main task next is to stabilize the court and deal with the elixirs of the Qinghe Palace. Thinking of this, Shen Nan said to Zhang Jiao, "Before you go to Chuan Prefecture, there should be a result regarding matters here at the Tiangong Institute. The Earth Sect has been coveting the Yellow Turban Warriors and the Sowing Beans to create soldiers for over 10 days now. During this time, although the Earth Sect hasn't sent anyone over, their flattering attitude is very clear. A few days ago, Shen Nan had just finished demobilizing the troops, and the Earth Sect sent over 30,000 sets of armor and weapons. Although they are not of the same level as the Ming Dynasty heavy armor, they are still high-quality armors. This is clearly an attempt to curry favor with Shen Nan." Zhang Jiao nodded upon hearing this. "I can first hand over the Yellow Turban Warriors to the Earth Sect. I wonder what specific exchange is needed. The Yellow Turban Warriors are different from the magical ability of turning beans into soldiers. Although their effect is good, only the wealthy Earth Sect can use them. Other forces find it difficult to gather enough mysterious gold for refining." On the Imperial carriage, Shen Nan said to Zhang Jiao, "What to change is not important. What matters is the attitude of the Tiangong Institute. The importance of the Tiangong Institute is self-evident. Even in this Xianwu world, the Tiangong Institute is the true military-industrial pillar of the Great Feng. This is a national treasure." Shen Nan naturally wanted to take control into his own hands. Previously, he did not have enough strength. Now, however, he had just begun to spread his wings, not only possessing the Black Dragon, the Xian Bird, and the Feather Forest 3 guards, but also having many skilled individuals under his command. In this situation, it was necessary to make some changes to the Tiangong Institute. Zhang Jiao nodded upon hearing this. "I understand what to do. Your Majesty does not want some armor and weapons sent by the Tiangong Institute. but rather to transform the Tiangong Institute from being dominated by the Taoist Earth sect to being centered around the Great Feng, turning it from a sect into a true governmental office of the Great Feng court. Shen Nan nodded. It may be difficult to achieve this, and in the future, it will inevitably require strength to speak. However, the attitude must be clear. You should first give them the yellow turban warriors, without needing anything in return. With Qing Xian's old wisdom, he will naturally understand. Trying to subdue the Tiangong Academy is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Shen Nan also temporarily has no energy to focus on the Tiangong Academy. He still needs to keep an eye on Chuanzhou, Yuzhou, and Confucianism. Zhang Jiao said, Taoist Qing Xian certainly understands right from wrong and the greater righteousness. Shen Nan shook his head. Some matters are not solely decided by Qing Xian. The Taoist Earth sect controls 70% of the armor and weapon forging in the Great Feng. Such substantial interests are not just tied to Qing Xian. And it's not only the Earth sect involved. It's likely that the Confucians and the militarists are also participating. Ultimately, to resolve the issues of the Earth sect and the current problems of the Great Feng, the Confucians must take action. This is also one of the important reasons why Shen Nan did not prioritize resolving the Heavenly Craft Institute. It explains why the Heavenly Craft Institute had been so indifferent toward Shen Nan before. It is because they are entangled in too many issues. If the Heavenly Craft Institute were to directly submit to Shen Nan, a series of problems would arise in various regions. At the very least, it would be impossible for the Heavenly Craft Institute to maintain control over 70% of the armor and weapons. This is due to insufficient profit distribution. Although the Heavenly Craft Institute seems to be earning a lot of wealth now, this money must be shared with the Confucians, militarists, and the various noble families in different regions. Otherwise, the transportation of weapons and armor alone would be a major problem. If they were to submit to Shen Nan, he would inevitably have to lower the profits of the armor and weapons. How could these profits be reduced? Would the militarists and Confucian officials from various regions just accept it? How is that possible? Shen Nan understood very clearly. Whether the Great Feng can be revitalized truly hinges on the Confucians. The corruption among court officials, the land monopolization by local aristocratic families, and the rampant accumulation of wealth are the fundamental issues plaguing the Great Feng. No matter the matter at hand, it ultimately leads back to these problems. Even the rebellion of the Compassionate Life sect likely involved Confucian officials. It is similar to the rebellion of Zhang Jiao during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Without the protection of local officials, how could he have mounted a rebellion? The same goes for the Compassionate Life sect. The current issue is that while the emperor's decrees can indeed flow smoothly, whether they can be executed remains another question. Shen Nan does not lack righteousness. What he lacks is the strength that commands respect from the world. This has been the best way for emperors throughout history to resolve such problems, to suppress them with absolute imperial authority and power. As for matters like reform by renowned ministers, that is also based on the emperor having sufficient prestige. Shen Nan is still somewhat lacking at the moment. The method he is currently employing is more about leveraging factions against each other, using the Confucians from humble backgrounds to counter the aristocratic Confucians, and using Buddhism to oppose the Compassionate Life sect. This approach is still the most effective one currently. The term Confucianism may seem simple, but internally it is extremely vast. In fact, to some extent, the Great Feng is filled with Confucians. After 800 years of peace and prosperity, through intermarriage among various powers, the Confucian group has become an unshakable behemoth. If Shen Nan wants to rely solely on strength to suppress it, he would indeed have to follow the path of Huang Chao, but even this path may not be correct. After all, with the rise of Huang Chao, a new Confucianism will ultimately form. Shen Nan saw through this point, so his ultimate goal was nothing more than 4 words: imperial power above all. The immortal martial dynasty is good for this reason. Celestial beings can live for 500 years. With the system that Shen Nan possesses, he will surely have boundless longevity in the future. At that time, not to mention the emergence of new interest groups, he himself will be the leader of the largest interest group and the strongest emperor. Thinking this way, Shen Nan also knew what he should do next. He asked outside the Jade Curtain, "How far is it to the imperial capital?" 12 li, came Chao Zhengquan's voice. Shen Nan smiled and said, "Have Chen Jibao prepare for this." He intended to give the capital a little shock and let the world know that the Great Feng was different from the past. Under the blazing sun, the scorching heat burned in the air. The civil and military officials at the city gate of the capital felt a bit restless, though it was not truly because of the hot weather. After all, with their cultivation levels, Mere heat was nothing. What truly made them uneasy was the scene before them. More than 200 officials of the 5th rank and above were waiting there. Tuoba Bodhisattva also led 3,000 Tiger Bend guards standing on either side. The fierce aura of weapons was not concealed in the slightest, charging straight toward the ranks of civil and military officials. The Xianbei guards, under Sun San's command, had also dispatched 1,000 men to guard the city gate. In such a scene, those unaware would think someone was encircling the civil and military officials of the Great Feng, rather than welcoming His Majesty. The martial generals and nobles led by the Duke of Chu were in an even worse situation, each bearing thorny vines and kneeling at the forefront. This was not requested by Shen Nan, but was a voluntary act by the Duke of Chu and his companions, merely asking His Majesty to show mercy. Han Shengxian and Li Si had made them suffer tremendously. In just 2 days, 14 martial generals and nobles had been searched and exiled. How could such a situation not cause panic, especially since they had no way to resist? They could only adopt such a posture to plead for His Majesty's leniency. Zhang Su and Yang Ku, the leading ministers of the cabinet, were also frowning deeply. They could naturally see His Majesty's intentions. This was a blatant display of might, and a rather clumsy one at that. Yet they had no way to voice their opinions, only carefully observing the soldiers and commanders around them. Just then, a luxurious imperial carriage finally appeared in the distance. At the moment the imperial carriage emerged, Zhang Su, Yang Ku, and the others' pupils suddenly constricted. Such cavalry? Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the appearance of the imperial carriage, the Red Dragon cavalry, miles away, instantly moved. 1,000 Red Dragon cavalry spread out and charged, and despite being only 1,000 in number, they gave everyone a sense of a mighty army rushing in. Especially the fierce aura of weapons made one's heart tremble. What kind of cavalry is this? When did the Great Feng have such cavalry? The civil and military officials were all astonished, although the Great Feng had truly elite troops. They had never heard of such a formidable cavalry. The Great Feng's army had always been dominated by heavy infantry, and cavalry were the domain of the barbaric demon race. There was even a saying that no iron cavalry could stand before the barbaric wolf cavalry. However, the Red Dragon cavalry before them overturned their understanding. Even from miles away, these civil and military officials could still see the majestic and robust figures of the Red Dragon cavalry, as well as the cold iron armor that both horse and rider wore. This was the most standard heavy armored cavalry, and each one of them was an elite of the highest rank. Zhang Su's frown deepened. Although he had heard that the Tiangong Institute was very close to the Taoist beside His Majesty, he never expected the Tiangong Institute to be willing to spend such resources. With his insight, it was naturally not difficult to see how long it would take to craft such armor for these men and horses. Could it be that during these few days, the Tiangong Institute had done nothing but focus entirely on creating armor for His Majesty? If that were the case, the Tiangong Institute might have some issues. Moreover, His Majesty's troops also had significant problems. According to Yang Ku's previous discussions with the Confucian officials of the aristocratic families, they believed that even if His Majesty commanded the Red Dragon 10 guards, it would take several years to train these troops. But now it seemed that it might not take that long. This was a significant threat. However, unlike Zhang Su's inner thoughts, the other officials were all shocked by the fierce military might of the Red Dragon cavalry. Some even couldn't help but say, if our Great Feng had over 10,000 such elite cavalry, what would the barbaric wolf cavalry be? Such people could still be considered patriotic, or rather, there were actually quite a few Confucian officials who were loyal to the throne and loved their country. But loyalty to the throne and patriotism did not prevent them from engaging in widespread corruption. Sometimes, the determination of a good or bad minister could not solely depend on corruption. If there were really over 10,000 such elite cavalry, they could perhaps turn defense into offense. Others echoed this sentiment. This was not mere idle talk. The Great Feng was indeed a world of immortal martial arts, with extraordinary masters. But even extraordinary masters were still human. What did it mean to have over 10,000 elite cavalry? In other words, each person would be as valiant as the legendary Zhang Fei of the past, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, riding top-notch dragon horses. How terrifying was that? Even a first-rank earthly immortal would have to avoid their sharpness. Not to mention that military strategy is inherently part of martial arts. If a peak second-rank grandmaster led his trained 10,000 elites, even slaying a first-rank earthly immortal would not be impossible. It was merely a matter of cost. Just as everyone was reflecting, a deafening rumble sounded. The Red Dragon Cavalry, which had initially spread out to the sides, had now gathered together and charged toward the city gate with an overwhelming posture. Each of them had a cold expression, their eyes indifferent and ruthless. Leading them, Chun Jibao exuded a terrifying aura, his gaze icy. Even knowing that these men did not dare to storm the city gate, many civil and military officials were still frightened, unable to help but retreat a few steps. Halt! Chun Jibao's cold voice rang out. The 1,000 Red Dragon Cavalry suddenly halted, then methodically spread out to the sides. The luxurious imperial carriage slowly approached. This display of order and discipline made everyone even more amazed. The martial generals and nobles led by the Duke of Chu quickly raised their heads to look. "We welcome your majesty." The civil and military officials all bowed respectfully. Regardless of how much Shen Nan intentionally displayed his power today, the strength he exhibited had already made these civil and military officials dare not harbor any contempt. Moreover, the troops in the capital were now entirely under Shen Nan's control, with military power in hand and righteousness on his side. The capital of the Great Feng had indeed changed significantly. His Majesty has given an order. The officials may disperse. A gentle and warm voice sounded. This voice was not grandiose, but instantly dispelled the murderous atmosphere created by Chun Jibao and the 1,000 Red Dragon Cavalry, bringing a sense of peace to everyone, who all stood up. However, at the moment they stood, many people suddenly froze in their expressions, because they felt the powerful divine intent emanating from a speaker. If they had instinctively stood up before, now they couldn't help but feel horrified. What kind of realm could suppress the fierce aura of 1,000 Red Dragon Cavalry with just one word? It should be known that the leader of these Red Dragon Cavalry was Chun Jibao, a martial celestial being. What kind of realm could make all the civil and military officials feel at ease in an instant, without any awareness? Among these civil and military officials, there were many third-rank, second-rank, and even first-rank experts. This divine intent. Zhang Su's expression changed for the first time in public, and he could also feel a thick horror within. Every hair on his body seemed to stand on end at that moment. He was a peak first-rank Confucian, earthly immortal. How could this person control his emotions with just a word? If he could control emotions, did that mean life and death were also within that control? Even a usually silent Fa Yang finally had a serious look in his eyes for the first time. He murmured to himself, peak of the 12th realm, or the 13th realm? On the surface, Fa Yang's realm was that of an 11th realm legalist sub-sage, but in reality, he had already broken through to the 12th realm legalist supreme sage. However, he was only at the initial stage of the 12th realm, which made it somewhat difficult for him to sense the specific realm of Taoist Qingwei, even with the influence of the law of heaven enveloping the imperial capital. This was also because Taoist Qingwei was on the imperial carriage, which was also shrouded in the national fortune. In other words, wherever the emperor goes, there is the national fortune of De Feng supporting it, though the strength varies. The legalist cannot pry into or oppose the national fortune. Talp, talp, talp. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, 1,000 Red Dragon riders had already escorted the imperial carriage slowly into the city gates. Everywhere they passed, there were officials with dazed expressions. Shen Nan showed no intention of stopping the imperial carriage to speak. Instead, he recklessly allowed the imperial carriage to slowly pass in front of the officials, and the domineering and unrestrained posture was now unmistakable. Yet, not a single person stood up to question the emperor's actions. The Hu Bin Wei of Tuoba, Bodhisattva, also accompanied them to the palace. In just a short while, the city gate had become desolate, leaving only the speechless civil and military officials, along with the noble generals. After a moment of exchanging glances, Zhang Su was the first to walk towards the palace. The 7 grand scholars of the cabinet still had to fulfill their duties today. However, given the emperor's attitude, it was likely that he wouldn't come to the cabinet today. The imperial carriage stopped in front of the Jinghua Hall. Shen Nan walked down and said to Toba Bodhisattva, "Has there been any movement in the palace these days?" Tuoba Bodhisattva replied in a deep voice, with Han Zhangyin keeping an eye on things. "There shouldn't be any problems in the palace. However, there are faint signs of unrest coming from the deep palace. It seems that the Empress Dowager might be about to emerge from her seclusion tomorrow." The person referred to, of course, was Empress Dowager Jing. Since Shen Nan ascended the throne, Empress Dowager Jing had almost no presence, except for one message she sent out. This was not because the old matriarch was being so well-behaved, but because she had reached a critical point in breaking through the 11th realm. It seemed that for a peerless master at the 10th realm level, once they entered seclusion, it would take more than half a month. Empress Dowager Jing. Shen Nan nodded thoughtfully. Are there any other matters? The situation with Empress Dowager Jing also needed to be addressed. Not to mention the money she took from the Imperial Horse Bureau every year, just the national treasure she held in her hands was something Shen Nan would certainly want. However, dealing with this old matriarch would not be as complicated as dealing with military generals and noblemen. He only needed to bring Taoist Qingwei to have a chat with her. Besides that, there was the incident with Empress Dowager Chen earlier. But after Han Zhongyin had someone from Duke Chu send a message, Empress Dowager Chen stopped causing a fuss and went to the royal mausoleum obediently. Although Toba Bodhisattva also had a low presence, he had completely grasped the situation with the Tiger Vanguard in recent days. The movements in the entire royal city could hardly escape his control. Shen Nan seemed to be deep in thought. It appears that the Duke of Chu has come to a realization. He instructed Chao Zhengshan at his side. Go summon Han Shangxian and Li Si to see me. The earlier posture of the military generals and noblemen kneeling to welcome him had some effect. At the very least, Shen Nan couldn't be too ruthless. Moreover, he never intended to completely eliminate these military generals and nobles. He just wanted them to understand the gravity of the situation. After today, they might be of use to him. Just as Shen Nan entered the Jinghua Hall, the 7 cabinet ministers led by Zhang Su had already returned to the cabinet, each with a serious expression, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Your Majesty's actions today, do you think they mean anything? Someone spoke up first. Zhang Su and the others remained silent. Everyone present understood Shen Nan's actions. This was just an introduction. Zhang Su glanced at Yang Ku and then slowly said, Your Majesty is young and impetuous, having suddenly gained military power, wanting to show off a bit. What do we do about it? Shouldn't we allow the emperor to show off? Yang had been silent for a long time. Jose sneered. This kind of show-off by the emperor is probably not aimed at us, but rather at the people on Elder Yang's side, right? In recent days, your momentum has been quite significant, assisting the emperor in cutting the Red Dragon 10 guards. With such great fame, I suppose you've gained quite a few benefits. And coupled with the strength the emperor has demonstrated today, after today, I fear some people will be unable to resist currying favor with the emperor. Zhang Su's earlier remarks were merely a probe, while Jose directly exposed the matter. Today, Shen Nan's momentum has left the entire court of civil and military officials astonished by His Majesty's strength. But what comes after the shock? The officials aligned with the legalist school need not be mentioned. They are undoubtedly loyal to the emperor. However, what they protect is the legal system of the Great Feng, the laws, rather than simply the emperor himself. The stronger the emperor's authority, the stronger the constraints of the law will be. Therefore, after the initial shock, the legalists are more pleasantly surprised. The Confucian scholars are divided into 2 factions, the gentry and the commoners. The gentry, led by Zhang Su, are more anxious and unsettled. After all, with Shen Nan's style of action, it is clear to everyone that he will eventually reform the Great Feng, and those Confucians who are prominent local gentry. Wealthy families and elite scholars are understandably uneasy. The commoners, however, are different. Previously, Yang had already established preliminary cooperation with His Majesty. Although it was forced, who knows if it was truly forced? Regardless of whether it was forced or not, it is undoubtedly correct for the commoners to align themselves with His Majesty. Yang calmly looked at Jose. What do you want me to do? Restrain the commoners? Or advise His Majesty? Jose scoffed. I have no such intention. I'm just stating the facts. There are plenty of ambitious individuals among the commoners. Now, that His Majesty has displayed such methods and strength, I believe many people want to rise quickly. This is only human nature, but, Elder Yang, don't forget that the commoners are also part of the Confucian family. If His Majesty truly takes action against the court officials and the Confucians, I fear. He did not finish his sentence, but Yang Ku understood Jose's meaning. Jose is merely a mouthpiece for Zhang Su. These words do not originate solely from him, but from the Confucian gentry led by Zhang Su. They feel threatened by His Majesty and are warning the commoners not to get too close, at the very least to maintain neutrality. Yang Ku fell silent again. I can only try to restrain them. Yang Ku is indeed talented and capable, strong-willed, and loyal to the country. But his only flaw is that he cares too much about the overall situation and is too stubborn in his views. In his eyes, the Great Feng cannot withstand turmoil and does not want upheaval. He simply wishes to maintain stability and gradually solve one problem after another. For this reason, he can make concessions to His Majesty as well as to the gentry. This kind of pattern, this approach, is not problematic in itself. However, under the current situation where the Great Feng will be destroyed in at most 20 years if it does not change, Yang Ku's approach is merely a meaningless maintenance of balance. He knows that the Great Feng is decaying but does not truly understand its real situation. It is like everyone knows that the Red Dragon 10 guards are corrupt, but who really knows how corrupt they are? Yang Ku has had an easy path and has not truly delved into the lower levels. His 20 years in the cabinet have made it impossible for him to notice what the situation below really is. Zhou Zhe, upon hearing this, said no more. The urgent matter now is to find something for His Majesty to do. Otherwise, His Majesty will inevitably focus on the internal Confucians next. Zhang Su reprimanded. How can you say to find something for His Majesty to do? Such words are not something a grand scholar of the cabinet should say. Given the current situation in the Great Feng, His Majesty should be sorting out the court's affairs. His Majesty has only just ascended the throne for a few days, so it's inappropriate to disturb him. Now is the time to submit all those memorials. He did not intentionally withhold any memorials because, with the Confucians' control over the court, it does not matter when the memorials are submitted. There is no need to handle them within the cabinet. The strategy was already established outside. And today, several pressing matters have already been submitted to the cabinet. All Zhang Su needs to do is pass these memorials to the Palace of Rights for His Majesty's review. In the Jinghua Hall, Li Si was reporting various intelligence regarding the military generals and nobility over the past few days. Some of the methods used against the military generals made Shen Nan shake his head. Sometimes Li Si's actions are indeed too harsh. This is also because Li Si was once the prime minister of the Great Qin, which did not employ gentle methods. When the first emperor wanted to deal with any minister, he could simply order their families to be exterminated. However, with the first emperor's prestige from unifying the 6 states, he could suppress any situation no matter what he did. Shen Nan, however, cannot act as recklessly as the first emperor at present. With a smile on his face, he said, "All right, let's not stir them up too much these days. How much silver have these military generals and nobles offered to buy their lives? Compared to how to deal with these military generals and nobles, Shen Nan is more concerned about whether his own treasury has become more affluent." Li Si calculated silently in his heart. Currently, there is approximately 50 million taels of silver, and this is only in cash. The specifics regarding fields, shops, and merchant associations are managed by Han Zhangyin, and it is estimated that there is a total of 130 million taels of silver. Once this number was revealed, even though Shen Nan knew early on that the military generals and noble families were wealthy, he still couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. Are you saying nearly 200 million taels of silver? This is almost comparable to the annual fiscal revenue of the Great Feng, which is around 230 million taels of silver. Moreover, after deducting military salaries and various expenses, the remaining silver is almost negligible. Sometimes, the Emperor of Great Feng even needs to draw money from the imperial treasury to fund projects. Now, just by tidying up the military generals and noble families without resorting to severe measures like confiscation, such a large amount of silver can be obtained. It's no wonder that Li Si and Han Shengxuan's methods are so harsh. Even Shen Nan couldn't help but want to retract his earlier orders and let Li Si and Han Shengxian thoroughly investigate these military generals and noble families to see just how much wealth they truly have. Shen Nan suppressed his inner desires and sighed. After 800 years of defeng, we have indeed raised a batch of wealthy military generals and nobles. You should take it easy for the next few days and arrange the military generals and nobles later. As long as these people are still in the imperial capital, they won't be able to take the silver away, especially after they lose the power of the Red Dragon's 10 guards. They are merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The only difference is when and how I choose to do it. Right now, this silver is enough for me to support the Black Dragon, Xianbird, Yulin, 3 guards, and the Red Dragon Riders. I don't want to completely push these military generals and nobles to their deaths just yet. Li Si nodded, understood. Shen Nan asked Li Si again. You have been serving as the Deputy Minister of Justice for more than 10 days now. During this time, have you gained any understanding of the dynamics in the court? If I plan to take action against Confucianism, what should I do? Whether it's the grain supplies from Chuan Prefecture and Yu Prefecture's 9 towns, or the future plundering of the barbarian and demon tribes, these matters cannot be avoided with Confucianism. Shen Nan now has the confidence and strength to take action against Confucianism. After a moment of contemplation, Li Si said, Your Majesty is now using the cold door Confucianists led by Yang Ku to deal with the aristocratic Confucianists. This approach is indeed excellent. But to make them fight among themselves like dogs in the Buddhist and compassionate teachings, I fear it is unlikely. The relationships within the court of Great Feng are extremely delicate. The legalists have always maintained a neutral and objective stance. They do not take sides. but stand by the laws and regulations of Great Feng. Although Confucianism is divided into cold door and aristocratic factions, there is not a particularly obvious political factionalism or rivalry. This is partly due to the fact that both cold door and aristocratic factions have the foundation of the 11th or even 12th realms. It is also because their ideologies are similar. Whether cold door or aristocratic, they all advocate for the emperor to rule with a light touch, the governance to be entrusted to the 6 ministries, and public opinion to be left to the officials. Under such ideologies, there may be some internal disputes, but externally, they have always worked together, whether against eunuchs or the emperor. The 800 years of Great Feng's realm and state have seen almost all the events of various dynasties in the previous life, such as eunuchs in power, the rise of cold door families, aristocratic families controlling politics, and young emperors being regent by their empress dowagers. All these things have happened. In the previous life, one still needed to look at historical books, but in Great Feng, one only needs to look at past documents. Therefore, after all these years, there are no real party disputes in the court. What exists is only an extremely delicate balance. The legalists remain neutral, maintaining the laws, while the Taoists stay outside the court, contributing their power through alchemy, refining artifacts and talismans. The Confucians hold political power, value public sentiment, suppress eunuchs, while the military families keep their distance from the court and guard the borders. This balance seems to be very perfect, but in reality, after so many years, all factions in Great Feng have become extremely large, and they have split into various factions, each containing small groups. This has led to the appearance of Great Feng being extremely prosperous, while in fact, its internal situation is already in utter chaos. Shen Nan wants to use the Cold Gate to deal with the noble families, which is certainly not wrong. However, if he truly wants to make the Cold Gate completely confront the noble families, even to the point of forming a nearly partisan situation from which he can reclaim power, it is unlikely to happen. After all, the lines between the Cold Gate and noble families are not always so clear-cut. If a person from the Cold Gate marries a woman from a noble family, he is considered part of the noble family. Similarly, if a nobleman marries a woman from the Cold Gate, he is also regarded as half a member of the Cold Gate. This is just talking about marriage alliances, not to mention the more complex relationships of classmates and fellow townspeople. In comparison, the Compassionate sect and the Buddhist sect are much simpler, as their fundamental philosophies are fundamentally different. The Great Feng cannot produce 2 equally ambitious religious forces. After hearing this, Shen Nan fell into a brief silence. It seems that to deal with Confucianism, we must handle it gradually and cannot simply categorize it into humble families and noble families. Instead, we need to address it in a targeted manner, such as with the officials of Chuanzhou. The relationship between humble families and noble families is indeed intricate. While this situation has its drawbacks, making it difficult to handle, it also has its advantages. If Shen Nan targets officials from only one region, other officials may not fully oppose him and may at most offer limited support. Li Si nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. First, we need to develop our own officials. Shen Nan nodded. It seems we should start with Chuan Prefecture first. As for those old foxes in the court, let's just see how they act for now. I am somewhat curious about what tricks they will come up with next. Just as Shen Nan finished speaking, Han Xingxian had already walked in from outside the hall, accompanied by 2 young eunuchs, each holding a thick stack of memorials. Upon seeing these memorials, Shen Nan understood what the Confucians' tactics were. Long ago, when Shen Nan forcibly seized power during the First Grand Court Assembly, the Confucians had used similar methods to exert pressure. At that time, both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue had submitted memorials regarding the issue of overdue military pay. They also mentioned the disaster in Chuan Prefecture. However, back then, since Shen Nan had not yet shown excessively domineering actions, the Confucians only submitted a brief memorial to subtly remind Shen Nan not to be too reckless, as the situation in the Great Feng was already difficult. But today is different. This can be seen from the thick stacks of memorials. The Confucians have started to demonstrate their strength to Shen Nan and are truly taking action. Han Xingxian saluted and said, "Your Majesty, these are the memorials that were sent to the Office of Ceremonial Affairs by the Cabinet just moments ago. The eunuchs of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs have no authority to handle these memorials. Only Your Majesty can make a decision. I have also filtered through them for Your Majesty, and some of the memorials are discussing the issue of military pay in Yuzhou, while others address the famine in Chuan Prefecture. Additionally, there are quite a few memorials accusing the northern town King Xinyu. The issue of military pay in Yuzhou. Shen Nan didn't even need to look to know what they were saying, which was nothing more than the difficulties of national affairs, the Ministry of Revenue lacking funds. and hoping that His Majesty could find a way to increase revenue and cut expenditures, or take some from the inner treasury to fill the gap. After all, who doesn't know that the military generals and noble families in the imperial capital have given Shen Nan a large sum of money to buy his life? This money is a lifeline for the Ministry of Revenue. Shen Nan couldn't be bothered to look at such matters. But the impeachment of the Northern King Shen Yu is indeed interesting. Bring me the memorial for the impeachment of the Northern King. I want to see what they will impeach him for. Shen Nan took the memorial from Han Shengxuan's hands and casually glanced over it. This memorial was submitted by an inspector after inspecting Yu Zhou. In terms of overall process, it seemed to have no issues. However, the content and the timing of the submission were indeed interesting. The inspector accused the 9 military factions in Yu Zhou of being entrenched with numerous family retainers, boldly stating that the current Yu Zhou was no longer the Yu Zhou of the Great Feng, but rather a Yu Zhou dominated by various military generals. They were all lining their own pockets, embezzling funds, and maintaining their own troops. He earnestly requested the emperor to abolish the 9 military factions in Yu Zhou, cut expenses, and hold the king of the north accountable. He believed that the king of the north, Shen Yu, had been stationed in Yu Zhou for decades, but had turned a blind eye to this situation, which constituted dereliction of duty. If Shen Nan were unaware of the context, one might think this was the act of a loyal minister, devoted to the state of the Great Feng, daring to offend the military generals of Yu Zhou and even to impeach the king of the north, Shen Yu. However, just by looking at the timing of the submission, one could see how ridiculous it was. This was clearly mocking Shen Nan, since he dared to abolish the Red Dragon 10 guards. Could he also dare to abolish the 9 military factions in Yu Zhou? Shen Nan let out a cold laugh and tossed it aside. Send this memorial to the Northern King's residence in Yu Zhou. He wanted to see how the Northern King Shen Yu would react upon hearing the news, and how those unruly military generals from the 9 towns of Yu Zhou would respond. Did this censor think that His Majesty had no temper, or that the military generals from the 9 towns of Yu Zhou couldn't wield a sword? After Shen Nan understood the situation of the 9 towns in Yu Zhou, he did not dare to act rashly. Instead, he first sent one Sanxian to resolve the grain issue in Yu Zhou. This person actually dared to speak so bluntly, truly believing that he could do as he pleased just by relying on Confucianism. Li Si nodded. Does Your Majesty want to test the reaction of the king of Jinbei as well? This kind of censor, who was obviously pushed out to die, was of no concern to Li Si. What he cared about was how His Majesty viewed the king of Jinbei, Shen Yu. Shen Nan shook his head. It's not really a test. The emperor has guarded Yu Zhou for decades. Although the situation in the 9 garrisons of Yu Zhou has indeed worsened and the trend of raising private soldiers has become more pronounced, this is ultimately not the emperor's fault, but rather a reflection of the national conditions. I just want to see the reactions of those generals in the 9 garrisons of Yu Zhou. Are they truly warlords? Or are they just forced to raise private soldiers to counter the barbaric demon tribes? While I previously understood the actions of those generals, such practices threaten imperial authority. Now that the Confucians want to use this matter to warn Shen Nan that his strength is still far from enough to suppress everything. Shen Nan can also take this opportunity to see whether the 9 garrisons of Yu Zhou are warlords or loyal to the Feng Dynasty. Li Si nodded thoughtfully. What about the issue of the outstanding silver from the 9 garrisons of Yu Zhou? Once this matter gets out, regardless of how those military generals in Yu Zhou react internally, they will definitely express their grievances in writing. The Confucians will surely take advantage of this situation to bring the issue of Yu Zhou's outstanding military pay and even the debts owed by the Feng army to light, forcing Shen Nan to produce real gold and silver or to make some concessions to the Confucians. Shen Nan squinted his eyes and said, "Let's not talk about that for now." The Ministry of War had already stated in the last memorial that the debts owed by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and the Red Dragon 10 guards amounted to over 10 million taels of silver. This money was resolved when Shen Nan cleaned up the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and disbanded the Red Dragon 10 guards. The military pay arrears for the 9 garrison towns in Yu Zhou were not much. However, this year's military pay is absolutely insufficient because the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue simply cannot provide the full budget of 95 million taels of silver to the 9 garrison towns in Yu Zhou. It's not that Shen Nan cannot come up with this money. It's just that his treasury is his private funds. Why should he take it out? With a population of several billion, the Great Feng only has an annual fiscal revenue of 230 million. Is this income reasonable? How could the 9 garrison towns in Yu Zhou have a military pay budget of 95 million taels of silver this year? These issues need to be sorted out. Shen Nan naturally cannot manage the military rations of the 9 garrisons in Yu Zhou. He also wants to see who will jump out. bring over the memorials related to Chuan province. Compared to the complex situation in the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou, Shen Nan's primary task at the moment is to handle the situation in Chuanzhou. As long as he can suppress the rebellion of the Lianqing sect in Chuanzhou, the situation in the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou may also ease considerably. After all, at that time, the world will truly recognize that Shen Nan's strength is not merely the newly established Heilong and Yulin Sanwei, but a real elite force of 100,000. The memorials regarding Chuanzhou are not that complicated. Many of them report that this year, some areas in Chuanzhou are experiencing famine or chaos. Shen Nan is also aware of this. During the Lianqing sect's rebellion, although the Yuan emperor was imprisoned in the palace, he still reviewed the relevant documents after gaining power. The chaos caused by the Lianqing sect initially occurred when famine was rampant in Chuanzhou. This current famine is indeed severe. It's important to note that Chuanzhou is one of the largest grain-producing regions in the Great Feng. How could it suffer from famine? The main reason for this is human disaster. Moreover, it is not solely the means of the Lianqing sect. Many officials from the court, noble families, and merchants are also involved. Even the soldiers in Chuanzhou are participating as well. As expected, Shen Nan saw the memorial from the general of Chuan Prefecture in the later memorials, which stated that the soldiers in Chuan Prefecture had long been owed their salaries. Now, during this year of calamity, they earnestly requested the emperor to release the owed salaries. Otherwise, it could lead to great turmoil. What does great turmoil mean? It means that the soldiers in Chuan Prefecture might very well rebel. This is clearly a subtle threat and also a display of power from the general of Chuan Prefecture. The drawbacks of Shen Nan's disbanding of the Red Dragon 10 guards are becoming apparent at this time. There are many generals in the world who are drawing empty salaries, and no one wants to be the next to be disbanded and scrutinized, so they must demonstrate their importance. The so-called troops in Chuanzhou are actually a form of the Feng conscription system. Feng has stationed troops in every province, and these armies are recruited from various states, forming battalions, each consisting of around 50,000 soldiers. In Chuanzhou alone, there are a total of 10 battalions with 50,000 soldiers each, amounting to 500,000. Yongzhou also has battalions, with 23 battalions stationed to guard the imperial capital. These standing troops are different from the Red Dragon 10 guards, which are merely the emperor's personal guard, responsible only for the security of the imperial capital, or simply to protect the emperor. This is evident from the name of the Red Dragon 10 guards, as the positions of the guards and the palace troops each have their own responsibilities. However, the battalions are the legitimate Feng army. These battalions are also under the command of local military leaders and the Ministry of Military Affairs. Even if Shen Nan wants to mobilize troops, he must issue a decree to the cabinet, which then orders the Ministry of Military Affairs to deploy the troops. This is not as simple as the Red Dragon 10 guards, where one can mobilize troops with just a word. However, unlike the exaggerated army of the Red Dragon 10 guards, which supposedly has 200,000 elite soldiers, the ratio of elite soldiers to ordinary soldiers in the local battalions is about 1 to 5. This means that among the 500,000 troops in Chuanzhou, there are at most around 100,000 elite forces, and how many of them are actually drawing empty salaries is another matter. It can be assumed that, based on the situation of the stationed troops in Feng, at least 30 to 40% are drawing empty salaries. In other words, there are at most tens of thousands of elite soldiers and around 300,000 common soldiers. Shen Nan's eyes were cold. Let Lu Zhong first calm these camp soldiers and tell them that the salary will be distributed in 2 months. Then send a message to you, Hua Tian, to investigate the situation of the Sichuan camp soldiers. Once it is clarified, let Chen Jibao lead the Red Dragon Riders to distribute the salary. Shen Nan originally planned to send Chen Jibao to Chuanzhou to suppress the rebellion. Now, this memorial serves as a very suitable reason, and with the combat power of the Red Dragon cavalry, even if there are a lot of camp soldiers, one must remember that these camp soldiers are scattered in various places, with a maximum of 50,000 in a single camp. The Red Dragon cavalry can easily crush them. At that time, they could directly seize the silver from these generals to pay the troops. They could also consolidate the 50,000 camp soldiers in Chuanzhou as a foundation for the future downsizing of Yuzhou. However, while the plan is straightforward and brutal, its execution requires consideration of various aspects. It also requires the cooperation of Uncle Zhang, Lu Sanyin, Yu Huatian, and Lu Zhong from the Buddhist community. Otherwise, it might truly turn into a bloodbath, staining Chuanzhou red. Han Shengxian, yes. Just then, Chao Jingchuan's figure appeared outside the hall. holding a thick stack of memorials in his arms. Seeing this, Shen Nan frowned slightly. These Confucian scholars really thought he had no temper. However, a single sentence from Chao Zhengchun instantly calmed Shen Nan down. Your Majesty, these are all memorials regarding the impeachment of King Jinbei, Shen Yu. Shen Nan frowned slightly. Bring it here. He took a look at the various memorials. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with them, and they were similar to what the previous censor had said. Each person's perspective was different, but the direction of the impeachment was the same. They all claimed that the northern king, Shen Yu, had guarded Yuzhou for decades, but allowed the generals of Yuzhou to indulge in empty salaries and raise personal troops. They earnestly requested the emperor to punish the northern king and rectify the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou. Good tactic, Shen Nan laughed. I really underestimated the methods of the Confucians. He had originally thought that the previous memorials were already the extent of the Confucian tactics. Now it seemed that their real methods were not so simple. The Confucian officials first used the example of the Red Dragon 10 guards, then explained the pros and cons of the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou, and finally openly impeached the northern king, proposing military reforms for the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou. From a superficial perspective, these memorials had no problems at all. Shen Nan is also not in a position to reprimand. However, the problem lies in the subsequent reactions. Even though the generals of the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou are reasonable and understand that this is a conflict between Confucianism and the emperor, this is also an open scheme. They will inevitably use this to stir up trouble, such as demanding an increase in annual military salaries or getting the emperor to commit to the necessity of family troops. At that time, it would be difficult for Shen Nan alone to suppress the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou. The Confucians would have achieved their goal, forcing Shen Nan to make commitments to them, even relying on them. Li Si can also see the ruthlessness of the Confucians. They have calculated that the generals of the 9 garrisons will definitely take advantage of the situation. And they have also determined that the emperor will not dare to act against the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou for the time being. This timing is impeccable. Even with Li Si's capabilities as the Chancellor of Qin, he feels the situation is tricky. Shen Nan's expression was indifferent. I want to see what they can stir up. Summon Han Lizzie to the palace. This kind of situation is indeed unsolvable, because Shen Nan truly does not dare to drastically reduce the forces in the 9 towns of Yuzhou at the moment. However, that doesn't mean he has no solutions at all. What he needs to do now is to quickly train the Yulin, Hailang, and Suanio guards, and then consolidate his power by suppressing Chuanzhou. As long as he has enough troops, he will naturally be able to keep the 9 towns of Yuzhou in check. This won't take too long. According to Shen Nan's estimation, it would take at most 2 to 3 months. Even if the generals of the 9 towns of Yuzhou cause a ruckus, he can buy himself enough time to deal with them. Moreover, if Shen Nan remembers correctly, this time in Chuanzhou, there are not only benefits in consolidating troops, controlling the army, and deterring the world. More importantly, it can severely damage the influential families of Jiangzhou and implicate the high-ranking officials of the cabinet. In the documents reviewed by the Yuan Yu Emperor, the sequence of events surrounding the turmoil in Chuanzhou is extremely clear. It began with a famine in Chuanzhou, followed by the rebellion of the Chuanfu Demon Suppression Division, leading to the fall of Chuanfu. The influential families of Jiangzhou are involved in this. One must ask why Chuanzhou is facing a food shortage. The documents clearly state 8 characters: drought and chaos, barren land for 1,000 miles. This is the method of the Compassionate Life sect. And in the final handling of the situation, many influential families in Jiangzhou faced extermination. One must ask, since Jiangzhou is separated from Chuanzhou by a Jianzhou, why would the rebellion in Chuanzhou implicate the families of Jiangzhou? The answer can only be one. These families participated in this turmoil. How do they participate? Shen Nan doesn't understand for now, and the documents do not provide detailed information. But it ultimately boils down to just 2 words: interests. What he cares about is only the benefits after the confiscation of the Jiangzhou noble families. At that time, not only can he reap a large amount of silver, but will also allow the once Sankian Chamber of Commerce to rise accordingly. And it can also draw out some official from the noble families and Confucian scholars. I hope you are greedy enough and involved deeply enough. Shen Nan's eyes were filled with coldness. He wanted to see what face these cabinet ministers would have to impeach anyone at that time. Han Lizzie accompanied Tooba Buddha to Jinghua Palace. Qin Jibao left for Wulong Fortress after escorting Shen Nan to the imperial capital. The training of the Red Dragon Riders was extremely tight. Naturally, Qin Jibao could not stay long in the imperial capital. What was the response from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel? After Shen Nan met with Han Lizzie, he casually asked. Han Lizzie replied, under the arrangement of Lord Yang. Both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel have no objections to the Emperor's recruitment of soldiers to expand the Yulin, Heilong, and Xianbei Guards. Moreover, the Ministry of War has sent a batch of armor to the Xianbei Guard, and in the future, another batch of armor will be sent to the Yulin Guard. The Ministry of Personnel has arranged for personnel to post recruitment notices around the imperial capital. It is expected that within 3 days, the recruitment announcements will be plastered all over Yongzhou. In addition, the Ministry of Revenue has also sent people to inquire if assistance is needed. Shen Nan had previously assigned Han Lizhi, Sun Ying, Zhou Lin, and others to be responsible for recruiting soldiers. However, even though the Black Dragon 3 guards were his private troops, recruitment still required the cooperation of the Ministry of Military and the Ministry of Personnel, while the Ministry of Revenue had little involvement. After all, the salaries for the Black Dragon 3 guard were drawn from the Imperial Treasury and the Royal Horse Monitoring Bureau, with no matters concerning the Ministry of Revenue at all. Now, with the Ministry of Revenue actively inquiring and the Ministry of Military and the Ministry of Personnel cooperating in the same manner, Shen Nan did not see this as merely the result of Yang Ke's efforts. Instead, he believed it was more due to the deterrent effect displayed earlier at the city gate, as well as the slight demonstration of capability by Chun Jibao and the Red Dragon Cavalry, which made these court officials aware of who truly held power in the Great Feng. He chuckled and said, "It seems that within the Confucian circle, everyone has their own agendas. On one hand, the Confucians were sending in memorials like crazy, while on the other hand, they were fully cooperating with Shen Nan's recruitment efforts. Even the performance of the Ministry of Revenue seemed somewhat sycophantic. This was not because the officials of the Confucian school were particularly strange, but rather because Confucianism was never a singular entity. Even Zhang Su could not fully control the vast Confucian network. This situation was, of course, a good thing for Shen Nan. If Zhang Su, as the head of the cabinet, truly had exaggerated influence, it would be troublesome to deal with him. However, given the current circumstances, Zhang Su could only represent a small faction. The majority of officials still had their own ambition and thoughts. Shen Nan looked at Han Shengxian and said, "You go collect the reactions of the officials in the capital regarding the impeachment of the Northern King." Han Shengxian arrived around the same time as Shen Nan. In this period, Han Shengxian had not only taken control of the Imperial Censorate and the Imperial Horse Department, but had also completely absorbed the powers of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, establishing his own intelligence network. Although this intelligence network was still not large, stable, or highly loyal, it was sufficient for gathering some basic information. Han Shengxian bowed and replied, "Understood." After that, he quietly withdrew. Shen Nan turned to Cao Zhengchun on the side. "Has the order for Zhong Lin from Chuan Prefecture been arranged by the Ministry of Personnel?" When Ri Huatian left yesterday, Shen Nan arranged for Yu Huatian to send a message to Yang Ke, asking Yang Ke's people to provide some benefits to Zhong Lin and Lu Sanyan in Chuan Prefecture. Since the recruitment of soldiers has gone so smoothly today, it seems that there should be some results regarding Zhong Lin and their matters. Cao Jingchun reported with his head down. The order for Zhong Lin's transfer to be the county magistrate of Chuan Prefecture was issued last night. And Lu Sanyan's side has also notified the officials of the Chuan Prefecture Ministry of Personnel to cooperate. As for the defense at Chiliang, Lu Zhong is personally arranging it. If nothing unexpected happens, they should receive the transfer order and arrive at the prefecture within 3 days at most. Shen Nan nodded slightly and said, "Let Zhang Jiao ask the Tiangong Institute for a few more ear-hearing pearls when he leaves today." The previous few ear-hearing pearls are now all in Chuanzhou, with only one left here with Cao Zhengchun. It is the one that Yu Huatian had before, used to contact Lu Sanyan and Zhang Ershu in Chuanzhou. Cao Zhengchun nodded and was about to go and take care of it. Shen Nan suddenly called to him, "By the way, I need 2 round light mirrors." Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun turned around and agreed. Once everyone had retreated, only Tuoba Bodhisattva and Han Lizhi remained in Jinghua Palace. Zhang Jiao and Daoist Qingwei used to stay in the side hall. In the past, Zhang Jiao preferred to be alone, watching the Taoist texts collected by the Great Feng Imperial Palace. Now, with Daoist Qingwei, there was just an additional person to exchange Taoist teachings with. With their realms, they only needed to be within 10 miles of Shen Nan to be able to guard him comfortably. Moreover, this was in the Imperial Palace of the capital, under the blessing of the national fortune. So, Shen Nan was unlikely to encounter any problems at all. Shen Nan looked at Han Lizhi and said, "You can take charge of recruiting soldiers. I want you to recruit 20,000 men within 10 days and quickly fill the ranks of the Xianbei Guards. But remember, you must not settle for mediocrity. I want elite troops." Han Lizhi replied solemnly, "I have already sent word back to Yuzhou. In no more than 3 days, Several hundred young warriors from noble families will arrive. There is a lieutenant in Yuzhou who is also my sworn brother. He will definitely come. With his 1,000 elite soldiers from Yuzhou, along with support from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel, I will recruit 20,000 elite soldiers within 10 days. Although Han Lizzie came from humble beginnings, he still had a family, albeit not a prominent one, but rather a large family similar to those of his own kind. After his rise, the Han family in Yuzhou also rose accordingly. With his status and prestige, a single command can call upon several hundred young warriors. These young warriors, along with his battlefield brothers, form a foundation of Han Lizzie's power. Sun Ying's situation is similar. Zhou Lin, on the other hand, has it even easier. Even though he previously killed the legitimate sons of 2 dukes, his status and prestige mean that as long as he puts the word out, well-off young men among the military nobles who are not achieving success will flock to him. Shen Nan looked up at the system task progress, which showed 46,000 elite troops. Compared to the 34,000 elite troops he saw last time, there had been an increase of 12,000 in just 2 days, which indicates the rapid expansion of the Yulin 3 guards. The Black Dragon Guard also needed to recruit 10,000 soldiers. Shen Nan looked at Tooba Bodhisattva. Although Tooba Bodhisattva did not have the background of Zhou Lin and Sun Ying, his status as a warrior at the 11th realm was his greatest confidence. Moreover, the Black Dragon Guard had the responsibility of guarding the imperial city, and their various treatments and honors were much stronger than those of the Xianyao and Yulin guards, so recruiting 10,000 people was definitely not a problem. Tooba Bodhisattva clasped his hands and said yes. Shen Nan instructed Tooba Bodhisattva and Han Lizzie a few more words before allowing them to leave. Now, he was just waiting to see the actions of the Confucians and the intelligence from Chuan Prefecture. As for what Shen Nan wanted to do, he had already set the stage and only needed to wait for the harvest. That night, within the Tiangong Institute, Daoist Qingwei and Zhang Jiao appeared together. Upon seeing Daoist Qingwei, a transformation stage master of the Daoist 13 realms, Qing Xian's reaction was much greater than he had imagined. The moment he saw Daoist Qingwei, he was momentarily stunned and then respectfully said, "Immortal, long life." In Taoism, once one transcended the 10 realms of celestial beings, they became a golden elixir Daoist, a Yuaning Daoist, or a transformation stage Daoist, culminating in the title of true immortal of the 14 realms. Such a level could indeed be said to be a distinction between immortals and mortals. Even though Qing Xian was the head of the Tiangong Institute and the leader of the Daoist Earth sect, he did not dare to show any disrespect to Daoist Qingwei, but instead adopted a very humble attitude. After all, within the Earth sect, Qing Xian was aware that there were only 2 or 3 Yuan Ing Daoists of the 12 realms. As for the 13 realm transformation stage Daoist, and possibly a true immortal of the 14 realms, there seemed to be a legendary ancestor. It was no wonder Qing Xian was unaware. The position of the Earth sect leader was similar to that of a company's general manager, merely a spokesperson for the sect. The real power lay with the elders of the Earth sect, former leaders, and various ancestors. Daoist Qingwei smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, long life." Qing Xian felt a bit awkward with such a title. He could not discuss anything as a peer with a transformation stage Daoist. He turned to Zhang Jiao. "I wonder why you have come at such a late hour?" Zhang Jiao did not beat around the bush and stated directly, "I will soon head to Chuan Prefecture as per the Emperor's order to hand over the Yellow Turban Warriors to the Earth sect." Qing Xian's face instantly broke into a smile. "The Yellow Turban Warriors? Easy to discuss. May I ask what the Emperor needs? As long as our Earth sect can provide it, we will do so." The matter of the Yellow Turban Warriors and the technique of turning beings into soldiers had recently caused quite a stir within the Earth sect. It was not just the younger generation who were eager. Even a Daoist ancestor of the 12 realms who had been in seclusion for years was moved and issued a decree that Qing Xian must, by all means, exchange for the Yellow Turban Warriors and the technique of turning beings into soldiers, and the Earth sect was willing to pay any price for it. 3 ear listening pearls and 2 round light mirrors, Zhang Jiao said with a smile. Qing Xian was momentarily stunned. Such a price clearly did not match the value of the Yellow Turban Warriors, just 5 magical tools. Although the refining process was indeed a bit troublesome, it was only a matter of collecting materials and taking some time to refine. How could it be worth the value of the Yellow Turban Warriors? Are you kidding? Fellow Daoist, Zhang Jiao continued to smile. This is the Emperor's intention. Qing Xian fell silent. He was not a fool and could naturally understand what this exchange meant. The emperor was not looking to exchange anything with the Earth sect, but was instead asking Zhang Jiao to deliver the yellow turban warriors to the Earth sect. There is nothing free in this world, and the cost of free things is often far greater than that of paid ones. After a long while, Qing Xian finally said softly, I understand the emperor's intention, but matters of the Earth sect cannot be decided by me alone. Moreover, for 800 years, the Taoist sect has never had any ties to the royal family. Even during the Ming Chong emperor's reign, the Taoists were merely in the role of officials and guests, and we paid quite a price for that as well. The Ming Chong emperor revered the Tao and also wanted to use the Taoist sect to suppress the Confucians, the military, and the noble families. With Qinghe Palace as the leader, the Taoist Earth sect and Longhu Mountain sent people into the palace to serve as officials, which indeed stirred up a storm. However, the subsequent events made the Taoists recognize one thing. When it came to playing power politics, they were indeed no match for the Confucians. Moreover, the Taoists originally held a very high status. The Confucians and military had to curry favor with them, so there was no need to stir this murky water. Thus, in the later years of the Ming Chong Emperor, the Taoists gradually left the royal palace, retaining only the official system. Zhang Jiao had anticipated this. He simply smiled and said, the emperor wants me to teach the technique of turning beings into soldiers to the Earth sect after I return from Chuan Prefecture. I believe the Earth sect won't refuse. Qing Xian fell silent once again. He looked at Taoist Qingwei, who had remained silent all along, and then at Zhang Jiao. Finally, he bitterly said, I can only try. After all, it still came down to insufficient interests, and secondly, whether Shen Nan was worth the Earth sect's investment. In the 800 years of the Great Feng, the Earth sect had developed to its current level, and there were indeed those within the sect who wished to progress further. After all, although Taoism emphasizes tranquility and non-action, cultivation requires resources and development requires talent. Naturally, the stronger one is the better. Zhang Jiao did not say much more, but taught the refining method for the yellow turban warriors. Then he floated away with Taoist Qingwei. From beginning to end, Taoist Qingwei only greeted Qing Xian. However, the realm of the Taoist transformation stage master of the 13 realms was itself a form of unspoken presence. Qing Xian also knew that the Earth sect had to make a choice. The timing would be when Zhang Jiao returned from Chuan Prefecture. He sighed softly. The emperor is truly unfathomable. A 10-realm celestial being could still be manageable, but a 13-realm Taoist was far too shocking. The next day, within the Jinghua Hall, Shen Nan listened to Zhang Jiao's report and then chuckled, saying, it seems that Qing Xian is an understanding person. However, that time when the Taoists retreated was actually a joint tactic of the Confucians, Buddhists, legalists, and militarists. As I said before, in the 800 years of the Great Feng's reign, what hasn't happened? Eunuchs seizing power, Taoists taking the lead, Buddhists manifesting divine powers, Confucians holding authority. These are all precedents. During the Ming Chong Emperor's time, the Taoists wanted to take the opportunity to restore their former glory. But could the militarists, legalists, and Confucians give them that chance? Absolutely not. Especially now, the Taoism of today is not the same as that of the early days of the Great Feng's establishment, when there was a peak, transformational Tao lord at the 13th realm overseeing things. Now, the Taoists only have a peak, nascent Tao lord at the 12th realm on the surface. In contrast, the Confucians have several great scholars at the 12th realm stationed in various state academies. Moreover, there are rumors that the great scholar Wang Shu, who founded the Confucian generals, has already broken through to the 13th realm of Confucianism. If that is true, then we would be looking at a Confucian saint who is not yet 100 years old. This kind of talent already has the potential to achieve the 14th realm saint of Confucianism. In such a situation, if the Taoists still want to involve themselves in the court, they naturally need to be cautious. Shen Nan is willing to give the Earth sect a little time, but just a little. Shen Nan said to Taoist Qingwei, Taoist Qingwei, have you ever considered establishing a new Shu Mountain Sword sect? Regardless of the choice made by the Earth sect, Shen Nan could not allow the Taoist forces to expand unchecked. The establishment of the Great Feng Shushan by Taoist Qingwei was his backup plan, and it represented his hopes for the future development of Taoism. The immortal martial dynasty should indeed be truly advancing towards the realm of immortal heroes. With someone like Taoist Qingwei as the master of Shushan, he had to be utilized, right? Taoist Qingwei was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, I'm afraid your majesty cannot wait. The establishment of Shushan is not that simple. The Shushan techniques are not something that can be mastered overnight. Take the exceptionally talented Su Chongqing, for example. He was taken as an inner disciple by Qing Wei from a young age and only achieved the Taoist 10 realms at the age of 27, breaking through to the 11th realm of Golden Elixir Tao Lord at 46. This speed is already remarkable talent, and this was with the resources provided by the immortal sword world. In the context of Great Feng, achieving the Taoist 10 realms at the age of 50 would be considered a true prodigy. Shen Nan shook his head. What I want is not a quick success, but to truly establish a Taoist immortal sect. Moreover, even if it's a quick success, there are still ways to achieve it. Taoist, do not forget how you descended into this realm. The system shop has exchangeable elixirs like the Great Pill of Rebirth and the Master Pill. These elixirs can indeed improve one's aptitude and accelerate the cultivation speed. Taoist Qing Wei was taken aback. I overlooked that. After Taoist Qing Wei and Zhang Jiao left, Chao Jingchun and Han Xingxian arrived at Jinghua Palace, accompanied by 2 young eunuchs carrying a stack of memorials. Seeing this, Shen Nan scoffed. Still those memorials? Han Xingxian lowered his head respectfully and reported, they are not simply impeaching the king of the north. There are also many who speak in his favor. Believing that the king of the north, Shen Yu, has served in Yuzhou for decades and has made great contributions. The issues of the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou are not solely the fault of one person. There are even radical voices claiming that the king of the north is not only innocent, but has actually done well, and his majesty should reward the king of the north. As he spoke, he selected 3 memorials from the pile and handed them to Shen Nan. Shen Nan took a look and then laughed. The 3 officials who submitted petitions were harmoniously divided into 3 factions: Confucian generals, aristocrats, and commoners. It is unclear whether this is a coincidence or an internal understanding within the Confucian school. Each faction has individuals who aspire to progress, and these 3 men are the test pawns put forward by those who wish to advance. From this point, it can be seen that the Confucian school can sometimes be quite easy to deal with. After all, it is too chaotic internally. Each faction has its own small groups, and within each small group, every individual has their own thoughts and interests. What the emperor needs to do is simply to filter and select, and then use the conflicts of interest among these ministers, watching them fight among themselves, and ultimately make a decisive judgment. This is the art of kingship. Unfortunately, the results that such power tactics can achieve only lead to a delicate balance like today's. It merely means that Zhang Su, the current chief minister, could be replaced by a more compliant chief minister. There is fundamentally no significant change for the court or the Great Feng. Shen Nan truly wants to completely rectify the Confucian atmosphere and the atmosphere of the Great Feng, allowing the entire Great Feng to rejuvenate from decay. Achieving this is not as simple as just changing a prime minister. It requires a thorough and rigorous selection and overhaul of Confucianism from the inside out. It can be said that this is the most difficult path. However, he indeed has the capital to choose this path, keeping everything in the center without releasing it. Shen Nan is now just watching them make a fuss. After all, these people do not truly want to impeach the king of Jinbei. King Shen Yu of Jinbei will not care about these clowns. In the end, it still depends on the reaction of the leaders of the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou. Han Shangxian carefully put away the memorial. Understood. Shen Nan said again, Zhang Su, Yang Ku, and other cabinet ministers, have there been any memorials sent over? These truly big fish are also what Shen Nan wants to see. Unfortunately, the Palace Memorial Office has not received any memorials from any of the cabinet heavyweights. Shen Nan lazily lay on the dragon throne and said, let them make a fuss. When they have made enough noise, let Li Si represent the legalists to go on an inspection tour of the 9 towns of Yuzhou and conveniently gather information about the specific situation there. At this moment, he was somewhat relieved that the Emperor of Defeng had a good tradition, not holding court meetings. Otherwise, if he had to listen to these people arguing in the court, Shen Nan might have impatiently killed a few of them. Now it was much simpler. He let them quarrel freely in their memorials. Shen Nan couldn't be bothered to think too much. According to the timeline, Yu Huatian should be arriving in Chuanzhou soon, right? Chao Zhengchun said respectfully. News has come from Chuanzhou at noon today that Yu Duzhu has already met with Uncle Zhang. They are currently investigating the affairs of the Demon Suppression Division in Chuanzhou with Uncle Zhang. Dong Jun and the Moon Goddess have also gone to Lu Sanyan's side, so we can expect to receive some intelligence back by tomorrow at the latest. Shen Nan silently calculated. Is Wan Sanxian and Gue Hai Yidao still not gone? No. The transfer of silver from the internal treasury still requires some time. After all, transporting and arranging 2 million taels of silver takes time. Wan Sanxian himself also needs to gather more intelligence about the families of Jiangzhou and the local tyrants of Chuanzhou. Shen Nan pondered for a moment before saying, "Let him first go to Jiangzhou and scout the roads there. Also, order Yu Huatian to quickly investigate the famine in Chuanzhou and who from the Jiangzhou aristocracy is involved. Although it seems like I am just watching the Confucian officials quarrel in the court, I don't really intend to do nothing. I plan to deal with the Jiangzhou aristocracy severely first. The various aristocratic families in Jiangzhou are the foundation of the Confucian officials of the Great Feng Dynasty. Their influence is extremely vast, not limited to Jiangzhou, but also extends to Jianzhou, Fengzhou, and Yongzhou, where many of their people reside. These four provinces gather more than half of the wealth of the Great Feng Dynasty, and over 70% of the annual fiscal revenue comes from these provinces. If Shen Nan could tear off a piece of meat from this, it would be much greater than the 200 million taels of silver gained from confiscating the military nobles and dignitaries in the capital, enough to raise hundreds of thousands of elite troops, especially since this could also be used to severely rectify the corruption and moral decay of the Great Feng Dynasty. However, at this moment, he cannot rely on the power of the Cold Door Confucians. After all, although the Cold Door sounds like it refers to the poor, most of them are not truly from humble backgrounds. Instead, they are backed by the local gentry and powerful figures from various provinces. The term Cold Door simply means their ancestors have not served in official positions over generations. The wealth these people possess is hardly inferior to that of the aristocratic Confucians. A significant portion of the land tax in the Great Feng Dynasty comes from these individuals. If they were to get involved, it would be like throwing a wolf into a flock of sheep. While some of the Jiangzhou aristocracy might fall, some Cold Door families would rise. Therefore, Shen Nan plans to use Wan Sanqian and the people from Chuanzhou to devour these aristocratic families. Even if this leads to the rise of some people in Chuanzhou, they would ultimately still be under Shen Nan's control. It's really troublesome. Shen Nan squinted his eyes. If it were truly the end of the dynasty, it would be much simpler. With 100,000 elite mercenaries, just a southward expedition would suffice. At that time, how could there be a shortage of silver? As long as there is enough money, power could expand rapidly. Not to mention the Confucians, even the barbaric demon tribes, could be easily crushed. However, these matters are merely thoughts. After all, the Great Feng Dynasty still belongs to Shen Nan. He doesn't want to turn it into a complete mess. Such actions might seem reckless, but the cost would be that the Great Feng would take decades to recover. At that time, rebuilding a Great Feng would be much more troublesome than it is now. Chao Jingchun. Shen Nan was about to give an order when he suddenly felt a surge of energy rise abruptly, a powerful aura. Whoosh! Qing Wei and Zhang Jiao's figures appeared in the Jinghua Hall. They all looked towards the depths of the palace. Empress Jing had emerged from her seclusion. Shen Nan also squinted his eyes for a moment, as Empress Jing held the national treasure. Moreover, besides this, he had also learned from Lu Zhong and Zhang who that Empress Jing possessed a force unique to the royal family. This force was likely the foundation of the Da Feng royal family. Although Shen Nan's power has greatly increased now, he still lacks many followers. Daoist priest, celestial master. Accompany me to meet my grandmother. The emperor of Da Feng has always secretly controlled the force. However, because the previous emperor died suddenly just months after ascending the throne, and Shen Nan has been kept under house arrest by Empress Dowager Chun in the East Palace, he has not received a complete inheritance. The normal inheritance of the Da Feng emperor should start laying the foundation in various aspects from a young age. Then, after the age of 16, he would quickly master the various powers of Da Feng, and after the emperor's death, ascend to the throne naturally. However, the previous emperor's death was too abrupt. Even the key ministers of the state were not appointed. How can one talk about inheritance? Shen Nan naturally had no way to receive any power. And according to what he learned from Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong, even they did not know the name of this force. Even Empress Dowager Chun was unaware of it. The only person in the entire palace who knew about it was Empress Dowager Jing. This power was effectively in the hands of Empress Dowager Jing. The reason for this situation was that Empress Dowager Jing's power was too terrifying at the beginning. During the early reign of Emperor Chong of Ming, the power of the entire Da Feng dynasty was in her hands. This was known as the period of the Empress Dowager's regency. And it was only in the later years of Emperor Chong that power was returned to him. This return of power was not due to anyone's coercion, but rather Empress Dowager Jing's own concession. This led to her prestige remaining intact, even more exaggerated than during her regency. Emperor Chong himself was of a weak and submissive nature, which led him not to question Empress Dowager Jing. The previous emperor had only been on the throne for a few months and dared not demand anything from her. Therefore, this power remained firmly in the hands of Empress Dowager Jing. When Shen Nan ascended the throne, it was done in a rush. And he even faced a crisis of being pressured by Empress Dowager Chun to act as regent, so he naturally did not seek out Empress Dowager Jing. Later, when he became aware of the situation, he had only a military god, the Bodhisattva, Taoba, and the peak celestial Zhang Jiao under his command. Thus, he had never had a proper conversation with Empress Dowager Jing. Today, however, is different. In the depths of the palace. This place is a forbidden area of the Great Feng Imperial Palace. In the past, very few eunuchs or palace maids dared to come here. But now, Shen Nan boldly stepped into this place, accompanied by Taoist Qingwei of the 13 realms and Zhang Jiao, a peak celestial of the 10th realm. With these two by his side, he had enough confidence to have a serious talk with Empress Dowager Jing. However, just as Shen Nan was about to approach the palace of Empress Dowager Jing, a woman wrapped in a tight black robe appeared, kneeling directly before him, and respectfully yet calmly said, "Your Majesty, please stop. I need to convey a message." This person was precisely the force controlled by Empress Dowager Jing, which could also be said to be the force that the Emperor of Great Feng had always relied on. With the foundation of the Great Feng Dynasty spanning 800 years, it naturally cultivated a group of sufficiently loyal individuals. These people were raised from a young age and invested with significant resources, ultimately forming the sharpest blade. Although there were no celestials of the 10th realm or even masters of the 11th realm among them. The intelligence network and the death warriors they controlled were undoubtedly exaggeratedly powerful. Zongrenfu, Shen Nan squinted at the woman in front of him. He could sense that she had almost no emotions at all, not just in her attitude and expression, but also as a result of the training she had undergone since childhood, which had turned her into a cold-blooded person with no emotional fluctuations. This also reflected a glimpse of the nature of such power. Shen Nan was aware of the name of the Zongrenfu, because the future Yuan Yu Emperor had seen this power in the archives. However, by the time of the Yuan Yu Emperor, this power had nearly vanished, and the reason was that before Empress Jing's breakthrough, she had issued a task to them and handed them over to the Northern Town King, Shen Yu. The reason Empress Jing did this was simple. The future Yuan Yu Emperor indeed did not display any qualities that could uplift the defunct. In the early stages, he was imprisoned by Empress Shun for several years, and later, he was controlled by the Buddhist sect as a puppet. Such an emperor. Even Empress Jing found it hard to bear at times, not to mention Shen Nan. "Go ahead." Shen Nan waved his hand nonchalantly, and the woman in black instantly vanished. Zhang Jiao frowned slightly. This technique is somewhat strange. It seems to be a method of the Compassionate Life sect. Shen Nan shook his head. It's not just that. The martial arts practiced by the Death Warriors in the Ancestral Hall are extremely unique, incorporating almost all the martial arts that can be found throughout the Great Feng. Ultimately, they have fused into a set of quick-kill techniques, known as the Dark Mysterious Skill. This technique is nearly impossible to break through to the first-grade Earth Immortal, but it can fight against Earth Immortals with the strength of several second-grade Grandmasters. It can be said to be extremely cunning, but the downside is also very obvious. One cannot live past 40. This is also the reason why Empress Jing can control this force. Initially, this force was trained by several old veterans of the royal family, and the Death Warriors they trained were loyal only to the Emperor of Great Feng. In other words, they would be loyal to whoever was the Emperor of Great Feng. However, during Empress Jing's time, the training of these Death Warriors gradually came to be conducted by her own people. Now, nearly 70 years have passed since the early reign of Emperor Mingchong. These individuals have been replaced twice, and naturally, they no longer show the same loyalty to the Emperor as before. The royal family is aware of this situation, but no one dares to question Empress Jing's loyalty to Great Feng. After all, whether during the restoration of power or the reign of Empress Jing, both have proven her loyalty. Given this, what reason do these people have to intervene in this matter? Shen Nan's goal this time is not just these things. He values the intelligence network that these people possess. This can quickly fill the Eastern Factory under Yu Huatian and the intelligence network of Han Shengxian to the maximum extent. The main objective afterward is the national treasure controlled by Empress Jing, which is truly the key point. As long as he has the national treasure in hand, within the Great Feng territory, Shen Nan can easily eliminate the celestial beings of the 12th realm. In the imperial capital, if Shen Nan spares no expense, he could even forcibly kill those of the 13th realm. This is the true foundation of the Great Feng. The fortune of the nation, accumulated over 800 years, was the mandate of heaven. This is the mandate of heaven. Besides this, Shen Nan couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to the old-timers of the Ancestral Hall. They are merely a bunch of antiquities, and unless the Great Feng faces a crisis of subversion, don't expect them to come out of retirement. When the imperial capital fell, these people only emerged at the last moment, but unfortunately, they were merely a few experts of the 10th realm. They were completely powerless to stop the invasion of the two 12th realm savage demon emperors into the imperial capital, not to mention the 13th realm savage demon god that has yet to appear. Ultimately, the so-called royal elders are just dying royals seeking to break through the 11th realm to extend their lifespan. Just like Empress Jing today. The truly outstanding royal experts are those who guard a territory, like Shen Yu, the king of the north, and the Duke of Xian in Liangzhou. In the palace, Empress Jing has just come out of her closed-door cultivation. Although she spent more than 10 days in seclusion, the gains were minimal, and she has not succeeded in breaking through the 11th realm. Even her previously flawless realm has developed a crack. Her tone carries a hint of hesitation. Is it truly impossible for me to break through to the 11th realm? She is indeed a prodigy. Having entered the palace at 16, becoming empress at 21, and later assisting the emperor of the Great Feng in managing the court. Ultimately, she has also served as regent for several decades. When she returned power to Emperor Michong, she was praised by the people of the world. Looking back at Empress Jing's life, it can be considered fulfilled without regrets. However, after truly experiencing that bottleneck, which is so close yet unattainable, even with her cultivation, she has developed a hint of hesitation and resentment. Why can't she break through to the 11th realm and achieve the lofty status of Daojun? Indeed, Empress Jing practices Taoist methods, but she does not belong to any particular sect. Instead, she draws on the essence of Taoism to cultivate herself, which is also due to her identity that prevents her from joining any Taoist sect. Your Majesty, a woman in a black robe appeared in the palace, delivering the news of Shen Nan's arrival. Upon hearing this, Empress Jing furrowed her brows. What is Nanner here for? Is it because he can't suppress the martial generals and noble families? Let Nanner come to see me. She has been in closed-door cultivation for over 10 days and has completely fallen behind the times. Empress Jing's memory still lingers on when Shen Nan had just suppressed Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, taking control of the Imperial Horse Supervisor. At that time, Shen Nan had just begun to suppress the martial generals and noble families, merely seizing power from the Duke of Chu in the court. The woman in the black robe did not say much. Yes, this was not due to her lack of loyalty, but rather the dead soldiers in the ancestral hall are all like this. They only know how to execute orders and do not know how to think. Perhaps for the dead soldiers, this is enough. But for Shen Nan's subordinates, such dead soldiers are indeed somewhat dull. Tap, tap, tap. After a moment, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed. Shen Nan wore a black and gold ceremonial robe, his eyes calm, his expression serene, and his demeanor both grand and imposing. He simply stood there, and in a moment of daze, Empress Jing felt as if she were seeing the former Emperor Chunwen from her early days in the palace. Shen Nan, this great-grandson, bore a striking resemblance to Emperor Chunwen. Especially the aura he exuded was identical to that of Emperor Chunwen, equally fierce, equally majestic. No, Empress Jing came back to her senses, narrowing her eyes slightly. This great-grandson was even more commanding than Emperor Chunwen had been. I have met with the Empress Dowager. Shen Nan was also observing this legendary figure of the Great Feng. Empress Jing wore a robe primarily in black, adorned with red patterns, and just sitting there quietly exuded an inexplicable grace and authority. Her appearance did not resemble that of an old woman, but rather someone in her 30s, stunning and coldly alluring. However, her imposing phoenix eyes made it impossible for anyone to feel any sense of disrespect. Empress Jing did not give the impression of a peerless beauty. She resembled an uncrowned monarch, with an authority that was not to be trifled with. What are you bringing outsiders here for? Empress Jing could sense the presence of Taoist Qingwei in Zhang Jiao, just as Qing Xian could feel the unfathomable depth of Taoist Qingwei. However, she was unaware of the events that had occurred at the city gate, and thus could not assess Taoist Qingwei's realm. Nevertheless, Shen Nan, as a great-grandson, coming to pay respects to his imperial grandmother while bringing two Taoist masters was certainly not a good intention, nor was it in accordance with the rules. Outsiders? Shen Nan smiled and said, what do Taoists and celestial masters have to do with outsiders? They're my left and right arms. Empress Jing felt increasingly uneasy, and a hint of anger stirred within her. It was because Shen Nan's attitude towards her was too casual, lacking the corresponding respect and reverence. I don't care where these people came from, nor do I care what you want to do, but remember this. The Great Feng will forever belong to the Shen family. You may leave now. I need to rest. Do not disturb me without reason. She still needed to continue her research on breaking through to the 11th realm and had no time to converse with Shen Nan. But with Empress Jing's words, Shen Nan remained completely still, merely watching Empress Jing quietly. The Taoist Qing Wei and the Celestial Master also showed no signs of movement. The black-clad woman from earlier gazed calmly at Shen Nan, but she did not make any aggressive moves. This was not because Empress Jing had not given an order. Rather, during their training, she had instilled the idea of loyalty to the Great Feng's monarch in them, with the only difference being that Empress Jing had an additional notion of loyalty to herself. In the minds of these assassins, Empress Jing's commands took precedence over those of the Great Feng's emperor. The atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Even if Empress Jing were foolish, she would have realized the situation by now. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. What do you want? As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall grew even colder. Shen Nan said calmly, "The ancestral hall is the national treasure. Queen Jing wants to break through to the 11th realm. He doesn't want to interfere, nor can he. However, the intelligence network of the ancestral hall must be handed over, and the national treasure as well. In fact, these things should have been handed over when Shen Nan ascended the throne, rather than having to be requested by Shen Nan now." Suddenly, Queen Jing laughed. "Nanner, you have truly grown up and have become a cold ruler. You even dare to pressure me like this, good? The national treasure can be given to you, but not the ancestral hall. I still need to do one more thing, and after that, the death warriors and spies of the ancestral hall will all be yours." Just like Queen Jing's initial attitude, she has long passed the stage of being obsessed with power and has already enjoyed the riches of the world. What she seeks now is merely to ascend to a higher realm. That's all. But this matter has long been destined to be impossible. Shen Nan was acutely aware that if Empress Jing were to do that thing, the imperial clan would likely be left with nothing, suffering at the very least a significant loss. A shattered imperial clan would be of no use. Qing Wei. As the words fell, Taoist Qing Wei smiled and took a step towards Empress Jing. Just one step was enough to cause a dramatic change in Empress Jing's expression. She truly felt the might of Taoist Qing Wei, an aura far beyond that of an ordinary Taoist lord. A 13-stage transformation god Taoist. Whoosh! A gust of fresh wind swept through the palace, and the overwhelming aura spread throughout the entire imperial capital. This aura was not sharp, but rather gentle. Yet, anyone who could perceive it felt their hair stand on end. In the imperial capital, at the moment the mighty aura swept over, Qin Xian from the Heavenly Engineering Institute was the first to react. Looking up at the direction of the palace with a horrified expression, this aura was a bit too exaggerated. Could that Taoist have reached the 14th stage? The Taoists possess the art of observing qi, and thus, from the very first glance at Taoist Qing Wei, Qin Xian knew he was a genuine immortal. However, Qin Xian did not dare to look closely at the specifics of Qing Wei's realm, with his rudimentary skills in observing qi. If he forcefully tried to view an immortal whose realm far surpassed his own, the consequences would at least be the bursting of his eyes, and at worst, severe injury or even death by backlash. So he could only venture to guess that Taoist Qing Wei was likely a 13th-stage transformation god Taoist. Yet today, witnessing such an aura, Qin Xian couldn't help but speculate that Taoist Qing Wei might have already reached the true immortal realm of the Taoist 14th stage. After all, that magnificent and brilliant purple qi almost engulfed the entire imperial capital. The grandeur of the purple qi was something Qin Xian had never seen in his life. The Taoist practice is fundamentally about refining qi and spirit. Once one breaks through to the first rank of terrestrial immortals, one can cultivate a deep, reserved pool of resplendent purple qi to enhance oneself. Then, this pool of purple qi can be continuously expanded until it reaches a state of overflowing purple qi. But where could there be purple qi that could overflow to such an extent? It was like a rolling river, vast as the ocean. In that moment, Qin Xian also made up his mind. No matter what, he had to persuade the elders and ancestors upon returning to the mountain. If that failed, he would bring them to the imperial capital to see what kind of figure had emerged in the palace. Wouldn't this purple qi scare them to death? Others in the imperial capital might not have the same means as the Taoists, but the methods of Feng, a 12th-stage sub-saint of the legalists, had long detected the unusual movements in the inner palace. However, he had previously known it was Empress Jing who had left seclusion and hadn't paid much attention. But at the moment Taoist Qing Wei exhibited his aura, even Fei Yin's eternally calm expression was moved. How did His Majesty find such a true immortal? He also believed that Qing Wei was a true immortal of the Taoist 14th stage. It was not that these people were unknowledgeable. Rather, Taoist Qing Wei was indeed a peak 13th stage immortal, trained in the most orthodox methods of cultivation from Mount Shu, which inherently made him much stronger than a 13th stage cultivated through martial arts. Not to mention, Qing Wei had not practiced for just 100 years, but for several hundred years, so his aura was naturally much more overwhelming. After the initial shock, F.A.Yin began to reflect. The Great Feng was truly about to undergo a change. He had been stationed in the imperial capital for hundreds of years and had never seen such a sovereign. Looking back at Shen Nan's actions since ascending the throne, even F.A.Yin sometimes felt astonished and shocked. However, as an outsider, F.A.Yin could see clearly. The Great Feng had indeed rotted to the point where it had to change. Since that was the case, let His Majesty stir things up. After all, there was still a foundation. Moreover, he, as a subsaint of the legalists, was not yet at the point of being unable to move. Ultimately, the legalists still hoped for the Great Feng to grow stronger. This was the essence of the legalists. In the cabinet, Zhang Su, Yang Ku, and others had already stood up in shock from their seats. The previously sharp-tongued Zhou Zhe looked dazedly towards the inner palace. What was that aura just now? Yang Ku was silent. Zhang Su's expression was solemn. It must be a Taoist lord revealing themselves. The Taoist from earlier at the city gate was indeed a Taoist lord at the 13th stage level, His Majesty's foundation. He did not finish his sentence, but his increasingly solemn expression said it all. Even Zhang Su, who had always been composed, felt a bit flustered upon truly confirming Taoist Qing Wei's realm. After all, while the Confucians still had the foundation of a 13th stage, what did that foundation have to do with him, Zhang Su? Could it be that Zhang Su could still summon that figure to deal with Taoist Qing Wei? It could be said that from this moment on, His Majesty had the true power to overturn the chessboard, making their actions increasingly cautious. In the inner palace, Empress Jing was also in a state of extreme daze. When Zhang Jiao appeared earlier, she was somewhat surprised. However, after all, he was just a Taoist of the 10th stage, and with her years of cultivated mindset, it was not enough to truly astonish her. At most, she would have the imperial clan investigate a bit. But when Taoist Qing Wei revealed his peak 13th stage transformation, God Taoist cultivation, Empress Jing's heart truly trembled. She stood up without regard for her authority. How could you find a 13th stage transformation God Taoist to serve you? Under heaven, apart from that mountain. How could there be another 13th stage transformation God Taoist? That mountain referred to the ancestral home of the Taoists. It was also the first Taoist temple established at the founding of the Great Feng. That place was the root of the Taoist sect, Longhu Mountain, and Qinghe Palace. As for the fourth sect of the Taoists, Zhenghe Palace, the other three Taoist sects did not recognize Zhenghe Palace as orthodox. At most, it was just a Taoist lineage supported by the aristocracy of Jiangzhou. Shen Nan did not answer. With his current status and background, he did not need to respond to anyone's questions. He simply looked calmly at Empress Jing, the national treasure, handed over to the imperial clan court. You are still the respected Empress Jing of Defeng, and in the future, I can have the Taoists teach you the ways of Tao. Shen Nan did not mention the consequences. However, Empress Jing knew that she had no choice. With a divine transformation, Tao, Lord pressing down in front of her. What could she do? What qualifications did she have to say anything? Her past prestige and the identity of her imperial grandmother were nothing but a joke in the face of such power, merely an empty shell. She struggled to open her lips. All right. For Empress Jing, the current outcome was already good enough. Furthermore, her approach was not as greedy as that of military generals or noble families. Her ability to return power was enough to earn respect. Since Shen Nan ascended the throne, Empress Jing had not intervened even once. Although she still held onto the national treasure and the imperial clan court without handing them over. Who could criticize her for such selfishness? Moreover, when Shen Nan wanted it before, Empress Jing was willing to hand over the national treasure. In the future memories of the Yuan Yu Emperor, he indeed obtained the national treasure. It was just that he did not have enough national fortune to use it. Shen Nan looked at Empress Jing and asked, where is the national treasure currently being kept? The national treasure is not a lifeless object, but a living being. This is also the reason why the Earth sect cannot replicate the national treasure, no matter how much they exhaust their resources. There is something within it that the Earth sect can never find, and that is the golden dragon transformed from the national fortune at the time of the founding of Defeng. This is the core of the national treasure. This golden dragon is the national treasure. When Shen Nan walked out of the Empress Dowager's palace, he was still wearing his black and gold coronation robe. The only difference was that his right hand was wrapped around an extremely dazzling fish dragon. This object appeared to be a small golden carp, but in reality, it had all the features of a dragon: claws, head, and scales. Usually, it was kept close to the Empress Dowager for her warmth, only occasionally becoming active. After Shen Nan took over, the fish dragon seemed to sense the strong national fortune on him, swimming freely around his wrist, which was indeed somewhat cute. However, this cute creature is also the most domineering national treasure. With this fish dragon, one can communicate with the national fortune of the Great Feng. As long as one is in the presence of the national fortune, the fish dragon can manifest the true dragon of national fortune. If the true dragon absorbs enough national fortune, it could even achieve the level of 10,000 dragons paying homage, manifesting 10,000 true dragons of national fortune. Such a display would be enough to suppress the unparalleled gods and demons of the 14th realm. But unfortunately, achieving this is simply unrealistic. At the beginning of the founding of the Great Feng, with such rich national fortune, it could at most suppress those of the 13th realm. Just this once would consume a significant amount of the national fortune. What is national fortune? It is the fortune of the people, the land, and the aura. The combination of the three is national fortune, and every person generates their own fortune, which can be aggregated to form national fortune. In addition, there is the fortune of the land born from the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Great Feng. And finally, there is the ethereal aura. Although the aura is extremely elusive, it truly exists. When the aura is nearly exhausted, it is a sign that the fate is approaching its end. The two characters town, country, and the national treasure not only represent its power, but also indicate that this item should not be used lightly during times of instability in the nation's foundation. The fundamental reason is that if too much national fortune is consumed, the Great Feng will face continuous natural and man-made disasters, leading to an excessive depletion of fortune, transforming into an era of the decline of dynasties and rampant monsters. All this information immediately surfaced in Shen Nan's mind after he took over the national treasure. He could also clearly feel the state of the national fortune of the Great Feng. Although the current national fortune seems to be flourishing like fire cooking oil, in reality, it is somewhat of a bubble-like illusion, with the national fortune being empty and unsolidified. However, after the Qingwei Taoist displayed the aura, the national fortune of the Great Feng had obviously solidified quite a bit. Even the emotions of the golden fish dragon had become much more lively. Shen Nan felt the joy of the fish and dragon, and a smile appeared on his face. When I return this time, I will have Han Sheng investigate how many literate young children there are in the orphanages around the capital, and how many young children there are among the royal family. At that time, the Taoist can select some children as seeds for the Shushan sword sect. Furthermore, if there are suitable talents among the noble families, the Taoist can also speak frankly. Taoist Qingwei has made great contributions this time, and Shen Nan has nothing to reward him with. Naturally, the matter of the Shushan branch must be put on the agenda, as previously discussed. This was originally planned to be arranged in the next few days. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingwei nodded and said, "The old Taoist has been looking around the capital these past few days. He did not mention how your Majesty's guards were arranged. Because after Shen Nan obtained the national treasure, even the 12 realms would find it difficult to pose any threat to him. As for those at the 13 realms level, the moment they enter the capital, both Taoist Qingwei and Fa Yang can instantly perceive them. Moreover, with Taoist Qingwei's ability, even if he travels around the capital, he can quickly reach the palace." Shen Nan didn't pay much attention. He just smiled and said, regarding the location of the Shushan sword sect. The two chatted casually and soon decided on the location for the Shushan sword sect. The location chosen by Taoist Qingwei was a grove several miles outside the palace. For him, establishing the Shushan sect was not something that could be accomplished overnight. In the future, suitable locations with good fortune would be selected. For now, a nice and quiet place was sufficient. While they were talking, the group returned to the Jinghua Hall. Han Shengxian had been waiting there for a long time. "Your Majesty." The head of the Tiangong Institute, Qing Xian, had just communicated through the ear bead, asking whether His Majesty still needed armor and weapons. The Tiangong Institute could immediately produce them with guaranteed quality and quantity, and the price would be only 30% of the usual cost. Although armor and weapons are highly profitable, it is because these items are precious. A price of 30% is already close to the cost. It is even possible that the Tiangong Institute would not charge a single penny this time and would take on the responsibility of providing armor and weapons for Shen Nan's Black Dragon and the Feather Forest 3 guards. The attitude of the Taoist Earth sect was also evident, although they did not explicitly pledge allegiance. Qing Xuan's statement represented his personal acknowledgement of this matter. The remaining task was merely to persuade the other members of the Earth sect. Shen Nan also understood. This matter still requires the Celestial Master to take a trip. I don't need the Earth sect to make a choice immediately. The timeline remains the same as when the Celestial Master returns from Chuanzhou. As for the armor and weapons, they should be crafted as soon as possible. Since the Heaven S-Craft Institute has shown sincerity, Shen Nan also has no intention of putting too much pressure on them. However, the matter of armor does need to be expedited. After all, the Feather Forest, Xian Bird, and Black Dragon Guard are all actively recruiting soldiers. Previously, the military supplies of the Red Dragon 10 guards were indeed too scarce. They're in great need of armor and weapons. Zhang Jiao quickly went to the Heaven S-Craft Institute. Daoist Qingwei also began to travel around the imperial capital. Shen Nan then spoke to Han Shangxian about the matters concerning the Yangji Hospital and the royal children. After finishing all this, Shen Nan also returned to his palace to prepare to sort out the influence of the imperial clan. That night, the Tiangong Institute began to systematically arrange the forging of armor and weapons. Zhang Jiao also started his journey south to Chuanzhou. Accompanying him were 1 Sanxian, Guihai Dao, and 10 Red Dragon Riders. However, 1 Sanxian and the others would only accompany Zhang Jiao for a short distance before heading to Jiangzhou to gather intelligence. Zhang Jiao was headed straight for Chuanzhou, with his first stop being where Lu Zhong was located. This was also a place that this 10th-level Taoist celestial being needed to oversee. The overall layout of Chuanzhou was managed by Yu Huatian, Dong Jun, Yu Shun, Zhang Ershu, Lu Sanyan, and others responsible for specific situations. Zhang Jiao held the overall control. Shen Nan needs to deter various forces in the capital and remotely command the affairs in Chuan province. In the palace, the woman in black who had blocked the way earlier is now kneeling before Shen Nan. Unlike during the day when she was shrouded in black robes, she now wears a fitted outfit that highlights her attractive figure, and her face is also very delicate and youthful. Unfortunately, her voice remains devoid of any emotion. Your Majesty. This is the intelligence regarding the imperial clan court. Shen Nan nodded. The power of the Zhongrenfu was not as weak as he had imagined, with 13 second-grade grandmasters, 34 third-grade masters, 72 fourth-grade minor masters, and hundreds of covert assassins. This was the core structure of the entire Zhongrenfu. In addition, there were scattered spies across various regions. The number of these individuals was extremely large. Even Huizhu only had access to the list of regional leaders, while the specific roster was only known to those leaders. This kind of intelligence made Shen Nan feel somewhat reminiscent of the notorious figures he had heard about in his past life, the secret agents of the Jinyui. Each spy appeared to have a suitable identity, but in reality, they were covert agents of the Great Feng. They strictly monitored the movements of the demon suppression offices, feudal lords, and officials in various regions. They were the eyes of the Great Feng Emperor controlling the world. The power of the Zhongrenfu was indeed quite formidable. Unfortunately, these individuals had already exhausted their potential, with no room for further improvement. Some of them were even nearing the end of their lives. Shen Nan could understand this. After all, the Ancestral Hall is essentially similar to violent institutions like the Jinyui, Xichong, and Haibingtai. Such organizations can never truly allow them to improve in the long term. Not to mention the enormous resources required once one's cultivation reaches the second-grade level. Just considering that if the Ancestral Hall were to produce a master of the 11th realm, or even the 12th realm, who could guarantee that such a person would still willingly remain as a shadow of the Emperor? Tools are always just tools. Shen Nan thought to himself and said, "You go activate all the spies in Chuan Prefecture and Jian Prefecture, and have them investigate the information regarding the chaos caused by the Compassionate Sect and the famine in Chuan Prefecture. After obtaining the information, hand it over to Han Shangxian." The woman in the black robe, Huizhu, calmly replied, understood. She did not feel any sense of usurpation or distrust at all. This was not only due to her training from a young age, but also because the dark, profound technique gradually causes one to lose emotions, ultimately turning them into nearly vegetative beings. This is also the reason why they can only live for a maximum of 40 years. Once they completely lose their emotions, they become mere puppets. Shen Nan furrowed her brows and said, "Go ahead." Such tools are naturally useful, but sometimes being too useful can also be problematic. Shen Nan prefers people like Yu Huatian and Han Shangxian, who have self-awareness but are absolutely loyal. Unfortunately, throughout history, There has never been anyone known to cultivate such individuals. Even a momentary act of sacrifice may later lead to a change of heart. After all, the complexity of human emotions is beyond anyone's control, and such death warriors can only be handled in this way. It is still necessary to find someone to manage these assassins, death warriors, and spies from the ancestral hall. Shen Nan intended to let Han Shengxian take charge. After all, he has always been dealing with such matters. However, Han Shengxian is currently in charge of the Imperial Ritual Office and the Imperial Horse Office, so he cannot devote too much energy to the House of Imperial Clan. Moreover, there are indeed many affairs in the House of Imperial Clan. Yu Huatian's strength is somewhat lacking, as there are too many people in the House of Imperial Clan who are stronger than him. Even if these people are all die-hard loyalists, Yu Huatian would probably struggle to keep them in check. Dongjun Moon Goddess? Lianqing sect will still need them to handle matters in the future. As for Lu Sanyan, she is barely suitable. However, Shen Nan knows too little about her and cannot possibly entrust such a core power to someone whose loyalty and abilities have yet to be proven. Shen Nan shook his head. In the end, I still have too few people under my command. As Shen Nan's power grew larger, the number of people he needed was always insufficient. The sun was upright. It was noon. Shen Nan had just finished his training when Han Shengxian came over to report. The spies of the Zhongrenfu in Chuan Province and Jiang Province had all been activated. The Zhongrenfu had stood firm in the Great Feng for so many years. They also had quite a few informants in hand, so transmitting messages was extremely swift. Shen Nan nodded slightly. The matters of Chuanzhou and Jiangzhou will be your responsibility. If you obtain important intelligence regarding the famine in Chuanzhou or the chaos caused by the Compassionate Life sect, you must relay it to Yu Huatian and Wan Sanxian at the first opportunity. It is not that Shen Nan is unwilling to let Yu Huatian and Wan Sanxian directly connect with the spies of Zhongrenfu. It's just that these spies are all controlled by the heads of Zhongrenfu in each province. These heads have always been obedient to orders, not to people. Currently, the tokens that command these individuals are in the hands of Huizhu, and Shen Nan cannot possibly give such tokens to Yu Huatian and Wan Sanxian to handle. After all, it is not yet at a stage where all-out intelligence gathering is necessary, and they also lack the power and prestige to command the spies in Chuanzhou and Jiangzhou. This is also why Shen Nan felt the lack of a controller for the Zhongrenfu yesterday. He needs someone to coordinate the Zhongrenfu, Wan Sanxian, and Yu Huatian. Han Shengxian can still relay messages back and forth for now. However, as the actions of the Compassionate Life sect become more pronounced, someone will inevitably need to be stationed in Chuanzhou to specifically handle this matter. Han Fengquan respectfully nodded, understood. Shen Nan looked at the memorial beside Han Shengxian. What new memorials do we have today? Han Shengxian couldn't help but smile. Your Majesty, today's memorial is quite interesting. Over 10 officials of the 4th rank and above in the court have jointly submitted a petition requesting Your Majesty to reward the Northern Town King, Shen Yu. They also believe that the officials who suggested the dismissal of the 9 towns in Yuzhou do not have good intentions, and they earnestly request Your Majesty to hold these people accountable. Daoist Qingwei just revealed his realm yesterday, and these people are already eager to show their loyalty. Such opportunistic skills truly seem to be a hallmark of Confucian teachings. Shen Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Keep everything and don't send it out. He wanted to see what kind of farce these people could create. Han Shengxian said. Han Lizzie previously reported that half of the soldiers have been recruited. Zhou Lin also sent someone over this morning to report that there are too many people wanting to join the army. Can we expand the recruitment by 1 or 2? Too many people wanting to join the army? Shen Nan was slightly taken aback. If you remember correctly, the Ministry of War had just begun posting the announcement yesterday. How could there be too many soldiers enlisting already? Shen Nan looked at the progress bar of the system task and saw that the originally 46,000 elite recruits had suddenly increased to 64,000, and this number was still continuously growing, with dozens of people joining every second. This meant that this recruitment not only had a large number of soldiers, but also consisted of loyal and decent young men devoted to the Great Feng and the Emperor. Han Shengxian explained. According to Han Lizzie, the capital of Yongzhou originally had a population of tens of millions. The reason why there were so few people enlisting in the past was that the Red Dragon 10 guards did not recruit from the public. Instead, they mostly recruited from military generals and nobles or transferred elite troops from Yuzhou and Liangzhou to achieve merit. The military camps in Yongzhou were already saturated. Now, upon suddenly hearing the news of recruitment, combined with the fact that His Majesty had just purged the Red Dragon 10 guards and raised the military pay to 20 taels of silver per year, It was only natural that a steady stream of people would enlist. After all, among the billions of people in the Great Feng, there were indeed truly loyal and talented individuals. However, in the past, there were hardly any opportunities for these people to showcase themselves. The Great Feng had been at peace for hundreds of years, and the Red Dragon 10 guards had become so corrupt that there was no idea of recruitment. Moreover, it was well known that the Red Dragon 10 guards were receiving empty salaries, and their elite members were so pitiful that they had to sell their own weapons and armor. Who would still want to join the army? Although recruitment had been ongoing in various parts of Yuzhou, it was ultimately a harsh and cold place with little wealth. So no one was willing to enlist. Now, it was clearly a great opportunity to achieve merit and wealth. And these decent young men in the capital were naturally scrambling to get in, which caused the recruitment speed to far exceed the expectations of Han Lizzie, Zhou Lin, and others. When the tiger dies, the frame does not fall. When the whale dies, it yields 10,000 pounds of meat. Shen Nan sighed softly. The peaceful and prosperous era of the Great Feng for 800 years has ultimately nurtured countless talents. 2 days later, the luxurious imperial carriage once again left the capital, heading towards the Wulong fortress. 1,000 heavily armored soldiers of the Ming Dynasty accompanied it. The grandeur and fierce aura of the procession made everyone in the capital marvel at the emperor's might. Although the court had been quite tumultuous these past 2 days, it gradually quieted down. There were significantly fewer memorials regarding the impeachment of the Northern King or rewards for him, clearly indicating that they had sensed the emperor's intentions. The emperor had no intention of dealing with these people, but rather proceeded with his own plans. This left many ambitious individuals sighing. They possessed knowledge but could not serve the emperor. And this was indeed the case, especially in contrast to those flattering officials in the court. Shen Nan is still more concerned about the recruitment situation at the Wulong fortress. The 200,000 Yulin guards are his true capital for future endeavors. Ever since he learned about the recruitment progress the day before yesterday, Shen Nan decisively doubled the originally planned number of elite troops from 100,000 to an astonishing 200,000. Although this recklessness would significantly deplete the internal treasury, which could have sustained expenses for another 2 or 3 years, the corresponding gains are also immense. Moreover, Shen Nan doesn't need to hold out for too long. Once the Yulin guards begin to mobilize, or when the situation in Chuanzhou settles, he will be able to amass wealth once again. The foundation of the Jiangzhou aristocratic families is certainly not as meager as that of military generals and nobility. Is there any intelligence from Jiangzhou? Shen Nan spoke to the beautiful woman in red sitting in front of him. This woman was none other than Yi Hongyu, whom he had drawn from the Heavenly Pride gift pack the other day. It was a rare occasion to draw a purple light, and it turned out to be a true prodigy. The introduction of Yi Hongyu was that she was the Grand Master of the Judgment Department of the Shilin Divine Temple. A first-grade earthly immortal. Drawing a first-grade earthly immortal from a 1000 point Heavenly Pride gift pack was already a huge profit. Moreover, Yi Hongyu was a true genius. With her skills, scheming, and strength, she was just capable of taking charge of the Ancestral Hall. Yi Hongyu lightly parted her red lips and said, "Not really." Unlike other summoned individuals, Yi Hongyu's experiences were extremely complex, and her temperament leaned towards indifference. However, the current Yi Hongyu was not the Yi Hongyu of her peak later stage, but rather the one during her tenure as the Grand Master of the Judgment Department of the Shilin Divine Temple. At this time, Yi Hongyu had not yet found the opportunity to break through to the 10th realm of Taoist Celestial. However, after conversing with Taoist Qingwei yesterday, Yi Hongyu seemed to have caught a glimpse of an opportunity and was now in a state of comprehension in her movements and posture. Perhaps in the near future, she would be able to break through to the 10th realm of Taoist Celestial. Shen Nan was also aware of Yi Hongyu's situation, so he did not mind her indifference and casually instructed, "In the next few days, you should quickly take complete control of the Zhongrenfu from Huizhou. Once everything is taken over, I need you to set off for Chuanzhou to resolve the chaos there and assist Wan Sanqian in controlling the lifeline of the Jiangzhou families." Originally, the layout in Chuanzhou had people like Yu Huatian acting independently. Zhang Jiao as presence in Chuanzhou was more about maintaining order and preventing the 10 realm experts from the Buddhist and Lianqing sects from taking action, rather than coordinating the overall situation. After all, although Zhang Jiao had experience as a great wise teacher, he was more adept at big-picture strategies rather than the meticulous planning and maneuvering required here. Yi Hongyu was actually more skilled in this regard. Her realm and cultivation were also sufficient to coordinate the overall situation. Furthermore, today as system task progress had already reached 96 3,000 people. Once the task was completed, Shen Nan can then activate the guaranteed gift package at the level of the 11 realms. At that time, arrangements can be made based on the summoner. Chuanzhou, originally a place of chaos that brought destruction to the Great Feng, is now trapped in Shen Nan's scheme. He is now even a bit impatient to get the Lin Sheng sect to move quickly. Otherwise, how can he completely control Chuanzhou and grasp the lifeline of the Jiangzhou aristocratic families? Yi Hongyu understood. The Wulong fortress is quite different from a few days ago. In the past, the market was all set up in one place with no noisy shouts. What remained was only a solemn and orderly atmosphere. This kind of arrangement is naturally the work of Chen Jibao. Besides being skilled in commanding troops and warfare, he also practices Confucian methods. He even reached the level of a first-grade terrestrial immortal in the world of snow. Although he has lost the luck of the snow-based Confucianism upon arriving in this realm, his Confucian realm has dropped to the level of a second-grade grandmaster. However, the memories in his mind will not be lost, allowing him to easily manage the fortress in an orderly manner. When the imperial carriage arrived, generals such as Zhou Lin, Sun Ying, and Chen Jibao had long been waiting at the city gate. "We welcome your majesty. Your majesty." Amidst the respectful calls of the crowd, Shen Nan casually waved his hand and said, "Let's talk inside the city." After arriving in the hall, he spoke up. "Let's discuss the recent recruitment situation." "Your majesty." The first to speak was Sun Ying. Although the recruitment was overseen by Chen Jibao and assisted by Zhou Lin, it was Sun Ying who was truly doing the work. This was not only because of his capabilities, but also because he was more familiar with the situation at the lower levels. He understood what these recruits needed. Over the past 5 days, a total of 103,000 people came to enlist. However, according to the standards set by Your Majesty, only 63,000 were ultimately selected. My humble position has filled the 3rd Battalion. But the 4th Battalion of Wulong is still short of 3,000 men, and the other newly expanded battalions are still in the process of screening and organizing. It is expected that within 10 days, we will be able to complete the 15 battalions, totaling 200,000 elite troops. However, the military's reserve of silver is already insufficient. After all, recruitment requires a settlement allowance, and the military camp at Wulong also needs to be expanded. Various military supplies also need to be arranged. Food, meat, and body-strengthening pills are likewise required. Although Shen Nan left a considerable amount of silver last time, it has almost all been spent in the past few days. Have Chao Zhengchun send over 5 million taels of silver shortly. Shen Nan now has ample funds in the treasury, and 5 million taels of silver is naturally not a big deal. It is enough to properly arrange for 200,000 elite troops. However, the major expenditure of this silver will occur a few days later when the Tiangong Institute comes to deliver armor and weapons. This is also part of Han Xingxuan's arrangement for finances. Currently, in addition to being in charge of the Xi Li Jian, Han Xingxian also has control over the financial authority of the Imperial Horse Bureau. Shen Nan's inner treasury is the same, although the Yulin guards at the Wulong fortress are said to be His Majesty's private soldiers. The accounts must ultimately be clear to prevent the recurrence of past corruption and absenteeism. Shen Nan was about to continue giving orders when a line of information suddenly flashed before his eyes. The completion of the system task made Shen Nan pause slightly. However, he did not rush to look at the system. Instead, he instructed Zhou Lin, Sun Ying, and the others. "The recruitment situation is so good that we need to speed up the training. I hope you can make initial progress within a month. And then go to Yuzhou for military training. A military force must have seen battle to be considered an army. The battlefield in Yuzhou is the best testing ground for our troops and a shortcut to quickly forming an army. Although this approach may cost many lives, Shen Nan did not have the time for slow training. Whether it is suppressing the rebellion of the Lingsheng sect in Chuanzhou or the disarmament in Yuzhou, neither would give him much time to gradually train a truly elite force. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin and Sun Ying exchanged glances and then solemnly said, "We will face death." Although a month is an extremely short time, it is not difficult to make the Yulin Guard presentable. After all, the original foundation of 30,000 elite troops that were disbanded is still there. With this foundation, the old can quickly train the new. But whether these people can remain calm on the battlefield and how many can survive is beyond Zhou Lin and the others' control. Seeing this, Shen Nan said no more. He waved his hand, signaling the generals to retreat. "Tomorrow, organize the intelligence on the barbaric demon clan. I need you to come up with a specific plan by tomorrow." Even though it has been decided to plunder the barbaric demon clan for training, a detailed plan still needs to be devised. Zhou Lin, Sun Ying, and Chen Zhibao all agreed. Han Sheng also took Chao Zhengchun to check the current military supplies and provisions at Wulong Fortress. Soon, only Yi Hongyu and Shen Nan were left in the hall. At this moment, Shen Nan looked at the system. Lines of information appeared. The task of having a loyal elite army of 100,000, unique to yourself, has been completed. As a king restoring the nation, you now possess sufficient strength to rebuild the Great Feng, and you have several extraordinary experts under your command capable of suppressing national fortunes. Next, please occupy a state as your starting point for restoration. Task: substantially master a state. Substantial requirements: have absolute dominance over this state, capable of commanding the entire state with a word. Reward: guaranteed package of level 12 and above, 100,000 restoration points. Available rewards: guaranteed package of level 11 and above. Restoration points: 100,000 points. It is clear that as Shen Nan's strength grows stronger, the difficulty of the tasks issued by the system has also suddenly increased. Previously, he only had an elite army of 100,000 loyal to him. Now, it is about substantially mastering a state. Given Shen Nan's current situation, if he wants to complete this task, he can only start with Chuanzhou. After all, in other states, he hasn't even sorted out the power relations. Although the capital Yongzhou has a sufficient basic foundation, achieving the absolute dominance required by the system is extremely challenging. Even though Taoist Qingwei has just manifested his divine presence, intimidating various forces, it does not mean Shen Nan can perfectly command these people. At the very least, the Confucians will not obey absolutely. Not to mention that the capital also has the Taoist and Buddhist factions. Only Chuanzhou, which is about to erupt in chaos, is the most suitable. It seems that the layout of Chuanzhou needs to be more closely knit. Shen Nan had previously focused on the layout concerning the Lianxing sect, but now he aims to make arrangements involving the military and provincial officials. However, there is no need for excessive effort. In the future memory of Emperor Yuanyu, the recent turmoil caused by the Lianxing sect in Chuan Prefecture resulted in heavy casualties among local officials, with even the governor of Chuan Prefecture killed in battle. What he needs to do is merely to control the situation to the greatest extent possible, preventing the chaos stirred up by the Lianxing sect from escalating too much. As for stopping this chaos in advance, with Shen Nan's current strength, it might be possible, but would the Lianxing sect simply give up? That is absolutely impossible. The doctrine of the Lianxing sect guarantees that they will eventually cause trouble. To completely eradicate the Lianxing sect, they must take action. Otherwise, even if Taoist Qingwei were to intervene personally, it would be difficult to completely eliminate the Lianxing sect. After all, the higher-ups of the Lianxing sect are all deeply hidden. According to the current intelligence from Chuan Prefecture, the highest-ranking figures active within the Lianxing sect are only at the level of leaders. Elders, holy maidens, holy sons, and the sect master of the Lianxing sect have not even shown themselves. Not to mention the true power holder, the Lianxing Old Mother. Let's wait and see. Shen Nan's goal this time is not to completely eliminate the Compassionate Life sect. He only aims to deal a heavy blow to the sect's control over Chuanzhou. He once again turned his gaze to the system. Activate the guaranteed gift pack for the 11th realm. Swish! A faint purple light suddenly appeared. Shen Nan's eyes instantly lit up, but the next second his brow furrowed slightly. It turns out to be this person. In the world of painting the Jianghu, the notorious figure is Yuan Tiangang, the peak of the 11th realm in Taoism. 300 years of peak vital energy. Shen Nan naturally knew the name and experiences of the notorious figure Yuan Tiangang. However, he originally thought the light purple aura signified a person of the 12th realm, but he didn't expect it to be this peak of the 11th realm notorious figure. But with Yuan Tiangang's strength and talent, the only thing he probably lacks to reach the 12th realm of Taoism is just the cultivation method. After all, he has cultivated for 300 years, and his power has already reached an unparalleled level, to the point where there is no further progress possible. This can be seen from the system's description of the 300 years of peak vital energy, indicating how solid Yuan Tiangang's power is. Unfortunately, the ceiling of combat power in painting the Jianghu is just like this. Yuan Tiangang practices the Tiangang Ju, which he created himself, so breaking through is much more difficult than for those of the Great Feng Xinwu. However, if he had the Taoist scriptures of the Great Feng along with the personal guidance of Taoist Qingwei, he would surely break through quickly. Moreover, Yuan Tiangang is much more adept at managing the ancestral hall than Yi Hongyu. His strategies and schemes are far superior to those of Yi Hongyu. But Shen Nan was not in a hurry to summon Yuan Tiangang. Instead, he looked at the system shop. The system shop had now firmly locked two positions: the inheritance of the wine sword immortal and the heroic gift pack. This meant that the items refreshed every day were somewhat useless. Now that he had obtained 100,000 restoration points, he naturally wanted to exchange for the inheritance of the wine sword immortal as soon as possible. Exchange for the inheritance of the wine sword immortal. Swish! The 100,000 restoration points he had just gained instantly disappeared. His restoration points returned to 2,200. In Shen Nan's mind, various memories related to the cultivation of the wine sword immortal suddenly surfaced. At that moment, his energy soared, and in an instant, he broke through to the first level, then ascended towards the 10th and 11th levels. The 11th level, which Empress Jing longed for, was achieved by Shen Nan in just a few breaths. Moreover, he reached the pinnacle of the 12th level, surpassing the 11th level. The sword path is different from other schools. The Great Feng sword path does not have a true sect or religious system like Taoism. While there are a few famous sword sects in Sword State, they are still at the level of Jianghu factions and have not reached the exalted status of Taoism, Buddhism, or legalism. The fundamental reason is that the Great Feng sword path lacks truly outstanding talents. The Great Feng sword path regards Sword State as supreme. But in such a vast sword state, there are only two 12th level sword immortals. These two sword immortals are also traveling the world and unwilling to establish sections. This is mainly because those who cultivate the sword path hold the sword path in high regard and do not seek to develop any power. Shen Nan has inherited the legacy of the wine sword immortal, and his swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of the Great Feng sword Dao. In terms of combat strength, he has even surpassed everyone in the Great Feng sword Dao. After all, Master Qingwei has personally stated that he is slightly superior in realm, but in a life-and-death battle. Unless it is within the Shushan sect, he would not be a match for the wine sword immortal. Although this may be a humble statement, it also reveals the formidable strength of the wine sword immortal. Riding the sword and riding the wind, he vanquishes demons in the world. Shen Nan said softly, and his right hand instinctively formed a sword control gesture. The dagger at Yi Hongyu's waist suddenly let out a light chirp, as if it was about to soar into the sky. However, in the next moment, Shen Nan dispersed the sword of the Emperor's will and shook his head with a smile. It seems I need to get a sword first. I have inherited the wine sword immortal's legacy, but I have no fine wine and no sword that belongs solely to me. It's truly a bit speechless. As for such a sword, the Imperial Palace of Defeng does have a treasured sword, which is also a magic weapon level treasure. However, in Shen Nan's memory, that sword seemed to be more for holding some significant ceremonial events. It would be better to have the Tiangong Institute forge a sword. Shen Nan is now quite wealthy, with 300 million taels of silver in the treasury, so there is no need to worry about such expenses. Moreover, the Heavenly Craft Institute would not charge exorbitantly. Receive gift rewards. Yi Hongyu glanced at her own dagger and then looked at Shen Nan. She said nothing more, because His Majesty is indeed a person with such capabilities, and it seems that she would no longer need to protect him closely. Whoosh! Just as Yi Hongyu was quietly pondering, mist began to spread from the hall. Soon, a person wearing a bamboo hat appeared. Yuan Tiangang quickly recalled the information in his mind. He then knelt on one knee. Subject, Yuan Tiangang, pays respects to Your Majesty. Unlike the reactions of other summoned individuals, Yuan Tiangang had always served the Tang Dynasty. Unfortunately, there had been issues with the elixir of immortality he had refined. Otherwise, he truly hoped that the Emperor of Tang could live forever alongside him, so he wouldn't have to be so lonely. Over the past 300 years, he has witnessed the rise and fall of the Tang Dynasty, and he is wholeheartedly determined to recreate the glorious Tang. His loyalty is indeed at its peak. Yuan Tiangang had voluntarily died at Li Xingyun's hands before the summoning, ending his mission of over 300 years. He could also choose to start a completely new life. The current emperor is much more reliable than the former Emperor Taizong of Tang, which makes Yuan Tiangang feel even more at ease. Yuan Tiangang's thoughts. Shen Nan was unaware. However, he was aware of Yuan Tiangang's abilities and loyalty. This matter concerning Chuan Prefecture would be entrusted to the Great Commander. Previously, the person he had chosen to oversee Chuan Prefecture and manage the Ancestral Hall was Yi Hongyu. Now, with the emergence of the unruly Yuan Tiangang, Shen Nan naturally decided to abandon Yi Hongyu in favor of Yuan Tiangang. Yi Hongyu was quite relieved by this. Unlike Yuan Tiangang's fervent enthusiasm, she felt more confused about her arrival in this world. Compared to overseeing Chuan Prefecture, she was actually more curious about the compassionate life teachings. Yuan Tiangang bowed and said, "Yes, Shen Nan gave a few more instructions to Yuan Tiangang before letting him go familiarize himself with the situation. Just as Shen Nan was calmly strategizing and rapidly increasing his strength at the Linlong Path in Yuzhou, within the residence of the Northern King. Although it was only June, there was already a hint of chill in the air at the Yuzhou border. What did these people really want to do? Several cold and fierce-looking generals stood in front of a house. News of the court's impeachment of the Northern King, Shun Yu, had already spread, and these generals from the king's residence were naturally a bit displeased. If it weren't for the Northern King in Yuzhou, the barbaric demon tribe would have long since trampled over Yuzhou and invaded the imperial capital. How could those in the court understand the difficulties of Yuzhou? To say that the prince was ineffective in managing his subordinates and allowed corruption to flourish in Yuzhou was truly laughable. No matter what they intended to do, if they really dared to question him, just wait and see if the millions of soldiers in Yuzhou would agree. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Someone quickly interrupted. I heard this is due to His Majesty's contest with the Confucians. The target is not the Northern King. He whispered the intelligence he had obtained. This information was quite similar to the situation in the imperial capital. It was heard that Shen Nan had disbanded the Red Dragon 10 guards, and the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu had all knelt in submission. The generals present all looked astonished. They hadn't expected His Majesty to have such means. Everyone in the Great Feng knew about the situation of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Every successive monarch had intended to disband and reorganize the Red Dragon 10 guards. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded. Who would have thought that the current monarch had successfully disbanded the Red Dragon 10 guards in just a month since ascending the throne? As for His Majesty's next so-called recruitment and training of soldiers, these people all shook their heads. It wasn't that they underestimated His Majesty, but training troops was not that simple. Money and resources were minor issues, but how to make these troops grow rapidly was the key. Unless His Majesty intended to send these troops to Yuzhou and Liangzhou for training. Many people thought of this and looked astonished. His Majesty couldn't really mean that, could he? Training troops in Yuzhou, had the Confucians also noticed? So they laid their plans in advance. Some quickly reacted. However, before they could analyze further, a sudden commotion came from behind the tightly closed door nearby. All the generals changed color and hurriedly knelt before the door. The person inside was none other than the Northern King, Shen Yu. In the realm of Yuzhou, Shen Yu was like a deity compared to these military personnel. However, the old man who walked out had no trace of the imposing aura that had suppressed Yuzhou for decades. He was dressed very plainly and looked extremely ordinary. If one did not know better, they might think he was just a farmer. However, when Shen Yu looked at the kneeling men, his eyes instantly turned cold and fierce, and an aura of authority spread out in an instant, his tone growing increasingly displeased. How can you discuss His Majesty's matters? Everyone trembled all over, not daring to raise their heads to retort. Shen Yu ordered calmly, let those people from the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou behave themselves and not get involved. All the generals responded affirmatively. Soon after, they hurriedly left one by one. At the moment they exited the royal palace, their eyes turned cold. If they wanted those few families to behave, it seemed they would have to take some measures. Inside the Jinbei Wang residence, they might just be family soldiers and servants. But once they stepped out of the palace door, they became distinguished subordinate generals of the Jinbei Wang. In an instant, Shen Nan has been at the Wulong fortress for a full 6 days. During this time, there has been no movement in the court. Those Confucian scholars have not raised any further impeachment against the king of the north after the Taoist priest Qing Wei displayed his divine powers, indicating that they do not wish to provoke a conflict between the leaders of the 9 garrisons in Yuzhou and Shen Nan. Or rather, they believe that the preliminary probing has already concluded. If they were to push further, it might force the emperor's hand. After all, the current Shen Nan is not the good-natured former emperor or Emperor Mingchong of the past. If the Confucians were to go too far, no one could predict what actions Shen Nan might take in response. Shen Nan only tasked Yi Hongyu with overseeing the Confucians at the Zhongrenfu and didn't want to get involved in their trivial matters anymore. Instead, he turned to Chao Zhengchun and said, Yuan Tiangang should be arriving in Chuan Prefecture today, right? Chao Zhengchun quickly replied, based on the time calculations, it should be tonight. Yuan Tiangang left 2 days ago, and he also took some death warriors and assassins from the Zhongrenfu with him. According to the pace, he should be able to reach Chuan Prefecture tonight to coordinate the overall situation. Shen Nan slightly nodded. How is the intelligence gathering from Yuzhou going? As early as the day after the command from the king of Northern Town was issued, intelligence regarding Yuzhou had already been reported back. This was also through the information from the Imperial Clan Court, which has an uneven distribution of power and spies across various provinces. The majority of their covert agents had been previously dispatched by Empress Jing to the Yuzhou region, intending to plot for a certain sacred object of the barbarian demon clan to improve their own qualifications. This is also the reason why Empress Jing later caused significant losses to the imperial clan court. The sacred objects of the barbarian demon clan that can enhance the power of the 10 realm celestial beings are not so easily investigated. After hearing this news, Shen Nan immediately ordered the undercover agents and the death warriors from the imperial clan affairs office to stop this task. However, he did not recall the personnel, but instead instructed them to gather intelligence on the various forces in Yuzhou. In just a few days, they had already compiled a sufficient amount of information. Upon hearing this, Chao Jingchun had 2 young eunuchs place a stack of documents on the table. Without even looking at the documents, he spoke. The servant has carefully reviewed the documents last night. The situation in Yuzhou is not very complicated. The influences of Confucianism, legalism, and Buddhism are not prominent in Yuzhou. The main forces in Yuzhou, apart from the Prince of the North, are the Chun family, the Hua family, and the Yuan family. These 3 families are the largest military families in Yuzhou. Besides these, there are also some smaller military families, which are the true controllers of Yuzhou. In the initial 100 years of the Great Feng, these families were just standard military families, but gradually they evolved into almost aristocratic existences. The biggest difference between them and ordinary military families is that they truly control a large amount of resources in Yuzhou, such as extensive lands, shops, and, more importantly, their own fortresses. These fortresses can be considered small cities, with slightly larger ones occupying thousands of acres and housing tens of thousands of people. They possess what the cities have, and they also have what the cities lack. Shen Nan listened to Chao Jingchun's words while casually flipping through the documents in front of him. It was only a moment's work. Shen Nan also has some understanding of the situation in Yuzhou. Although Yuzhou indeed has the presence of Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian forces, the most exaggerated are still these military families. In his view, these military families are somewhat similar to the combination of military families from the Southern Song Dynasty and those from the late Ming Dynasty. They possess the foundation of the Southern Song period as well as the habit of nurturing family generals from the late Ming. They can indeed be considered a small warlord in their own right. As for the situation with the forts, it is somewhat similar to that of the Southern Song. In the early years of the Great Feng, Yuzhou faced constant invasions from the barbaric demon tribes, which made it impossible for ordinary counties and villages to survive. Thus, numerous forts emerged spontaneously to resist the invasions of the barbaric demon tribes, and as the situation stabilized later, these forts were not dismantled but were continually merged and united, ultimately forming these large military families. Initially, they gained wealth and power through military achievements, but after 300 years of the Great Feng, they had become quite similar to the families in Jiangzhou, beginning to aggressively annex land and forcibly seize public and private property. Many military families also started to cultivate their own talents, and the emergence of Confucian generals is also credited to these military families. Otherwise, how could there be so many Confucian generals who are well-versed in Confucian scholarship and have been practicing military strategies since childhood? In comparison to what Han Lizzie previously mentioned about family generals, these are the real crux of the matter. Shen Nan's eyes glinted with coldness. These people were no longer mere warriors, but true warlords, aristocrats, and could even be considered emperors of their own territories. It's no wonder that even the power of the King of the North could not act freely against them. Aside from the fact that the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou could not be easily disbanded, it was more because there were too many descendants of military families within the army. These individuals were the middle-ranking officers of the Yuzhou army and the core backbone of the 9 garrisons. The 800 years of peace in the Great Feng had nurtured too many monsters. These monsters might have seemed insignificant in the past, and had even become deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Just like Han Lizzie, who didn't think there was anything wrong with the military families and didn't report these matters to Shen Nan because he had lived in such circumstances since childhood, and his own family was also part of a military family. Naturally, he didn't see any problem. However, for Shen Nan and Chao Jingchun, those who had descended, these military families had truly become a tale that couldn't be shed. The Zhongren House must make every effort to gather intelligence on the military families of Yuzhou. Shen Nan knows that in the future, if he wants to deal with these military aristocratic families, he must have sufficient intelligence. Otherwise, simply following the previous assumptions and suppressing with the army could lead to major problems. Even if the Yulin Guard can successfully replace the troops in Yuzhou, those core military members will not easily submit like the Red Dragon 10 guards. This is because they come from military aristocratic families, which are quite different from the military nobility in the imperial capital. After all, the military nobility in the imperial capital has held power for a long time, but the ideology they pass on to their descendants is still one of loyalty to the emperor and love for the country. These people live primarily for the Great Feng, relying on it for their existence. However, the descendants of these military aristocratic families likely consider their own families more important than the Great Feng, much like the Confucian families. To take action against them, it requires not only overwhelming force, but also extremely precise cuts to swiftly eliminate the stubborn elements of the military aristocratic families. Yi Hongyu nodded from the side, understood. Just then, Han Shengxian also walked into the hall. Your Majesty, intelligence has arrived from Chuanzhou. Uncle Zhang has discovered that the Lianxing sect intends to spread a plague in the capital city, turning Chuanzhou's capital into a dead city. He has also found that the Lianxing sect has begun spreading the plague in other areas and is refining human pills. The famine in Chuanzhou is indeed caused by the Lianxing sect. With Shen Nan's gradual rise, the impact he has made is becoming evident. The Lianxing sect in Chuanzhou clearly intends to initiate a rebellion ahead of time. The plague and human pills are signs of this. The others in the hall frowned upon hearing this. The Lianxing sect's method of spreading the plague is undoubtedly that of a cult. Although the Great Feng is a world of immortals and martial arts, it is still a feudal ancient dynasty. Once the plague spreads, it will not be as simple as just a few deaths, but could claim hundreds of thousands or even millions of lives. Even with the Taoist plague-reducing pills, they are not affordable for ordinary people, and the Taoists also need time to stabilize the situation. Yi Hongyu then spoke, Your Majesty, I can go to Chuanzhou to gather intelligence. She had originally intended to go to Chuanzhou to see what the Lianxing sect was like, and now that she has learned of this matter, she naturally volunteered. Shen Nan glanced at Yi Hongyu and instructed, You go find Dong Jun and Yushun. His layout in Chuan Prefecture is already quite extensive. Zhang Jiao is stationed in the capital city, and Yuan Tiangang is overseeing the overall situation. Yu Huatian, Uncle Zhang, Lu Sanyin, and County Magistrate Zheng Lin, along with Lu Zhong's personal guards Yin Shu, plus Dong Jun and Yu Shun, have covered every aspect of Chuan Prefecture with their pieces on the board. However, Shen Nan's strength in Chuan Prefecture is still somewhat lacking. Chun Jibao's Red Dragon Riders will also take more than 10 days to take shape. Before Chun Jibao arrives, having someone like Yi Hongyu, a land deity, in Chuan Prefecture would be quite beneficial, and Dong Jun and Lu Sanyin also need experts to hold the fort. Yi Hongyu's eyes flashed with sharpness, understood. Daoist Qingwei was also present. He had not actively sought to join due to his need to oversee the imperial capital. Even though he sensed that the emperor's realm had improved tremendously, he still had matters regarding the Shushan branch to attend to. And as a Daoist celestial of the 13th realm, if he left the imperial capital, the Taoists, legalists, and Confucians would likely become restless. However, he was more interested in asking, what is a human Dan? Just hearing the name made one feel uncomfortable. Daoist Qingwei had trained for so many years and had never heard of such a thing as a human Dan. Could it be that people are used as medicine? But can it really be consumed? Han Shengxian had already learned about it in detail beforehand and said with a dark expression, the so-called human Dan is a pill made by collecting the essence of poisonous herbs using evil techniques and refining it with mercury. Such a tiger wolf medicine is fundamentally inedible, but the sorcerers of the Lianxing sect have developed a set of methods to neutralize its toxicity, which involves discarding the human heart, filling it with the pill, and then refining it using powerful medicine. After 49 days, it can become a human Dan. It is rumored that this human Dan can increase a person's power by 10 years. The sorcerers of the Lianxing sect have a very bad reputation and are extremely unscrupulous in their methods. Techniques like breeding pestilence and harvesting life are widely known among them. These methods are among the most notorious low-level techniques, and breeding pestilence is not the usual kind. It truly involves putting a human in the skin of a pig or dog, raising and refining them, and ultimately using them for nourishment, rather than the traditional method of breeding and selling humans. Harvesting life needs no further explanation. These techniques are already close to human Dan, but the name human Dan is ultimately repulsive. Daoist Qingwei fell silent upon hearing this. A faint aura also emanated from him, and his heart was greatly disturbed. The Shushan sword sect may not be the most illustrious sect, but when it comes to justice and the concept of chivalry in fairy tales, Shushan definitely ranks among the top few. They are a genuine orthodox sect. Given Daoist Qingwei's temperament, how could he stand by and watch such a thing as refining Dan from humans. Shen Nan's eyes also revealed a cold glint. How does this sect manage to survive and defome? Although he said this, he actually knew the reason why the Compassionate Life sect had been able to endure, which was because they were extremely skilled at hiding. Just like the various sects of ancient times in his previous life, the Compassionate Life sect had no fixed base. Instead, they spread their teachings through wandering priests. The movements of their elders, protectors, and the Holy Sun were shrouded in mystery. Moreover, although the Compassionate Life sect employed cruel methods, they had not caused any truly major disturbances, which meant that no one had made a real effort to eradicate them. Throughout the 800 years of Feng, Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, and Buddhism had all been suppressing the Compassionate Life sect, but the fact that this evil cult could survive was for a reason. The Compassionate Life sect followed the path of incense offerings. This method of cultivation was the quickest and could attract the interest of many local gentry and powerful families. What they lacked was strength and a long lifespan, which the Compassionate Life sect could provide. What actions has Buddhism taken? Shen Nan said coldly. He had sent Lu Zhong over not just to watch. Buddhism had to show some response. Han Shengxian respectfully replied, Buddhism indeed hasn't been idle. When the abbot of the Vajra Temple, F.A. Li, first arrived in Chuan Prefecture, he clashed with members of the Compassionate Life sect and even killed a second-tier Grandmaster-level leader of the sect. However, with Buddhism's power, they were still unable to locate the whereabouts of the Compassionate Life sect's upper echelons. Buddhism had only recently become aware of the Compassionate Life sect's spreading of the plague. Lu Zhong promptly sent someone to inform Yu Huatian, but by the time the news arrived, Uncle Zhang had already discovered the situation regarding the plague and found out that the Compassionate Life sect intended to spread it in Chuan Prefecture's capital, and that this matter also involved people from the Chuan Prefecture Demon Suppression Division. In addition to this, Buddhism had also uncovered another piece of intelligence. It seemed that the Compassionate Life sect had already created a Qingnu drought demon, and the famine in Chuan Prefecture was not merely a man-made disaster. Its root also lay with this woman, who was the current holy maiden of the Compassionate Life sect, Bai Luyan. Bai Luyan? Shen Nan heard this name, and a cold face flashed through his mind in an instant. It was a portrait, and also an important figure in the chaos caused by the Lingsheng sect's records in Chuanzhou. He was the guardian deity at the 10 realms of heaven level created by the Lingsheng sect in Chuanzhou. It seemed that the plague in Chuanzhou was not just about creating chaos. It was more about wanting to elevate their saintess to a higher realm. Only through famine and plague could they forge loyal faith. The Lingsheng sect followed the path of incense offerings, and indeed, everything was interconnected. Zhen and Mo Si, the Jiangzhou aristocratic families, all these people were involved. Shen Nan sorted out the situation, and he could sense the long-term planning of the Compassionate Life sect. But no matter how long the planning has been, it must be shattered this time. Anyone involved in this matter must be killed. Shen Nan coldly ordered, let Zhang Jiao and Yuan Tiangang immediately investigate the matter of the Lingsheng sect spreading the plague and stop the complete formation of the Qingnu drought demon. Additionally, let Wan Sanxian go to Chuan Prefecture immediately. This time, too many people must not die in Chuan Prefecture. Although he had been waiting for the Lingsheng sect to take action, that was because he needed to lay out plans and place personnel. He also hoped to draw out the hidden high-ranking members of the Lingsheng sect, but he absolutely did not wish for too many people to die in Chuan Prefecture. After all, this Feng is his Feng, and these people are also his people. At the border checkpoint of Chuan Prefecture, dozens of carts filled with provisions were immediately blocked by the soldiers. Military officer, this is the Wang family's business. The leading grain merchant approached with a broad smile, and as he spoke, he casually pulled the soldier's arm, smoothly handing over 50 taels of silver hidden in his sleeve. Wang family? Which Wang family? The guard expressionlessly placed the silver into his armor. The Wang family of Langchong, Jiangzhou, the middle-aged grain merchant said with a smile. From his years of experience, the Wang family's reputation in Langchong, Jiangzhou, was still very useful, but this time it was clearly not going so smoothly. The guard looked at the fully loaded grain carts and sneered. Langchong? Jiangzhou? Even if it's the Wang family, some rules cannot be broken. Who do you plan to sell this grain to? Do you have documentation? Documentation? The leading grain merchant was taken aback. When did selling grain require documentation? The guard realized that this was another person who didn't understand the rules trying to barge in. He disdainfully said, I already said not to let just anyone get involved. Seeing this, the grain merchant quickly took out another 50 taels of silver, his face still filled with smiles. Military officer. The guard nodded in satisfaction, Remember, your grain can only be sold to those few locals in Chuan Prefecture. If you sell it privately and disrupt the market, even the Wang family of Langchong, Jiangzhou, may not be able to protect your lives. As he spoke, he waved his hand to let them pass. However, as a cart passed by, the guard instinctively looked more closely at a swordsman sitting in the third cart. In his feeling, this person was somewhat extraordinary. But so what? The current Feng